Devil's Alley, and this one is going to hit and bounce right to McCarthy. Crawford's going to go for three, and he's going to make it! And coming in to score is J.D. Davis.
Oh, baby, there's that man again. There's that man again. The old wily veteran, Brendan Crawford Spadoni.
Old man.
How about those guts coming around to third base, getting the Giants started there? They finally scratched the board. They were down 2-0, looking lifeless. But once again, they rally again. They rally. What is that? Well, their 23rd or 24th come from behind. Victor, I saw a stat last night about it. We'll get that information corrected. But Giants win 4-2. They win 2 straight against the Diamondbacks. That's a big-time win, boys. Big-time wins for the Giants, and they can win 3 out of 4 today with they win, and then they get a much-deserved day off before taking on the Oakland A's. And, folks, August baseball is a lot of fun, as we say. Good morning to everybody getting out their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Of course, YouTube, what is happening? And Twitch, of course, we got a big announcement coming up at 7 o'clock.
Huge.
7 o'clock.
Can't wait.
Big money play. Money
time?
Money time! Money time! Not going to be playing that drop much longer. But
it's all
you know
right.
what?
We can
Money time! Money time! Get some usage out of
in
that,
loving
baby.
memory of Jordan Poole's Golden State Warriors career.
Oh my
there you go.
gosh. We did play that a lot.
Big
last
win
year.
for the Giants last night because at no worse can you get not a split in this series now,
Exactly.
Bonte. So that's huge. Then you got the A's coming up, not very good. They got pummeled against the Dodgers last night. And then you got the Angels, who I don't know if you saw Lucas Giolito yesterday, Bonte.
Yeah.
3 2/3, 9 runs. Not great. So you can get fat and happy. If you get this win today, win the series, then you go with the A's, you get the Angels, and you can go maybe on a little run here.
Well, think about it. 9-game homestand coming off that road trip where you lost 6 straight.
Yeah.
You're 5-6 on the road trip. Now you have a chance to improve to 7-2 on this 9-game homestand. So you're taking care of business at Oracle Park. By the way, Lucas Giolito, you just mentioned
Yikes.
him. I never got the hype about why Giants fans wanted him.
Yeah, I didn't know.
To me, it's just inconsistent. Look at Carlos Rodon. You see what he's doing in pinstripes? Yuck.
Not good.
Not good at all.
The only guy, and Lance Lynn, we were talking about him, he may have a renaissance here towards the end of the year because that's a guy whose stuff has matched throughout his career. Giolito feels like he's had maybe a couple stretches here and there with the White Sox, but never consistently as a guy like a Lance Lynn.
Never. But the Giants improved to 60-49, 32-24 at home. Logan Webb. How about Logan Webb, folks?
Huge.
7 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, 5 Ks. And Spadoni, down the stretch, Webb Day has to be win day.
Yeah.
Webb Day has to be win day.
I'm going to add Cobb in there, too. I'm going to add, those are your 2 guys that you need to rely on. And him going 7 innings yesterday, this bullpen was taxed, Bonte.
It was.
And Duvall getting a day off, much needed, and you still got that win the night before Shamanaya closing, and Duvall, he's automatic at this point, isn't he?
Yes,
he's
I
the
love
best
Duvall.
closer in all of baseball.
Ooh.
It's not, I know Batista. I know he's good.
in Baltimore.
You said them get roughed up yesterday, and
4-1.
My guy Fuji lost the control there a little bit. 2 hit batters.
Look, I'm going to say Duvall's doing his thing.
By the way, Felix Batista, I didn't realize he was 6'8".
Yeah.
His nickname's the Mountain.
I think his ERA is under 1.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I'm still taking Duvall though.
Yeah, no,
the
you're
electricity.
not.
Yes, I am.
Don't be the homer. Look, I love
on.
Duvall. I believe Duvall has a chance to be the best closer in San Francisco Giants history. I really do.
Definitely the best stuff.
Best stuff. But when you look at the saves, and now he's tied for the major league lead when
Yes.
it comes to 32 saves, but Bautista has 29.
Okay.
Bautista has an 0.87 ERA.
Yeah, but you know what he did?
0.87.
You know what? Duvall didn't give up a run in the All-Star game. Batista did.
So,
All right.
So you want to check out some sick numbers?
Duvall won the All-Star game.
He did win the All-Star game.
Damn right, Sammy.
67 strikeouts, 50 innings pitched for Duvall. Bautista has 101 strikeouts in 51 2/3 of an inning.
It's a good little year.
There ain't nobody on planet Earth taking Duvall over Bautista. I could be the biggest homer in the world. I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
I'm
I like Duvall a lot too. I still probably would take Bautista.
It's fine.
Wow, that's a lot coming from London.
Well, the biggest,
That's not a knock on Duvall. If you're
It's not a knock.
second,
It's not a knock at all.
The most watched game all season long was that All-Star game, and one guy showed up, one didn't. That's all I need to say.
Spadoni, don't troll.
The
Too early.
bright lights aren't
It's
too
early.
bright for Camilo
It's too
Duvall. I'll
early.
tell you
You're
that.
losing credibility right now, Spadoni. You're losing credibility. But look, Logan Webb, major league leading 12 games of 7 or more innings pitched. And and 3 or fewer runs allowed. And you saw the run support. He's the lowest in the major leagues. They throw up the graphic on NBC Sports Bay Area. 3.24 ERA, 3.24 run support, 3.24 run
There you
support
go.
for Logan Webb. Let me get that out of there. As I saw that graphic pop up, and I was like, damn, he really is Matt Cain
That
right
is
now.
Matt Cain-esque.
That is Matt Cain-like. But the Giants now 93 of those games in which Logan Webb pitches at least 7 innings and gives up 3 or fewer runs. So a Bulldog-like performance. And again, Webb Day has to be win day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And listen, this stretch coming up here, it's a time to get fat and happy. And this Giants team, as long as and we're saying tread water. No, I'm not saying tread water anymore for the Giants. Get fat and happy here. Go on a little run because it's only going to get tougher after the A's and Angels. You got Bruce Bochy coming in town with the Rangers. They're stacked. Hell, maybe you see Scherzer again. You got the Rays coming into town. They have a tough series against the Yankees right now. Then you got the Braves. Phillies. It's starting to get exciting. I'm excited about baseball season right now because this is the time, Bonte.
No,
this separates the men from the boys.
No doubt.
This part of the year.
No doubt. The dog days of August, of course, and you see J.D. Davis with the go-ahead 2-run double there.
Huge.
In the 6th
God,
inning.
he's been clutch too, man.
You know, when
he's really been
You have
clutch.
a couple great candidates for the Willie Mack Award. Who won the Willie Mack last year? Because I thought Wilmer Flores should have won it, and I think he got
Wilmer
robbed.
Flores did win it last year.
Did Wilmer win it last year? Okay.
Should win it this year.
All right.
maybe,
Well,
too.
Wilmer Flores is a consideration from back-to-back, but you got to think that J.D. Davis may be on that list. 2 for 4 yesterday. Yeah, he's only batting .260, but the 54 RBIs, clutch hit for him. I saw that he had it was a crazy stat with him. He leads the majors in like first pitch hits.
Wow.
First pitch hits in the first pitch
Aggressive.
of that bat. He's very aggressive there. So got to tinker that scouting report if your other teams facing J.D. Davis. But look, a big win for them. They're 60-49. They remain 2.5 back of the Dodgers. However, the one thing to look at when it comes to the Dodgers, 4 back in the loss column. That's what I look at. 4 back in the loss column. So Dodgers have some. They can make up some ground and increase that lead with some games played there. I guess they have some doubleheaders coming up here, but they're 3 games up on the Arizona Diamondbacks.
That's big.
Getting some separation there. And then the Philadelphia Phillies blow one last night in Miami.
That was
up a game.
That was a fun game. I don't know
Very
if you
fun
saw it.
game.
That was really cool. Back and forth, division rivals. That was really fun to watch. Miami, I keep expecting them to fade away. They just won't.
They needed
They
that
won't.
win.
They needed it bad.
They needed that win.
They've been 5-5 in their last 10. Philly's been hot. So, man, this is an exciting race. You got the Cubs that are surging. You got the Diamondbacks. Cubs, again, they're just destroying the Reds. Like, these are the games in August, early August, that teams are going to start fading, and you're going to start seeing the rise of other ones. Might be the Cubs, might be that sneaky team. Padres, they've won 2 now in Colorado. Can they go on a little run here? You're going to face them at the end of this month. So lots of different matchups to look at. It's not quite scoreboard watching yet, but you're keeping an eye out. You're peeping.
Every now and then you're kind of glancing over. You're looking, okay, what's the Dodgers doing? What's the Diamondbacks doing?
What's going on there?
What's going on with the Brew Crew? The Phillies are losing again. Diamondbacks fading away. And look, this is a big game tonight. Today, I should say. Today, day game here, getaway day. And the Giants get a much-deserved day off after today. Scott Alexander, the opener for today. The opener. Then we'll see how they patchwork this bad boy today against the Diamondbacks. But look, man.
The off day will be huge tomorrow for them. They need it. They need this off day.
When's the last time they had an off day?
Yeah, it's true.
It's been a while since before the Pittsburgh series. I think they played the entire 11-game road trip.
Well, because they had the makeup game in Detroit.
The makeup game in Detroit, which was a scheduled off day. So they don't get that off day. Then they go straight into the homestand.
Was it the All-Star break?
I think, the All-Star break.
So the last off day was the 27th between the A's and Red Sox
There
series.
you
That was
go.
a home
Okay,
off day.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Has been that. But other than that's been their only off day since coming out of the All-Star
So
break.
they need this.
Yeah, they need this. You can reset the bullpen. You get some fresh. The bats get some rest,
Yes.
too.
Go
'Cause
have
the bats
fun.
have not been hitting.
Hang out Friday night. Go watch
Right.
Barbie, Oppenheimer. Send a text to your teammates,
Yeah, you look at the last 6 games, they scored. They haven't scored much. 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 4. So the bats are scuffling a little bit here, and we know about the month of July that they were scuffling
But they're getting the wins with them. That's important.
wins are important.
Because you expect at one point the pendulum to swing back to where the bats are, because they've been streaky all year, Bonte.
Yep.
They've been hot and cold. Shout out Katy Perry. So we'll see if it swings back when you're going up against these big boy teams. Right now, and I'm saying fat and happy because the A's, they're one of the worst teams in baseball. So you need to win this little mini series down in Oakland. There'll be some emotion tied to it. It's a rivalry game for them. It'll be fun. But then the Angels, I'm looking at the Angels. They're okay. They're lingering too in the AL, but they're 56-53. We'll see with them. I'm not sure if they're scheduled to face Shohei Ohtani or not.
They are. Yeah, the last game of that series, Wednesday, August 9th.
That'll be must-see TV right there. Ooh, that might be a sneaky Sunday Night Baseball candidate right there.
No, that's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday series.
Check that.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
You're right. No, that's the A's. Okay, this is, you're right.
A's Giants is Sunday, though.
My fault.
Yeah, we know A's Giants will not be on Sunday Night Baseball. Then the next week you get Texas. Texas next weekend. You get Bruce Bochy back in town managing the Texas Rangers, who made a lot of deals at the deadline.
That's the one I was thinking. That could be a Sunday Night Baseball candidate. Is the Texas one, because that's Bochy's reunion. Like that's going to be a little special, right? Like, and I wonder how Giants fans, as we get closer to that, feel about the success Bruce Bochy's having over there. I think it felt like it was time for a lot of fans that maybe there's just a mutual parting of ways with this new philosophy, new regime coming in. Out with Brian Sabian, Bruce Bochy, all these guys, Bobby Evans, in with Farhan, Gabe Kapler. That's going to be an interesting one to monitor as we move forward here in the month of August.
Speaking of Farhan Zaidi, where are you at with Farhan?
Part of me, and I said this to Sam when I walked into it, I was like, this is really awesome that the Giants are winning right now. This is great. But I feel like this is a team that can make the playoffs, and if they added something at the deadline, like I feel way more confident about it. Like the more they keep winning, the more I'm like, damn it, Farhan.
Yeah.
Why don't you get something?
Yeah.
Come on. Like just at least someone, maybe a Hernandez, maybe someone like, I just look around the league. I feel like it was more of salary dumping, if anything. It wasn't like people were giving up major prospects. I know a couple of top fives here, like Houston, for example. What'd they give up? Their best prospector is 19 years old.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even top 100 in baseball. It was basically a salary dump.
They said that guy's going to be legit, though.
Maybe.
But
we'll
see.
But if you're
Mets
Houston,
are still holding on to like $35 million of Verlander's contract, so I mean, not that much of a dump.
No, exactly. But like at the same time, what is it? Still 25, 26 they're taking on. So it's like something like that. And I know Verlander maybe wasn't the end all be all, but just someone. Because when I see him winning, I'm just like, damn. You would have liked to see, like, if you're the clubhouse, maybe like, really, you don't believe in us, right? Is that what it signals, or you believe in them that strongly?
Or the clubhouse is like, oh, he doesn't think we need anything. He believes in us.
Okay.
He believes in us. Let's go.
Maybe.
Well, you look at our boy Alex in Atlanta. Confidence very low.
Love Alex.
Farhan Zaidi. Daryl Archie. What up, Daryl? Out on bargain brand Farhan.
Yeah.
I think you should buy Safeway Select soda.
I love Safeway Select. Shout out, remember back in the day they used to have like the off-brand stuff, Dr. Skipper instead of Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, it used to be like 35-6.
Oh yeah, it's the best. Come on, man. But I think a lot of people are feeling like how I'm feeling. It's like, hey man, until we get a big name in here, whether you're trading for them or going into the hot stove, I'm going to be skeptical.
Yeah,
I think that's just where a lot of fans are right now, and rightfully so. Well, even with these young guys playing well, Bonte, it still feels like the last little piece of the puzzle for Farhan Zaidi's GM tenure, president of baseball operations, whatever you want to say. It feels like it's getting that one big fish, whoever it is, someone. Like, because the Mitch Hanigers and Confortos, it's fine. It's just that one little piece left of that puzzle that fans are still wanting. And I understand, because listen, what separates you from the A's at this point of the Moneyball era, right? Because
what separates is wins.
Wins.
Well, that's fine. Well, no, I'm saying the Moneyball teams that were winning.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. But what we were promised was, a lot of people were telling me, oh, this isn't going to be the A's. We have a payroll.
Well,
we're going to get the big guys.
The A's would never have a $183 million payroll.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Because this is the team that has a $183 million payroll.
Right.
And I'm liking them to a team that had a $50 million payroll and putting the same exact output.
They haven't spent wisely. I get that. But let's put some things in perspective, though. And I can't believe I'm doing this. Patrick Bailey, Farhan.
Okay.
All right. J.D. Davis, you make the sneaky trade. Darren Ruff for J.D. Davis, not bad.
Okay.
You find Lamont Wade Jr., who had a big home run 2 nights ago. It's been, when healthy, a solid Giant. Wilmer Flores has been brought over.
Yes.
Not bad, right? Not bad. You traded for Yastrzemski. Look, you can say what you want about Yastrzemski, but he's been a very serviceable outfielder for this team. Could play multiple positions, right, left, center. He's been solid. You've got some guys here. Now you got Luciano coming up. Now you got Casey Schmidt coming up. He's on the big league team, and I know he's not playing right now. Luis Matos, you helped develop him. He's now up here. You talk about some of the pitchers here, the Rogers brothers. They've been steady in the bullpen. They've been really, really good.
Yeah.
I thought Rogers was a bum 3 years ago. This guy is one of the best relievers in
He's made some
baseball.
great acquisitions.
He's made some great acquisitions. So considering that they're missing out on all these free agents, they're missing out on all these big stars, and you're still able to be competitive.
Yes.
Listen.
But go ahead.
Farhan, the verdict is still out on him. I want to see him bring in some big fish. I don't like this philosophy. I don't like platooning. I don't like the openers or whatnot. But you know what? Considering what they have, I'm going to say, you know what? Farhan at this deadline, he won without doing anything.
Well,
he didn't make a move just to make a move.
I'm just going to be interested to see. And if they do make the playoffs or if they don't, I do think the season would be a disappointment if they don't make the playoffs. But I understand the rationale where you saw a lot of young guys and young improvement. But I'm going to be very interested to see going forward, because the problem with the A's was, and I'm comparing them to them because Farhan's a Billy Beane disciple. He's bringing in this type of philosophy. A Moneyball type of team, platoon type.
Oh, I don't like
They've
it.
never won in the playoffs, Bonte.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I know the Rays have been there.
They haven't won
But
yet.
the cream always rises is my thing. You got to lean on the studs. And the thing that separated the Dodgers against the Rays in that World Series, and I get it. You want to compare them. It was a COVID year, whatever. You don't want to give them credit for that.
They were stacked.
Whatever.
They were stacked.
And ultimately, the cream rose. The Cody Bellingers, that sort of stuff. And ultimately not leaving Blake Snell. And I don't know what the hell Kevin Cash was thinking there. That was one of the most boneheaded moves in World Series history. But that's what I'm saying. You got to have at least some of these dudes in free agency or trade for them. And that's the last key for me, because I've just seen it time in and time out. The platoon thing come playoff time doesn't work. And I understand the World Series.
No, it doesn't work.
World
It doesn't
Series
work.
may not be the aspirations this season for the team.
Trust me, I'm out on the platooning.
Okay.
I mean, you're taking guys out. You're pulling Michael Conforto mid-game. You're pulling Marco Lucio. We've seen it all season long. They're pulling guys left and right. You're subbing. And Shama and I had a quote yesterday on Willard the Dibs where he basically said, I don't know if I'm going to start again. I don't know if I'm coming out the bullpen. I'm just pitching. I really don't know what my role is. And I wonder how many players on that roster, because we've heard Alex Wood complain about it. Yeah. You heard Ryan Walker early on saying, I don't like this opener thing. I don't want to do it. Brebby is still out from opening so much. His lat was shot. I wonder how many players are looking around the league saying, boy, the Giants, hey, am I going to get 4 at-bats in the game?
Yeah.
Am I going to start if I'm a pitcher coming over? Am I going to open? Am I going to be out the pin? So, no, listen. I don't like the philosophy. I want to line up like the Braves, like the Texas Rangers, like the Astros. I want to know who my 1 through 5, my 1 through 6 is every single day.
Yeah.
I want guys in that lineup. The Dodgers, Mookie Betts is going to be at the top of the lineup. Will Smith is going to be batting third behind Freddie Freeman. Max Muncy is going to clean up behind him alongside J.D. Davis. That's what I want.
Yes.
And I know those guys are going to play throughout the game. They can hit righties. They can hit lefties. It does not matter. I hate platooning. But you know what? With this deadline, I'm saying to myself, you know what, Farhan? He was smart to read the room saying, we may make the playoffs, but gutting my farm system, the thing that I've tried to build, because I can't attract a big name free agent. I had to try to find a homegrown star. I had to try to develop the homegrown star. Let me not do anything at the deadline. And you know what? I'm not mad at that. I'm not going to complain about that one.
Okay. All right. Well, the more they win, the more it's in the back of my mind. Like, man, you couldn't add someone here, but we can pick it up on the other side.
Yeah, let's pick it up on the other side here. Spadoni in for Shasky, doing a hell of a job. The segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Got some fun guests coming up on the show today. We'll reveal after the break, and that's what's coming up. Sponsored by 7-Eleven.
A small blue raspberry Slurpee drink from
Ooh.
Funky. Speaking of funk.
Sounds like I need or it looks like I need candles, incense or something with this. You know?
Okay. I hate incense.
It depends.
The smell's very strong, and I don't know if you've seen my nose on Twitch and YouTube right now. It's quite large. So extra smelling there, yes. The nose is real, and it's spectacular. Yeah. There you go.
Fit a Titanic up in there.
There you go. When I do the backstroke in the ocean, they say shark, shark. I get it. I've heard it all. Got 5 older brothers, Bonte. I've heard it all. Text line, do your worst.
Play, cocaine's happening.
Cocaine's happening. When does that crack? That's an all-time. I just think about that sometimes randomly when people do stupid stuff. That drop is in the back of my mind every single time. Thank you. R.I.P. I've been watching a bunch of Dave Chappelle clips. Oh, man. Charlie Murphy, all-time. Rest in peace.
Yeah, Chappelle show. Chappelle
all-time.
Chappelle show. Walked away from $40 million. Eric Crocker's going to join us at 8:30.
People said he was crazy.
He was great. Yeah. Well, he made up for that money.
He did.
Eric Crocker's going to join us 8:30. Crockpot on Twitter.
Love him.
He's
great.
Love Crockpot.
Former NFL DB.
Yeah, former NFL DB, Arena League DB out of Stockton. He's working with everybody. Underdog Fantasy, gambling website, part of the Locked On 49ers podcast.
Oh, yeah.
He's everywhere. He actually won.
Him and Brian Peacock crushing
him and Brian Peacock. Peacock. Damn it. I need some coffee. Crocker actually won the bracket for, I guess somebody made a 49ers media bracket. The most insightful.
I remember that.
Remember that? I made
was you for Shasky in the first round, I remember.
Yeah, I smoked him.
Was that Stats on Fire?
Yeah.
Who made that? Yeah.
Stats on Fire.
There you go.
I've been hearing from him. He's boy, thank God the Niners had a day off of practice yesterday.
We needed it. I think everyone as a station needed it. But
Adam Schefter.
Oh boy, according to sources,
Adam Schefter on Pat McAfee show says some things that had 49ers Twitter buzzing yesterday. It was buzzing a lot. Kyle Nelson, reliever for the Diamondbacks, but city native. We're going to get him back on the show. He's a fan of the show. Went to Galileo High School. We had him on last season. He's pitching really well for the Diamondbacks. He is. And he got to pitch at Oracle Park this week. So we'll talk to him at 9:20. But you wanted to ask me something about the Giants, Padoni.
I did want to ask you something about them. We were talking about the platooning last segment and stuff like that, and I get it. I don't think this is a long-term answer for them. It's just something they need to manufacture because they got a lot of injuries. Right. I understand it. It's not great. But if we were just to go up and down the depth chart right now, what everyday players do you feel comfortable? Like, we were talking about the Braves. I just want someone I could plug and play every single day. I look at the Dodgers. I look at the Rangers, the Braves. They got the Olsons, the Murphys, the Simeons, the Seagers, Betts. You want that kind of consistency. When I look at this Giants team, when you look at this Giants team, Bonte, who are those guys that you say, you know what, they should be playing every single day?
Luis Matos.
Okay.
J.D. Davis. I'm cool with Patrick Bailey playing every day.
He's so damn good. You have to. Defensively, he's been the best in the league since coming up.
I've got to play him. I'm kind of leaning towards Tyro Estrada when he gets back.
Yes, the way he's been playing, you kind of have to.
I don't mind it.
Now, if he comes back and it still looks not the same, maybe you change, but I think he's earned that this season with how he's played.
Marco Luciano needs to play every day, no matter what.
That's why it was so frustrating to see him get optioned down.
No matter what.
Yeah.
He needs to be in that lineup.
Yeah.
For the money I'm paying Mitch Haniger, he needs to play every single day when he gets back. He needs to be in that lineup. So it doesn't sound sexy, but come on. Give me some everyday players.
Okay.
All right, Jock Peterson can't hit lefties. I get it. Platoon him.
Still paying him, what, $20 million?
$19.6 million to be a part-time player.
It is what it is, I guess, in this day and age.
Michael Conforto, the money I'm paying him, he's got to play every day.
Yeah.
I'm going to see him every day in that lineup.
Yeah.
So, platooning, does it work? I guess it can. It's got the Giants to this point. It's working, but we're all waiting for things to come back down to earth, right? We're all waiting for that regression.
Yeah.
Especially with the way they've handled the pitching staff. You know, the bullpen. The bullpen has the best ERA in baseball.
Which is wild.
Wild. But they've also thrown the most innings in baseball.
It's pretty crazy because coming into the year, what was the narrative? It's like, oh, this is going to be the greatest starting lineup in the most depth, the starting rotation. Oh, my goodness. And then this bullpen, I don't know. And then it's the opposite. Yeah. It's like we trust two starters and maybe Ross Stripling lately, but it's mainly been Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, and a bunch of other pieces.
Conrad, this is an interesting one. Lamont Wade Jr., is he an everyday player? Can you put him in the lineup every single day? If a lefty's on the mound, can you throw him in there?
I would have said yes a month ago, maybe. But lately, he's just been struggling. Like, he went 0 for 5 the other day. He's been clutch. He had a home run the other night. He's been playing pretty well, but...
Lamont Wade Jr., remember 2021 when they won 107 games?
Yeah, I was at the Coliseum when he had a clutch home run and when they played him.
But remember his averages against lefties? It was like historically bad, right?
It wasn't good.
He had like 3 hits, I think, against lefties.
I remember that against the Dodgers, he almost had one, though. Did he almost have a home run? He just missed it. It was foul ball. Man, he was so good. Late night Lamont, man. And he showed that like early in this first half of this year. We're just like, man, this guy, if the NL wasn't so stacked at first baseman, we're talking about an all-star kind of a year.
Right.
But to your point, yeah, the last month or so, just been fading badly.
So Lamont Wade Jr., I'm going to look at his splits here. 2021 against lefties here, and he had 18 home runs. Lamont Wade Jr., where are you at? Where are you at? Wilmer Flores, everyday player?
I mean, he's been playing well, but is part of that because he does get days off, and they're keeping him load managed, and he keeps playing this way. Why change anything?
Yeah.
Because if you insert him now every day and he starts fading down, maybe it's just like, okay, what we were doing was right. Like, don't mess with the good thing. Mm-hmm. Maybe what we have in a good thing in Wilmer Flores.
If you had to ride with like Flores or Jock every day in the DH spot, yeah, I'm going with Flores every day there. And I also want to touch on Bailey really quick. I agree. I would like to see him in the lineup every day, but I feel like just the fact that he's the catcher, how demanding that position is. I think, was it like Fleming said it and Kapler said it too? Like, when they aren't playing Bailey, it's not because they're trying to keep him out of a bad matchup. It's because they got to keep the dude's legs fresh as the catcher. So I think that's... Yeah, I don't know if I put that as the same as platooning, but I mean, yeah, I do want to see Bailey in the lineup every day.
You got to find him rest. He hasn't played this deep into a season, or he has, but not like this. With this type of intensity against major league talent, you do worry about him burning out at some point.
Yeah.
By the way, him throwing out runners, I don't know if he's going to be eligible for the Gold Glove, but that is pretty damn impressive. And teams continue to run on him.
It's like, since coming up, he has 6 more, I think, put out or throwouts. The next guy, which is Shea Langoliers, who leads the league like 28 or 29, something ridiculous. But Patrick Bailey coming in just a few months ago and already being the best defensive catcher in baseball. I'm not gonna say it's unheard of, but a few guys can do that. Like defensive catchers, like I think of the past 20 years, the best probably Yadi Molina, right? Outside Buster's up there. Who else? Is Joe Mauer known defensively as that good? More of a bat, right, with Joe Mauer.
Right.
I'm trying to think of some other ones. Help me out here, 888-957-9570. But I haven't seen this since probably Yachty early on.
I'm looking at Lamont Wade Jr. splits versus lefties. 58 at-bats this year against lefties, 238 against righties, 13 hits, 58 at-bats, 224 average. The OPS is 631. So here's your answer there. In 2021, those splits were really rough. I got to pull this up because I remember it was bad. Oh, yeah, here it is. He didn't really play against lefties. 5 hits and 37 at-bats, 135 batting average, 389 OPS, 200 on-base percentage. So, yeah, he's not a guy who's going to bat against lefties.
No, not good. That's not good. So we're talking about right now, if you're just joining us, about guys you would like to see every single day as it pertains to the San Francisco Giants lineup. And I think it is. I think it's Bailey's. It's, the Matoses of the world. And, I'm not mad at Wilmer Flores. Just give him a shot.
It is impressive, though, as they improved to 5-5 against the Diamondbacks with 3 to play against the D-backs. Giants 51-13 when they score at least 4 runs in a game.
That's wild. When Big John came in, I saw the stat that Sam Lubman put on this rundown here, and it's a great rundown, Sammy. 51-13 when they score 4. That is.
Big John was happy to get that stat away.
He was.
It's JT now, guys.
Oh, yeah, JT.
Wow.
Who's a talk guy, not a text guy.
His birthday tomorrow, by the way.
Is it really?
It's his big 3-4, Johnny?
No, big 2-5.
Come on.
Name the age, subtract 10 years.
No. That's. I don't want to get into men versus women here. Men don't usually care about the age.
Guru does.
Let's just say it's around 30.
Guru has more problems to worry about than his age right now. Specifically Las Vegas.
So Big John's going to be out tomorrow. You taking a day off for your birthday?
I am. I'm going up to Chico, back to the old stomping grounds. Going to go golfing and float the river, and then also get into a little bit of debauchery.
Is that all you're doing in Chico? Yeah.
That's all I'm doing that I'm going to say over these airwaves.
Are people starting to move back to like college right now? It's August 3rd, so maybe it's a little too soon, a couple weeks too early. Do people start trickling in up there?
Yeah. Next couple weeks.
Yeah, he's shaking his head like, yes, they start.
Well, you're bringing the lovely misses up there, though, right?
Yeah, and a couple good buddies that have never been up there and their girls, so it should be an interesting time.
Shout out to lovely Tracy.
Yeah,
crushing
lovely
it.
Tracy. Yep. Psychology major, right?
Dude, that's
psychologist,
scary.
Psychologist,
doctor.
Does she analyze you, dude? Like that? I'm always worried about that if you're dating someone.
So we know who the breadwinner is.
Oh.
We know who the breadwinner is.
I don't typically have a conversation with her while I'm laying on the couch.
Okay, there you go. Different kind of conversation at that point.
Can she be the station therapist or psychologist?
I could talk to her.
That could be some big time money for her.
Hey, Kirk Cousins, the quarterback doc. That was a huge part of it.
Hey, you ever see Billions when they got the psychologist in a firm?
Mental health is key.
Tracy,
Bonte.
man, you imagine London sitting on the couch, laying on the couch with Tracy talking to him, and he's
she would have a field day.
Oh my gosh.
Farhan Zaidi.
Psychoanalyzing all of us.
Farhan Zaidi sitting on the lap.
Oh my God. That's actually a great idea. She could get,
I feel like she would quit that job after like 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie Hega's not paying much. Look. We don't have the budget.
What session with someone here at the station would be like the one where she's like, no, I can't do this. I got to get out of here.
We'll have that on the other side. We'll
Steiny
have
for
that
sure.
answer on the other side.
Oh my gosh. This is awesome. That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Are you facing legal troubles? Look no further than
like this.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Joe Spadoni.
Yes, sir.
Catch him on the pregame show from 5 to 6, but he's doing a great job filling in for Shasky this week. Spadoni holds his own, although he does love Kirk Cousins. We don't need to get into that.
Don't love him.
I see some Messi stuff on the YouTube chat. Messi doing his thing. 5 goals in 3 games.
He's so good.
And Miami's still in last place.
No, they're horrible, but they are undefeated since Lionel Messi has joined the team. So it is what it is. The all pinks, by the way, the jerseys for Miami FC, they're quickly becoming my favorite in all of sports.
It's a good uniform.
But it's very unique to that city only.
Yeah.
Like you can't be coming in with the all pinks like Buffalo, Kansas City, Buffalo. It's just not going to work. And I think it like Breast Cancer Awareness Month, like that's really cool.
Right.
How they do that, how they highlight that. That's really cool. Like that's fine for a month, but full time, Miami's has cornered the market on the color pink.
Inter Miami, they're rolling down there with Messi, even though they're still the last.
Are
place.
you gonna next season when he comes to the Earthquake?
Oh yeah, I'm going to that game.
We're going to that, right?
I'm going to that game.
Come on,
my hell, I had Ted Remy, KCBS.
There we
voice
go.
Of the Quakes.
Okay.
Yo, Ted, what's up, baby?
Dude,
by the way, Ted's going to be on that soda diet soon.
SOTAweightloss.com?
Yeah, he's going to be on it. I had my bowl of cereal this morning.
What is it?
The Cocoa Puffs.
Okay.
Nice little cereal with some almond milk.
So what? It's not a workout program, right?
No, not a workout program. It's just about having a healthy lifestyle.
Oh, okay.
Eating at certain times. Not going crazy at the buffet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Having nice portions. And then not eating that junk food. Like I have my protein bar ready to go for 9/12.
Huge.
Caramel sea salt. Really, really good.
Oh, nice. Big sea salt caramel guy.
Really, really good.
Yes.
Protein and fiber bar. So
love them.
There
you go.
There we go.
Cutting calories, baby.
No, Tyler, I'm not starving. I feel good.
No, those protein bars good. They keep you full too, and they give you all the energy you need and the protein.
Last night for dinner, had a little bit of chicken, some broccoli, some quinoa.
Nice.
Boy, it was good.
I went to Jollibee yesterday. That's not on the SOTAweightloss.com.
Wait a minute. You went to... We had this conversation before.
I like Jollibee. Filipino food. Shout out my Filipinos out there.
You see my Filipino shirt.
I love it. See? There you go.
Shout out to El Sleepy Floyd for this one.
Yeah.
That's right. Lubbock's boy.
I can get one of those. I'm married to a Filipino. I'm married to a Filipino woman, so I think I should have one of those for her.
Listen, man. Filipino black folks, we all the same.
Oh my God.
I mean, I'm telling you, man, we all the same.
All the same.
we all
sure.
We're all 3 peas in a pot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Shout out Jollibee.
What's the third P?
I was hoping that just kind of flew away in the wind, you know?
Do they still do buffets, by the way? You mentioned,
I'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah, bet. Mia! I need the drops of the guru, all the stuff. That just needs help.
Fonte, help me.
Mia!
Spadoni, help me. What's the third P?
What are you doing calling?
What are you doing calling?
What's the third P? I've never been to a Jollibee in my life. We've had this conversation.
There's Alameda's gonna be opening up one soon. I saw it on the Google Maps. I was going because we went to the one in Hayward. But Alameda's gonna be opening one soon.
I'll be in Alameda soon.
There you go.
Because Alan Stiles keeps bugging me for this damn podcast in his new studio.
I saw E-Dog Evan Giddings was on there too.
He's in there. I guess Dibs is going. Guru.
I'm still waiting for the invite. It's all right.
Yeah,
I'm probably the closest one that lives.
He may not invite you.
I mean, I live in Alameda.
Oh,
see,
so
there you go.
It is what it is.
He's probably not calling you because
he'll have some Raider takes.
He took his reps here to what hurt.
No, he's good. No, he's been cheating on you guys, Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, that's
Dibs
move.
That's
a Dibs move. Big announcement coming up.
I can't wait.
7 minutes. Big announcement. Huge. By the way, ESPN right now. It's always on our screen. That and MLB Network.
Mark DeRosa looking good.
DeRosa does. He's in great shape.
A lovely Lauren Shahadi.
Yeah, they're all in great shape. Tim Hasselbeck doesn't look like he's in great shape.
He's looked the same the last 20 years, and he's had this angry scowl on his face for the last 20 years. A lot of negative takes from my guy, Tim Hasselbeck.
Yeah,
I liked Matt. Matt was much more positive.
Yeah, he was. Tim just is like a bitter backup quarterback. I never get it. He always looks angry.
Well, now I'm thinking about Matt had all the success, and he had all the shine, and you were not. We were actually talking about this off air. You were not a big Matt Hasselbeck guy because he just owned the 49ers, right?
Yeah, but he was good on TV. I like Matt.
Positive.
I like Matt.
Underrated quarterback career.
I thought
Matt
he was.
Hasselbeck.
I don't think he was a bad analyst at all.
No.
Tim, get rid of Tim.
I think they were making too much money. Now, unfortunately, Susie Colbert's gone now. I don't know if Randy Moss is still doing it. Steve Young, I think, is still there. That's the guy.
Steve Young's out.
Is he out?
Yeah, Steve Young's
So is Randy Moss.
Randy Moss gone too? So who's going to be their NFL countdown show?
Steve Young was the only reason I tuned in.
Who's going to be the NFL Sunday countdown show,
That's a great question.
Let me look that up.
888-957-9570.
So, Damian Woody, as we were looking at during the break, his bold proclamation of the NFL season, and Niner fans, do not throw up. Damian Woody said his bold proclamation was that Sam Darnold would lead the Niners to a Super Bowl.
Sam?
Damian Woody just said down on the Get Up, his bold proclamation was that Sam Darnold will lead the Niners to the Super Bowl.
I'm not mad at it. I don't think Niners fans would throw up. They'd be happy. Wouldn't you, Bonte? You were here yesterday saying, I'll root for Sam Darnold if he's in the NFC Championship.
For anybody.
You just want a damn Super Bowl. That's all you want.
I'll root for anybody.
And can you think of all the scenarios for the 49ers this season, Sam freaking Darnold, Mr. Seeing Ghosts, taking them to a Super Bowl? It's probably the most outrageous one, right? Like, as of all the long shots, that's got to be the longest.
Tim Hasselbeck, what did he say? Or was it Diane? No, Tim Hasselbeck saying that the Detroit Lions would make the NFC Championship game.
That's one.
Sam Darnold leading the 49ers to the Super Bowl. I could see it.
If all the people keep telling us he's only a coach away, a good coach away, and Kyle Shanahan unlocks some magic there, hey, listen, you're down at camp, and we'll get back to the Giants, and we have a huge announcement coming up in 4 minutes. Can't wait for that. But you're at camp. He's made some throws where you're like, you know what? I can see it.
Anticipation,
touch,
pocket presence at times, but that release is a little low, which Shask and Grant would talk about, and I noticed it too.
He's got a cannon, though, doesn't he?
He fumbles a lot in the pocket. We had our boy Bobby Rosinski on yesterday from the Afternoon Rush in Charlotte. He said turnovers is still a problem with Sam Darnold, so I'm not sure I'm going to agree with Woody on that one.
It's a bold prediction, in fairness. That's a bold prediction. It's a hot take.
That's a very hot take.
It's very hot. But you know what? Damian Woody?
All the Niner fans in the YouTube chat just rolled their eyes. 707 Xfinity Mobile text line. All I heard was Super Bowl. Yeah, Damian Woody said that Sam Darnold, his bold proclamation, that Sam Darnold will lead the Niners to the Super Bowl.
In fairness, it was a bold prediction segment, and that is a bold prediction. I'm not mad at that. What are some other bold predictions for Niner fans this year that you have? 888-957-9570, because that's probably the boldest. Is it, I don't know, Brandon Allen coming in and taking that QB2 job or QB3?
Let's pause. Calm down.
No? Is that too bold?
It's a little too bold.
Okay.
A little too spicy.
Too spicy for you?
Like Jollibee's.
It's
Even though I've never had Jollibee's.
I had the spicy chicken.
Jollibee's really good.
I liked it. The spicy chicken deluxe is a great sandwich. You put a little sriracha sauce on there too.
It's better
some
than Chick-fil-A?
jalapenos.
Yes.
I think so.
I will second
I think there's
Spidoni on Jollibee.
I think their
Jollibee
chicken
is legit.
sandwiches are. I think their chicken sandwiches
The
are.
way you were eating the Chick-fil-A when Susanna brought it in from Ceremony Chick-fil-A
that was free though. It's different. Free as you.
Sam
Free
took
always
sandwiches
tastes better.
home. The hell is he talking about? He was taking Chick-fil-A sandwiches home.
No, he
I was taking
not.
the sauces home. I was not taking the sandwiches home, okay? I'm taking the sauces. The sauces.
Shout out Chris Broussard, according to the sauces.
Jollibee is better than Chick-fil-A, though.
Yeah,
Like
I'm going to disagree on that one.
Well,
Like
they have the Filipino spaghetti there. Do you know what Filipino spaghetti is? It's not Italian spaghetti.
What is it?
It's basically like spaghetti noodles, but with banana ketchup and cut up hot dogs.
Wow.
And it's different. It's sweet. I'm not mad at it, but that was a culture shock when I came into a Filipino household and they're like, "Oh, you're Italian. Have you had Filipino spaghetti?" I was like, "Oh, what is that?"
Sausage guy.
You know what?
Like Xavier said, you too, you're a sausage guy.
I am a sausage guy.
All right, so
Italian, Polish,
the bold predictions are
German.
rolling in. SFA drummer Christian McCaffrey go for 1,000. Tyler Miller, CMC runs for 2K, carries Trey in the squad to a Super Bowl title. That's a bold prediction.
Hey, CMC winning the MVP, that's a good bold prediction.
I like that.
I like
what are the
that
odds
one.
on that? I need to look at the odds of that
because he is going to have some touches in this offense, and he's going to have some games. Like, we were scared off Christian McCaffrey the last few years, fantasy-wise, Bonte.
Right.
He's going number one this year,
No,
right?
he is, no doubt.
I had the number one overall pick last year, and I had to take Jonathan Taylor, and I hated it. I hated it.
That's rough.
I hated it. Like, you had to, though, right?
Yeah, I guess you did. 49er minded. Drake Jackson, 10 sacks.
Wow. The emergence of a second guy behind Nick Bosa, because you know what you're going to get from Nick Bosa. Well, at least you hope you do if he signed with the team. Because I would expect he's coming in shape, right? There's no concern about Nick Bosa not coming into training camp in shape or week one whenever he eventually comes in. Because he's not coming in until he gets that contract. Right. But yeah, Drake Jackson coming through. Cleve Ferrell having a resurgence.
Here's my bold prediction. Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel go for 1,000 yards.
Wow.
Receiving. 2,000-yard receivers for the 49ers. First time since T.O. and Jerry Rice.
Man. Who's going to be throwing it to him? That's the question.
Well, could be who's who.
Sam Darnold?
Yeah. How about this bold prediction? Bold proclamation. South San Francisco Eddie, 22. What up, baby? Kinlaw plays all 17 games this season.
That'd be huge. If Kinlaw even does anything, that would be massive for this team, right?
Yep.
Hargrave?
Yep.
Could he have a Chris Jones type of season a la Kansas City last year? That's going to be interesting. I want to, because the Hall of Fame games tonight, and I want to, and we have a huge announcement coming up here in a second. I want to get into a little bit later some of the big storylines outside of this market as it pertains to the NFL, because there's a lot of juicy ones.
There is. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, as you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, just log on and search 95.7 The Game and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Now, we got a huge announcement. Do we got any jingle? We got any background music?
There's a drum roll. Go to Spadoni Cuts. I'm putting you on the spot here, John. If you go to Spadoni Cuts, there's a drum roll somewhere in there, top middle section. And for those of you who don't know what the hell I'm talking about, when we're back there running the board and stuff like that, we have all these little buttons called hotkeys. And that's what I play to hit the drops. There's different page names. There's Spadoni Beds, Spadoni Cuts. If Spadoni isn't here, there's a lot of different stuff.
Maybe I'll pull it up. Because I see the boys struggling over here. I see them struggle a little bit. It's no fault on their own. There's a lot of hot keys here. A lot of hot keys on the board.
It's a lot. It's an awful lot. In the new studio, I will have access to all of these. This particular station I'm in does not have access to them. The one where Bonte's sitting, the one to the
Spadoni Cuts, right?
I did.
And what column is the drum roll in?
It's like top middle section. If you should say, it should be in gray, I believe. It says drum roll. I know it's tough. It should be in gray though, somewhere over there.
I see this.
There it is. What's the announcement?
The announcement is we need to thank YouTube and Twitch for this.
Oh yeah,
because the audience on YouTube and Twitch have been phenomenal. They have been awesome, and because of them, we at 95.7 The Game are super excited to announce that First NorCal Credit Union is now the official sponsor of 95.7 The Game's YouTube and Twitch pages. Yeah, give me a, yeah. There we go. Our friends at First NorCal Credit Union are a longtime partner, and if you're wondering where a credit union is all about, we'll fill you in. First, NorCal Credit Union is a cooperative financial institution helping members achieve their financial goals since 1949. They offer a wide variety of products and services backed by their commitment to the credit union philosophy. People helping people. So roasters, if you need an auto loan, a home loan, a checking, a savings account, or much, much more, check out First NorCal Credit Union. And shout out to Greg and David at First NorCal Credit Union. Again, check them out, firstnorcalcu.org. So if you haven't yet, head over to our YouTube and Twitch page. Check out all the cool exclusive things we're doing all over there. All powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Greg and David, welcome to the squad. It's all because of YouTube and Twitch.
Hell yeah.
They should get a cut.
They have a huge part of this station. The emergence of Twitch and YouTube here at 95.7 The Game, it's changed the game. 95.7 The Game, that is. It's been massive. The Tyler Millers of the world, the Nicole Diaz, the Drew Downs, Austin and Bay Area, even you, all you guys.
San Jose.
Austin Bay Area calls.
Yeah.
Austin and San Jose as well. Even,
and also, listen, JMC_1982. You know, I can't stand his ass half the time.
Seth Wiley, are we going to give him a shout out as well?
Forget Seth Wiley. Screw him. Screw Philadelphia.
I'm sorry.
Seth Wiley.
We both got triggered yesterday.
So according to Caesars, Christian McCaffrey is plus 8,000 to win the MVP. Ooh. So for every $100 you bet, you would win $8,000.
Maybe I'll wait until a little longer.
Yeah.
I'll wait a little bit.
$10, $800.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's not a bad bet.
I thought he'd have more.
But the quarterbacks are getting the MVPs.
Yeah. Who's the last one to win MVP as a running back? Adrian Peterson?
Yep.
Because Derrick Henry's never won one, right? Correct? Or has he? 888-957-9570. Derrick.
Big John looking up MVPs right now.
There we go. It is crazy, the de-evolution.
Adrian Peterson, 2012.
There we go. AP. God,
2 Gs.
11 years, Bonte. Almost the same amount of time since the Jets have been back to the playoffs.
Derrick Henry should have won MVP. He should have won MVP.
Shouldn't have won the Heisman.
Right.
That was Christian McCaffrey.
You should have quarterback of the year, running back of the year, offensive player of the year. They've got to tinker with the awards in the NFL.
I think they kind of do, though, now, right? I remember Josh Jacobs won the inaugural one last year. It's the Barry Sanders Award, I think.
like
so
that.
They give the best running back at the honors of the event or whatever like that. But, man, running
People
back.
asking for loans. Loans for the Super Chat. They want a loan for the Super Chat for First NorCal Credit Union.
They'll help you out. Hit them up. Greg and David, man.
You need a loan for a Super Chat? You probably shouldn't be Super Chatting.
No, you probably shouldn't. We'll take it, though. We'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will take it. I need a loan. Home
Do you?
loans. Actually, I'm doing all right. I don't need
Doing
a
all
loan
right?
right now. I'm not trying to pay nobody back.
Come on, man. Hawaii, a little pricey. It's all right.
You know, those credit unions have great rates.
There you go. John knows
Phenomenal
all
rates.
about them. John knows
Phenomenal
all.
rates. I've been part of credit unions for a long, long time.
That was one of the oldest adult things I've ever heard. Those credit unions,
do.
boy, I got to tell you, Bonte.
Great rates.
Those are some great rates.
Great rates.
Those finances, boy, I'll tell you.
Oh man.
My God. There are moments when I'm like, man, I'm becoming my own father. Or just you become like the dad you grew up watching on a TV show on a sitcom. Or it's just like, no, you can't have that cookie. Not until you finish your dinner.
Yep.
It's just like, oh my God. I feel horrible. At the same time, I was like, am I not the cool dad anymore? But then there's the moments where it's just like, hey dad, I think you're really cool. And it's like, thanks, son. I appreciate it. You're the only one, because Lord knows your mother does not think I'm cool anymore.
When I joined back in the day, and I'm no longer part of that credit union, but the San Francisco Credit Union, remember when I did it, my mom was so jacked up. Son, your grandfather was part of this credit union for over 30 years. It's such an honor to see you part of this credit union. So I was like, dude, it's just a bank.
Straight up. It's not,
Mom, relax.
It's not that big of a deal. It's not that. But it is a big deal if you join First NorCal Credit Union.
Right.
That's a big deal there.
You know what? And I'm glad we made the announcement without Shasky, so they need to be telling us about APR rates and Charles Schwab and finances and everything like that. Become a First NorCal Credit Union, man. They're really cool.
Many crossovers have been about finances and subsidies regarding San Francisco districts, all that sort of stuff. Goes over my head, but my God, he likes to talk about it. Maybe you should have a podcast, financial podcast.
Big John.
There you go.
He's got a business podcast.
Huge.
Big John. Or JT, we should say. JT.
John Thomas, as I call him. We're tight.
FirstNorCalCU.org. Check out their rates. Check out their credit union. Again, FirstNorCalCU.org.
I love it. It's a big announcement. You know what? No, but seriously.
Sponsorship.
YouTube has been massive for us as a station. It's been huge. I love the guys hitting me up. Just to have my picture up on the screen with 95.7 the game in the background, you guys talking to me, it's been awesome. I love all you guys out there.
I love it.
Even the haters, they fuel me.
Yep. They
Shout out Kevin Durant.
Trust me. Tyler Jennings, Golden One is elite, home of the Kings. Well, that name's going to get changed soon because Golden One's about to go down. It's about to sink.
I will say,
Sacktown.
I went to the California Classic up there with Young Benjamin, hooked up with Daryl the Guru Johnson, Little Daryl. That arena's sick. It's pretty cool. It's not Chase, because the access of Chase it's a lot easier to go across the bridge and go there. And I'm definitely, and the schedule was released for preseason yesterday.
It was. We'll read that in a second here. It is some bobblehead days.
Ooh,
got some bobbleheads coming too. We get to see Victor Wembanyama in the last preseason game at Chase Center, if he does play in it.
If he does, yeah, that's the thing. I was actually pretty disappointed he wasn't playing in the Cali Classic. I was going up there that day. I was going to see Brandon Miller and stuff like that too.
Right. Shasky would start 650. Somebody above a text like Shasky would start talking about credit scores.
He would. FICO.
You got a good credit score, B?
What's your FICO? Yeah.
My FICO? None of your business.
None
but
of
it's
your damn business.
It's pretty good.
It's healthy, right?
It's
there's a
very
little barometer that it has.
Very healthy.
I just go on Discover. They have that.
I can't believe how healthy it is. I'm really shocked. Our boy Duke. Shout out to Duke.
In the
When's
city?
Duke coming to? Yeah, Duke in the city. You come to the studio soon. His bold proclamation: 2,000-yard rushers. Ooh. CMC and Elijah Mitchell.
Well, I just got to stay healthy.
Y'all boy Duke from the city. Great show, Tay and spaghetti, man.
Oh, I think
spaghetti.
It's spaghetti. There
Spaghetti,
you go.
man.
I've gotten spaghetti a lot. No offense there. Spaghetti. I love
spaghetti.
that.
I kind of like spaghetti.
It's actually pretty sick. Bugatti, Spadoni. I like that. That's one of the few ones I like. I got Spinozzi earlier, too. There you go. All the nose jokes. Get them out.
Oh, my God.
Went to an all-guys Catholic school, 5 older brothers.
All-guys Catholic school? How was that?
All-guys Catholic school? It's actually, Palma High School, shout out Salinas, California. We grow everything out there. Shout out the Fields.
What do you mean grow everything?
We grow everything. Like in America, we grow everything out there.
So like
lettuce, marijuana, spinach, everything. We call it's the salad bowl of America is what they call it. But Palma High School in Salinas is a private Catholic school. Was all boys. Now it's going co-ed. Just recently announced. So shout out them.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
Jade and I met. She went to the all-girls school, Notre Dame, a few blocks down, and we met on the bus over there.
Wow.
There you go.
Damn.
Loved you ever since, honey, if you're listening.
Damn.
Well, technically, we met in a middle school dance, but that doesn't sound as good.
No, that does sound good. What song?
Oh, God. It was probably an Akon or T-Pain song.
So you guys started dancing with each other?
I don't think we danced that night. I think I was dancing with some other.
You just got a number?
Night. No, she was actually kind of weird. Per my best friend Keenan at the time. Sorry, Jade, I'm throwing you under the bus. He introduced, hey, Jade, this is Joe. This is my buddy. This is my best friend. He's like, and all this sort of stuff. And then Keenan pulls me aside. Yeah, she's kind of weird. You don't want to talk to her.
And then what happened?
And then we connected on the bus. And it was fun.
You guys took the bus home from the
bus.
dance?
We took the number 20 Monterey.
From the dance?
No, not from the dance. No. So we hooked up when she's a year younger. When I was a sophomore, she was a freshman. We took the same bus from Monterey out to Salinas. It's about 25, 30-minute drive there. So, we just connected there and got her number.
Did you guys text on the bus?
A lot of texting. That's, got her number and it was a lot of texting.
Somebody sent me something about talking to texting yesterday. I forgot what it was. I got to look for it. Marcus and Richmond couldn't go to that school.
No, he could not have.
AJ Cruz, 75. Love to pay attention. This is how you do it. So this or that. We're going to do this or that a little later today. Well, maybe we'll do it. What time do you want to do this or that? Because we'll do this or that. Talk or text. Are you a talker or are you a texter? 888-957-9570. I'm a talker. I got to get on the phone, man. I got to sit a deal.
888-957-9570.
Yeah, you want to do a 7:30? Let's do a 7:30. 888-957-9570.
Text is the way to go.
You whispering sweet nothings over the phone? No. Pillow talking after 9?
I'm
texting.
No, I'm texting you up. That's what you're texting.
Texting you up. I'm just calling. Hey, what's up? What's going on? You good?
There's nothing like a you up text.
The you up text.
I wouldn't know about it anymore after 2 kids. But
yeah, I'm not going to lie. Those you up texts used to be clutch.
What are you doing calling?
Nothing like just being drunk at 1:30 in the morning, just throwing a Hail Mary. And texting like 15 girls you up and not getting one single reply.
Oh, no.
Yeah, been there, done that.
Out there striking out like Joey Gallo for the Yankees. Oh, man.
What's going on? Sponsored by Chilnado Body. Your calls, 888-957-9570. We have some Schefter sound, this or that, coming up at 7:30. Are you texting or calling? Line them up. Text or call. Call or text. That's coming up here in the game.
95. Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Biggie Jay-Z? What? That's old school right there. Oh, I don't know if JT knew him. Jay-Z's my favorite rapper.
Really?
Yeah, that's my guy. Prime Jay-Z.
Wow.
This song right here. Said Biggie, what was the name of the song? Something Brooklyn?
Brooklyn's Finest.
Brooklyn's Finest, yep.
There you go.
Jay-Z and Biggie. Clean.
So hard.
Clean. By the way,
Brooklyn, we go hard. That's up there.
Brooklyn, we go hard. Hey, line them up. Line them up. Let's have some fun today. Niners didn't have practice yesterday. Giants win. They improved to 51-13 when they scored at least 4 runs. Look, I got nothing to say bad about Farhan. We'll wait until the offseason. But I do respect the fact that he's letting the youngsters play it out. Logan Webb has been a bulldog here. 7 innings last night. I'm not mad at that. Not mad at that. They continue to win games here on this homestand. 6-2 now on this 9-game homestand. I'm going to give Farhan a pass into the offseason, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay. Take this series. Take this series against the A's. Do what you can against the Angels. You should win every game outside of the Shohei Ohtani start, maybe. And then it starts getting really tough.
It starts getting real.
You got the Rangers. You got Bruce Bochy coming into town, and I cannot wait for next weekend.
And then you get I think you get the Braves and Phillies.
Yeah, you get the Braves, you get the Phillies in there, you get the Padres towards the end of the month.
You get the Braves out here. I'm actually going to a Braves game. My guy Bram, Warriors Huddle. Shout out to Warriors Huddle.
The first game I went to out here this season in the Bay Area was an A's-Braves game. Our A's snapping like a 10-game losing streak, beating them.
I remember that.
JP Sears, baby. Don't sleep on him. He's pitching against the Dodgers tonight.
Oof.
Dodgers have been smoking them.
Infinite number of outcomes.
No, there's one outcome, and it's the A's taking an L, unfortunately.
They've got 30 wins.
Royals
Are they going to get to 50?
I don't know. Royals have like 33.
34.
30. It's just...
The A's getting to 50 wins?
Are either of those teams getting to 50 wins?
I think the Royals will.
Maybe. I think it's going to be like 45 and 50 maybe for those.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
I don't... A's got 15 wins on the schedule?
Maybe. Do they play the Royals again? They might. I think they took 2 or 3 out against them.
I'm going to play this. Line them up. 888-957-9570. It's been a topic of conversation all week, and I feel like it's appropriate today with the slowness of the sports world in the Bay Area. But also preseason schedule, we'll announce that in a second. But text or call. Are you a texter or a caller?
We've been talking about it all week. It's my generation. I'm 30 years old. We text. Anyone 30 or younger, I'm pretty sure with me. And if you're not, hell, if you're older and you prefer texting like I do, let me know. 888-957-9570. You can call or text the Xfinity Mobile text line. And also hit us up on Twitch, on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union.
How about that?
Huge.
And Twitch. For Twitch and YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
There you go.
Love it.
All because of YouTube and Twitch, because of their participation, because of the numbers. Like the page, subscribe to the page.
Ring the bell.
We're almost at 44,000 subscribers. Let's get to 50 before the end of the football season. Let's get to 50 before the end of the football season. I think we could do that.
Dude, aim high. That's what we do here at 95.7 The Game. You know what? More than not, we succeed. Shout out Golden State Lumber. Yeah. When you succeed, we succeed.
I like that. All right, so real quick here. As we line up those calls for this or that. 888-957-9570. And this could be a good barometer on whether or not you're a texter or a caller, because if you don't call and just sit in text, that means texters rule the world.
I'm feeling good about my chances today. I'm feeling great about my chances
simps,
today.
that's why. You guys are lame. You guys don't like talking. You guys are the same people in the club, standing on a wall, scared to talk to a girl, or at the bar, scared to break the ice. Yeah,
that's different. No. Once you talk, what's the first thing you do after that? You exchange digits, and then you send a text in a few days. You don't give her a call. You say, "Hey, how you doing? You want to grab some lunch?" And then she says, or he, a wink back. Yeah, I'd love that. Your day's made. Your day's made. And also, again, if you weren't listening yesterday, I'm going to give you a nice little Spadoni tip today. I'm going to give you a nice one. Shout Steiny.
Write these notes down, Lubman.
Write them down. Do you have someone out there you're thinking of, and you know what? You find them. You want to swing for the fences. Just, you're talking to them. Things aren't going super well. Maybe you're in a fight. Just send a text that says "thinking of you." It'll do wonders.
Or
do wonders.
Or you could call. And
no,
say,
they'll
hey.
think you're a weirdo.
No. You could call and just say, "Hey, early just wanted to hear your voice so it could brighten up my day."
It's creepy.
Hopefully you're having a great day.
That's the police. Every breath, I'll be watching you kind of creepy.
No. It's how you do it. It's the delivery. No. It's the smoothness of the delivery. You know, you gotta have the right
Some
tone.
people don't have the nice voice to do that, like you, Bonte Hill.
Oh, you know.
All right, dude. We all don't have the Willard voices, the Bonte Hill voices of the world.
The Bonte Hill voice is not a nice voice.
Oh, come on.
It's not a nice voice.
But you're on TV and radio. They got to like it.
Yeah, well, dupes, there's suckers everywhere. There's suckers in the NBA. There's suckers in NBC. There's suckers here at 95.7 The Game. Thank you very much for being suckers. I'll keep stealing your checks. I'm kidding.
Austin Clark is on the YouTube chat. Yo, what exactly are we talking about? We're talking about this or that, calling or texting, and anything. That's what we're talking about. That's going to be at 7:30. We were talking a lot, though. We were talking about Warriors. We teased that, the schedule coming up. We're talking Niners, Giants. We're talking everything here on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Bonte Hill.
Yeah, there you go. Warriors preseason, line them up, 888-957-9570. Text or call. Are you a texter or caller? This or that. Preseason schedule announced for the Golden State Warriors yesterday.
Huge.
They opened up the preseason slate October 7th. October 7th against the LA Lakers at Chase Center.
Young Benjamin and I will be there.
5:30 p.m. on a Saturday.
Yep, we will be there.
That following Friday, they'll play the Lakers down at Crypto.com Arena. Then that Sunday, October 15th, the birthday of Grandma Essie. Shout out to Grandma Essie.
Shout out.
Sacramento Kings and the Warriors at the Golden One Center. Then they'll play again that Wednesday, October 18th at Chase Center. And then Friday, October 20th, they end their preseason slate against the San Antonio Spurs at Chase Center. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see Victor Wembanyama. But here's the cool part about the preseason schedule, Spadoni. Everybody loves their bobbleheads, right?
Yeah.
Well, a couple of these games come with some bobbleheads.
No.
October 18th against the Kings, you get a cool Stephen Curry graduation bobblehead.
Wow, October 18th?
October 18th, diploma, basketball.
Nice.
Gown. That's pretty cool. And then
we have something on
October
Steph.
20th.
Real quick, we have something on Steph a little bit later.
On that. Yeah,
we'll discuss what viral yesterday.
October 20th against the San Antonio Spurs. You get paper plane Klay Thompson. Paper airplane Klay Thompson.
That's cool.
That is cool. So you get a couple bobbleheads.
I was hoping for a cannoli. Shout out Holy Cannoli, him holding one. But as I digress, it's not going to be one for the Lakers game. Come on. Taking young Benjamin over there. They can't make one for the Laker game. That's all right. We love what they do over at Chase Center.
See, this is why I love the YouTube chat. And we got this or that coming up in 3.5 minutes before we get into the meat and potatoes of Adam Schefter and Steve Kerr Sound and Steph Curry. We got a lot going on here. We just stole an hour of the show without really talking about anything with the Giants and texting or calling.
Thank you, Tyler Miller. He likes my shirt.
Bonte's a FaceTimer. I am a FaceTimer now. I love me a good FaceTime. Pinoy Mamba. Bonte emails and then does a calendar invite. I haven't gotten that far yet.
Do you reply all on the emails?
No,
the company ones?
I have a hard time replying to emails.
It's difficult.
It is very difficult.
Well, why just send a text? It's faster.
James C. _ 1982. Bonte has his driver send an email for him. That would actually be cool. Bonte be FaceTiming with 2 top buttons of the shirt unbuttoned. We got to show the chains.
Dude, come on.
Got to show the ice.
The flag. Come on.
You got to show a little taco beef
I was doing that a little bit, too, with my Fila jackets, my Puma jacket, stuff like that. My tracksuits. Jay didn't think it was a good look. She didn't like that. With the crucifix hanging out.
I did like
feeling that. Thank you. I thought I looked good.
I like that.
Clearly, it was not working for you, boy, at home, though. So, I'm still wearing it at the pregame show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday, though.
Come on. Ready for Chris Paul and the Golden State Warriors?
I guess I got to be.
Steve Kerr on NBA Today on ESPN yesterday. Steve Kerr, some thoughts on Chris Paul.
You know, one of the funny things about this league is that you compete against people, and especially if you see someone in the playoffs over and over again, like we did with Chris in Houston. And then all of a sudden you're teammates or you're coaching someone and you laugh at moments like this where, you know, you're at each other's throats for much of your career. Reminded me a little bit, you know, when I played, Reggie Miller and I played against each other in college and then the pros as well. And I used to hate Reggie. Oh man, like he was, and then we became broadcast partners and he became a great friend. And so I feel like that's kind of how it's going to be with Chris. We've all hated him, you know, because we were competing and he was so good, and now that's our guy, and we love him.
And we love him. He's our guy, and we love him.
How long will that love last, Bonte Hill?
All I see in his caption is how he plans And I'm guessing it's how he plans to use Chris Paul, so I'm going to play it anyway.
We met in Vegas. I watched Steph and Chris work out together. We've talked about our team. One of the things I told Chris was we have to be more controlled this year. Last year, we were number 29 in the league in turnovers. In other words, second worst in the league. But we had the fastest pace in the league. That's not a great combination.
That's wild.
And one of the things I love about Chris is that he controls games. So I told him we need his ability to control the game at key times for us. And he knows he's going to adapt to some of the stuff we do, especially when he's playing with Steph, throwing the ball ahead, playing with a little more pace. So I kind of like the idea of finding a better balance this year and being more under control, but still being, really lethal offensively. And then, of course, what Chris does in pick and roll and his mid-range game, he always gives you a chance in every possession to get a good shot. And he's one of the great point guards of all time. So we're lucky to have him.
Interesting, playing with Steph.
Interesting.
A lot of minutes with Steph. I want to pick that up after this or that. I see a lot of your texts here on the Xfinity Mobile text line, some funny ones to it. Bonte, at least we put rings on it. That's from the 925. Thanks for that one. I know who you are, 925. 415, yo, Bonte's dropping game. Listen to him. But for certain things, I prefer text, such as into a radio. For girls, I prefer talking and calling.
925, Xfinity Mobile text line. And then maybe I'll tease this one. We can hit the open here because this one, I think, is the key right here.
Light up the phone lines. Because it's time for this or that.
This, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with this, that, and this, and it's like that, and like this, and like that.
All right, from the 925. I've been married for 5 years. And anytime I call my wife or she calls me, we instantly think it's an emergency. Calling is extremely outdated. I totally agree, 925. Send a text.
Okay.
If I'm calling, it's an emergency.
Before we get to the lines, though, 631 here in Northeast Pennsylvania.
Wow.
I'm 62. I prefer texting, especially to my wife. However, single guys need to talk in all caps.
I don't know.
Go, Sammy D.
Well, let's ask some of the single guys here at the station. I'm going to be interested in what Evan Giddings and Sam Lubman have to say about that. Sammy, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Before we get to the lines, all right.
Sam, texting or calling?
So I'll be honest, I was probably more of a texter overall because we never know. I mean, people are busy throughout the day, so I feel like if you're calling someone and they're like in the middle of something, then that just kind of makes it inconvenient for them. So texting kind of creates that whole, get back to me when you can, so it's not as much kind of like pressure to respond right away, kind of let's still go about our day, blah, 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 blah. That being said, the conversations we've been having this week, I'm going to start putting some phone calls into my game here. I'm going to start adapt. You got to adapt or die. And I think, phone calls are making a comeback apparently. So that's where I'm at right now.
Tiger Woods fist pump right there. Andres, Bonte, it's better to call to see if the voice irritates you before the date. Didn't think of that one, but I agree. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin in the city. Robin? What's happening, Sugar?
Hey, Sugar, thank you for the birthday shout out to Bonte. So, you young kids kill me. A phone call is not outdated. Now, I'm going to tell you what my son told me because I got rid of Comcast because they would charge me $300 and I don't watch nothing but 2 channels. He told me only old people deal with Comcast. But anyway, listen, after a while, texting gets on my nerves because it's too much mental stress. After a while, I feel like I'm writing an essay. Sometimes there's 3 damn conversations going on, and then I don't really have time to be correcting stuff. It'd be so bad. I tell them, you just figure it out. And then after a while, I just won't respond to you whatsoever. And texting can also get you in trouble because you could text a girl or somebody and you don't respond right away, okay, then there's going to be an issue. If you're sitting up in your house with your girl or whatever texting, she's going to ask you who you texting because guys don't sit up and text like that unless they texting girls. Not only that, you lose your social skills with that texting. If I meet somebody and ask me how I'm doing and they text me, I won't respond. You need to call me, dude. Bye.
That's game from a woman.
Okay.
That's game.
Man or woman.
Social
we don't
skills.
Discriminate here.
Some keywords there.
888-957-9570.
You know who else got some game? Uncle Gene in Oakland.
Wow.
This or that.
We're
You're a
getting
texter
heavy
or
hitters.
caller.
Oh,
You're
my
a texter or caller. 888-957-9570. Uncle Gene in Oakland. Are you a texter or caller?
I'm like Robin. I'm old school. I'm a caller. I like the human contact better. I mean, I text too quite a bit, but hell, when I was your age, Bonte, there was no texting.
Yeah.
Texting was actually writing letters. Okay. Anyway,
did you write letters, Uncle Gene?
One last point.
Hold on. Uncle Gene, did you write letters?
Yeah. Yeah, I wrote letters back in the day. I don't write them now. But
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, I was just
No, I
curious.
text quite a bit too, but no, I like phone calls much more. Hey, can I quickly shout out to you, Spadone? You've done a hell of a job this week.
Wow, that means a
Really
lot,
appreciate
Gene.
it.
Thank you, man. No, you're an OG. It was really nice to meet you when you came to the station. That means a lot. Thank you, man.
Yep, sure.
All right, Uncle Gene.
My week is
888-957-9570.
made. There you go.
Hey, look, the calls are coming in. There's a lot of people.
I got
saying
stats real quick to back me up,
Hey,
Bonte.
well, that's 2 calls. I'm 2-0 right now. 2-0.
How many texts have we received on the Xfinity Mobile text line? Yeah,
Well, see, these guys are like 20 years old. That's why.
Okay. We love everyone here.
We do.
on the
I do
roast.
love the young kids.
Come
I love
on.
the kids.
I love the young people.
David Fremont, this or that. You a texter or caller, Dave?
Oh, text for sure. The only people that should be calling you are, your lady, your boss, or a bill collector. That's it. Everything else should be done via text. If my phone goes off ringing, I get nervous.
But it was specific to basically calling ladies and dates or whatnot.
It's not specific to anything.
Well,
It's just
we're
communication.
moving the
Oh, now
goalposts.
we're moving
Big John,
it.
we're moving the
Okay.
goalposts
That's
over here.
what we're doing
moving the
now.
goalposts.
Wow.
Text or caller. When you're courting a
narrative.
lady, you gotta make the phone call,
Man
man.
or woman, all right? It doesn't matter. We don't discriminate
Don't
here.
listen to Usher Felipe. Usher, you don't have to call. That's not true.
There you
have
go.
to call.
You're chingy, one call away is what you're saying.
Basically.
You
Dave.
Big chingy guy?
All right, Dave, thanks for the call.
Thanks,
Chica, yeah, he had his run. He had his
Holiday
run.
Inn.
All right, Alameda Lou. Alameda Lou.
Let's
What's
go.
happening to
Sweet
Alameda
Lou.
Lou in Alameda?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. We're good. Texter or caller?
All right, fantastic. So, brief backstory. I call into 95.7. I hit a Ben Maller late nights when I've had a little bit too much to drink. I've become a little popular over there.
Wow, Ben Maller.
There you go.
Fox Sports.
So what about when it comes, I don't know if you're married or if you're single, but if you're courting a lady, are you
hell no.
texting or are you calling?
I'm calling all day. This voice can't be replicated.
How old are you, Alameda Lou?
28 years old. Working on it.
Under 30, baby. Alameda Lou, I love it. Now give me your Giants take. Woo! I love that.
So, Giants fans, especially Schefter over here, he's kind of like livid because Farhan didn't do anything at the deadline. And I understand how that can be pretty disappointing because obviously the Giants have an incredibly competitive team right now. But, the way I look at it, the youth movement kind of continues. And how I foresee things, Farhan's A, not going to overpay. And B, I think the Giants maybe learned a lesson from the Aaron Judge pursuit. And I don't think that the Ohtani thing is going to go the same way because basically them not committing money to a guy like Verlander completely frees up them to throw an absolute bag at a guy like Shohei Ohtani combined with the youth movement. I think Ohtani is going to be a Giant. Drop this on, it wasn't Steiny, but I got a nickname for him. It's the Shohei Kid.
It's not original, but I appreciate it. Alameda Lou, we've heard it before. The Shohei Kid. It's been out there. I prefer the John Shea Hey Kid.
Yeah.
There you go.
By the way, John Shea, he won't come on unless he gets paid. I've heard him elsewhere.
Wow.
And I know he ain't getting paid from them, so.
Interesting.
What's up with that? Trying to strong arm 95.7 game.
I got some stats here, Bonte Hill, to back me up, and we know numbers never lie. Shout out Hugh Douglas.
Oh, they do lie.
Text Magic.
They
Here,
do
this
lie.
is per Text Magic. And Text Magic, they know everything when it comes to smartphones. 68% of smartphone users admit they text more than call.
Yeah, no doubt.
Texting versus calling trend is observed
No
not
doubt.
only in private conversations, but also in their communication with businesses. Smartphones have
But-
firmly established themselves in our lives.
Big
Thank you,
John.
Captain Obvious.
What was that website called?
Text Magic.
Oh, a little bias.
Little buys. Text
It's not,
magic.
It's not call magic.
Right.
No.
So Big John,
Because
the
calling's
conversation
been
started
outdated.
the other day
Done.
about courting a date, right? And we said calling or texting when you're courting a date. Don't move the goalposts, business, whatever. We all text a lot, but I'm saying when you're going out there and you're trying to court somebody,
the text game has to be on point. If you do not have a text game, I could have a quick conversation.
See,
if you do not have a texting game, you are done.
Well, it could also be reverse against you right there as far as being a really good texter, and then you get in front of said lady or man for the date, and you're not a good speaker.
Well, that's their
social skills.
That's their fault.
Social skills.
Talking on
Listen
the phone,
to Robin.
No, we're not comparing in person to calling on the phone. That's much different. That's much, much different. You are just as likely to choke face-to-face when calling or texting. Come on. That's way different. That's FaceTime. We're not doing any of that. That's in the twilight zone of this conversation.
Listen, Mark Graves, this is good. Bonte, texting is great for calling in sick to work and doing a fake coffee.
There you go.
Look. Xavier in Berkeley. What's happening? Xavier, what's happening?
What's good, man? I'm calling in for the this or that.
Yep.
Yes,
what
sir.
you got?
What do you got?
I'm on the call side, basically.
Wow.
I think you got to call people just because you got to be able to talk to people. Like, if you can sit there and text, anybody can text, but if you can't sit there and have a conversation over the phone, how are you going to have a conversation on the day?
What conversation do I need to have on over the phone that I can't do via text?
What are you talking about? It's not that you can't have, like, the conversation over text. It's
just much quicker. I don't want to hear people's voices.
It's not quicker.
Yes,
text.
it is.
It takes a while. Calling, you get straight to the point.
Yeah.
I'm with Xavier here in Berkeley.
No.
Listen, and look, I'm with this texter right here. Where's this text at? 408 Xfinity Mobile text line. We'll get to Tamir in Oakland, and we'll end this or that. This is interesting. 408. The girl you want probably has 5 dudes texting her. You want to be the man who calls her, if not stay in that friend zone unread. I'm telling you, he's got a point. There's a bunch of dudes texting her. You can stand out by saying, I'm going to be the one to call.
And what happens when that call fails and she doesn't respond and you hit the voicemail? Then you're coming off as needy.
You call one more time, and then if she doesn't reply, then you just keep it moving.
Okay. See, I'm saying if you're trying to court her, you ain't calling her during work. What are you doing? You're sending her a text. That's what you're doing. Because you call her work, it's night-night. Yeah. It's over. You send that text, we're rolling, baby. We're rolling.
Hey, listen, 707 Xfinity Mobile text line. Before I was married, I would mostly text ladies. But you got to know when to make that phone call. Got to know when to make it.
Okay.
Tamir in Oakland. Tamir, my main man. Talk some shit to the Spadoni. Lace him up. Tie his shoestrings here.
All right. What's up, guys? First off, Spadoni doing a great job.
Thanks,
but it's about making the call. I'm with Bonte. We're about the same age. It's about, like E40 said, you got to have that mouthpiece. So you have to talk to the woman to do that. Because nowadays, you texters, they have this thing called AI. How do I know you really texting me? You could be asking the AI information, and they're sending the text for you. So you have to be able to have that conversation with the woman to court them. And the only thing I agree with Spadoni on is if after you court the woman, though, by talking, then you can text them when they're at work. Because if you're trying to court a woman, I'm not texting them at work, because then they think I'm some kind of weird dude hitting them up while they're at their job. So it's all about having your mouthpiece and spitting game at the girl one-on-one.
Get the gab. Game tight, baby. I don't need no money. I got
AI argument. We're going AI, really?
I don't need no iron. My pants already creased.
If someone's using an AI, then they are a catfish. Then yes, you should get away from
That's
them.
out there.
Yes. Shout out Neve from MTV. I used to love that show. Were you big into Catfish?
No.
I love that show.
Okay.
That show was something else.
I want to joke. It's here you go. The 707 where it says, I would text ladies. We got to know when to make that phone call. I will say this. I feel like there really is no bad time to send a text. But yeah, with a phone call, you really do have to know when to pick and choose your spot. So that's for the texter crowd. I'll give you that. There's no bad time for a text. But yeah, you gotta figure out where to get those calls in. So
you do. Again, one call away. We're going to need it at one point today, John. Chingy, one call away. We'll need that.
This or that.
This or that.
This or that.
I won. There was more text than calls.
No, the calls all dominated.
And I'm going to count
the calls all dominated.
I'm counting YouTube.
28-year-old Xavier.
I'm counting YouTube and Twitch.
28-year-old Alameda
Those might as
Lou.
well be texts.
Youngsters under 30 saying, yeah, I got to make that voice-to-voice happen.
No.
Not the text.
The AI, by the way.
What?
Have you heard of the AI? Have you heard of the AI people like calling and faking like?
Yeah,
I heard Johnny Cash singing like "How the Grinch Stole Christmas" through AI. People can change voices now. It's actually kind of scary.
And texts, they can't screenshot. They can't screenshot phone calls.
No receipts.
Now you can screen record.
Well,
so if she puts you on speaker, she starts screen recording. Now she can screen record.
Shout out Antonio Brown and John Gruden. You absolutely can record those conversations.
Yeah, we are in 2023. All right, you know what? I feel so bad for dominating you, Spadoni. It's like a 10-8 round. Knocked you down a couple times.
This is like a presidential debate where you're just getting alternative facts in the way. This isn't real.
Look, I'll give you one. James in Walnut Creek's probably 15 years old. James, what's happening? You're on the roast.
No. I'm not no 15 years old, man. I'm married with kids.
I know, James.
When I first met my wife, I met her through a mutual friend, and I got her number, and I was texting her every day, and I would get her a short reply back. Hey, what are you doing? Working. The next day, hey, what are you doing? I'm at school. Hey, the third day, what's going on? Are you free? Not today. Fourth day, hey, what are you doing? Not much. So I said, you know what? She's not feeling me. So the fifth day, I didn't text her. I got a reply from her on that fifth day saying, hey, what are you doing? And I said, oh, maybe I reeled it in. And then a few days down the road or whatever, I said, hey, I thought you weren't feeling me, so I kind of stopped. And then she said, yeah, well, you had texted me for a few days in a row, and on that Friday you didn't text me. I wondered, what the heck were you doing? Maybe you were busy doing something else, so I wanted to see what you were up to, because you didn't message me like you had the past couple of days. So I just feel like when I kind of cut her off, she realized, hey, he's not on me no more. She was kind of playing that chase game. And texted me first.
Hey, big game, Hey, James. I know what you're going through right there. Now, how many kids? 2 kids deep now?
That's it. 2 kids deep and married, man.
There you go, James. I'm not mad at you.
Thanks,
That's a hell of a story right there. Dude, I want to get back to sports.
We got the man, the myth, the legend on the line right now.
Javier in Vacaville. Javier in Vacaville. And we ain't talking training camp. We're not talking Trey Lance. We're not talking Brock Purdy or Jimmy Ward. We're talking texting or calling with Javier in Vacaville.
No Sacramento Kings
talk?
No
Sacramento Kings talk. Javi, what's up, man?
Well, how you doing, Mr. Hill?
I'm doing all right.
My man, filling in for Mr. Jasky. I like your energy today. The man, the myth, the legend, that would be you, my friend. I see you have a new operator taking the phones because he didn't even know who I was. But
Lutman doesn't know Hav? Come on, Love.
Yeah, well, Lutman, Javier Lutman is looking at splits for Logan Webb. He's looking at Giants farm system stuff. Don't worry, we'll reel him back in.
I ask who everyone's name and where they're calling from. Let
Javier finish.
The sooner you realize that Farhan is and always will be a Dodger, the better you guys will be a Giants fan. But I digress again. Now,
Kings fan.
The texting calling conversation, is that the only precedent that I see on this phone call? Because I was trying to talk some 49ers.
You can talk some 49ers. Get us back on track with some Niners stuff.
Okay. Because I'm going to be real. I love Mr. Willard and I love his show. But he has a gentleman on there, Dibley, and I'm going to be honest. I hate the notion of the narrative that they portray, and this.
Well, last year Trey Lance had the playbook taken away from parts of the concept due to his lack of comprehension, and I'm not going to talk about how he got hurt because it's not supportive of my argument. No, it is very relative to your argument, guy. Like you sound like a cartoon character. They're not running quarterback power with Brock Purdy, Jimmy Garoppolo, Sam Darnold. You're sitting there telling me you're going to invest 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick and the pick swap with in the 2021 NFL draft to select him, and then you're going to sit there and run quarterback power and expect, what's the one way to get hurt? More times than not as a quarterback, having your quarterback on the move running directed, or rather intentional run concepts where the actual execution is predicated on that. And he said, I said, no, you weren't in the offensive install meetings to know what they took away or what they didn't. And this whole narrative of how did in 2022 he was the heir apparent starter, and now we got Dan Dibley talking about what he knows about an offense playbook. You ain't played a snap of football a day in your life.
All right, this isn't the Dan Dibley show. This is the Morning Roast, Hav. We're not going to do that. We're not going to pound Dan Dibley. I love you, Javier.
Appreciate you, Hav.
Hav, I love you. I'm sure Dan Dibley would love to hear from you after hearing that.
Yes.
2 to 6, Willard and Tibbs.
I give him a 4 for the Willard impression, though. The deep voice. I gave him a 4 for that. That was pretty good.
Offensive install. I love Javier. You know, a day football season without Javier Vacaville. Austin in the Bay Area. Let's talk some Niners. Go ahead, slip in if you're a texter or a caller, and then give us a Niners take as we head to Adam Schefter, what he had to say about Trey.
What's up, Austin?
Hey, what's up? Hey, man, I'm a caller. I come back when we had the pager, man. You get that pager, get that pager, then that party line, and the biosphere. Man, you got to have that mouthpiece, man. I can't stand texting. Yeah, that's all I got for that one right there. I don't know if you remember that, Vontae.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Well, I didn't. My pager was a little dead. I didn't get a lot of usage there. It wasn't as active as yours, Austin, but I'm definitely a caller.
What's a party line? You said that yesterday.
Yeah, explain the party line,
Austin.
Line?
It's basically on the phone. You on the phone, you going through, you leave yourself like a little voicemail on your little party line. They hit your little line back, and you just conversating with different people that you don't know.
Oh, interesting.
You might link up with them. You never know.
You never know.
Okay.
You never know.
So it's like a chat roll back in the day.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's voice.
Yep.
Okay, interesting.
Austin, good call, man. Good call.
Do you guys remember, maybe Bonte, you might remember this, Fedoni, you might not, you're maybe too young for this, but you would call someone, go over onto the other line, call another person, and then click back over.
Oh, yeah, for three-way.
Three-way call.
Three-way
and then you'd have your buddy be quiet while you call the girl and see if she's into him.
Yeah.
A little bit. Not really as a kid.
That's more of my generation. Yeah, no doubt.
I got my first cell phone when I was in 6th grade. LG flip phone. I had it. And then the texting game all took over there. I had flash. That was a big deal, having the flash on the camera phone, Bonte.
It was.
Huge.
That was huge. That was huge. Listen to Adam Schefter, Pat McAfee. This will lead us into the 8 o'clock hour. Eric Crocker, 8:30. We'll get that. I'm sorry, we'll get back to sports, but it's a lot of fun. We want to have some fun this morning.
Come on.
It's a slow day. It's the dog days of August. Giants win. They win 4-2. Logan Webb pitched well. Brady Crawford with a big-time triple to get things started. J.D. Davis with the go-ahead 2-run double to make it 4-2. And Camilo Duvall coming in for the save. Major League leading 30-second save. How about that? Camilo Duvall may get the 40 here before it's all said and done.
He's the best in the league, in my opinion.
But Adam Schefter was on the Pat McAfee show. Here's what he said about the Niners believing in Trey Lance.
Trey Lance, look, it's a long summer, and I'm not going to overreact to a couple of throws that are on social media, like where he's a little bit off. I can tell you that they felt like he had as good an offseason as he had, and he's more prepared than he's ever been. So let's see what happens over the course of a summer when they're in we're not even in full pad practices yet.
Yeah, it was this one right here. This one was the one.
But listen, we live in a very reactionary world, Pat. So people want to come up and make judgments right away. And so Trey Lance is trending the right way. Let's see what happens with him this summer.
He's trending the right way.
That was very positive.
Very positive.
I wasn't expecting that from Schefter, to be honest with you. From a lot of what I've seen and heard from a lot of the different coverage, that was eye-opening for me.
Now, he had another cut talking about Brock Purdy, and I guess somebody in the Niners organization texts back to Schefter saying, I don't know what these reporters are looking at. Purdy's fine. So that's another cut there. But how about that? Adam Schefter, that voice, though, his voice, when he comes on, you can hear the urgency in his voice, the intensity. He gets into
According
it.
to sources. Always.
Or the Niners doing that, sending that intel to Adam Schefter because they want to bump up Trey Lance's trade value.
It's possible.
888-957-9570. What did you think of that Adam Schefter cut there? I'll play it one more time before the break so everybody can listen to it again, digest it, and give me your thoughts on the other side. Is this posturing for a possible trade, or is Trey Lance really impressing everybody down there at 49-49 Marie P. DeBartolo way?
Trey Lance, look, it's a long summer, and I'm not going to overreact to a couple of throws that are on social media, like where he's a little bit off. I can tell you that they felt like he had as good an offseason as he had, and he's more prepared than he's ever been. So let's see what happens over the course of a summer when they're in we're not even in full pad practices yet.
Yeah, it was this one right here. This one was the one.
But listen, we live in a very reactionary world, Pat. So people want to come up and make judgments right away. And so Trey Lance is trending the right way. Let's see what happens with him this summer.
He's trending the right way.
Pat McAfee's taking over, by the way. It's like him and Stephen A. now. They're doing a lot.
It's not ESPN
I don't know what
anymore.
just happened over here.
Yeah, I don't know. You're kicking things around
No,
there.
something just
Felipe with this one before he
The
gets to the
computer
injury
just fell
report.
down.
Felipe Estrada on YouTube. And we do have a partnership now with First NorCal Credit Union, powering everything we do on YouTube and Twitch. Shout out to First NorCal Credit Union. Felipe Estrada. Farhan is a texter. That's why he can't close deals. That said, it's time to get to the injury report.
Is Premier Workers' Compensation Law Firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
You know, if anybody wants to come out to the Bay Bridge Series Saturday, Shasky and I will be out there on behalf of Boxer and Kerr.
Really?
For the Bay Bridge Series.
That's awesome.
Signing some autographs, talking to some fans, tailgating at the Oakland Coliseum.
Autographs?
Dude, hold on. Phil, you got the rundown? Go ahead and read some of the injury report.
I will read the injury report. I actually don't know if I have it. I think yours is a lot longer than mine, but it's fine. But can you imagine being little Billy or little Sally going to an A's game? You see Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Hey, guys.
We're giving these out. You see these?
There you go. Show them up. Yeah, there you go.
You see those?
I want an autograph. Hey, you're that guy on TV. And then you're that other guy that yells on the radio with Bonte. There you go.
I'll be there too, so you can be like, hey, there's the guy who told him to go to break.
Gosh.
Summer of Love.
Well,
is that a DVD?
They still make DVDs?
It's all Bonte Hill's highlights in the morning roast.
One of our one and only sales guys up here. He sells, John Kearney used to take notes from Gabe Shapiro. Look, he gave these to me yesterday. Hey, bring these to the Coliseum with you with the red Sharpie. So there it is. Lubman's going to be there. Hillary's going to be there. I'm not looking forward to seeing Hillary. She's always going to crack some 1989 joke or some joke about the Niners losing.
That's all we got, Bonte. It's been rough for the years.
That's all she has.
That's all she's got.
That's all she's got.
You'll be nice. You got to be. Because you know what? The sell chance, I will say this for A's, they're taking over every venue. They were doing them at Dodgers at Chavez Ravine the other day.
Yeah.
I appreciated that.
There you go.
People are wrapping their arms around them. I think we'll get some big chance this weekend, hopefully.
All right, to the
Sell
actual
John
injury.
Fisher.
To the actual injury. See if my shoulder doesn't hurt from signing all those autographs.
Subluxation.
Offensive lineman Jalen Moore. First serious injury of camp. He was carted off the practice field on Tuesday after suffering a left leg injury. Trainers attended to Moore briefly before he was able to walk off the field under his own power. No status on the severity of the injury was provided, and nothing is yet known on what the actual injury is. As of now, expect Moore to miss at least the next few days of practice until a more clearer picture emerges. Maybe some details come out from today up in Santa Clara when they get back on the practice field. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Kerr, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We have Eric Crocker, 8:30, Crockpot on Twitter.
Huge.
Can't wait to talk to him. He knows his defense. He's been at practice. We'll get his thoughts on everything going on with the 49ers. But first, we'll react to that Adam Schefter sound. Is Trey Lance trending up for the 49ers? Or is this all posturing for a possible trade where Trey Lance will move on after being drafted number 3 overall a couple seasons ago? That's coming up on the roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
What's up? It's your boy.
baby. A Thursday morning here on the roast. We got Spadoni in for Joe Shasky, taking some much-deserved time off. Spadoni doing a hell of a job this week. We got Big John on the board and Lubman. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Teachers, all the campers, all the students getting ready for school. Summer school, I know, is ending. You had a lot of basketball camps going on. A lot of good things happening in the Bay Area. As we say, good morning to everybody on the Xfinity Bubble text line and YouTube or Twitch, which is now sponsored. Spadoni.
First NorCal Credit Union, Bonte.
First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out to Greg and Dave for making that happen. It's good to be partners, but that's all because of the participation on YouTube and Twitch. These guys are active, whether it's the Tyler Millers, the Xaviers, Emmanuel Rodriguez. I think Emmanuel Rodriguez is a converted Kings fan who came over during the series.
You know what?
And now he's a roaster.
We love that. You can be from everywhere, every walk of life. We accept everyone.
We accept
and what do you
everybody.
like to say? We talk with you.
Well, Steiny likes to say that. That was
Not
Steiny's
at you.
thing.
We
talk with you, not at you.
Though. We can adopt that.
Yeah, absolutely. We
That's
talk
what that
with you,
is.
not at you.
Yes.
We don't just do a show and not take your phone calls. 888-957-9570. We read your texts. We have fun with your texts. You guys come at us. We love it.
We love
That's
texts.
why
That's
95.7 The Game is where it's at. 12-year anniversary yesterday. We just
That's
celebrated.
wild. 12 years, man.
A lot of people thought this was a minor league station.
I think the first ever voice I heard when I moved up here back in, what was it, 2013, 14-ish? It was like right when Guru started. I think it was the Lucky Break happened, and I heard his voice on the weekends with Zachariah, and that was like my first little introduction to the station. Daryl the Guru Johnson, all time. All time. All time drops, by the way. I don't think there's
Mia! What are you doing calling?
It's going to derail me, but just if you haven't seen that entire clip of Guru and his wife Mia, the lovely Mia, calling in, search 95.7 The Game.
Going to Vegas.
Like and is it official now?
I don't know if she's going to
I don't
Vegas.
know if she's going.
Usher's not in town, apparently.
Yeah.
Usher's not in town.
No, his residency's over. Brittany might be there.
Oh, great.
There you go. Shout out Toxic, which is a lot like the 49ers quarterback situation.
That's the only song you know from Britney Spears.
No, hit me, baby, one more time.
Oh, gosh.
Come on.
What else?
Oops, I did it again.
Oops, I did it again.
Oh, my God. The fact that you guys know this stuff.
My loneliness is
Well,
killing
in fairness, Brittany really exploded onto the scene when we were in I guess elementary school.
Yeah, I keep
so we were
forgetting.
seeing Brittany everywhere when we were young.
Yeah, it's true. I keep forgetting. I remember when their first CD, she was like, it was like a pink backdrop or something.
Yeah.
She was like smiling underneath. I was like, who the hell is that?
It's Britney Spears, man.
Britney Spears.
Don't get it twisted.
Well, she's
Free Britney. We
looks a
love
lot
it.
different than she did when she was.
Well, yeah, but she was like 16 when she came out. Now she's like, what, mid-30s? People change,
she's
Vontae.
done a lot of things.
Yikes. Hey, when you get fame that young, and it can change people. And I always root for the young kids, like the Justin Biebers of the world. The fact that he's not no more kind of messed up, given his talent level at such a young age and fame, it's a credit to him, man. Yeah. It's very difficult. It's sad seeing some of these stars that have gone through a lot of young age.
She is a great follow on Instagram, though.
Is she? Okay.
Why?
There
What
you
did
go.
she do on this?
Just hilarious posts.
Is Victor Wembanyama on there? Was that too soon?
Oh, she wanted. That's what it was. She wanted two forms of apologies.
Yep.
She wanted the public one and the private one.
And the apology was not accepted.
The entitlement. Oh, the entitlement. Adam Schefter yesterday on the Pat McAfee
There you
show.
go. Nice
'Cause-
segue.
Yeah, let's just get off the break. Adam Schefter. Is this posturing for a trade? Or do the 49ers really believe this?
Trey Lance, look, it's a long summer, and I'm not going to overreact to a couple of throws that are on social media, like where he's a little bit off. I can tell you that they felt like he had as good an offseason as he had, and he's more prepared than he's ever been. So let's see what happens over the course of a summer when they're in we're not even in full pad practices yet.
Yeah, it was this one right here. This one was the one.
But listen, we live in a very reactionary world, Pat. So
Yeah.
people want to come up and make judgments right away. And so Trey Lance is trending the right way. Let's see what happens with him this summer.
So, with that said, have the 49ers shown they actually want Trey Lance on this roster? 888-957-9570. And another question is, would making the number one job a true competition be the worst thing in the world for the 49ers? 888-957-9570. So just hit you with a double dose of questions there.
Yeah.
When making the job, number one job, a true competition, the worst thing in the world. And do the Niners, or have the Niners shown that they actually want Trey Lance on this team?
I mean, some would say that the addition of Sam Darnold would be a link to, maybe they're not too happy about Trey. Maybe they want some more competition in the backup. Maybe they don't believe in him. Maybe, that will go down as one of the biggest busts for them, trading all that draft capital for a guy that they don't believe in, and you bring in Sam Darnold. So that could be what a lot of fans might think. Or you might say, you know what? I feel like this is our best opportunity this season, and I want to push these guys to be the best they can be. So let's bring in Sam. Maybe he can push to get the best out of a Trey Lance and a Brock Purdy, because we've only seen 8 games from Brock, and it was impressive. It was impressive. I believe, and you've said this, Bonte, so have I, he deserves to be that week 1 starter, or at least QB1 as of right now. He's earned that right with how he played last season. At the same time, it's been 8 games. Trey's played 4. It's not a huge discrepancy, albeit he's shown more in those 8 games than Trey has. Making it an open competition, I think you're inviting yourself into more
noise
and drama, but there's already more noise and drama already, right?
Yeah.
Than we thought, right? There's I don't know how he can quell this drama, this noise that we've been talking about, this coverage of these quarterbacks, unless he just says, you know what? Brock's the guy right now. Brock's the guy. Week 1, he will be our starter. A la Frank Reich, what he did with Bryce Young. I don't even know who the backup is in Carolina to him, but doing something like that. That's not how Kyle Shanahan rolls, and I don't expect him to do that. He likes creative tension, Bonte.
Well, think about Anthony Richardson. He's getting all the reps.
He is. Gardner Minshew, right? He's the other guy there.
Yep, but Anthony Richardson getting all the first team reps. So far during training camp, Brock Purdy, 29 of 47, 62%, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Okay.
Trey Lance, 25 of 39, 64%, 1 touchdown. Sam Darnold, 25 of 40, 63%, 3 touchdowns. Brendan Allen, 13 of 24, 54%, 2 touchdowns. Now, David Lombardi tweeted this out. And look, training camp stats, everybody has a little bit different stats. But I quote tweeted David and said, hey, man, last season when Trey ran with the ones, what were his numbers? And when did George Kittle, and I'll put Sam Lubman on the spot real quick. Man, I can look this up. But I know Kittle strained his hamstring. Remember, I was on my European extravaganza.
You were living it up.
I was.
PSG.
Paris.
Things were nice and bright back then. Now Messi's in Miami since that happened.
Yes, and then Mbappe's going to be gone soon, too.
See ya.
He's going to be out of there.
Neymar still there, though? There you go.
Neymar's still there.
He'll
be gone soon. But Bosa was also in practice wrecking havoc, right?
Yes.
And Debo was out of shape.
He was. Holding in, whatever it was.
Yeah. Holding out. Well, he came, but he was not in good shape.
No.
But Trey Lance last year, 8 interceptions, 6 touchdowns in red zone work, according to David Lombardi. Now, I know Debo, again, was out of shape. Christian McCaffrey was still in Carolina. So it's kind of not fair to compare last year to this year, right? Brock Purdy, I know he's taking all the rest with the number ones, but Bosa hasn't been out there. He hasn't. That changes everything. All of a sudden, the time that you have in the pocket decreases. It decreases, right? So I don't know if it should be an open competition, but to me, the Niners, with all the smoke, and you read all the columns, and you hear Schefter yesterday, and you hear that, boy, there were fielding calls for Trey Lance. The Niners, to me, haven't shown that they've wanted Trey Lance after last season.
And that's
because of Purdy and his great play.
It is. And also, it's just, if you're a fan of the team, you would like at some point to see what this kid can give you, because you gave up so much to get Trey Lance. That's it, right? And you don't feel like, and listen, people are saying like, people are throwing like, he didn't have a fair opportunity. Okay, life isn't fair. We get all that. When we say fairness, we just want to see Christian McCaffrey play with this guy in a game, right? Mm-hmm. We want that same luxury given to Trey. But again, I'm not saying poo-pooing on Brock Purdy or what he did and saying, give all this stuff to Trey. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying I don't fault 49er fans for wanting to see what that offense could look like when he has a healthy Kittle, when he has a healthy Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, who's looking like the best shape and status he's ever been in the NFL. I don't think that's that crazy. And I'm not saying give him the starting job. But I would just like to see him have that opportunity at some point. And he might get it, Bonte. You've been talking a lot about his frame, Brock Purdy, the size of him, the injury concerns going forward. So Trey Lance, if he truly does get that quarterback 2 job, I believe he will have that opportunity at some point this season to prove it.
Now, remember midway through training camp last year, George Kittle injured his hamstring. Of course, he didn't play against Chicago, didn't play against Seattle. He came back that week 3. Week 3, who was that against? Denver? Sunday Night Football?
Yeah,
when he had to pick 8?
Pick 8.
Ugh.
Week 1, Jimmy G back in Denver. Can't wait.
888-957-9570. We're going to talk to Eric Crocker at 8:30 about this. Lori in Phoenix says
Lori.
this on the Xfinity Mobile text line. They want to stack the quarterback room. I think they want Trey to be more consistent. I think Sam is only there because they want a third guy with experience after last year. Lori out in Phoenix. That could be the case. Yeah. But then why is Brendan Allen on his roster? Why is Brendan Allen on this roster?
That one doesn't make any sense to me. I don't think he's going to be on the roster come whenever the first cut day's out. When is that, the first cut days?
Well, he's on the roster. I'll get the cut day in a second. But no, it's just he's on the roster and he's getting reps.
Yeah, I know. It's silly. It's silly. Maybe Kyle's wants to do right by this guy for some reason. I don't know. He's clearly he thinks he showed out in OTAs, so he owes him something. But listen, it's the NFL, man. You're trying to max out the guys you gave up actual assets for, and that's Trey Lance. You actually gave up something to get this guy.
Aren't they doing all the cuts at one time this year?
Yeah, it's all on one day.
August 29th, right?
There you go. Okay, so that is now. So
they're
there's
doing
not
90 to
cuts.
53.
You're right.
We're not doing the 90 to 70 to 70 to 60.
Is this the first year of that?
First year of that.
Okay.
So we're going 90 to 53, August 29th.
Man, that's going to be a brutal day for a lot of these guys. That's going to be, but it's also going to open up a lot of opportunities. The Sam Darnold thing's interesting to me because he had to have been pitched that he has an opportunity to be the backup here, right?
He signed here quick. Second day of free agency.
I don't understand how his value increases if he's the third option. That doesn't, if I'm an NFL team and I'm looking at Sam Darnold and he's the third option into the season, I want to get released, right?
Feels like one of those guys could be gone, whether it's Trey or whether it's Sam Darnold. It feels like one of those guys could be gone. So why'd you bring in Brendan Allen?
That one means nothing to me at this point.
Right.
Brandon Allen's just an afterthought.
Because would Sam Darnold be cool with being a third string quarterback? Now,
why would he
the way I think about it like this. All right, it's second day of free agency. He knows the Niners have a loaded roster. It's going to be surrounded by the most talent he's ever been around, right?
Yes.
Ever. Kyle Shanahan.
Best coach.
Elite play caller.
Yes.
1 year, $5 million deal, incentive, latent deal. You could come here, possibly beat out Trey Lance, and you're back on the West Coast. Remember, he's from outside the LA area.
Yeah.
He's a California kid. Now he's back. Maybe that has a lot to do with it as well. But you got to remember, Sam Darnold was the starter in Carolina 2 years ago, as we heard from Bobby Rosinski yesterday. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of smoke. I think when there's smoke, there's fire, right? And when it comes to Trey Lance, there could be some posturing there to say, you know what? It's not going to work here.
So you think this whole Adam Schefter, and that's what we're talking about, Adam Schefter was talking about Trey Lance on the Pat McAfee show. You think this was all just smoke and mirrors, trying to just bring because
I think so.
How much is Adam Schefter really bringing up trade value, right? Like Adam Schefter, we're hearing good things.
Let's take another listen to it.
Please.
Trey Lance, look, it's a long summer, and I'm not going to overreact to a couple of throws that are on social media, like where he's a little bit off. I can tell you that they felt like he had as good an offseason as he had, and he's more prepared than he's ever been. So let's see what happens over the course of a summer when they're in pad. We're not even in full pad practices yet.
Yeah, it was this one right here. This one was the one.
But listen, we live in a very reactionary world, Pat. So people want to come up and make judgments right away. And so Trey Lance is trending the right way. Let's see what happens with him this summer.
So what do we know about Adam Schefter and his come up in the NFL? He started off with the Denver market, correct?
Yeah, Denver Broncos.
He's a Broncos guy.
Yep, Denver Post, I believe.
Tight with the Shanahans.
Yep.
We know that. Who's feeding him this information? That's what I would like to know. Because it's very interesting to see. It's like, is he trying to quell it? Is it Brian Greasy, who's another guy he covered, worked at ESPN with him? That's very interesting, right? So is it Greasy just putting out there like, you know what? We really like this guy, Trey Lance. We'll see what he's got. But there's been rumors and murmurs that Purdy may have been a Greasy guy as well last season, that Brian Greasy might have been hammering the table for this guy, Mr. Irrelevant, and Brock Purdy. So
that's a good angle.
Following the tea leaves.
I hadn't thought about Brian Greasy and that Denver angle with Adam Schefter. That's a good call, Spadoni, as well as when Schefter talked about Brock Purdy. And, some of the reports are he's rusty, depending on who you read your information from. It's all over the place. That's why we're going to bring in Eric Crocker, who has no biases whatsoever. He'll tell it like it is.
Straight shooter.
Straight shooter. So Schefter, another quote he had on the Pat McAfee show, was basically said, the Niners are thinking, like, these reporters don't know what they're looking at. Purdy's been fine. We don't see any rust. He's been okay. He's progressing well. So we don't know what these reporters are looking at. I don't know what to say, man.
It's just
I don't know what to say.
We've got to the point where we're taking all the local angles, and now we're just going to the hierarchy of the coverage world. And you're like, our czar, Adam Schefter, is now speaking on it, so it must be this. It's just this whole coverage aspect of the 49ers, the quarterback position.
You're blown away by it. Look,
it's just ridiculous. I'm sorry. This whole thing has been ridiculous.
510 Xfinity Mobile text line. You want your backup quarterbacks to be the same playing style as your starter? Trey's gone. That's from the 510.
Wait, he's saying he wants the backup to be the same as the starter?
He's basically saying you want your backup quarterbacks to have the same playing style as your starting quarterback.
That's not even remote. Patrick Mahomes who was his backup last year?
Chad Henne.
How old is that guy?
Yeah.
A million years? Come on.
I agree.
Come on.
I agree.
Jacoby Brissett backing up Tom Brady. A little different. I get it. Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay. Brian Hoyer. Non-athletic, but that's not the case everywhere. Not even close. Yeah. It's just this coverage, man, has gotten to the point where we have to look at Adam Schefter to calm all the waters. And I think that's what this is now. This is the 49ers telling Adam Schefter, hey, can you calm everyone down here?
Right.
Can you go out and tell Pat McAfee on one of the highest rated shows on YouTube and stuff like that? And you can follow us on Twitch and YouTube. First North Credit Union. Doing a hell of a job. Crushing it. But can you go out there, Adam, and just quell the waters here and calm down the Bay Area media, our czar, Mr. Adam?
They'll hit the practice field in less than 2 hours. And the training camp stats will come back out. And tomorrow, who the hell knows what could happen? Brock Purdy could go 3 of 11 with 2 picks, and all of a sudden we're talking about Brock's not ready.
I'm already ready for the joint practices because that's going to be the one for me.
No doubt.
That's going to be some eye-openers. That's where we're going to see the Brandon Allens of the world struggle, or the Sam Darnold has a nice, touchdown over Nate Hobbs or wherever is over in the Raiders secondary. Vice versa, is Brock Purdy going to get sacked by Max Crosby? And Max Crosby, I'll say this, as the Niners are going down to Henderson, Nevada next week for Thursday, Friday, and joint practices, Max Crosby's a dude. If you guys watch that quarterback doc, he likes to play a little dirty, if you want to say it. That's fine. I like that. I like a little nastiness with my DNs. And he was doing that against the best of the best and Patrick Mahomes. You don't think he's going to try to lay wood on a Brock Purdy, a Trey Lance, a Sam Darnold? He's trying to get after it.
No doubt. August 13th, preseason opener for the 49ers against the Las Vegas Raiders. Let's go to Amarillo. Amarillo or is it Amarillo in Fremont?
Amarillo. Isn't that
Amarillo?
Isn't that a yellow in Spanish?
I'm not sure. We could ask.
Yeah. That's yellow in Spanish. Yeah.
There you go. Out there in Fremont. Good knowledge, Spadon.
Yeah. Hey,
yes, sir.
Yeah. I just wanted to comment. I'm one of those guys that was pro Jimmy, pro Brock. Still am. I'm just commenting on the fact that I really do believe the 49ers are ready to move on. And a lot of people say, well, what makes you think they're ready to move on from Trey Lance? The starts. You've got QB4 splitting the snaps with Sam Darnold and Trey Lance. Like that doesn't make sense. And all the Trey sexuals on Twitter, I got nothing against Trey Lance. It's insane how practice and preseason is so big now. Like, it's insane. Can you imagine this when the Niners drafted Nate Davis or Alex Smith? Like, it's never been so intense. Like, let's see how many snaps this guy gets. I just don't know where the 49ers want to go with the quarterback position this year. But I will say, I really do believe Kyle Shanahan is just like, hey, look,
Let's just see what other guys got, and that's a bad sign. Go 49ers. I hope they make the right choice here. I don't care if Grant Cohn is quarterback. Just get it done. Just get it done. All right, guys. Love the show. Have a good one.
Love our guy Grant. He did a great job with you guys last year, joining you at the Hilton Santa Clara.
Oh, no, he did.
That was fun.
Trisexuals.
Oh, God. Come on.
Like Jimmy didn't have his say. He came out and admitted he was pro Jimmy, pro Brock. Miley at Waldo Creek. Miley, what's happening?
Pro winning.
Hey, guys. What's up? You're doing a great job, as always.
Thanks, Miley.
I got a reason for all 4 quarterbacks, what's going on and why it's happening. Did you want to break it down from 1 to 4 or 4 to 1?
Go 4 to 1.
Okay, the reason Brandon Allen is in is because of what happened last year with Josh Johnson. He's trying to convince this guy to sign the practice squad deal. He wants a 4th guy to know the offense, ready to go when needed, if needed. Darnold's 3 because he's crashed out twice. He's looking to just get an opportunity if the other 2 go down or if they don't play well, which could definitely happen. Trey's number 2 because he would have been number 1 if there's no Brock, but Brock earned it last year. But after all of the injuries, Shanny wants to be protected here. So Brandon Allen, in my opinion, he's going to try to convince him to take the practice squad deal.
All right.
Okay.
There it is. Miley, right there
Appreciate
on Walnut
you.
Creek. Let's get to the crock pot coming up on the other side. Very interesting conversation here. Adam Schefter, even on an off day for the 49ers, coming out with that bombshell saying Trey's trending up. Niners love what they're saying from him. But is that posturing for a possible trade of Trey Lance? I would hate to see him trade Trey Lance. I think Trey Lance has a lot of potential. But I do agree that Brock Purdy's the number 1 right now. He is the number 1. Boy, imagine if they went to Sam Darnold, number 2. Oh, my God.
You call him Trade Lance at that point, right?
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Number 2.
The Trisexuals. Wow. We've got names for everything. What's coming up on the game sponsored by Cars.com. Eric Crocker, the crock pot, coming on the roast.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000...
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Spadoni in for Shasky. Big John on the board. We got Lubman back there. We got Joe walking around here, giving us all his takes on everything happening. My Florida State Seminoles. I'm going to leave the ACC.
Really?
Florida State trustee said it's not a matter of if we leave, it's a matter of how and when we leave.
Wow.
Oh, my Seminoles going to the SEC. It's a big year for Florida State football.
Huge year. Do they have legit expectations?
Yes,
for the first time in a long time since Jameis?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. LSU first game. It's like last year.
That'll be fun.
That'll be in Orlando, Florida. This Saturday, the Bay Area Panthers are in an indoor football league title game.
Let's go.
Against the Sioux Falls Storm. Kickoff this Saturday, 1 p.m. You can hear it right here on 95.7 The Game. Although Dave Lewis and Steve Pappen are expected to be on the call this Saturday, Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy have been the voices of the Bay Area Panthers all season long. Indoor football league title game happening in Henderson, Nevada. And someone who knows about the Arena Football League playing indoors as a corner, also played in the NFL for a cup of coffee, Stockton native. And you know what, man? I don't know who, Grant Cohn, Eric Crocker. Eric Crocker is huge when it comes to Niners coverage. Lockdown 49ers. Of course, the Crock Pot on Twitter. Eric Crocker, he's been at practice, and I know he has no biases when it comes to breaking down everything going on with the 49ers. Last time I saw him, he was out there in Chi-Town, man, looking yoked up like he was about to suit up in Soldier Field. What up, Crocky?
What's up, man? I don't know if I'm going to suit up just yet, but I might have to make a call to Steve Pappen and Coach Arbette over there with the Panthers. They're doing good things, and hopefully they go and win it all in the indoor league.
No doubt, no doubt. Eric Crocker, of course, also worked with Underdog Fantasy Gambling website. Of course, the Stockton David as well. I know you. Are you still out here in the Bay Area right now, covering practice?
Yeah. I'm actually headed there right now.
All right, beautiful, beautiful. So obviously the quarterback is the talk of the town. We will get into Steve Wilkes and his defense because I feel like we're going to see a more aggressive defense as opposed to what we saw for Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans. But obviously we have to start with the quarterback. So, you're out there. You saw him hitting out there. They were brawling. What's your take on the quarterback so far? Trey Lance, let's start there. Out of Schefter saying that the 49ers believe that he's trending up. Do you believe that Trey Lance is trending up at camp so far?
Yeah, I think he looks good. I haven't seen anything that looks glaringly bad. There were a couple practices I wasn't at where it sounded like those were his worst practices, so I can't speak on those. But for the days that I've been out there, he looks a lot more confident. He looks like he's not as hesitant to pull the trigger. Throwing the ball in those, that 10 to 20-yard range, that's where Kyle Shanahan's bread and butter is of his offense. And, Trey Lance has done a good job of hitting those throws as well. Now, if there's one hiccup with him, and I think everybody's kind of making a big stink out of this, he tends to kind of miss the layups, especially that kind of boot to the right, guy dragging across the formation with him, and he just might overthrow it somehow. And I don't know why. I've talked to some quarterback guys, whether it's my guy Quincy Avery, my buddy Greg Connelly, and, hey, how does this happen? And there's a bunch of different reasons they'd have to actually specifically see the throw. But for the majority of the throws that he's making and how it looks, he looks like he's trending towards what you would want when you think of Trey Lance developing. So I think that's a positive for the 49ers.
What's up, Eric? Joe Spadoni here. What are your thoughts on Brock Purdy? His came on last year, Mr. Irrelevant, took the league by storm, gets hurt in the NFC Championship game. They're bringing him back slowly after UCL surgery here. Kind of a limited arm strength coming out when he came out of Iowa State. And now got surgery there. It's just little shake. I'm a little concerned about him and his size going forward here and an already limited arm becoming more limited. What are your thoughts and expectations for Brock Purdy as he is QB1 heading into this season for the 49ers?
So I'm not concerned with the size. I think there's enough evidence out there with some of these quarterbacks that are a little bit on the smaller side that still do well. And his small is a little different because he's not the tallest guy, but he's built a little thicker. So I think he should be able to hold up, when it comes to, getting hit and all those type of things. But, the arm strength, I think that's one of the things where we hear a lot thrown out there about teams watching film. Okay, the film is out on them. The film is out on them. And you have to wonder, okay, how are defensive coordinators going to try to game plan against Brock? It seemed like he answered the call any way that they tried to attack him last season. But, during the offseason, they'll dive more into it, and they'll start to figure out, all right, where are his limitations? What does he do well or doesn't do well? How is he looking and seeing the field? and they'll just start to try to force him to do things that he's not comfortable doing. Now, with Jimmy Garoppolo, it didn't matter. I think everyone and their mom knew that he was going to attack the middle of the field, and he still was fairly efficient doing it. Put the ball in harm's way a little bit at times, but overall, he was an efficient quarterback in a lot of his throws. I'd say probably 80% of them were over in the same area, and teams knew that. And the offense was still able to move efficiently. With Brock Purdy, I'm curious to see if they start to try to make him do something similar as well. We've seen his tendency of kind of flushing out to the left. Even sometimes when there's a clean pocket, they start to try to do things to bottle him up to make him feel uncomfortable. We won't know those things until the season starts. But overall, I'd say the practices so far I've been to with Brock Purdy out there haven't been super encouraging. Not necessarily like too bad. I think he's he's more of a gamer, and I think if you look at it through the lens of that, I think you're fine with it.
Eric Crocker here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. I just saw a bold proclamation from Damian Woody on ESPN saying his bold proclamation was Sam Darnold was going to lead the Niners to the Super Bowl. Now, the practices I went to, Crocky, last week, Darnold looked good, but again, there was no pads on, there was no hitting going on. The practice you went to, I believe he was 2 of 6. What do you think about the prospects of Sam Darnold? What did you see from Sam Darnold at practice when you were out there?
Yeah, I have seen him a few times now.
Okay.
And I would say he's been fairly consistent. The ball looks good coming out of his hand. I think sometimes we'll look at those completion percentages and all that, and I try not to make too much of a stink about it. Ultimately, it's hard to judge how good or bad someone is doing off of, the percentages from practice. And I know those kind of float around, especially social media. But ultimately, Kyle is looking at, how's the guy just executing his offense? Is he making the right decisions? Is he making the right reads? And if so, he puts more stock into that than like a completion percentage. As far as Sam Darnold goes and being able to lead the 49ers to a Super Bowl, if you want to say that Sam has been in bad situations and maybe his clock has been sped up because offensive lines haven't been great, maybe he hasn't consistently had like the best weapons or a great ideal situation for him, then I guess you could say, 49ers is a great opportunity for him to turn things around and be really good. I'd say the evidence as it pertains to Sam Darnold in his 55-plus games that he has started is not good and not encouraging. So I don't know if I'd go out and say that, but you did say it was a bold prediction, and that's probably as bold as it gets.
No, I did like the anticipation from a couple throws that he made, and you could see the zip, you see the size in the pocket, and there is something to be said about being in a situation to where you have all these weapons with Debo and Brennan Ayuk and George Kittle and, of course, Christian McCaffrey and an elite play caller in Kyle Shanahan. So maybe there is a reclamation project there. But what does that mean? Do you honestly see the Niners keeping Brock, Trey, and Darnold? Because you do have Brendan Allen as your fourth-string quarterback. A lot of us are scratching our heads over that one. Do you think one of these guys could be on the move here in the next couple weeks?
I think that there could be a guy on the move. If Trey Lance continues to trend in the direction he's trending at, I think you're more than comfortable with him being your QB2. And if that's the case, then there's no need for either Sam Darnold or Trey Lance. Now, I don't know how Kyle Shanahan's viewing this. Again, you talked about some of the things that Sam Darnold has done in practice. And, Woody said, starting quarterback leading the 49ers to the Super Bowl. I don't know about that. But if you're saying, hey, Sam Darnold right now is your QB2 based off what you've seen from practice, I would say, hey, man, that's a pretty good QB2. So then it comes down to, well, do we need 2 legit QB2s on this roster? And is there value in one of those guys to be able to move them? And I would say there probably would be more value in Trey Lance, who you can, pull the whole 5th-year option card next year. So if Trey Lance, let's say, he continues to do well through camp, he shines against the Raiders during the joint practices next week, he kills it in preseason, and that is more value for you to move him and recoup something from him if maybe there's an injury elsewhere. I know 49ers fans don't want to hear that, especially after last season where the 49ers went through so many different quarterbacks. But ultimately, it sounds like they kind of like Brandon Allen as well, and I know a lot of people view him as an afterthought. Man, why is he getting reps? I'm like, well, he was a QB2 for years in Cincinnati. So there's some value there with him as a backup as well. You got 3 guys that you like, you definitely can move on from one of those guys, especially to have value. And I would assume Trey Lance, if he does well, would have the most value of the backup quarterback.
Talking to Eric Crocker here, Locked On 49ers podcast, former NFL DB. And Eric, you just mentioned it, week away from joint practices with the Raiders next week in Henderson, Nevada. A guy I would like to see there is Nick Bosa. Are you getting a little worried here, Eric, with this as the longer it lingers about Nick Bosa not being a part of practices? I would love to see him at joint practices going up against his old buddy, Jimmy Garoppolo. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, okay, so here's the thing with Nick Bosa. I'm not worried about the contract getting done. I think we all know that at some point, Parag and John Leonard, they'll make sure that happens. And by week one, heading up there in Pittsburgh, you will see Nick Bosa on the field. My biggest thing is just from a professional standpoint, you're flipping that switch and going 1,000 miles an hour is extremely difficult on your body. He'll be in shape. He'll be ready. He'll be strong. We know all of that. But being in game shape and being in a position to where now all of a sudden, you're on the field for 70-plus plays or whatever it might be, that's kind of difficult on your body. And that's a lot of times when you see, like, soft tissue injuries and things like that. So I'm not worried about the deal getting done, and I don't doubt at all he'll be on the field week one. But the opening that window for that soft tissue injury and something that might linger throughout the year, I'm more concerned about that. So you need practice. You don't even necessarily need preseason, but even doing drills, right, when they do the bag drills, the get-off drills in practice, and you're competing against somebody else trying to get off faster than him, that's starting to push your body. That's ramping your body up. And then the practices, that helps as well. That all helps you get ready for week one, even if you don't even participate in a preseason game. So him being away and not having that opportunity, that worries me more than anything else.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Eric Crocker. Eric Crocker here on the Morning Roast. Steve Wilkes in his defense. We saw D'Amico Ryans. We saw Robert Saleh. Very good defenses. Robert Saleh didn't have to blitz as much because he had that strong front four. D'Amico, the same thing here. Feels like, just from what I saw him line up for Fred Warner as an outside linebacker at times, coming off the edge. It feels like Steve Wilkes may be a bit more aggressive with his defensive philosophy. What do you know about Steve Wilkes? What did you see from Steve Wilkes in practice so far with his defense?
When a new defensive coordinator comes in and the year starts, they all say the same thing, like, want to be this aggressive, attacking defense. And we heard it from Saleh, we heard it from D'Amico Ryans, and you could say maybe they could have been a little bit more aggressive with him, but hey, maybe they didn't have to because the front four got there.
Right.
I'd say Wilkes, so far from what we've seen, has probably been the most aggressive of the coaches, and really kind of backing up with that talk with saying, hey, we're going to be more aggressive with what we're doing. I went back and watched some of the Panthers film, and there was probably a lot more off coverage than you would typically see. And with the off coverage, you typically don't see as many blitzes. But I'm curious to see, do those guys start lining up a little bit more impressed, being more aggressive there, sending guys off the edge? He had Miles Hartsfield, who came over, and now he's with the 49ers, came over from Carolina. He was their primary nickel guy. He blitzed a lot as well. Well, the 49ers continue to do that with, like, Isaiah Oliver. So we're starting to see a little bit more. And I say blitzes, that's just sending somebody else. I guess technically a blitz, if you're only sending 4, then it's not a blitz, even if somebody's coming off the edge. But then you're dropping guys like, and we've seen Drake Jackson dropping the coverage a couple times now. There was one time where he was covering Elijah Mitchell down the field. I mean, that was probably one of the most impressive plays of preseason or training camp so far. But they are sending pressure in different ways, and I'm curious to see how that starts to mirror with the back end of the defense.
So one of the big question marks for the 49ers this year, obviously, offensive line. That's a big thing. A big question mark, right tackle Mike McGlinchey going over to Denver. You got big Trent Williams. In the past, the question mark with this team has probably been the secondary. Where are you at right now with this 49ers secondary group, and specifically Talanoa Hufanga, who came off an all-pro, first-team all-pro season last year, him building off of that going into this next season?
So I think one thing that I've always been able to hang my hat on with the 49ers defense is, man, these guys are really coached up. I do think they lack the high-end talent guys, but they have enough guys that just do their jobs and do what they're supposed to do that make it work. Who's kind of that speedy guy that can run with any type of receiver? I don't think they really have that kind of guy. Now, you do have Traverius Ward. They pay a lot of money to him. I think he's best when they put him up in press against opposing teams, wide receiver ones, and say, hey, just be aggressive with this guy, slow him down. He competes at a high level doing that. But playing off in a lot of what I saw from Will's defense with the Panthers, I think that can become potentially a little problematic with these guys, especially Charvarius Ward. I don't think Charvarius Ward is the best turn and run guy. So having to play off, anticipate, and then turn and run with guys that are pushing full speed at him, that's where you can kind of get behind him a little bit. He also dealt with some injuries last year, so you have to take that into account. Maybe those things lingered throughout the second half of the season, and that's why I saw guys kind of get behind him a little bit. But I'd say this team, the defense in general, has to rely a little bit more on scheme than they do just, oh, man, we just have the most talented guy in the secondary. And it feels like they do that a lot, especially offensively.
Right.
I don't think anybody's thinking Brock Purdy's the most talented guy ever, but, hey, man, you rely on that scheme and the players around them, everything comes together. And I'd say you probably say the same thing for their secondary as well.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It's interesting, too, because they got some big boys on that schedule when it comes to the wide receiver position, Crocky, and you know it all too well. George Pickens, week one against Pittsburgh. You got T. Higgins and Jamar Chase coming to town. Week 2, Cooper Kupp with the L.A. Rams. So, yeah, no, the secondary will get tested, but it's going to be a lot of fun to see it. How long are you out here in the Bay, Crocky? Because I know you're in Arkansas, right?
Yeah, I live in Arkansas. I got a home out there, but I'll probably be out here throughout training camp and the start of preseason.
All right, we'll definitely do it again. Maybe we'll even try to get you to the studio, but that's a tough drive down in Santa Clara. We won't do that to you, man. But we'll definitely do it again and talk to you. We enjoy the coverage as always.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Anytime. Eric Crocker, man, does a hell of a job covering the 49ers, man. Former player, knows what it's like to be a pro, played in the Arena League. So you got to respect his analysis there when it comes to defense, offense, everything.
The Nick Bosa thing is interesting to me. I don't think a lot of people are realizing how difficult it is to switch that proverbial switch. Flip that switch. Did I say that right? I always get that confused in my head. But it's difficult. And the injury thing is real when you don't have those live reps. That's what I know it might not be get done, but getting those live reps against a legit team, not a legit, but just an NFL team, a joint practice in the Raiders next week would be massive. And it's going to be massive for a lot of these guys next week. We're a week away from joint practice, and I can't wait. All the storylines. Oh, yeah, I'm going to need the live visual of Jimmy Garoppolo dapping up Kyle Shanahan, people.
First NorCal Credit Union. You want to get a shout out every 5 minutes? You want to send a roast down to Henderson, Nevada? For some scrimmages.
The pads are going to be popping.
They will be popping in Vegas. You know I love that. The pads will be popping.
A lot, Benjamin and Drake Kirkpatrick. That's your favorite.
Oh, do we have that cut? Oh,
Tyler Miller tagging you in it.
That was great. He did tag me in it. If you know, you know. Kevin Kugler on the call. Oh, my goodness.
If you just type into Wide Orbit Big John, Eno Benjamin, it should be pretty much the only one that pops up. If you want to play it. At any
point. Talk about pads popping, you just listen to the start of that play. Ooh, you hear the physicality. God, the Niners got their ass kicked that day. Oh, my God. This was Baby Chaz's first game. It was so depressing.
Was that Colt McCoy?
Colt McCoy looked like Roger Staubach.
Oh, my God.
He threw a bomb. Who did he throw a bomb to? Was it Christian Kirk?
I think it was.
He threw a bomb to. It's like, what? Losing to Colt McCoy?
Yeah. They got revenge last year in Mexico City against Colt McCoy.
They
I actually felt bad for Colt McCoy in that game. He was getting destroyed that much.
On 2nd and 5, this is Eno Benjamin. A little hop step, and he trucked Drake Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown. Oh, my
goodness.
You love that one.
I mean, we played that over and over, and Niner fans are really mad at me for that. But no, Eno Benjamin, I think he was off the roster like 3 weeks later.
He was.
I mean, rest in peace, Drake Kirkpatrick. I don't think he's been picked up since.
No, not even. You don't recover from that. When Eno Benjamin is trucking you,
Eno Benjamin trucking you.
That's like Josh Norman when he was with the 49ers, just getting his legs taken, man. Oh.
Dude, James Conner was looking like Herschel Walker out there from Georgia. I mean, he was out there. I think he ran a screen like 55 yards or so. That was an awful game. It was so bad.
It was bad.
So bad.
The Cardinals have had some bad teams.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you. We just need to isolate that. That's incredible. They played some bad Cardinals teams and lost. Didn't they lose to the Cardinals?
Week one, pandemic season.
Yeah, and Josh Rosen, I want to say, beat them twice.
Oh, well, Josh Rosen did beat them twice.
Oh, my.
First offensive snap for the Arizona Cardinals, 75-yard touchdown of Christian Kirk, deep down the field. God. That's what Shaskin and I did a video.
They're going to get the revenge this year. Yeah. The Cardinals are going to be the worst team in the league.
No, they're going to be pretty bad.
They're going to be really bad. They're going to be Caleb Williams type of bad.
God, Josh Norman was a Niner. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah,
how many pass interferences? How many pass interferences he got called for?
How many times he get burned?
Oh, my God.
Not 5, not 6,
He's
not
looking
7.
like this.
That's my favorite.
What'd I do?
It's Iguodala-esque when the hand's in the air.
What? What'd I do?
My favorite are when the DBs do the incomplete sign when the ball wasn't even in their direction. It was like
Oscar EPA. He knows 650. Not to cut you off, but don't. Thanks for the mobile text line 650. Oscar EPA. Those were the stinking ass Niners. Remember that?
They're bad.
We said we were. Well, I said I'm not even gonna call you the San Francisco 40. I'm gonna call you the stinking ass Niners.
Well, they deserved it. They were horrible.
Then we had callers calling. The stinking ass Niners did it. It's like, boy, we went a little too far.
Those were Steve Wilkes' only wins of his head coaching career prior to last year. Josh Rosen twice against you.
Oh man!
And then they got Kyler, obviously, and the rest is history.
Kyler looked really good when Jimmy led the Niners back from a 16-0 deficit.
That's going to be an interesting. See, that's one of the things I'm monitoring here, and we have the Hall of Fame game tonight. Some of the top storylines around the NFL outside of here in the Bay Area, because obviously the Niners dominate. Yep. They dominate everywhere. We're going to be talking about them ad nauseum, but I do like to talk about just the NFL at large and some of the big. Hell, tonight you have the Jets taking on the Browns, Bonte. Like,
that's big.
Deshaun Watson for this team, like, what are the expectations for him? Aaron Rodgers? The Jets haven't been to the playoffs since the Sanchez went to the NFC or the AFC Championship.
2 years in a row.
He gets slept on a little bit, the Sanchez.
Real quick, something Crocky said about Trey Lance, saying that he has the most value on his team. And if they did decide to keep the 3 quarterbacks, and Brendan Allen continues to impress, maybe they're willing to trade Trey or Darnold.
What are you getting for either one of those guys?
I don't think you're getting much.
4th, maybe?
I don't think you're getting much.
No, for Darnold,
but for Trey Lance,
7th, maybe? Yeah, Trey, like, you're probably maybe getting a 4th. Hell, if there's a team that's desperate, if there's an injury or something, maybe a 3rd. Like, and that's the thing. Are you hanging on to him for desperation at this point? Because one thing we do know about Kyle Shanahan when it comes to these draft guys, he's stubborn. Yeah. He doesn't want to give up on them too easily now, unless you're a running back. Shout out Trey Sermon and amongst others. He'll give up on you real quick. Quick.
Joe Williams.
Night. Jeff Wilson Jr. I'll trade you to the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Here you go.
By the way, I saw
Breida, Mostert.
I saw a text or tweet or what did they call it?
It's an X.
It's an X.
Yeah. X gonna give it to him.
Jay Spadoni.
Oh no.
I think Joe Spadoni should add me to his show every week for a pop culture corner to break up all the sports talk. Just saying. She's got a little Anna in her.
Yeah. Stick to the texting, sweetheart.
Anna got on the air and was
please don't call.
Adamant that we start a podcast together. It's like, no chance. No chance.
What are you doing calling?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah,
please don't
call.
Please don't do that.
I get worried. Legit, I get worried.
The life that got sucked out of Guru's face just watching it when he heard it was Mia is priceless.
Mia!
Kodak Moments? That was one of them. They still have those?
They still have cameras? Kodak cameras. You can buy them from Walgreens.
They still got them?
It was like a Southwest commercial. Want to get away?
Thank you.
Definitely was.
Speaking of, we're doing a little jokes here. Our very own John Thomas running the board right here. Stand-up comedy. He had a career, Bonte. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
This guy was a stand-up comedian opening for Andrew Schultz, amongst others.
Well, it may not have been a good comic since we didn't know who he was.
Well,
we didn't know about it.
Well, maybe we'll discover him. I'm not going to put you on the spot.
The tomatoes know him more than us?
Oh, my God. Johnny, come in here real quick. You were a stand-up comedian?
Yeah, I did stand-up throughout college and right when I moved down here. And then I realized that people are pretty good here. So I took a little back seat during COVID.
So you're doing where? Chico State?
Chico State, yeah. There's a couple theater halls up in Chico. And then Alameda Comedy Club and Punchline.
Nice. Well, I feel, and I've been told, and I've seen this from a lot of like famous comics, that the college tour circuit's very difficult with a lot of PC type of stuff these days. So it's you got to be a little careful.
See, I don't know if Richard Pryor can make it in today's day and age.
Probably not.
Red Fox.
Yeah.
Paul Mooney.
They like to say, I love Paul Mooney.
Rest in peace.
Oh, man, Chappelle Show again, all time.
I saw so many people walk out of Paul Mooney's show because he was just
speaking some truths, hard
telling
truths.
it like it was.
Telling it like it was.
He was just saying there was a certain segment of people who were not happy with Paul Mooney.
My favorite thing is when he was like, no, Michael Jackson's not a pedophile. He's X-Files. That was his thing every single time. It's like, oh my God, Paul.
It's a little bits on the Chappelle show.
All time. What was it? I think it was. It was called Ask a Black Guy.
Yeah,
that's what
Ask
it
a
was.
Black Guy.
They had just random stuff asking him, and he would just go a minute spiels about it. Rest in peace, all time.
By the way, you still get caught up in the top 100, NFL top 100?
Not as much.
George Kittle, number 19 on the NFL top 100.
That's a little high.
19 for George Kittle.
Where was Mark Andrews on there? Because I think Mark Andrews had a better year than George Kittle did last year.
He did have a better year. I don't know.
Remember, it was a couple years. It felt like there was a big conversation surrounding Travis Kelce and George Kittle.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you still want a George Kittle because overall, there's an argument still to be made there as far as the blocking is concerned. But Travis Kelce's, I think we could all agree on, he's on another tier, right? He might be the greatest tight end when it's all said and done.
When it's all said and done, he may be the greatest tight end. And I know people say, well, you can't block.
I'm a Gronk guy.
No, Gronk.
I mean, he is the most
two-way tight end, blocking, catching, down the seam, tone setter.
At the peak, I don't think there was anyone better than Rob Gronkowski.
I'm taking Gronk.
Yeah.
I'm taking Gronk.
Him and Tom Brady, that was the sickest connection, man.
And for the longest time, I was Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Tony G was sick.
He was.
You had Antonio Gates.
Yeah.
Antonio Gates was.
He's a Hall of Famer. Gates. Basketball background.
Can't forget about Shannon Sharp.
Shannon Sharp. He was sick.
Kellen Winslow Sr. Senior.
Casper. Raiders.
Right, yeah. Dave Casper. I'm not mad at him. Goes to the post. I'm not mad at him.
There you go.
Jimmy Graham was good for a while.
He was. Jimmy Graham was good. He was. But again, he was more of the every time, he's got a basketball background.
Yeah.
Jimmy, every single time he gets a touch, it's like, okay, we get it.
No Jeremy Shockey.
No, he was sick. Let's go.
He was good for a minute.
Let's go.
He had a game with a touchdown against my Florida State Seminoles. I believe that was White Right 3. That was a great game. It was 9 in the morning, Orange Bowl, Florida State, Miami. Anquan Bolden was out there balling. Jeremy Shockey, Ken Dorsey to Jeremy Shockey, and then Florida State got down in the field goal range. And it was White Right 3. And you knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. Because I lived through all of them. White Right 1, White Right 2, and then White Right 3. Mm-hmm. That was a sick game. Go back and look at that game. You want to talk about pads popping?
That's next week from joint practices, Henderson, Nevada.
Those old school Miami, Florida State games were the games.
The games. I'm trying to think of the games when I was growing up in here. It was USC and whoever for a while. It was just USC Weekly. Are they going to get beat? You think of Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, Pete Carroll, and then, man, you just think of Alabama now. Like Coach Saban, he's probably the guy when I think of college football now for the rest of my life. Prior to that, who was it? Bear Bryant, your boy, Bobby Bowden?
Bobby Bowden. Dadgummit. Real quick, this is an old school name. I want to give Jew-Dog a shout out. Mark Bavaro. Know who Mark Bavaro is?
Heard the name.
Old school New York Giants tight end.
Mark Bavaro.
It's kind of like Gronk in a way.
Okay.
Physical run blocker. Couldn't tackle him. There's a classic highlight of him dragging Ronnie Lott like 20 yards.
Really?
And hopefully Ronnie Lott's not listening because I don't mean to slander the name like that. I swear to God, Ronnie Lott came on the set at Warriors pregame live, and I introduced him, and he's looking at me, he's scowling at me, Spinone. He goes, "You smell that?" I'm like, "Smell what? Did I say something wrong?" He goes, "I smell greatness in the air." And Mullen's like laughing. I was like, "Geez, Ronnie, dial it down."
Mully's laughing while you're like, I'm a little shook right now, man.
I was very shook. He was scowling at me. He goes, "Just give me the intro."
Dude.
I was like, "You got 4 Super Bowls, right?" He goes, "You smell that, young man? It's greatness in the air."
And you just heard right there in his voice why this guy is the greatest in the history in his position. Him, Ed Reed, maybe.
Did light up.
Like that's that dude.
Mark Bavaro was sick though.
Here, I'm looking right here. 2-year stretch, 1986, 1987, first team All-Pro, Pro Bowl, Super Bowl champion.
Yeah.
Man, legit. Another guy, Algie Crumpler.
Algie Crumpler.
I just want to toss him in there.
What a great name.
Great name. But then Brian Dawkins took the soul out of him in the NFC Championship game.
Just destroyed him.
It was a dime from Michael Vick.
Night.
Pivotal moment. And Brian Dawkins just laid him out.
Oh, my God. Speaking of hits, speaking of safety play,
right.
Brian Dawkins, they're not making him anymore.
No,
you can't do that anymore.
They're not. We're going to get to Larry in the City in just a second here.
Oh, yeah.
As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. And speaking of YouTube and Twitch,
oh yeah,
we have to thank them for being so awesome. We have to thank them for smashing that like button. We have to thank them for subscribing to us every single morning. We have to thank them for keeping us on our toes and participating in the show every single day.
Love it.
And because they do that on Twitch and YouTube, we at 95.7 The Game are super excited to announce that First NorCal Credit Union is now the official sponsor of the 95.7 The Game's YouTube and Twitch pages. Our friends at First NorCal Credit Union are a longtime partner, and if you're wondering what a credit union is all about, we'll fill you in right now. First NorCal Credit Union is a cooperative financial institution helping members achieve their financial goals since 1949. They offer a wide variety of products and services backed by their commitment to the credit union philosophy, people helping people, because that's what it's all about. People helping people.
Man.
So roasters, if you need an auto loan, need a home loan, need a checking account, savings account, and much, much more, check out firstnorcalcu.org. That's firstnorcalcu.org. We want to shout out Greg and David over at First NorCal Credit Union. You guys are awesome. So if you haven't yet, head over to our YouTube and Twitch page. Check out all the cool exclusive things we're doing over there, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I love
How about
it.
that?
Let's
How
go.
about that?
Big.
We'll get you a loan out there, folks.
I love it.
Don't get you a loan if you ain't got no money or no job, or if you're single.
YouTube and Twitch, they've been popping. We appreciate them. This is so massive. And listen, I'm up at 5 a.m. doing the pregame show Monday through Friday. Check me out, Joe Spadoni, on the pregame show. And man, you guys are up there bright and early. I'm getting the Stun of Fillmores. I'm getting the Ernie Chavez's, the Nicole Diaz. And I'm sorry if I'm forgetting any one of you. EJ Gomez.
Dante Wiley.
Dante Wiley.
Locked in.
Oh, yeah. They're locked and loaded.
Locked
5 a.m., Bonte. And we're not just local. We go international.
Yeah.
We go across the country. Nicole Diaz, she's in Miami. We are Mr. Worldwide here at 95.7 The Game. Shout out Pitbull.
Shout out Pitbull.
Dude, he's got bangers. Don't
Pitbull
sleep on
didn't have a run.
Don't sleep on Pitbull.
Oh, no, I bought his first album.
Hey, Pitbull and T-Pain dominated.
I bought
the
that first
mid-2000s.
album.
Dominated.
I bought that first album with Pitbull.
Oh, yeah.
Bangers on there.
Oh, yeah.
Bangers.
Is he doing
Nobody rocks white jeans like Pitbull.
the tight pants?
Always in white jeans.
Hey.
He gives you, one thing about Pitbull and one thing about the roast, we give you everything we got. Every single show.
Everything you got.
Pitbull gives you every ounce. Every ounce of his body.
You were talking about Mark Bavaro. He went to Notre Dame.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
Thank you, Joe Shasky. He helped seal the deal there just with that drop alone for First NorCal Credit.
Who, Shasky did?
Yeah, that was right there. That was it. They
was
heard
it?
that drop and they're like, we gotta jump on this. Mark Bavaro, Notre Dame. A lot of Notre Dame tight ends. Jeff Samardzija.
Yeah,
Bring
wide
it back
receiver.
to Giants.
He was
There
a
you
wide
go.
receiver.
Yeah, I mean, he was a tight end body, though. He's a big
Yeah,
boy.
he was good. He should have probably stuck in football.
Yeah, no, he got paid in baseball.
He did get
He
paid.
got paid. He chose wisely.
He would have been a legit wide receiver.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he
Well,
would
he
have
was
been.
projected to be like a second-round pick, they were saying,
Yeah,
right? He would have been
like-
like real
I think
good.
of a guy like Joe Juravicious.
Okay.
Maybe even some Ed McCaffrey.
Dude, Jarovish is such a sick name. That's one of the all-time names for me.
Big play in the NFC title game against the Philadelphia Eagles, the last game at Veterans Stadium. Hey, Eagle fans, how did that work out for you? The last game ever at the Vet. Guess what? It took a big fat L.
You hate to see that.
You hate to see that miserable turf. You lost. You lost, Philly.
We've been seeing a bunch of different storylines popping up because we got the ESPN TV on here, and they were talking about Jerry Jones was talking about the NFC East.
He said they need to be on their game. The rest of the NFC East needs to be on their game because Dallas is locked in.
Locked into what? Losing again in the first or
I don't
second
know.
round?
So when we talk about these NFL storylines, what's the big one outside of the 49ers that you're looking at here? Is it Aaron Rodgers with the Jets?
I mean,
is it the Cleveland Browns?
It's going to be
Is
interesting.
it Mahomes trying to go back to back?
That's the one for me. It's the Mahomes. Like, because that's the next level of greatness. Brady, last one to do it, right? The Patriots, early 2000s. Hasn't been done since. I'm trying to think, right? Am I right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they've been close. They went back to back, but lost one to the Eagles, then went back and beat the Rams, correct?
Yeah.
If I'm thinking back to the Patriots. So, yeah, man, that's one. What's Russell Wilson and Sean Payton going to look like in Denver?
The Denver Broncos intrigue me.
That's going to be
Yeah.
fascinating. There were a lot of chirping. Week 5, I cannot wait. They were asking Mike Tomlin yesterday his thoughts on the whole beef with Sean Payton. And Nate Hackey's like, I'm just hoping that Week 5 game is on primetime TV.
That's what he said?
That's what he said. He's like, I'm just
Wow.
hoping I can get some popcorn and watch that.
Within the division with the 49ers, are we overlooking the Seattle Seahawks?
I think we are. But we need to prove it. Who needs to prove it more year to year. Brock Purdy or Geno Smith?
Well, it's funny, man, because Worldwide Hef, who's probably going through a midlife crisis right now, who knows? Got a beautiful son. Quinn, beautiful baby. I mean, Mrs. Heffernan is doing a hell of a job raising that kid, because I know Chris Heffernan ain't doing a damn thing. But listen.
Who among us?
It's my Gator. He's a Gator.
Okay,
but
State. Let's go.
He's just out of nowhere last night. Out of nowhere. You know, what did he start texting me? Well, 7:35 just randomly. I have Seattle winning our division. Receipt me, please.
And he's a Seahawk guy?
No, he's a Niner.
What is he doing?
He was in Philadelphia with us.
Oh, come on.
He walked to the stadium with us. Said they have a quarterback. I said, well, the Niners do too. They have a couple, Purdy and Trey.
The Seahawks lost to 3 different quarterbacks last year.
I know.
Purdy, Lance for a half, and
Jimmy
Garoppolo. He lost to 3 of them. Yeah, sure, toss in Brandon Allen. I'm sure he can get the job done. I'm sorry. I don't see it.
I'm just bummed, man. Oh. I'm not falling for my heart tricks anymore.
Oh, God.
They have us in a spell. We have no quarterback.
He sounds
I'm finally
like me.
convinced Shanahan era will go down as a ringless one.
He sounds
aging
like
roster. Bosa bag a bit too big. He's just going on and on and on. It's like, dude, all right, take a lap.
Woe is me. Now, you guys were just in the NFC Championship
Seattle
game.
will be tough, though.
They playoff team?
Jackson Smith and Jigba in the slot.
Yeah.
The way he runs routes.
Well, who'd they draft at Illinois? Someone, their first round pick.
Corner.
The corner. They got, so they're trying to recreate that Legion of Boom 2.0.
Well,
and they got, what's his face? Tariq Wooden?
Tariq Wooden.
Wooden? Did I say that right?
Let me pull up their depth chart.
Yeah, it's preseason for all of us here at 95.7.
Well, Kate's got to be on the call for the
Thank you. I said Wooden. Tariq Woolen. Kate Scott. There you go. You're crushing it. Round of 16 now. Or the quarterfinals now. The group stages for Women's World Cup.
Are they going to lose to Sweden?
They're
underdogs.
They better not. Be disappointing. We expect
Should
greatness.
I bet on them?
We expect greatness from our women's national team here. We're trying to go for the three-peat. We expect the draws. We expect the letdowns from the men's side. It is what it is. But the ladies, come on, we got to beat Sweden.
On the roster depth chart, Reek Woolen.
It's just Reek now?
Reek Woolen.
Shout out.
That's pretty sick.
Reek?
Just call him Reek.
I don't know.
They got Kobe Bryant in the slot as their nickel corner. Quandre Diggs a free safety. Jamal Adams is still there. PUP. God bless his soul.
We were looking at that trade like they would never recover from it, and
they have.
They have in a big way.
And then Kenneth Walker III.
Yeah, he's sick. He's sick. But it all comes down to Geno, though, right? Can he do it again? Prove it to me. What was it? They didn't write back?
Well, this is interesting. 5-0. Are you guys not worried about Bosa getting too much money? Paying a defensive end $35 million per season is horrible.
I mean,
see when the contract comes out.
You say that now, and then look at the team without Nick Bosa. Are they winning a Super Bowl? Are they winning a Super Bowl without Nick Bosa?
No, of course not.
No. So there you go.
They need Bosa.
Yes. And that's all the leverage he needs right there.
We got Kyle Nelson coming up. Galileo High School. City
this is going to be cool.
Yeah,
this will be cool.
We had him on last year. Reliever for the Arizona Diamondbacks, having a hell of a year. Hell of a year with the Diamondbacks.
2.54 ERA, 91 career appearances with the D-backs last 2 years.
Yep. On Monday night, 1 1/3 of an inning.
It's impressive.
No hits, 1 K.
That's impressive.
Not bad, Kyle.
This is a huge day. This is a big game today for the Giants and D-backs, the rubber game. If the Giants could take 3 out of 4 against these guys, that'd be massive heading into the Bay Bridge Series Part 2 in Oakland, and then a date with Shohei Ohtani potentially next week.
And real quick, my boy Chuck Zillis, his birthday coming up. Having a barbecue for him tonight. I almost didn't shout it out because my guy Victor texts me, and I don't like when Victor texts me. You heard that right.
You like him
Victor,
when he calls
takes.
you. He likes
I don't even like him calling me because he has terrible takes on everything. Terrible takes on sports. He's a Bulls fan, crying out loud. Just terrible basketball takes. But Chuck Zilla, happy birthday to you. Big boxing fan as well. I do want to talk some boxing. Maybe I'll stop by for a little bit there.
Speaking of birthdays, it's my brother's birthday today. Shout out Anthony Spadoni.
You got 15 brothers.
I got 6 of them. Relax.
Okay, all right.
I got 6. And then his son, Blake, in a few days. Same birthday as Mike Trout, August 7th. So happy birthday, Anthony. Big Tony today, August 3rd. I don't know. He's getting close. He's getting up there. He's almost 40.
Damn.
Getting up
Tony.
there.
Big Tony.
Thank you for your service, too, in the military,
Absolutely.
officer in the Army.
Absolutely. All right, coming up, Kyle Nelson on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. That's coming up, brought to you by 7-Eleven.
Small cherry Slurpee drinks are only $1.
back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Such a banger.
It's always one call away. I'm telling you, the ladies love. I'm at it. The ladies love when you call them. It's just one call away.
This is one of my favorite songs, by the way. Early 2000s Chingy.
Remember the video?
Oh, it's
so good. The girl in the video, I believe, was from the Cosby Show. Rudy.
Really?
Rudy Huxtable.
Oh, my.
That was a girl, I think, if I'm not mistaken, YouTube, correct me if I'm wrong.
957-9570.
When music videos were hot.
Yes.
Creative.
Do they still do that? Like, music videos, are they still hitting? Because, like, you had MTV, you had VH1, and now it's just like... I'm
BET.
TRL.
TRL. Yeah, totally. That was must-see TV after school.
I mean, you had Rap City in the Basement.
Yeah.
Big Tigger.
Yeah.
106 in Park.
Now it's just like, reality TV, right? Real Housewives of whatever.
Yeah. I think it was Rudy Huxtable, who was the girl who was one call away. They were at, like, basketball court or whatnot.
I believe you.
Yeah, it was Rudy. Yep, Loco
There you
Moco.
go.
Shout out to Loco_Moco.
Chingy had a moment.
Chingy had a moment.
He had a moment.
I think he had, like, a fake beef with Nelly or something.
Did he?
Like that. It was kind of weird.
Nelly has
Weird rap beef.
That is a weird rap beef. Probably forced, like a lot of them are today, anyways.
Yeah.
Just for the clout. Now everyone's friends.
Hey, Alex, you're right. The Baby does have some good music videos. I have checked it out. Very good. The Holiday Inn.
Yeah, chilling at the Holiday Inn. Come
Chilling
on.
at the Holiday
Come
Inn.
on.
Shout out to the Holiday Inn, but shout out to the Hilton.
Oh, Hilton. That's where it's at. Isn't a Holiday under Hilton? Am I tripping?
Maybe.
888-957-9570. But we love the Hilton in Santa Clara specifically. Yeah, that was an X. I tried to force it there. That wasn't hidden. So I'm sorry. I can't wait to talk to Kyle Nelson here in a few minutes. D-backs pitcher and San Francisco native, Bonte.
Yeah. So his senior year at Galileo High School, because he was a football and baseball star. His senior year, he accounted for 58 touchdowns. In the city championship Turkey Day, which is a big deal here in the city, the Academic Athletic Association City Championship. And I know my guys at Lincoln, Coach Ferrigno and company, you may want to turn off the radio. But Kyle Nelson lit your ass up that day. I love you, Coach Ferrigno. 34-30 against Lincoln. Galileo ran that day in a 34-30 win. You know how many plays they ran?
I don't know. Was this like a Chip Kelly type of offense?
25 plays. Because Lincoln would run the ball, run the ball. And Galileo's spread offense and just throw the ball all around the yard.
Oh, my God.
My guy, Kyle Nelson, produced 5 touchdowns.
That's pretty wild.
Pretty wild.
That is. Man, do you think Kyle Shanahan should bring him into training camp?
Kyle Nelson? Hell yeah. Why not? He had an arm. Guy started at quarterback as a sophomore. I remember covering his first game as a sophomore at Galileo. Had the long hair, like Sunshine from Remember the Titans. Had the braces.
There you go.
Probably weighed about 120 pounds.
Soaking wet.
Now he's throwing heat on the mound for the Diamondbacks.
He's having a great year, too.
5-2 this year, 2.85 ERA. He's pitching to some big spots for the Arizona Diamondbacks as they're still in this wild card race. A tough loss for him last night, but we got to give our city native some city love here. Kyle Nelson on the morning roast. We did it last year with him. We're doing it again, and it's good to see him pitch at Oracle Park. He had a great performance on Monday with the 1 strikeout, didn't allow a run. Kyle, good morning, man. Welcome back. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. We're just going over it because people don't know, man, and you're a reliever, and, you know, a lot of people in baseball are like, man, who are these relievers? But we kind of we follow you all season long, and you're pitching well with the Diamondbacks. It feels like you solidified a spot in that bullpen. 5-2 record this year, 2.85 ERA, and I know it felt damn good to go out there Monday night at Oracle Park and shut out the Giants in front of your family and friends.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I felt like that was a big spot to be in, which obviously are the most fun ones. And then for us to pull out that win as well, that was the best part of the whole night.
No doubt, pulling out that win in extra innings. Now you guys have lost 2 in a row to the Giants in heartbreaking fashion. They're a very competitive series. You guys are trying to get the split. But what is it like, man, for you to be in the pennant race? You're a city native. You watch the Giants growing up. You follow the Lincecums, the Canes, the Bumgarners. Must be pretty cool to be pitching in big spots here in August.
Yeah, you can definitely feel it for sure. I remember I was telling my brother after that first night, like, there was definitely a different feel on the mound and just the intensity. And then, I mean, obviously it's a really, really good fan base out here, so they'll make sure they let you hear it. So it's been I hadn't really had an inning where, like, you know, the whole inning you can hear them kind of yelling and making their noise. Usually you got to give them a reason to get loud, but they were loud the whole time. So you can definitely feel the intensity in there coming into August.
So San Francisco natives, tell us a little about yourself, Kyle. So you grew up Giants fan, grew up Niners fan. Were you A's, Raiders? Like, what were your teams growing up here in the Bay Area?
Yeah, it was. I mean, Niners, Giants, and Warriors. That was the trio.
Okay, there you go. Big Bonds guy, or were you Jeff Kent? Who was your guy growing up for the Giants?
My guy was Tim Lincecum.
Oh,
that was the dude. So
the freak.
I was trying to do everything. That had something to do with the long hair, for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, absolutely. No, and we're talking about, you're playing for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and, a little off the field here, but just the adjustment, going from a different market like that. And listen, I'm talking about the heat over in Arizona specifically. Yeah. Like, what's been the biggest adjustment for you being a Bay Area guy, living in a place, I don't know, like in Arizona, you're drafted by Cleveland, like the biggest adjustment off the field for you, Kyle?
I'd say it was a much bigger adjustment, like starting pro ball when I got drafted by Cleveland. Just like a complete change of scenery. Going to the Midwest, it's just a different style of living out there. Since we did like spring training in Arizona, I'd actually spent a lot of time out there, so it was luckily for me, playing in Arizona actually was one of the easier transitions. Just because I'd spent a lot of time, I already had some routines and places I knew the areas of the city I knew I wanted to live in, and restaurants and stuff like that. So, and then lucky for us, we do spring training and play the season in the same place. So that's obviously super rare for in this sport, not having to move. So that's actually been really, really nice about being there.
Kyle Nelson here on the Morning Rush on
115 degrees though, real quick, Kyle.
Yeah.
It's been
my girl
in
was just there.
Fuego.
Yeah, my
in
girl
Arizona.
was just there for a bachelorette party.
Yeah, once you hit the middle of the summer, you're going apartment, car, and to the field, wherever you got to eat. You're not spending more than about a minute walking on the street.
For sure.
I tried had to be 3 weeks ago. I tried to do a morning hike type thing, and I got 5 minutes in, and I was just bolted back to the car.
Oh my God.
Not a good idea.
That was me starting hot yoga one time. Never did it again, but I sweated 3 different pounds off my body.
Hot yoga didn't work out well for your boy. Man, 112 last weekend in Arizona. I don't blame you, Kyle. You're a city kid, too. I know you're used to wearing hoodies like we all are in the summer, man. So being back here, when you hit the mound or you're pitching in the pen or you're warming up, do you ever gloss over at the seats that you used to sit at as a kid? Because I know you probably sat all over the place at Oracle Park. You kind of just look around, it's like, damn, I should be there eating garlic fries.
Yeah, I definitely do. It happens more in the pregame stuff, and then when I'm sitting down in the bullpen kind of looking around and almost imagine myself back as a fan, and then obviously once it's time to go, it's just like any other game, really. I try to eliminate as much as I can of how big it is, I guess, to be in the stadium and actually on that mound.
What are the ticket requests like for you when you come back to town?
It's not too bad. I've got a good process now. I just kind of text my immediate family, so it's ask my mom, dad, brother, the people who are here, and then ask them how many they need, because they'll spread the love around for me. So I'm not getting the request really specifically to me. I put it on them, kind of thing.
That's cool, man. How about your former teammates, man, at Galileo, or your fellow classmates, man? Because you guys were tight. I remember when you guys were sophomores, you moved up to varsity. You and all those receivers, Todd Holland, Dontel Jackson, Isaac Armstrong, a lot of those guys. You still keep in touch with those guys?
Yeah. I mean, I'm still hearing from Dontel probably once, twice a week. We went to kindergarten together, so we go way back. He's been at the games, and then, we still talk to the same crew, same people. Obviously less than before, just because all our lives go a little bit different ways. But I mean, every time we see each other, it's like we've seen each other every day. Nothing really changes in that regard.
Talking to Kyle Nelson here, reliever for the Arizona Diamondbacks, product of Galileo High School here in San Francisco.
That's my rival school. I went to Washington, so
is it?
It was tough for me to cover those teams to see them win championships. Although, I got to say, man, I always say this whenever we bring your name up. It fascinates me. And I remember the game like it was yesterday. You guys ran 25 plays in the Turkey Day Championship, and you won 34-30. And people don't realize this, man. I'm sure your teammates probably like, wait, you played quarterback? But you accounted for 58 touchdowns your senior year. You remember all that?
Oh, I definitely remember. Yeah. I don't forget that. Trust me, I've let a few of the teammates know. I say because I don't play anymore, so it kind of gives me an opportunity, something to brag about. But it caught wind, like, I think last year, some of those football numbers. And, yeah, it was kind of fun to talk about. And they were a little surprised at first, but now they see it.
Well, 11 pass attempts in that Turkey Day, Spadoni. Kyle Nelson, 8 of 11. And now in my article, I had 247 yards. Mitch Stevens from Max Preps jobbed you out of 5 yards. He had you at 242. But 8 of 11, 240, say 247, 5 touchdowns.
Sounds like you'd fit in perfectly with the 49ers quarterback situation. What's going on there, Kyle? You following along? What's going on in training camp out in Santa Clara? You must have loved seeing Brock Purdy shine last year.
Yeah, that was definitely awesome. I have been paying attention to it, reading up a little bit on it. It sounds to me like they got a plan in place, obviously, as long as Purdy's elbow's all good, and I think it's a good one. So, yeah, it was fun, man. It was fun watching. Obviously a disappointing end last year.
Yeah.
But that organization's in a fantastic spot.
They are. Who do you want to see start? Because there's been a lot of conversation. You know, they brought in Sam Darnold, and obviously you're a huge 49er fan. So they brought in Sam Darnold. You obviously traded a bunch to get Trey Lance. Do you think it should be Brock Purdy starting week 1, though?
I do. I mean, I think he obviously earned that right. He did it in the most critical times of the season. He did it in some of the most critical games. Like, he is the one, you know, so far in that room that has done the job in the season at the best visibility. So, I think he's earned that right to start the year.
All right, I know you got to get ready for a big game today coming up here at 12:45, but let's have some quick hitters here. Let's have some fun, Kyle. We're having some fun earlier. Spadoni's about 10 years younger than me. You know, I'm an old fogey. Hell, I was old when I was covering you in high school. So are you a texter or caller when courting a woman? When you're courting a woman on a date, I know this is a little uncomfortable, maybe a little uncomfortable, but are you a texter or caller? Because I like the call. I like that voice to voice.
We're texters, Kyle. Come on, we're texters.
Go with the call.
That's my man. God, that's a real city native right there. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, come on. You got to use the charm with the voice.
Kyle, you haven't seen my emoji game. Otherwise, you would change your mind. Real quick, what was your first kind of bleep moment on the mound? Who were you facing against where you're like, oh my God, I'm going up against so-and-so right now?
Oh, that's a good one. I mean, I'd probably have to say Freddie Freeman. He's just like, yeah, he gets the best of me. He's got the best of me quite a bit. I got him the first time I faced him last year, and then since then he's been getting the best of me. But, I mean, he's obviously been doing it so good.
Have you had the pleasure of facing Shohei Ohtani yet in the bigs?
I did, yeah.
How'd that go?
I got put on a highlight tape with him. So I had him in the 1-2 count. I got the big swing and miss to get there, and then I didn't execute, and that's the wrong guy to miss to for sure. So,
how many feet did that baseball go, Kyle?
How far did it go? It was in the 450s, I think.
One of those ones you don't even look back, right? You just say,
I
just give me the
I
ball.
think if you find the video of it, I don't even watch it. Right when you hear the sound, I just put my head down. Like, man, I know that's going on ESPN.
Oh man, hey Kyle, I guess Freddie Freeman in because we're going to ask you a question about the division, right? What hitter in the division do you hate facing the most? And I'm guessing then when you brought up Freddie Freeman, that's the guy then that you probably hate facing the most, huh?
Yeah, I'd say so far it's been him. Yeah, he's been a nuisance for sure. But I'm at least trying to figure it out. So hopefully I can get him. I think we got them coming up here pretty soon. So.
Yeah, well, you're having a hell of a season, man. You're having a hell of a season. 2.85 ERA, and we love seeing you at the yard. I know Lubman was running around there. We love watching you pitch, and we just love the story, man. You're one of ours, man. You're from the 415. You're a city guy, AAA, public school system, and you're a hell of a story, man. So we're going to keep track of you wherever you go, whether it's with the Diamondbacks, if you move on. But we hope to see you in the playoffs. You're doing a hell of a job. Again, 2.85 ERA, and you were a damn good quarterback. I tell people all the time, you may have been better at football, man. You were throwing dimes as a quarterback.
He's getting Mahomes comps on the text line.
Mahomes. Getting Mahomes comps on our YouTube page right now. They're saying, man, this guy can throw. So anything, are you growing the hair back out anytime soon, or is this hair done? Or are you done with that?
No, the hair's done. It's not getting any longer than it is right now.
Well, you see the weather in Arizona, I don't blame you,
yeah,
man.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can go ponytail out there with the tank top anyway, man. I know your family's proud of you. I know your big bro's proud of you. I know you'll be back in the city during the off season, so we'll do it again. Maybe we'll have you in studio and just talk shop, because as you said, I know you're a big Warriors fan. Real quick before we let you go, Chris Paul, how you feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a great player as well. I'm interested to see what they do with that dynamic now.
Yeah,
might get Curry off the ball a little more, I would assume, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm very interested to see what they do. Obviously, Kerr's going to do a good job.
He knows what he's talking about right here.
That's a Bonte special right there.
That is right there. Yeah, Curry off the ball, man. So we'll see. Kyle, continue the great stuff, man. We're proud of you. We'll hope to see you pitch today in a getaway day, and we'll follow you throughout your career, man. You're one of ours, so we always appreciate the time.
I really appreciate that, man. It's always good talking to you guys.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
Kyle Nelson, reliever
awesome.
for the Arizona Diamondbacks, but by way of Galileo High School. Galileo's 5 minutes away from us.
Really?
Right here in North Beach. And it's a unique school, the football field. So you can get to the football field by going underground from the building. And their football field used to be like 95 yards. Wasn't even 100 yards,
wow.
But it's right there.
So it's tight.
It's tight, really compact. But, man, it used to be one of the toughest places to play as a high school. The crowd gets right on top of you. You can hear Galileo High School when they're warming up in the background. You don't see them. You just hear them hooting and hollering.
That's cool.
And they will come out, man, and I mean, they had some really good teams, man. So he had a really good year his senior year. They won Turkey Day. To see him kind of grow up like that as a sophomore to junior to a senior and progress, and now you see him in Major League Baseball. It's pretty cool.
Pitching against his childhood team, and one of the big highlights he just mentioned there, giving up a bomb to Shohei Ohtani. Apparently, I'm being told we got the audio of that.
Oh. Why'd you do that? Oh. You leave my boy Kyle alone. His family's listening.
Oh, my God.
I ain't going to do that to him.
You heard the sound of that bat.
So we got him off the phone here. I'm saying goodbye to him. We're chatting about that. I was telling him, it's like, hey, I guess if you're going to give up a long ball like that, you want to give it up to a guy like Shohei. That's a guy you tell the grandkids about. It's kind of like, the guys who gave up home runs to Barry Bonds. One day they're going to be like, in their old age, telling the grandkids, I gave up a home run to the greatest home run hitter ever. Kyle Nelson, he could say, I gave up a home run to the modern day, well, I don't know modern day Babe Ruth would be applicable then, but to the Babe Ruth of his time.
Dude, I mean, he said it, though. He said you heard the sound. It made SportsCenter.
Yeah.
He just put his head down. It's like, that's out. On the 1-2 count.
It is what it is. I appreciate the honesty, man. And that's like us. Like, I mean, we're all like joking about it and stuff. Like, that's a cool moment. It's like going up against a Freddie Freeman. Hey, he's playing up against his childhood like heroes and Brandon Crawford. Like, how cool is that, man?
No, it really is cool. And that was one of my favorite covers. And when I was starting off in my career covering high school sports and I know Coach Farina over at Lincoln High School, they're good buddies of mine, but watching guys like him and seeing him, I remember his first game. I remember interviewing after that. He was all nervous and he was shy. He had the long hair with the braces. And you see these kids grow up and mature. And you saw him mature in a Turkey Day game. Again, they ran 25 plays. A guy threw for damn near 250 and it accounted for 5 touchdowns.
It's crazy.
I think he wore number 16 as well. I think he was number 16.
Swaggy.
He was swaggy out there. They had some good. That was a fun team to cover, man. It was a real fun team to cover. So, Kyle Nelson, we're proud of him. Even when he's on the mound, I found myself rooting for him the other day against the Giants. Even though I know the Giants wanted that win, I was rooting for him, saying, "Come on, Kyle, get these outs, man." So, here it is, Chris Paul analysis. How about that?
Chris Paul, huh?
Chris Paul. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about Chris Paul.
One of the funny things about this league is that you compete against people, and especially if you see someone in the playoffs over and over again, like we did with Chris in Houston. And then all of a sudden you're teammates or you're coaching someone and you laugh at moments like this where, you're at each other's throats for much of your career. Reminded me a little bit, when I played, Reggie Miller and I played against each other in college and then the pros as well. And I used to hate Reggie. Oh man, like he was, and then we became broadcast partners and he became a great friend. And so I feel like that's kind of how it's going to be with Chris. We've all hated him, because we were competing and he was so good. And now that's our guy and we love him.
Now that's all fun and games, Padoni. But a lot of people are trying to figure out how are they going to use Chris Paul. Here's what Kerr said about that.
We met in Vegas. I watched Steph and Chris work out together. We've talked about our team. One of the things I told Chris was we have to be more controlled this year. Last year, we were number 29 in the league in turnovers. In other words, second worst in the league. But we had the fastest pace in the league. That's not a great combination.
That's wild.
And one of the things I love about Chris is that he controls games. So I told him we need his ability to control the game at key times for us. And he knows he's going to adapt to some of the stuff we do, especially when he's playing with Steph, throwing the ball ahead, playing with a little more pace. So I kind of like the idea of finding a better balance this year and being more under control, but still being, really lethal offensively. And then of course, what Chris does in pick and roll and his mid-range game, he always gives you a chance in every possession to get a good shot. And he's one of the great point guards of all time. So we're lucky to have him.
Off the ball. He's going to play with Steph. Don't know if he's going to start, but he's going to play a lot with Steph Curry, probably in the closing lineups as well. Now, let's talk to some NBA guys while I was in Maui.
Oh, that's a double flex right there. NBA guys in Maui, just having some pina coladas.
A lot of teams are targeting Chris Paul defensively, getting him in actions on pick and rolls and stuff like that. So that's going to be interesting to see if teams try to play him off the floor by attacking him. But offensively, I do love the Chris Paul move. I'm warming up to it, man. I am.
There were two words that he used in there that I think applies strongly. He used the words adapt and balance. And I think that is something we're going to look for with Chris Paul and this team. And we're not here to no disrespect to Jordan Poole. He was put in impossible situations at time last year with the absence of Stephen Curry. But with that experience of a Chris Paul, you can adapt more with this guy if you have some time without Stephen Curry or someone else. You can insert him and feel comfortable about the pace of play and him making the smart move on the court.
And now Steve Kerr on NBA TV. That's a good point. On NBA Today, that was a good point, Spadoni. But Steve Kerr getting ready for the FIBA World Championships with Team USA. He was talking to them. So
Austin Reeves.
I'm into the FIBA Championships. I want to see.
I like watching the USA teams.
International hoops.
And it's getting better. Like internationally, let's be honest here.
More competitive.
They're making strides here. This isn't USA like men's soccer going up against the rest of the world who dominate. We're used to dominating basketball. But these other countries, the Giannis's, the Jokic's, the Lukas, they're coming after us.
Before we get to Clark the Shark in Myrtle Beach, let's go to JD and San Mateo.
JD,
what's happening?
Hey, not much. Hey, I was just listening to the Chris Paul thing. Hey, I think I kind of like it. I think he can unlock Looney in a mid-range game off that pick and roll. I think it'd be Looney actually breakout year with Chris Paul. What y'all think about that?
Wow. Interesting. I feel like Looney's had a couple breakout years for him.
He was awesome last year.
I joke with him all the time. Shoot the mid-range jumper. It's not bad. If he had that 15-footer, he's looking at the basket in that triple threat position.
He was making a couple in that last game in Game 6 against the Lakers.
Teams are definitely going to give him that shot. The shot's there all the time. So I think more people are looking for CP3 to unlock Jonathan Kuminga.
That's the one.
As opposed to Kevon Looney.
How's he going to work with the Kumingas, the Moody's of the world, specifically Jonathan Kuminga? Like, this is a guy who was playing really well. Right. Obviously, there was the absences of Andrew Wiggins and whatnot, so he got the opportunities to do so, but then he got limited playing time in the playoffs. Didn't take it kindly, obviously, talking to CJ Holmes in the San Francisco Chronicle. So what is Jonathan Kuminga going to be like moving forward? That is one of the top storylines for the Golden State Warriors, and it hopes to get back to an NBA title.
Yep, and that was a lot of fun there. Kyle Nelson, a lot of people live on that interview right now. Let's go to Clark the Shark. Clark the Shark out in Myrtle Beach, baby. What's up, Clark the Shark?
Hey, brothers, God bless. Hey, we got Cupper Joe Spumante, and we've got Bonte, Belafonte, Mr. Golden Pipes, and it's great to hear from you guys. Anyway, I just wanted to say that this and that. When I was courting women, there was no such thing as text message. There was none of that. In fact, the worst thing is you'd call a girl and you get her dad, and he was gonna, and that was a real awkward conversation. I'll tell you that right now. So you guys don't know how lucky you are. But anyway, I got. By the way, I'm glad the Giants didn't trade away with anybody in their farm. But I wanted to ask you guys, what do you think the odds are that Draymond and Chris Paul don't have an interaction that might get a little volatile? What do you guys think?
Hey, first of all, Clark the Shark, what are you doing right now? Are you on an exercise bike or something? You on a treadmill?
No, I get excited when I talk to you.
I love it.
You do get excited.
He gets excited.
Listen, they're going to get into it. There's no doubt about it.
Thanks,
but they're
Clark.
professionals. They're professionals.
Yeah.
They'll figure it out. I don't think there will be punches thrown. If that's where you're going, I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
No. But there will be some scuffles, not scuffles, but there'll be some on-the-court disagreements. But that creative tension.
I like that. There'll be some pushback.
There needs to be.
Absolutely.
I'm actually, now I don't think about that aspect. I'm glad there is someone in a Chris Paul. He's not going to take Draymond's S. He's not taking that, Bonte. I think you got Draymond. I know he's a 4-time champion. Chris Paul's a future Hall of Famer, too. You don't think he knows a thing or two about IQ, basketball IQ?
Exactly.
He knows.
He definitely knows. So Steve Kerr seems rejuvenated. He felt like he did a poor job last season connecting the team. We got some fun stuff happening in the next couple minutes here with Stephen Curry. Stephen Curry made the rounds yesterday.
Oh, boy.
Steph Curry. But Clark the Shark, I'm thinking about the Doobie Awards. We got to start getting this together, Lubman. The Doobie Awards, like Caller of the Year,
I have
Drop of the
a whole
Year.
folder that I've been saving stuff in all year long, so don't worry, we got stuff going.
We're already in August. It's going to start going pretty fast here once football starts. The months are going to start coming, and before you know it's going to be December.
Like, you got Can Opener and Cal, Clark the Shark, Marcus in Richmond. I mean, you got Robin. There's a lot of categories we're going to flush out, and we'll start to get to them. I mean, interviews of the year, drops of the year, answers of the year, chat of the year, YouTuber of the year.
It's going to be a loaded field in all these categories.
I mean, it is tough.
Call of the year. I think right now Marcus in Richmond has the call of the year so far.
That's a pretty damn good one. Yeah, it's hard to top that one. It's going to be hard to top. But who's the caller of the year? Because you got to be consistent.
That's true.
Clark the Shark has become consistent. Can't open the Cal. I haven't heard from him in a couple weeks.
He's a Warriors guy. See, he did. I'll say with Clark, he's more versatile.
He's a boxer, so I wanted to get his thoughts on Errol Spence Jr. and Terrence Crawford.
It's true. Where's Kyle Nelson at in interview of the year? That's up there. He was good. I don't think Shasky would like that. One of the awards going to a guy that he wasn't here for the interview. I don't want to do that to him.
Oh, I would love to do that to him.
We can do Gabe Kapler, though.
Love to spike
with Shasky and I.
Well, you guys had Gabe Kapler. I was in Maui. You had no problem get the manager of the Giants on. No problem booking him.
We're tight.
I was like on a Tuesday, too. It was like, damn.
I had to calm Shasky down, though. I don't know if you heard back on that one. He was invited to tailgates.
Why? You had to calm him down?
I mean, he was trying
Shasky begged somebody for something?
I mean, he wanted to invite Gabe to his tailgate parties at 49er games. And I had to be like, relax.
The funny part is nobody's ever come through on anything.
No, never.
Golfing, tailgates.
Hey, Dave, can we go to the Olympic Club, me and you? Yeah, sure. Let's get that happening. Ghost.
What are you doing calling?
Oh, man. Oh, BPA, hater of the year.
Oh,
Brian in Palo Alto.
He gone.
Has he called the station?
No, not us.
Has he called other shows?
Come on, Brian. I don't know. I have to ask E-Dog about that and Mark Randy and Lucas Alexander in the afternoons. Man, miss BPA.
Dublin Marge.
She's good. Double Marge hits me up on the pregame show. The pregamers, you know what? You get an extra boost. All right?
You do.
5 a.m., that's real talk right there.
You do.
That's real talk.
You do. San Jose Jazz fan. We got to meet him at the Hilton Hotel.
Nice. He follows me on Insta. He comes through with the likes on the stories. I'm a sucker for the likes on the social media. I don't have a lot of followers.
Don't be
like
that guy. Don't let it gas you up.
Mark Failer on the chat. Love me some Mark Failer. You met Mark at my birthday party.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Shout out Palma High School.
Yeah.
Let's not forget about Lori out in Arizona.
Lori in
Phoenix. Yeah, she's up there. All right, so Steph Curry, real quick, before we end this bad boy. Been a fun show. Been a fun Thursday. been all over the place, but I think it's been an okay show. Niners back on the practice field at 10:15. We'll sure be looking at the timeline in the next 30 minutes. I got swim class coming up, so as soon as I run back to the phone, I'll be looking,
There you go.
see what's going
Tire
on with
her
Trey
up,
Lance
get that
Company.
nap in at 12 or 1 o'clock.
I don't know if there's going to be a nap. I got a good sleep last night. I may try to ride it out today.
Playing with fire. No, not for you, for her. Baby girl.
Baby Ches is over naps. She don't take naps no more.
What?
Yeah, she's...
I'm already afraid when Benny stops taking naps.
Naps are
An
done.
hour, I get peace.
So Steph Curry told Marcus Thompson, before we get to the fun stuff, Steph Curry yesterday, Marcus Thompson sat down with him, followed him for a commercial shoot out in South San Francisco. And Curry was just talking about, everything that's happened with the Warriors and last year. And he's talking to Marcus Thompson. He basically said this, as my computer freezes. There you go. The biggest thing is, Curry said, look at teams that have won. You realize that there is a certain way about how you show up on a nightly basis. Everybody is important. Everybody is valuable. It's not going to look pretty for the majority of the year for some guys. Some are going to be in and out of the rotation. Guys are going to be asked to do things that may not all the way vibe with how they see themselves. You've got your core that's got to figure out how to stay at a certain level. All those things are about winning. We had a lot of narratives around the team that have been a little bit distracting to that. But that's all it is. It's not about anything other than winning. And it feels like Curry's been a little more outspoken about the Warriors and the way they move forward this offseason as opposed to any other offseason over the course of his career. Curry knows I'm at the top of my game. I'm still in the prime.
I mean, it's all about winning at this point for his stage of career. He's got to win chips. That's all it's about.
He's talking to all the guys who are unhappy about their roles. Guys who are not here, guys who are here. By the way, it's Steph Curry, Steph, Jordan Poole working out together with Brandon
Clay
Payne.
was there too.
Klay Thompson was there as well.
That's interesting.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Maybe a cynic in me would say that's a little PR stunt. Save face a little bit. The cynic in me.
Hey. That's the Laker fan in you. That ain't the cynic.
Don't revert to the text line and saying that stuff.
No, that's the Laker fan in you.
I am objective when it comes to the Warriors.
That's the Laker
talk.
fan in you.
Did you listen to my pregame show during that series? I was objective as hell. Come on.
No, you kept looking at me after
Well,
game
that was
4.
different. Once I turned into 6 o'clock, I'm Laker fan.
You kept looking at me when I was yelling, I'm depressed. And you were sitting there trying to cover your mouth. You were so happy about that. Were you happy about the Steph Curry rap?
That wasn't him. Play this, please.
You don't think that was him?
Play the song.
Do I have it? Where's it at on my board?
Bottom right.
Jamming down your throat.
No, that's not it.
Oh my God.
That's not it.
Thanks.
I don't have it on. I don't know where it's at. Maybe we just blow.
No, Big John can do it then.
Oh, you got it?
Look how things have changed. They know I'm the one. Daddy taught me how to flip my wrist. I'm my father's son. Think I'm pistol packing how that ratchet on me like a gun. They should put the basket in the casket after I am done.
That's not him. That was his. They used his picture. They dubbed his voice. That's not Steph rapping. Although we did learn in the doc, right? He used to rap.
Yeah, Davidson. That was a great rap.
Did he have bars, Bonte?
He did have bars.
Yeah?
That was bars.
Okay.
That was. I know it's not.
That's not him.
I mean, he's in the music video.
He is. That's all that matters.
He's in the video.
Who was it? Toby? Is his name?
And Ryan Coogler, I think, was shooting it as
okay.
well.
It was cool.
Ryan Coogler, great guy.
Is he? Another name drop. You met him? You guys are tight?
I did meet him at Oracle with David Teller, NBC.
There it is.
And you know what he told David Teller? He goes, I watch y'all all the time on the pre and post game show. I'm tapped in. I said, no way.
But is he a roaster?
I think he is a roaster. I think he's driving around roasting with us. I do.
Okay. All right.
Ryan Coogler, friend of the program.
Director of Black Panther, the Steph Curry doc,
the Creed series,
amongst others. Yeah,
I'm a sucker for Creed.
Yep.
Although I did miss Sylvester Stallone in Creed 3.
Yeah, he wasn't a part of it.
Did you watch Creed 3?
No, I haven't seen the third one though, but I know he wasn't a part of it, which kind of just leaves me a little bad taste in my mouth because it's not Rocky without Sylvester Stallone. It's not a Rocky franchise without him, man. Come on.
I know it's a guy down south. It's not Steph Curry. I know it's not.
Ooh, I got Spafoni. I haven't heard that one before.
Spafoni?
That's a good one. I like that one. San Jose Jazz fan.
Just to hate.
No, but I like the nicknames. It's fine. I've heard much worse.
Look,
again.
Austin to San Jose. You don't have to be a roaster to listen. Thank God. So you're not a roaster, Austin to San Jose? You definitely chime in like you are.
Come on.
You can't live without us, Austin to San Jose. Just admit it.
Come on the pregame show, Austin.
Just admit it. We set the tone for your day, Austin to San Jose.
He loves it.
You get gamed up by this show. You're a texter or caller, Austin. You're probably a texter.
He's a texter.
No, you know what he is? He's an emailer.
Oh, that's even worse. Yeah. That's bad.
That's the type of guy he is.
I hate getting.
No, you know what he does? He slides in the DMs. That's what he does.
Slides in the DMs.
Fast 5.
Let's go.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Final thoughts, Spadoni. You're the guest, man. You're filling in for Shasky, doing a great job. Get the first crack at this.
My final thoughts are Kyle Nelson. I'm a fan now, man. Whatever this guy's going, I'm following. I'm a forever fan of Kyle Nelson, San Francisco's own. If you missed any of that interview, we interviewed Kyle Nelson, who is a bullpen guy for the Arizona Diamondbacks, San Francisco native. It's a great year so far. 5-2 record, 2.85 ERA. Been pitching against the Giants in this series. Find that on Twitch, on YouTube, the Odyssey app. Download that. Favorite 95.7 The Game. But Kyle Nelson, forever fan.
Forever fan. Big John,
Only
JT, comedian.
Yeah. I just want to say I love filling in on this show. You guys always have a great time. We always have a great time, me and Sam back here. And then a good shout out to the roasters. You know, I feel like I'm starting to become one with the roasters. I actually got a little shout out from Aaron from Santa Cruz on the text line. Want to give a shout out to Big John on the decks today. Happy birthday weekend.
Happy birthday to him.
Birthday
Happy
weekend.
birthday, John. Happy birthday, man.
Wow.
Hope your birthday's booming.
Wow. Loved it. I haven't heard from you all day. Giants win 2 in a row. My guy's in a great mood.
I am in a great mood because we had a historical recording on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys yesterday. One of the longer episodes we've ever done. The first time that an episode was recorded with both hosts in the same room. That was pretty cool. Mark Willard was platooning with Joe Shasky this weekend.
It was the longest
we had
one.
a lot of. Apparently, Mark and I are very long-winded together. Who knew? And a lot of great post-deadline talk. What are the expectations for the Giants? And the Farhan Wars are raging right now on Giants Twitter. We talk about all that. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys available wherever you get your podcast.
Worse
Like, rate, subscribe, review, blah,
Sorry,
blah, blah.
I didn't mean to cut that off, Sammy. Sorry. You're doing a hell of a job, you and Joe Shasky, and Mark Willard, special guest. Belt Wars or Farhan Wars? Which one's going to be worse?
Oh, the Belt Wars is going to look like
Belt Wars or Farhan Wars?
Oh, the Farhan Wars they're.
The Belt Wars is going to look like a day on the beach compared to the Farhan Wars.
Yeah, I don't know. The Belt Wars were pretty legit.
The Farhan Wars are getting toxic really fast.
My final thought is make a phone call.
No.
Instead of texting while courting a girl. The text line proved it. Xfinity mobile text line. YouTube proved it.
Kyle Nelson proved
it. Kyle Nelson proved it. Uncle Gene proved it. Clark the Shark proved it. Even the youngsters proved it. Javier and Vacaville called in. What a take about that. Always make the phone call when you're trying to seal the deal, baby.
I think the number of texts we've gotten on the Xfinity mobile text line today, like quadruples or quintuples the amount of calls we got today. So
hey,
I rest my case.
E. Woods is all over me. He said, I look like a guy who sends fruit flowers to his ladies. I don't do that. I'm not that romantic.
No, those are pricey too. The edible arrangements.
Bonte leaves voicemails for his ladies. No, not really.
Does anyone leave voicemails anymore?
No, it's creepy. But you don't even have to listen to the voicemail anymore. They have the text version of it. So there you go again. Text.
There it is. That was Fast 5. Brought to you by Xfinity. The Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru on a Thursday here at 95.7 The Game. Niners back on the practice field in 20 minutes. We'll be looking for updates. We'll hear from Shanahan and a bunch of people down there in Santa Clara. Have a good day, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Mia! What are you doing calling?
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now.
So when Kyle Shanahan took over the Niners, they had 2 bad years. Then they went to the Super Bowl. Then they had a bad year. And then in his 5th year, the 49ers started 3-5.
Mm-hmm. Lost to the Colts in the
They actually
rain.
started 2-4.
Mm-hmm.
And so that year, they turned it around. They made the playoffs, and they got to the NFC Championship game. So at that point, Kyle Shanahan's been to the postseason 2 out of his 4 years. I'm sorry, 2 out of 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
But they're coming off a playoff season, and so he got stability, obviously. Not that he was going to get fired one way or the other, but he makes the playoffs last year, or 2 years ago. Then he follows it up with another NFC Championship game. And so now he's essentially a made man. He's been here 6 years. He's been to the postseason. He's been to the playoffs 3 years. All 3 of those years, they went to at least the NFC Championship. And now it's 3 out of the last 4 years they've been to the NFC Championship. So he's a made man right now. He's solidified. He could endure a couple bad years if injuries hit, and he's fine, right? Kyle Shanahan is as rock solid, entrenched as a head coach as possible, right?
You called Pat Riley a Don a couple months ago. I'll give that to that. That's where he's at. He's a Don.
So I think we can all agree Kyle Shanahan is
safe.
Very, very safe.
All right.
But the thing I always think about is just how fickle it is. What if they hadn't turned around the year 2 years ago?
Oh, my gosh.
Like the difference between Shanahan making the playoffs 1 out of 5 years is so much different to me than making it 2 out of 5 with one of the years being the year in the present.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then he makes it to the NFC. He's fine. We all know that he's fine. Let's go to Farhan and Kapler. Farhan's been here one more year than Kapler. Anyway, Farhan gets here. It's lose-lose. They lose 2 years.
Pandemic season 2.
Then they win 107 games. Then last year they were 500, and they make a big run late to get to 500. And now they're in the middle of the wild card race. So what I'm getting at here, Goo, is what's the difference? Not for us, the fans, but for Farhan and Kapler between making the playoffs and missing the playoffs this year. Because this is exactly what I mean. If the Giants, let's just say they fade. There's a lot of teams. There's a lot of teams still in the race.
Yep.
Let's say the Giants finish 84-78, but they don't make the playoffs. Well, now Farhan's been here 5 years. They've been to the postseason once. And if you really want to be a negative Nancy, you could say that year was an outlier, too. They won 107 games. I mean, that was a fluke. So the difference between the difference between the Giants not making the postseason this year and making it, to me, is dramatic in terms of how, let's say, safe or hot the seat gets. So what I'm asking is, how big of a difference is it for the Giants making the playoffs and not making the playoffs, for Farhan and Kapler, or do you separate Farhan and Kapler? Because I do think if the Giants make the postseason this year and they do it with some of their young players, I think Farhan and Kapler then kind of cross a threshold in which they're in pretty good shape. But if they don't make the postseason this year, are they on the hot seat? Should they be on the hot seat? Is it fair to look at Farhan and say, dude, they made the one time in 5 years under Farhan, we made the playoffs. I was listening to Willard yesterday. He had some really good points about, he said, do you trust Farhan Zaidi? And I was thinking in my car, I trust Farhan. And Dibbs was saying, I trust Farhan, but he was disappointed at the trade deadline. Okay, fine. And we talk about the Giants system that they've set up, and they have a way to do things. And I agree with that. And Willard says it's kind of proven. But what if they don't make the playoffs this year? 1 in 5 years it'll be with Farhan. Will that be okay? And then Kapler will have 1 playoff appearance in 4 years. Is it okay because they're going kind of young this year? How do you view what happens this year, Guru, with the Giants in terms of the futures of Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler?
I mean, you said a lot there, and the one word that stood out to me is the anomaly. And if somehow they can punch the ticket and get in, then last year looks like the outlier. You got the momentum from the 107-win season. Okay, you were 500. It felt like you were 15 under last year. And then you follow that up with a mixture and infusion of youngsters like we're seeing with Matos, Bailey, Casey Schmidt, who's still a question mark with the bat. But, Steiny, if you can punch that ticket, then I think they got 3 more years that you could say 4, because you got some, that infusion that I just mentioned. And I'm gonna put the right on the table early, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Visit Atco Pest Control for all your pest control needs. Steiny, the big thing is this would be kind of, I'm going to go here. I'm not trying to upset you early, but, man, this would be like a meltdown if somehow they don't make it. I think they'd have to play bad baseball. They've been in this position. They've had their worst stretch on this last road trip. They've come back. They took 2 out of 3 from a good Boston Red Sox team, and now you can win the series today against Arizona. I just feel like the momentum of not qualifying for the wild card this season, for me, would leave a bad taste in my mouth. Then you can double back and say, well, damn, what could have been done different? Maybe Farhan could have been aggressive at the trading deadline. I'm giving Farhan, Steiny, I don't know if you know, I kind of mentioned it to you, I whispered it to you. I'm giving him a pass. I don't feel like there was much out there, but the fact that you got Haniger lurking out there, Yaz, and who's our other guy that's out? Estrada coming back. I'm like, okay, I feel that, and you got some synergy going. Okay, let's ride with that. But to not make it and punch that ticket this year, Steiny, I think the furnace would be turned up. Now, in reality, will it be from the Giants front office? I doubt it, but that's how much I am focused and invested in for Giant fans to kind of just qualify for the offs, and you will have done good. You didn't give up anything in the farm for a rental, and you're in it. You made it.
Well, it feels to me, and this is where I'm maybe I'm wrong. It feels to me like right now, like you said, what if the Giants fade?
Oh, man.
Well, they don't necessarily have to fade. The Phillies are a half game behind the Giants. I'm sorry, they're a game and a half behind the Giants. Miami's a game and a half behind the Giants. Milwaukee's a game and a half behind the Giants.
Cubs.
Arizona's 3 games, just 3 games in back of the Giants. And the Cubbies are 4.5. Even San Diego's starting to knock on the door 5 or 6 back.
Playing good ball.
What I'm saying is 2 or 3 of those teams get hot.
But you would have to get cold, though. You would have to go cold.
Not necessarily.
Then if we're doing the Steiny math, let's just say they didn't make it. That would be 1 playoff appearance in the last 3 years. So how would you look at that?
It would be 1 playoff appearance in the last 5 years if they don't make it this year. And overall, it'd be 1 playoff appearance in the last 7 years.
See, I'm kind of giving them a mulligan for the first 2. And that shortened with the pandemic season. So I'm kind of, was 107 real? And I know, hey, Guru, that's over. That's done. But for the 107 equated to a playoff berth. And if you can follow this year with a playoff berth after only going 500 last year, Steiny, I think everything's good. And we're seeing some youngsters play and participate.
Right.
So I think everything's fine.
But what I'm saying is, let's say they finish, right now they're 60 and 49. So let's say theoretically,
11 over. That's
what
incredible.
If they finish 85, which would be 25 wins?
Do they get in?
77, 59, 69. They could, what if they finish 25 and 28? They finish 85 and 77 and don't make the postseason.
Then I think it's fair for fans or anybody out there to say, okay, did Farhan make the right move by not being that aggressive at the deadline? Because I would say we were right. We were 11 games over. We were the number one wild card with umpteen games to go, and we went 25-28 with some youngsters. And maybe that one of the youngsters could have been parlayed into a veteran. I don't know. Maybe if you went all in for a Verlander or a Scherzer. Those thoughts cross my mind. You look at Logan Webb last night, and if you had one more of him, Steiny, what would this team be?
Yeah, they weren't going to get a Logan Webb at the deadline. But
now, if you wanted to get ultra aggressive, it would have been good for business, I think, to kind of, hey, the Giants are snooping around. They're willing to give up A and B prospect.
Well, I mean, they chose not to do it for whatever reason. But what if they go 85-77? Like, if they go 85-77, I think a lot of Giants fans would say that's kind of what we were hoping for. Yeah, but we didn't make the playoffs.
And can't you? I don't know how you think.
Before the season, that would have been okay, I think.
Well, I thought you said no. You did, because it's on your resume for I'm having a hell of a year. If somehow they get in the playoffs, that's the win for this team. And don't you think Giant fans right now are like,
if they win, if they can taste it. If they make the playoffs, it's over.
No doubt.
Right. I'm saying, but I think
because you're there right now, Steiny.
Well,
it's
you're
mental.
there, but it's not like you're in control.
Well, if you play good ball.
Well, of course, but there's 7 teams that are within 3 or 4 games of you. So what I'm saying is you still have a lot of work to do.
That's a fact.
And you could play pretty good ball, and if two or three teams get hot outside of you, then here's what it seems like to me. People think this team's definitely going to the playoffs. I don't understand, even though I think it's absolutely a realistic goal, and it should be the goal.
Yeah, let me tell you why, Steiny. They play a different brand of baseball.
Than who?
Than all the other teams.
Are they better than Philly? Are they better than Miami?
I would bet on them in series that keep going. All those teams you're mentioning, okay. I would just their approach.
Why didn't we think this before the season? Because they have the same team. Like, they didn't make any changes. So before this, and listen, I'm just talking here.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's one way or the other.
I got an answer for you.
We came in with not a lot of expectations for this team. There was disappointment. Now we're 110 games in. We're 60-49. We're the number one wild card, but it's a bunched up race. There's no doubt about it. So they have a shot to make the playoffs, a good shot. It's not a foregone conclusion, though. So what I'm asking is, how big of a difference is it? Not for the fans, because the fans are going to be psyched. If they make the playoffs, they're going to be disappointed, obviously. But do you think Giants fans at 888-957-9570, how much does it mean, if anything, for the big picture of Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler between making the playoffs and missing the playoffs this year? Because in theory...
So now I got to take emotion out of it.
Well, I can tell you right now, hey, you know what? I got a crystal ball. I can tell you one thing, but I can't tell you two. Here's the one thing I'm going to tell you. We're going to win 86 games. We're going to go 86-76. But I can't tell you if we're going to make the playoffs. Do you take it?
I don't.
That means you're basically playing 500 from now to the end of the season.
And I think we got to drop. I forget who it is, mediocre, but I wouldn't take that. Like, I just got my sights set high, and I'm tasting it. I believe this team, what they're doing is tangible. And also, what you just said earlier, I think it goes back to the offseason. Correa was a signal of, I know he wasn't Judge, he's not Stanton, but, a big bopper. And I got too fixated on that aspect of the Giants that they needed a star. And I wasn't by myself, but I forgot about how the game of baseball is played. And they got depth, and we're seeing that now with contributions from a lot of people. The bullpen pitching better than we even thought, Steiny. And right now, I'm getting spoiled when I watch the Giants, because I don't expect those other teams to take advantage of a giant slide like we just saw on this last road trip in Atlanta, in Washington, the nation's capital, and Detroit. So I don't expect to see that again. But, Steiny, I would be, and it's not about me, you talk about the youngsters having an impact, and right now they are. To the FO, that might buy them time, even if they don't make it, but end up having a winning record.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's the difference in terms of security between whether the Giants make the playoffs and not make the playoffs when it comes to Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler? Or is there no different? I was talking to Evan before the show, Goo, and I said, I brought this same thing up to him, and he said, I think you're overstating that Farhan might be not on the hot seat. But he said, I think you're overestimating that Farhan maybe isn't a made man. He didn't go that far. Anyway, here's what Evan said this. Oh, I feel like Farhan didn't make a move at the deadline because he feels like he is safe as the general manager of the Giants, meaning there were deals out there, but he didn't like any of them. And because he didn't like any of them and he feels like he's got job security, he said, I'm not making a move that I'm not 100% crazy about. I think I can speak for Evan by saying that if Farhan really felt he was on the hot seat, then he might have done something to make it look like, or to try something.
But that sounds like desperation. And that guy that was holding
so then
court,
he's safe.
Yeah,
there's
no doubt. And
okay, so then they don't have to go to the playoffs this year. And those
are two different things.
Well, no, they're not. Because if Farhan believes that he does, if he can not live with, but there's a chance that they will not have made moves and they won't make the playoffs.
But I'm telling you, I believe the market had nothing that he really felt like would help this team.
Moves.
Right.
A lot of moves.
And some probably were doing it out of desperation.
Okay.
But I don't feel like the quality of the people that were moved were so impactful that you wanted to gut your farm. And I got to give him credit because I believe what he said in that clubhouse the other day in the dugout when he was holding court, he felt it. Like he just didn't feel like there was something of substance out there that would change the makeup of his ball club.
Right.
And again, here I go, naive Nancy. I believe that.
Well, it's funny because, and I heard Willard say this too to Dibs yesterday, and he said, well, none of those, like all the transactions, like none of those guys are good. Well, okay, just how was Lance Lynn in his first start for the Dodgers?
No doubt. He was fantastic.
That's the point. Yeah. I mean,
is he going to do that the rest of the season?
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know, but if he does, then that's a great acquisition that nobody gave an S about when it happened. So, to me, we don't know who's going to be good after the trade deadline.
Okay, but
we don't know the guys that are going to help a team, and we don't know the guys that aren't going to help a team.
But it's two sides to that, Stoney. What if he would have went out and got Lance Lynn? Okay. I personally wouldn't have went and threw confetti even before he threw his first pitch. And what if he was bad in his time here? Then it would look like, oh my God, what did you give up to get Lance Lynn, who wasn't a help? Now, he was phenomenal in his start yesterday, but I look at it like that. Like Lance Lynn wouldn't have been, print up the playoff tickets. He would have been an option. But you're right. What if it was good, Goo? Then what are you saying?
What if, I get Lance Lynn, what if he goes 5-2 for the Dodgers with a 3.0 ERA and they win the division? Well, then that's a move that nobody...
It's a gamble.
It's under. Was it a gamble? How much did they give up for him?
Much of nothing to me.
Okay, well then it's not a gamble. I get Steiny. MLB trading deadline was a poor bunch of mid-30-year-old washed-up players. Okay, let's say the trade market wasn't very good, which it clearly wasn't. I'm not criticizing Farhan for not making a move. I'm not praising him for not making a move. I'm just saying that by not making a move, Evan kind of reads that, and maybe me a little bit too, that he doesn't feel any job security or job pressure. And Giants fans might be out there saying, why should he? And that's what I'm saying. Well, why should he? Well, that depends. Will he have made the playoffs 2 out of the last 3 years, or will he have made the playoffs just once in his 5-year tenure as a general manager of the Giants? To me, that's why I think this is a pivotal year for the Giants. I do think they kind of not need to make the playoffs, but if they don't make the playoffs, Well, then doesn't that make next year total make or break? Then they have to make the postseason next year, don't they?
Yeah.
So I just want to know how Giants fans feel about that.
But if he's looking at a team right now, Steiny, 11 games over.
Right.
He's operating, and he believes in this team.
But we know they don't have enough starting pitching, right?
Do we?
That's conventional wisdom.
Well, no, on paper, you would think that, but right now, the opposite is happening. I mean, it's not all good in the hood, but Steiny, they're 11 games over. It's working right now. You're without some of your best players, and they still just keep moving down the road. So I don't think he was operating from a place of what word am I looking for? He wasn't content. He was just a believer in what he has, and like the YouTuber just put, you brought up, what was really out there that was going to change him besides the Scherzer or Verlander?
Austin and San Jose. Steiny, why are you guys trying to give Farhan credit for not making a move? His job is to make the team better and sell tickets. He didn't. That's exactly what I'm asking, Austin. That's exactly what I'm asking. I'm not praising him or criticizing him for not making a move.
But we got to praise him for 3/4 of the season that it's looking good that they're going to make it to the playoffs.
Right, but that they better, right?
Yeah. So
what if they don't? What if they don't?
Then it's hell to pay. And I would lose confidence in...
Even though they may have won 86 games, which everybody at the beginning of the year would have taken.
That's playoffs for me, Stoney.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl, the Guru Johnson. How you're feeling about Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi? How much of it relies on whether this team gets to the postseason or not? Is that what it's all about? Or even if this team stays in it till the end, are you behind Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler? How much does this year really matter in terms of their security and the pressure they're facing? 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Lucky California.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you. By the way, John Dickinson will be with us in the 1 o'clock hour.
JD.
I respect that.
He'll be here after the 49ers practice today, and he was great yesterday telling us about what was going on. We're talking about the San Francisco Giants. They win again last night, 4-2. Here's the other thing, and this is just the way I look at sports, because I never think that there's just one. I always try to look at the other side of things. And here's the one thing here's the one thing that everybody, wow, what? Had the Giants made some moves, it would have sent a message to the clubhouse. Well, can't you send a message to the clubhouse by not making a move? Hey, guys.
This could be true.
Hey, guys. I think everything we have in here can get it done for us. Like, I just always like to look at it the other way, because conventional wisdom is, those guys in that clubhouse see that nobody was added, and now they're thinking, boy, it would have been great to have reinforcements.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Farhan addressed the team and said, you know what? I can make a move just to make a move, but I don't like any of the moves. And I believe that what's in this clubhouse can get it done. So I ain't making any moves. So let's go. Maybe that could be just as powerful, maybe more powerful.
And if you look at how they played the last couple of nights, Donnie, even when they lost, they should have won. But
they won when they should have lost against the Red Sox, too.
But, they're not half-assing. The Giants are a professional team, and they're playing ball, and they're playing good ball. So I don't think anybody in the clubhouse, I could be wrong, I'm not in the know, but I don't think those players are reacting like, damn, Wade Boggs was out there and he was available and we could have got him. I don't think there's the air is out of the balloon. I know you think this is just a throwaway line, Stoney. When I watch the Giants play, I don't know if it's the computer or the spreadsheet. It just seems like, especially in clutch moments, we're starting to see Brandon Crawford, all of a sudden in big moments show his moxie, but their approaches are different. And that doesn't mean they're going to hit the ball or come up big every time, but I just feel, I don't know, it's like a aura, almost an invincibility about the team that wears the orange and black, like good is going to happen more often than bad. And right now, like you said at last block, who had them 11 over at this juncture? And contributions from the youngsters.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who had them at 11 over at this point.
Call in. I don't think the phone will ring.
But, see, I guess the one thing the reason I'm asking this question is because it does feel to me like I think most Giants fans think we're going to the postseason.
I'm not a fan, but I feel like they're going.
And I feel like, they got a good shot of going.
Oh, it's going to be hard.
But they got a long way to go.
Right.
A long way to go.
It's not 162 way to go, though, Steiny.
And if you have pitching concerns, which they had a week ago, are those pitching concerns going to go away? Are what you perceive to be the weaknesses of this team going to eventually catch up with them and allow a couple other teams to leapfrog them? That's very possible.
And I think the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Cubs, the Padres, all the Mets, all the teams you mentioned, Steiny, they got their own issues. But you're right, Goo, if the right team gets hot and the Giants go on a skid, we know baseball, that's when you can take advantage. But I'm just, right now, other teams got concerns their own selves. So we'll see how this plays out. But right now, man, you got that filthy sinker by Webb. He's your anchor. And they're doing the opener, and I'm like, oh, my God, Mania. Dude, it's just right now, it's working.
Well, right now. But we know that things can change in baseball.
And let's be real, Stoney. 80 runs last month was not good, and yet they weren't 8 games under.
Right, and I guarantee if they score 80 runs in the month of August and they go 9-15, people are going to say, how could you not make a move for a bat when you didn't hit in July?
Yeah, Monday morning quarterback.
San Jose Jazz fan.
On the new YouTube, we got a sponsor, Steiny.
Okay.
NorCal Credit Union.
Nice.
Yeah.
First, NorCal Credit Union.
Help me out first.
San Jose Jazz fan the third. Why are you asking this, Steiny? And what was it again? All right, for people like San Jose Jazz fan with a short attention span.
Who's going to help us out when we're in Vegas? That's our guy.
That's not Carlos.
Yeah.
No. San Jose Jazz fan is not Carlos.
Oh, you're right. I met him. He got the curly hair. Yeah, glasses.
My question to you, San Jose Jazz fan, is what's the difference? Is there a difference in the security factor for Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler between making the playoffs and not making the playoffs? Because I think the Giants, in a way, are at a point that the San Francisco 49ers were 2 years ago. And that is that if the Giants can find a way to make the postseason this year, you can say, we have made the postseason 2 of the last 3 years. We won 107 games 2 years ago. We're in the playoffs again this year. And not only that, we got some young players who look good as the future approaches. That's fine. If they don't make the playoffs, then you say, well, Farhan's made the postseason once in 5 years.
Well, not good.
Is that good enough? And I'm comparing it to Shanahan because Shanahan had made the postseason only 1 out of 4 times, and the 49ers got off to a 3-5 start. And I started to wonder, well, what if they suffered another injury that year and they wouldn't have been able to turn it around? The difference between going to the playoffs 2 out of 3 years, 2 out of the last 3 years, and the difference
1 and 5.
1 and 5 is drastic in my mind. Mm-hmm. And that might be the difference between a guy being on the hot seat and a guy not being on the hot seat. Alex is in San Jose. What's going on, Alex?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Hey.
Very good. So the whole Farhan timeline, just things have gone. We're obviously in a good spot. As much as I was frustrated after the trade deadline that we didn't make any moves, when they won that game against the Diamondbacks, I'm like, hey, this guy did draft Patrick Bailey, so I can't be too mad at him. But when you look back at the last offseason with the way the career deal didn't work out, and that was a blessing in disguise, I wonder how much of I do not see him giving 13 years to anybody.
Right.
Not even Ohtani. And then, so at the trade deadline, I'm wondering how much of it was ownership telling him, no, don't press it now. Right? But the thing, I just don't like him coming out and saying, oh, we're going to be aggressive, and tell us who you're going after. Like, what's the point? You didn't get so-and-so. Why can't you just tell us? Unless there's some, arbitrary rule that say they can't discuss failed negotiations. Because I want to know, like, who are you going after? He's talking a big game, and he hasn't done anything in terms of landing a big name. But, hey, Padres won the offseason, and look at them. So, thanks, guys.
Yeah, Padres getting hot.
And the teams like that, Steiny, just get in and see what happens if I'm the Padres, and that's what they're trying to do. But right now, we're talking Giants, and again, I just feel like it was an episode of Sanford and Son, the whole trading deadline, who was available. Bunch of junk.
So you don't think...
Lance Lynn Abanya's text me. He did beat the A's. You and I probably beat the A's.
So you don't think anybody acquired at the deadline is going to help his team get to the postseason?
Hell no, I would never say that.
Well, then...
But I won't criticize you for not, changing it up or gutting your farm system for
who gutted their farm system? The Angels, in theory.
Well, the Dodgers gave up Trace Thompson and 2 AA pitchers for Lance Lynn.
Is that gutting?
Clay's brother. No, that's not gutting. They didn't go all in. But that was the whole thing. Did you have to gut it to get Verlander and Scherzer like the Rangers and Astros did?
Well, I don't have their prospect list in front of me, but did the Rangers gut their farm system for Verlander? I mean, for Scherzer.
I'll just tell you this:
did the Astros gut theirs for Verlander? They did. Okay, I'm just asking. I have no idea.
Because Farhan, that's something he was not going to do, obviously.
Right. Okay. So the superstars that they could have gotten, or the stars. Forget those. Nobody's criticizing the Giants for not going after Verlander, or not going after Scherzer, or Juan Soto.
And who's to say Pollock almost hit a home run in his first at bat here a couple nights ago? What if he gets hot and hits 6 homers this month? Highly unlikely, but it's the same thing that you're posing with Lance Lynn.
Well, right.
Yeah. So,
but that's
technically
what makes a general manager great, and what makes another general manager not great. I mean, it's a gamble. That's what's going to get some general manager paid this offseason, maybe. The moves that the Rangers make, and now all of a sudden they win the World Series, or a team that
the Angels made moves. Yeah.
Well, everybody made moves. Some of them may end up working, and some of them may end up helping their team get to the playoffs. And so, give me a player who was acquired that got a yawn from everybody. Give me somebody, Evan, who got a yawn.
Lance Lynn.
Well,
the Arizona Diamondbacks traded for Jace Peterson.
Okay, and they also traded for Seawald.
Yes, who in your mind is not a yawn, but to a lot of people, they don't know who he is.
But and so I take it he's not having a great year, Peterson.
Yeah, I mean, Jace Peterson started for the Diamondbacks the last couple games since he got traded.
Right. So if Jace Peterson hits .312 for the rest of the season and the Diamondbacks make the postseason and he helps them make the postseason, the move that they made worked. Can we say that?
Yes.
Okay. And that will that gets on the resume of the general manager of the Diamondbacks.
But there wasn't a line around the corner for Jace Peterson, is all I'm telling you.
Right, that makes it all the better.
Right, but
so he identified somebody who's not having a great year.
So what's your I'm trying to get your, because you're saying it's not about the fans, are they on the hot seat, but that's a hypothetical.
It's not a hypothetical. Some players who are acquired at the deadline are probably going to help their teams get to the postseason.
I got you right there.
Farhan elected not to try to find one or not acquire one of those players that he thought might help their team.
He got Pollock, Steiny.
Well, Pollock's not even going to be here in 2 weeks. He's here till Yaz gets back, according to Evan. So that all I'm saying is, if let's say they don't make the playoffs, will you be as okay with them not making a move now if they end up not making the playoffs? Listen, this is what I'm trying to get at is this is the point. This is the fickleness to me of sports. If the we're saying right now the Giants, there wasn't a move really out there. Okay, I kind of believe that,
right,
to tell you the truth. But if the Giants fade down the stretch and they don't make the playoffs, you damn well better expect that fans are going to be like, they should have added, they didn't have enough, they needed reinforcements.
Right.
So that will be a negative on Farhan's ledger. So does that matter? Will it matter one way or the other? If the Giants make the postseason, is Farhan like a made man? Is he already a made man?
I think that buys him time. A couple years, Donnie. And,
I don't disagree with you.
Other teams are trying to throw lefties against this Giant lineup, and I'm going to go Tom Hanks and look at the bigger picture of it wasn't just the deadline why this team didn't make it and why, I won't call it a collapse, on why they kind of had it and struggled and scuffled down the stretch. It will be because of the moves he made last year and the fact that Haniger, couldn't even make contributions to the end. Why I'm watching a baseball game last night, one of my favorite Giants to watch hit, Conforto, is getting pinch hit in the 6th and 7th inning. Like, all that spreadsheet stuff will be the greater good of why I'll say, you know what? This is why that team needs a star. This is why they need a Soto. This is why everybody was clamoring to get a Judge. It's bigger than just what they did at the deadline or didn't do at the deadline for me. And that's why I can sit here and give Farhan and Steiny, I know you don't like doing it, I got to give Kapler credit. I know you say he kind of takes orders, but right now the dude is having a hell of a season. And if we're going to just sit here and say, okay, he's a co-pilot manager, we got to give whoever it was, I was going to say Pee Wee Herman, rest in peace. We got to give the guy that has that moniker of the manager for the San Francisco Giants, we got to give him credit. Because let me tell you, if they scuffle and lose 10 in a row, people will call here and will make fun about his beard and he's just a puppet. But right now, we got to give him some love for having this team in position.
I don't give baseball teams love each day.
Well, managers I'm talking about.
No, I don't give them love.
So
you're
going to tell us right now that Gabe Kapler's not having a good season?
Yes, they're 60 and 49.
No, I'm talking about Gabe Kapler.
Yeah, he's fine.
Right.
He's fine.
Gotcha.
But
you said it.
2 weeks from now, he might not be fine. That's baseball.
Just that.
So I don't that's the problem. We tend to talk about baseball. The Giants are great.
Yeah.
Why? They won 2 games in a row. What if they lose today? Then they just split with a division rival at home. Is that good? It's okay. So
well, they won 4 or 6. They took 2 or 3 from Boston, Stoney, and they've already won 2 games.
And they could have lost those games.
But
so it's like
you're not mad that if I say Kapler's having a good season up until this point.
It's fine, but I mean, like, it also doesn't mean anything yet. Like, it doesn't mean anything yet that they're 60 and 49.
Well, what if they were 49 and 60? I think we'd be taking calls like, is Kapler on the hot seat?
Well, we would. Absolutely, positively. Let me help Sammy K here.
Sammy
K. I gotta help him. Hold on one second.
What's he doing?
Well, he says, "Oh shoot,
you got it."
Yeah, I don't know if I have it. Sammy K. Steiny talking in hypotheticals again. Actually, it's not a hypothetical, Sammy. It's not a hypothetical that the Giants are either going to make the playoffs or they're not going to make the playoffs. It's not a hypothetical.
No, it's reality.
That's not a hypothetical question. So the question becomes, which I'm trying to ask, is does it matter in the big picture for Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler? How important is it to make the playoffs this year for their tenure long-term as a San Francisco Giants manager and general manager? Answer that question.
Yeah.
That's the
but
question.
But you told us not to, Steiny, because the part where I agree with the guy that says it's a hypothetical is you're asking us to read the minds of the front office, Farhan's bosses, because to me, the way you laid out that math and had to compare contrast with Shanahan, hell yeah, it does. This is a big year to cash that ticket.
That's the question I'm asking.
Oh, okay, because you said
somebody might say, Mark Willard might say, no, it's not.
Right. 1 in 5? I
because
mean, like, man, people get fired for less. And you were in the, you were leading. I'm just telling you, 1 in 5 as opposed to how you just put it. I mean, you can't even argue that. He should be on it, but they may love him to death. And, hey, we'll see. You're good.
Willard, stuck it in me. Let's go to Danny. Danny's in San Francisco. Hey, Danny, what's going on?
Hey, man, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Not much, man. What's going on?
For you. So, good. I got a question. So, if we make wild card, whether we're the first seed or the 4th seed, are we playing that 1-game series or are we playing a 3-game series?
3. They're all 3.
Out of what?
I don't think there's any more 1-game series. There's no more 1-gamers.
Even if
there's no more 1-gamers. So even if we take the first seed or the 4th seed in wild card, it's only a 3-game playoff.
Yeah, 3 division champions and 3 wild card teams.
Right. So if you're the wild card, if you don't
get a
take
series
place, whether we're the first or the third, we're going to play a 3-game.
Correct. That's correct.
Yep. Okay. So it doesn't really matter for Farhan, to make a move or not to make a move. If it was still that 1 game
I see.
Series, I would have said, said, you know what, then maybe we should have done something. But I think, like you said, I don't think there was much out there for us to get in hitting wise, and so. I think, like you said, I think he sent a positive message to the team saying, you know what, I think we can win with you guys.
And Haniger's on his way back, hopefully. So he could. What you said, Steiny, he could possibly help.
If the Giants make the postseason this year, there's nothing to talk about.
None.
I think we'd all agree with that.
Everybody.
Okay.
I would hope.
And all I'm saying is, it feels like many Giants fans and baseball fans are thinking, this team's making the playoffs. Okay, so what if they don't? Does it matter long term, or are they on the right track?
Yeah.
That's the question.
To me, we're watching that movie, Steiny. It's like a horse race. They're coming down the home stretch. Here comes Steinmetz.
Okay, so you say if
this
they
year
make
has
the
a big
playoffs,
part of it.
They're
Boom.
safe. If they don't make the playoffs, all bets are off.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
That's what I'm asking.
And I think that would be fair. And one thing about the Steiny, I don't know if you know, this is the first year to where the 1-game playoff they used to have, if 2 teams tie, regardless of division or wild card, that's gone away. They go to the division and head-to-head. So there will be no 1-game playoffs in the Major League Baseball this year at all.
888-957-9570 is the number. How important have the playoffs become to this year's Giants team? I think we can all acknowledge we came into this season, we didn't have high expectations for the Giants.
We could just go with Bonte Hill. That guy was like, this is the crap. How many of it they were like gremlins? He was like, I don't even want to watch this product. Now look, he ain't by himself.
Okay, so is the team overachieving, or is this really how good they are?
I got to keep it real. I didn't see them making the playoffs. I got to say they're overachieving. I did not have them 11 games over in the first wild card. But if they don't finish, Steiny, I just I got to.
If they're overachieving, like seriously, if they're overachieving, then they're probably not going to finish.
But they're a year removed from 107. So what was the fluke? 81 and 81 last year, or 107? Are they showing they're getting their mojo back, and they're doing it with a blend of youth?
Chris A. Steiny asks unanswerable questions.
I feel like that.
It's actually not.
Well, when you set it up in the first block, you were kind of like, "What? Are they safe?" But not from the fans' point of view. So it's like you got to put yourself in the, Mr. Johnson's chair or ownership. But for Steiny, this is important for me. They make this, bam, you got time, baby.
Right. I agree with you there. I think if the Giants make the postseason, I don't care if they're the third wild card. If the Giants make the postseason, I think Farhan and Kapler are going to be around for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the way I feel. But I also feel like the way I personally feel, if they don't make the playoffs, I don't think it's as dire. I don't think it's dire at all.
But then the math, the 1 and 5, you would say what to?
Well, then he'll say,
no. What would you say?
Just as supporting
host.
him? No, as a homer?
Yeah, no, as a host.
As a host, I'd say 1 and 5 is usually not good enough.
Some get fired for it.
Some do. I wouldn't say he should be or shouldn't be. Like I don't.
Now my question would be,
I don't say a guy should get fired or not.
But that math is so heavy, Matt. I would just ask you why you wouldn't say
because Farhan Zaidi would come to the table and say, "Look, we won 86 games this year.
Yeah.
It wasn't good enough to make the postseason, but look at all our young players. Our farm system is beginning to bear fruit. We're a player or two away, but that hopefully we can get a good player or two in free agency. We got good players in our farm system.
You answer me.
We could have made it this year. We didn't, but we are clearly ascending as an organization. So give me a contract extension." I don't know what I would do. That's kind of what I'm asking Giants fans. And that's why, to me, like, how big of a finish is this? Like, would you give Farhan a contract extension right now?
I would not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if there are Giants fans out there that they're comfortable enough with Farhan that they want him here for the next 3 to 5 years.
There's some breathing fire like a dragon, Steiny, that he didn't do anything at the deadline. And he was supposed to be the swashbuckling dude that was going to, if this team was close, I'm going to give you something to enhance it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. We're talking Giants. Have your expectations changed? If you didn't have a lot of expectations coming in the season, is it now playoffs or bust? It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. better handicap in golf.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Ask me where I slept.
Where'd you sleep?
The Kiznouch.
The what?
I made it up.
The couch.
Oh.
That's my rapping slang. Slang. The Kiznouch. Stinzy. Ha ha.
Okay, bro. I hear you.
That was not Curry rapping, but anyway, go ahead. I will not believe it.
You have not said one thing that I've understood yet.
That was not Curry
rapping. I don't know what the
rapping.
schnizzle is. I don't. Curry rapping. I don't.
Yesterday.
I don't.
You know, the buzz around town is.
I don't care about that stuff. You know that.
Yeah, I don't care about your stuff, but
But that's why you need to explain it to me in a way I can understand.
I know your Wi-Fi is a little slower than mine.
Definitely. It absolutely is. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. All right, so Sam Lubman comes in during the break.
With the great hair.
Morning roast producer.
Yep, and he looks at the TV where the Phillies are playing, and he says, the Phillies went out and got Michael Lorenzen.
All-star. Michael Lorenzen.
For the number 8 prospect in the Phillies organization. Lubman then proceeded to name 2 players in the Giants organization who essentially were their number 8 prospects, about that number.
Yep.
And the names don't matter because he said nobody would have known who they were or missed them anyway. So Lubman was saying that's the move, the kind of move that he could have made that he didn't make to get a little starting pitching help in for the San Francisco Giants. Can I assume Lorenzen's given the Phillies some innings today? Is that what I can assume?
Just gave up a homer, but he's given up 2 runs.
What's the score?
4-2.
Oh.
They're winning. Phillies over Miami.
Okay. So there's a chance that in Lorenzen's first outing for the Phillies, he's going to help them win a game.
Yes, he's given them the lead. 7 innings of 2-run ball.
I mean, wow. How do you not sniff around at a guy like that?
It's one game, Steiny.
I know, but it's good. It's one more win they might not have had.
Yeah. And you do wonder, the Giants, pinning and using the opener, if that's just going to tax the bullpen, if that's just going to catch up with them at some point. We saw Minaya get the save. I don't know if you heard him with Willard and Dibbs the other day, but he was talking about, he not knowing his role, but he just, he don't know if his starter days are done, Steiny, but he was just, I said, somebody has to be talking to him because he wasn't mad. It was to me, and I'm paraphrasing, I'll do whatever the team needs me to do, and I'm just staying ready. But there's somebody also, coaches obviously, teammates, helping them with that mindset, and he's been helping them.
Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area, was with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and they were talking to him about the trade deadline, relatively quiet for the Giants. Let's take a listen to what Alex Pavlovich had to say.
One, I think there wasn't a lot out there. I mean, I know you guys bring up names, and I hear names like DeYoung. Like, they'd rather just have the people they have here. I think they'd rather play the kids. They would rather do what Marco Luciano had. So there was just a bunch of guys like that where it was kind of like, replacement level players. And I think at that point they felt like, let's just go with what we have. But beyond that, I mean, I don't know that this is, this isn't 2021 where you're going to take a huge swing because Chris Bryant is the final piece. I think there was just not that piece that they felt was going to kind of be the perfect fit. And I know a lot of people look at the rotation. They're really happy with the way the pitching staff is pitched. They're happy with those guys. I know people hate bullpen games. They're working. They're 14-5 in bullpen games, and they're pretty happy with the way it's gone. So I understand why people are upset, but I think this was kind of telegraphed the last couple of weeks. They've talked a lot about how successful they've been with the way they're kind of utilizing this pitching staff. You could hear it the last week. I think they're pretty happy with the way the weekend went, and that emboldens them a little bit to just stick with what they're doing.
That was Alex Pavlovich yesterday on with Willard and Dibbs. And, I mean, you want to talk about a talking point? That's a talking point. There wasn't a lot out there. And this is where just who I am. It's like, well, we'll see. We'll end up seeing what was out there.
I feel like those are tryouts. Like all the dudes, like you're giving them a fresh, hey, you got a new start with your new team.
Exactly. That's what the trading deadline is. I mean, that's
but there's a flip side to that, to where if it blows up in your face like Wadi Coyote.
Well, when you get and listen, I don't even know who the guy is, essentially. But if Lorenzen stinks, you didn't gamble.
Yeah, and he gave him 7 innings in the league.
You didn't give up anything. Yeah. So, like, I think we got to get out of this. Like, it's not, you don't have to gut the farm system. I mean,
am I being mean if I tell you DeSclafani currently dealing with the flexor strain and his throwing elbow? He's on the 15-day Steiny. He might be shut down. Hopefully he's not. But am I being mean if I tell you that might help the Giants the way he's been throwing the ball? But all the more reason for a Shasky or another diehard Giant fan to be like, that was all the more reason to go get another arm.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all I'm saying is, you know, how important have the playoffs become to the Giants when the expectations were so low in the, you know, at the start of the season? And maybe, you know what, and I think I agree with Pavlovich that clearly they looked at their team and said, yeah, we'd rather have the guy who's here than the guy we're getting. I totally understand that.
Or pay the price for the guy we're getting.
But what, other than Verlander and Scherzer, who's the next biggest name out there? In other words, nobody's faulting the Giants for not gutting the farm.
Yeah, we saw the Dodgers try to get Rodriguez, Lorenzen's teammate in Detroit, and he had a no-trade clause. He said, no, I'm not even going to there. So, you know, he probably wasn't coming here.
Right. So, like, I don't think there's any Giants fans out there that are criticizing Farhan Zaidi for not making a big move and
Butcher Boy is. Our own Butcher Boy is. He's mad because, just let me compare, the words came out of Farhan's mouth that he was going to be aggressive at the deadline.
We don't know he wasn't. I mean, there's different. He probably meant aggressive making calls.
Well, if you tell your girlfriend or wife, hey, I'm going shopping for you, and you come back with nothing, you can't say, hey, I went shopping.
Well, you can, and you could say everything was overpriced. I'm just dead serious.
Get on the couch.
Everything was overpriced. The stuff that wasn't overpriced, I don't think would have fit you.
Oh, Steiny, boy, you don't want to. I wouldn't even say that. You better be careful.
Let's go to more Pavlovich. I'm sorry.
The way the A's view it and the way the Dodgers view it, and I know this is a criticism of Dodgers fans as well at times, is that, you know, the executives down there have long said October's kind of a crapshoot. And it's hard to build for October because it's basically, look what we saw last year. The Phillies just got hot for a few weeks, and you get pretty close to winning a World Series. We have seen that here. The Giants were not the best team when they won in 2014 or 2012. They just got hot. So I think that's just kind of the view of a lot of teams, that you don't build for October because there's no real way to build for October.
Interesting.
It is, and it's another beautiful facet to the game of baseball. But again, with that thinking, if you had more talent, if you got hot in October, Steiny, maybe that could help you get all the way through the finish line.
Maybe. But you got to make the playoffs first.
Like if I ask you right now, do the Giants got enough to get to the NL all the way to the World Series? Yes. What would you say?
Well, if they have enough to get to the playoffs, they have enough to get to the World Series. That's the way I look at baseball. Evan doesn't quite look at it like that, I don't believe. But I believe,
even with the questions with their rotation, like if they came up against the Braves.
Of course, they're going to be underdogs, but of course it can happen. Absolutely. Webb gives you a good start.
Right. Cobb
gives them a good start, and then they use an opener in Game 3. Yeah. Of course they can. Of course.
But that's where it could get ugly, though. If you the opener against a team like the Atlanta Braves,
they're 14-5,
or even the Dodgers.
Openers, though, Pavlovich said
in the regular season.
And he said,
like, is that something that you want to go into? Obviously,
you might not want to, but
you got to do what you got to do.
If you have to, you have to. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. On 95.7 The Game, the Giants win their second straight from the Diamondbacks. They finish up that series today at Oracle Park. And right now they're the number one wild card team. Yeah. But this thing's got a long, long, long way to go. And we'll see if the Giants can kind of maintain and sustain and get into the postseason. If you're a Giants fan, bottom line, how important is it now for this team to make the playoffs? I think in the beginning of the year, if you would have told Giants fans, we'll go 85-77, but we're just going to get eked out in the playoffs. I mean, it would be disappointing, but and also all the young players are coming up. All the young guys we talked about are coming up. See, that's the other thing that I think has to be factored in here is if the Giants don't make the playoffs, and one of the reasons is, you know what? They had young guys on their roster who wore down a little bit. Patrick Bailey started to feel the fatigue of a long season,
not defensively,
and
Casey Schmidt,
Luciano, faltered a little bit down the stretch. You're still going to be able to say they got great experience,
and then they'll have to come back. Casey Schmidt, I can't argue that arm and gloves, Donnie, but at the plate. Okay, yeah, they got experience. He got experience, but what's he going to like? Is this who he's going to be as a major league hitter? So experience can expose too. It doesn't mean it's going to be all good just because you got the experience.
This was Farhan's idea after the trade deadline on why the Giants did or didn't do what they did.
Obviously, there's been some movement. We had I thought, really good weekend of pitching with Stripling and Minaya pitching really well. And again, I don't think we view the opener as like some core philosophy that we're trying to champion. But we've had a lot of success in those games, and a lot of that comes from the ability to feature our bullpen, which has been a strength of the team. So we've got to be careful about the workload with the bullpen. But if there's a way to manage a game where we get quality out of our starters like we got this weekend, but we can also feature our bullpen, which is really effective, especially when put in good matchups, that's just a good way for us to win games. Obviously, we've been very successful in those games.
That's Farhan Zaidi talking to the media after the trade deadline. Did I see Lubman perk up there? Did you not like what you heard there, Sam? Or
what about
am
Sam?
I imagining?
Did you already? I think you already mentioned it. Saying he would extend Gabe before Farhan.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder how much of a package deal they are. Will either one of those guys be here without the other one from this point on?
That's Stoney. I think they're two peas in a pod. One goes, they both go. You buying that?
I don't know. Yeah, that one I don't know.
You see him doing that to Gabe, saying you were the
to
culprit.
Keep his own job,
you were the reason. Well, yeah.
I mean, we'd all have to do it if we, if
the boss called us in there and said you're getting a new partner, I'm out. Something happened to you, I'm out.
Mark Jackson.
And you told me you wouldn't do that, and I get it.
I don't know that I could. So what if somebody said, "Hey, Goo, we'll double your pay, but we're getting rid of Steinmetz"?
I'd say take that money and stick it up. You know where?
I would say, Goo.
I know, and
take the money and do a new show.
Evan, why?
That's the way. That's the way the real world works.
Can't do it.
Yes.
No, there's some still that can't be bought.
So you would quit your job because
I care
of
about
a decision,
you that much.
You
hate hearing that. Look at you. You're like freezing up right now. Like, oh my God.
You not believe him, Steiny?
I'm telling you who I am.
I'm just telling you, and Mia would be okay with your family.
She don't run me. Well, yes, she does. Hey, Mia. See, Mia. How's it going? What are you doing calling? Yeah, but come on, Steiny. I mean, you really don't think there are people on earth that would say, keep that bread, nice gesture, I'm riding for my partner.
I don't think so in pro sports. I don't think so.
So that's why you think Breen was like, Mike Breen was like, oh, you're getting rid of Mark? Okay.
Exactly. Like Mike Breen's the best announcer in the NBA. He has two partners, both of whom are getting fired.
But what are they off the job? I got to believe that. They had a bond. They were family. So Mike, I think, had enough, gravitas
you want Mike to give up $8 million a year.
Oh, no,
because ESPN fired Van Gundy and Adam Silver wanted Mark Jackson out. Come on, Goo.
Might get bought out.
What's that?
Bought out.
Mark got bought out?
Yeah, I mean, he had 2 years left on his deal, so.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly.
Well, $8 million is different.
Oh. Yeah, see, this is where Goo.
I'm being real, man.
The boss comes to you.
Yeah.
And says, hey, you're not going to believe this, but we got a shot to get Stephen A. Smith in here for Steinmetz.
You really think
we're going to double your pay, and we're going to bring Stephen A. in here to work with you?
Well, that's different.
Oh, no, it isn't. How's it different?
Because now you're saying double the pay. Like, what if he just...
We'll give you a little raise. We'll give you a little raise.
I want Steinmetz, boss.
He's out no matter what. Goo, he's out. Steinmetz is gone no matter what.
All right, I'm keeping it real.
Thank you.
Yeah. You brought me up. Oh, why'd you get fired? Well, really, I didn't. I volunteered. But
hey, Farhan, we're fine. Look, Kapler's gone no matter what. If you want to go with him, go with him.
Boy, I got you. God, I love hard, man. That's a little different.
Is there anybody else? Is there anybody out there that, or like, has there been a move where like one guy's gone and another guy's like, I'm out? Because I can't think of any off the top of my head. In other words,
what if I told you there was some of that to Bochy's departure? They wanted him to do it a certain way, and he was like, you know what? We'll play the game. You'll let me go out on my own accord, but he. You know, like he had a chance to stay if he would give up some power. That's how I look at Bochy, and I can't wait for them to come next weekend.
I'm trying to think of somebody who has
sacrificed.
Well, I mean, Bochy just, they brought in a new management, and Bochy knew the writing was on the wall. I'm talking more of Steph Curry. The Golden State Warriors aren't re-signing Draymond Green, and Steph goes, I'm out. Or essentially that. Like, if you do this, I'm going to.
I can't think. One.
Well, there's got to be one, but I can't.
And I'm getting mad. It's not at the tip of my tongue.
Right. Yes, Evan.
I don't know if anybody has ever basically said I'm out, but I'm sure there's some players in basketball, football, baseball, whatever you can remember that have said it's me or him.
Didn't Jordan do it with the Bulls when they said Phil's gone, I'm out? Didn't Mike do that?
Yeah, he said he was going to be out for sure.
And I believed he was like, if Phil ain't the coach, I'm gone.
Huh? Yeah, I mean, he threatened that. They didn't have to go that route, but they I remember way back in the day when the Golden State Warriors, when they fired Don Nelson and everybody.
Belly.
And they hired Dave Twardzik as the general manager. And Dave Twardzik hired Rick Adelman as the head coach.
Good choice.
And Rick Adelman coached 2 years here, and Chris Cohan, the owner, said, we're firing Rick Adelman. And he said to Dave Twardzik, Adelman was Twardzik's buddy, you must not only fire Rick Adelman, but you are leading our new head coaching search. What was he supposed to do? No. Like, there is...
I'm not condemning him.
Like, all I'm saying is, like, some people, like, what you look at as loyalty, and very well is, like, I remember talking to Dave Twardzik about it, and he was saying, I'm under contract. I have a job. I signed a contract to be the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. They're making me fire Rick. I don't want to fire Rick, but I made a commitment to the Warriors.
And Rick wasn't mad at Dave.
Well,
if they're
a little bit. No, I don't. I actually don't know.
Like, see, come on now. You talking that big of money and him having to do that. Obviously, Dave didn't want to do that, but damn. So why did Rick get fired?
Because they didn't win. I mean, they won 35, 36 games for 2 years, but that wasn't it.
But Rick went on to be one of the great coaches.
Yeah, Rick won everywhere except here. It tells you how important management is. Ownership is. Jeremy in Livermore. What's up, Jeremy? How you doing?
Hey, guys.
Hey, man.
Jeremy.
How's it going, guys?
All right.
Enjoying the show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to say, I was thinking maybe Brady and McDaniels, when McDaniels had that chance to go take that head coaching job, and then at the last second came back. I thought Brady might have had a little say in that, a little pull to make sure that McDaniels stayed. He was a big part of that Patriots team and championships for so long. So
that's not a bad one. I can't quite remember all the particulars there, but Daniel said yes to a job and then backed out, right?
Yeah, he also might have been just trying to use them as leverage to get what he wanted. But the point is, essentially, I think there are some guys that fight for coaches or players to be on the team. Not that they'll walk away if someone goes, but if they really want someone in the building, they'll prop up the way that Tom Brady says, I want this offensive coordinator back with me.
Like the Curry, the Jordan Poole trade. Okay, so Curry and Clay are working out with Jordan Poole. How do you think? Did Curry sign off on Poole getting moved?
Well, I'm sorry.
Jordan Poole, Curry, and Clay are working out. So that tells me, we just saw it. Can I go back to, okay, that tells me Steph didn't have any say-so in Jordan getting traded.
I wouldn't go that far. Would you?
No, it makes me think to reevaluate it.
It leads me to believe that the Warriors and Steph talked, and the Warriors told Steph, we got to do something, not only because the chemistry wasn't there, but because we got to get the financial books in order. And it tells me Steph said, I understand you're going to have to make some tough moves. I'll support whatever you do. That's what that would be my guess.
I think Steph knew the fight derailed this steason so bad that he knew one of them had to go, and it was Jordan Poole. But I'll say this about the chef. Steiner, he's defended Jordan Poole at every turn. And, he's just stood up in the playoffs and said, if we don't have that guy, he's a big part of what we got to do. Some could say those were just words. I thought that was real. And that video he did where welcoming Chris Paul but saying goodbye to him. So, see, I just thought about it like, damn, they don't hate Jordan Poole.
If Steph Curry actually said, no, let's get Poole out of here, that would have gotten back to Jordan Poole. And there's no way they're working out.
No doubt about it.
There's a big difference between,
no doubt about it.
To me, Steph saying to the front office, look, hey, it's going to be brutal either way.
Yeah.
Do what you got to do, and I'll be a Warrior at the end of the day.
Do you find that workout with those three, Clay, Steph, and Poole, is that a message somehow to maybe the fans? Was there something more there than just a workout? Was that a signal of, we like this kid?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question for Warrior fans. In case you haven't heard, there was a video that surfaced with Jordan Poole, our main man, working out with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Seth Curry. So the four of them were working out.
I love it, man.
Draymond Green nowhere to be found. And so in this day and age of social media, the question is there anything to read into that? My answer? I don't know.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, if you and Evan got into it and you guys weren't friends, I would still be friends with Evan. You know what I mean? I think you would expect that. You wouldn't, hey, Goo, I ain't friends with Evan. Why are you friends with him? So it could be just like that with Dre and Poole. Obviously, that's not the healthiest relationship. But Curry and Clay are basically telling you, we still got love for him.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl, the Guru Johnson with you. And by the way, we always talk about players, sacrifice. There's a guy out there. There's a guy out there that's doing something that needs to be mentioned. And it's, you know what? He doesn't want you to feel sorry for him because he's a running back.
Oh.
Yeah. We got a real hero in an NFL team's running back. I'll tell you who it is on the other side. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Yeah, no Jordan Poole.
JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay.
Jordan Poole.
JP. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no Jordan Poole.
Where are you, Priest? Hit us.
I am surprised. There's 2 calls on here, and they want to talk about the fact that Jordan Poole was working out with Steph, Clay, and Seth Curry.
Yeah, getting work in.
Is there? I mean, I'm not the one. I don't know what it means, if anything.
1, 2, 2.
Let's hear what Dawn says in Sunnyvale. Hi, Dawn.
Hey.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
All right. Oh.
Awesome. Hey, no doubt, Poole contributed to our championship the season before.
No doubt.
He was an integral part. But when it comes to Steph and Draymond, those 2 will run into a burning house to save each other, no doubt. So when it's, somebody's got to go, obviously, and if it's Poole or Draymond, it's obviously Poole. I mean, Curry can live with that. Doesn't mean he doesn't like the guy. Doesn't mean he's not going to work out with the guy. I see. There's nothing more to that.
Okay. Yeah, it's fair.
Right. But you do understand
this is where
why
I get
brought
defensive.
it up.
I didn't say there was.
No, but a lot of people thought.
A lot?
No, the streets were saying that Jordan Poole was not like they couldn't stand him.
Well, Charles Barkley said this.
And I wasn't even talking
Jordan
about
Poole,
Chuck. Yeah.
Charles Barkley said it shows the Warriors must have hated him. That's what he said.
See, and that's that. Again, here I go. You made up something. I was driving in the caddy home yesterday, and something you said about the show to me, and it happens every day. I could pick one little thing out, and I talk to myself. You go, Goo, you kind of hit your wagon to some guys like Westbrook, Harden, the Pools.
Certain type of player.
Yeah.
I can. You put a player up on the board, and I can tell you exactly what you think of them without you having to tell me.
Anyway, I had a good chuckle.
I know everything.
I'm sitting here like I felt Jordan Poole to go that far to maybe say that from a personal standpoint he was not liked. I think that was weak sauce. Not everybody was saying it, and I didn't hear Barkley's up until yesterday, but I'm glad they were working out with the kid. And Kevin Durant also worked out with Poole. I know what's that got to do with anything. Former Warrior. I'm sure a certain guy's name
so
came
now
up.
I got to push you on this. Yeah. So you just said you don't think it's true that the Warriors didn't like Poole.
Now, we had Coach Kerry Keating, who was great with us in here yesterday on the crossover. Mm-hmm. He thought the style of play was it was a misfit. Now, they cannot like the fit, but from a personal standpoint, I was like, man, could this kid really have rubbed these guys the wrong way? And that video showed me 2 of the most important Warriors here in this run under Steve Kerr liked him enough to work out with him and call him, let's meet somewhere. So that goes a long way for me, where Jordan Poole, maybe as a basketball player, got on their nerves, but as a guy, they're still Gucci.
I feel like if you're asking me, hey, Steiny, what do you think about these guys? I'd say, yeah, I'm not sure. But if you say no, you have to come up with a take. I would say, to me, I would guess that Steph Curry and Klay Thompson want to make sure that Poole doesn't think that any of this stuff is personal, and that there is absolutely a part of Klay and Steph.
I love that
want to tell Jordan that there's a big picture here, and like,
dude, I might need some Kleenex. Stop. I love that.
I'm not necessarily saying they talk about it, but just the fact that they work out together, and Poole was like, I think there would have been a circumstance with Steph Curry's not Steph Curry. Let's say he's
Chris Paul in his prime.
I just want to say so. He's he's another player.
Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter the name, but like I think there's a chance that it would be somebody other than Curry, and Poole would be like, I don't want to work out with you, man. What? Why would I want to work out with you? I just played with you for 4 years.
Splash Brothers.
And you up on and got me moved out of here.
Yeah.
So it tells me that that's probably not the case.
Right, and I love it.
So Anthony and Benicia. Hey, Anthony, how are you?
What up, fellas?
Hey.
What up, fellas?
Hey.
Guru,
what's up,
I got your back, man. It was a mistake. It was misinformation. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Oh, yeah.
So,
talking about me.
Yeah.
The room
I
situation.
Got you back. I heard the recording, man.
Yeah.
But I'll be a great wingman for you. But check this
What are you
out.
saying?
So,
Whoa. What does that
mean? The streets talking.
Because the other part of that unsaid sentence is because Steiny ain't.
Hey, listen, that's just between me and Mr. Johnson over there. So,
well, I'm nosy.
You're laughing during the whole thing.
I mean, Anthony, my man's telling me I'm nosy, so I'm going to be horning in here somehow.
What you got, eh?
So, first of all, good morning to you fellas. Loving the show. So, actually wanted to talk about the Mike Breen thing, but we brought up Jordan Poole and him working out with
talk about everything. And whatever you want, buddy.
All right, great. So, I think it's fantastic. I never thought, as a fan, that the Warriors disliked Jordan Poole to the point where, it was like, get him out of here. I think that when we really look at the nucleus, they want to keep Steph, Clay, and Dre together. And you got the situation that happened with Draymond and Jordan Poole. It was never going to be rectified. And I think Steph is mature enough and is man enough to have understood that it was never going to be rectified. And so when you think about the financial ramifications, the only thing that made sense was for Jordan Poole to go. But all these fans that come up with this in their head that, they just couldn't stand JP and they wanted him out of the building, I never believed that. I think that punch was a ripple effect that made the whole season contentious. So every little thing that happened was bigger than it needed to be. I understand that Steph threw his mouthpiece. I understand that Clay showed frustration, but that was always in the moment. I think that they all really did like Jordan Poole, but he got hit by the number 3 player on the team, and it was never going to go. It never was going to go away. And even now, here we are, almost a year, and it still isn't going away. So, as a fan, I don't want to look at it like a somber thing. It was best for everybody, and let's just see what the season holds in his hand. But the Mike Breen situation is interesting because Steiny said that he make about $8 million a year. And if we're being honest, if I make $8 million a year and you tell me that you're getting rid of my 2 partners, I stand with my 2 partners because I know it's $8 million a year. I got paid $8 million a year before and $1 million before. So it's like I got enough money to take a year off to find something better. So I hear what you're saying, Guru. I mean, money, make the world go round. Yeah. But there are some of us that still stand on loyalty, and I'm one of those people.
All right, that's why I like Anthony, man.
Okay, so let me.
We got a Willard text too.
Let me see if I can find this out.
What you got?
So Mike Breen,
never
played pro sports.
Bang!
Nice little Division III player though, from what I understand. Yeah, he's a half decent player. He's what Mike Breen's supposed to do. Okay, because they're not going to re-up Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson, by the way, who made $41 million in his playing career and has made more than that announcing. Mike Breen's supposed to walk away from a salary because they're not rehiring or staying with a guy who's already made $150 million in the course of his career. So
I like
Mark
how
Jackson,
you laid that out.
Who's made $150 million, Mike Breen's going to take a bullet for him, a salary bullet.
I promise you I don't watch Romper Room.
I'm out.
I'm not Mickey Mouse.
I don't make enough money to turn down a salary.
Yeah, and I'm not.
I just don't.
Hey, listen, I'm not advocating Mike to do that. I just live in a world of, I called you nosy. I'm really the nosy one. I will never have the answer to this, but I would hope that he went in like, what the hell? I love Doris. I love Doc Rivers, but this is my guy. What are you doing? And that very well may have happened. So I'm not going to come down Breen's road for him to, Mike Breen, and say he was supposed to say I'm out. But I'm just saying, Steiner, he had enough clout if him and Mark were really like that, and maybe they are, that, what's going on with my right-hand man?
I'm interested to know out there, 888-957-9570, just because you brought it up, and it's kind of interesting, and it does work with the Mark Jackson thing. I don't care if it's sports or not. Can somebody give me an example of a tandem, a 2-person tandem, okay, where management or somebody with more power than either of the guys of the tandem says, we're going to move off one of the guys. What does the other guy owe the person he'd been working with.
That's interesting. And the one comp we got right now was Jordan, right, with Phil Jackson.
Not really, because that never kind of came to fruition. It was a threat where Jerry Krause said, okay, I won't. I'll bring you all back for one more year.
Oh, yeah, Phil, yeah.
So my question is, can anybody out there think of I don't know, maybe it's even in your personal life. Like it would be if Nahigian called me in and said, hey, we got to let go of Guru. Has there ever been a Steinmetz who'd be like, well, then I'm out? What do you mean? Well, I'm out. I'm not working. I'm not going to show up without Guru.
I got to be careful here.
I don't know.
I know one in the business at this station under former management. I think I could say it.
Go ahead.
The streets say Haberman and Middlecoff jumped off like that. I'm just saying. And every time I see guys' name and I see him on IG, I do think that's a real one if it went down like that. But that's what the streets say.
Well, we don't know how much was in Guy Haberman's bank account.
But I went there, Starty. That's like, I'm not nervous, Lewis Robertson. Why would you say that? Louise from First NorCal YouTube Credit Union.
I'm just, and listen, if you can do it. I mean, believe me, if I had $19 million in the bank and Nahigian goes, we're moving off Guru, I'd say night-night. But probably I would have moved off Guru before with $19 million in the bank.
Good God, imagine that. 19?
James Harden, when he left OKC, you got to explain that one to me, 925. I'm not sure. What about John Madden and Pat Summerall? Yeah, but I don't remember. I don't remember the specifics. Anyway, just we can throw that one out there.
Yeah. But I think there was a message behind to the internet and all the people about that workout, Stoney. I could be totally wrong with Jordan Poole and the Presidential Splash Brothers because there was something there, a sublime, like, hey, we're good.
Can we put the route on the table? We're
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs.
We're really talking about the wrong thing with Steph, Clay.
Now, why would you say that?
Because we're really not bringing up what the real issue is or would be.
Well, we talked about it for a year. If you're going Dre.
Well, that's the issue. The issue is whether Draymond Green has seen the workout and is thinking WTF.
Well, man.
That's the issue.
I love you sometimes.
It's a fact.
But
the only thing that matters about that video is whether or not Draymond Green cares or not, right?
Because it's all about Dre.
Yes,
but
exactly.
He's so cool, Evan. You're right. What? He's so cool with Clay and Steph that Dre wouldn't give you that reaction. He wouldn't let you. He just got paid for a buck. He's cool. Even if he's telling Brownie Blends, I can't believe my guy did me.
Well, if he's telling Brownie Blends, I can't believe those guys did that. You know what? I mean,
but that's not going public, Stein. He's being a professional.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's still there. If Draymond Green, Steinmetz. No, but let's talk about it like the way it is. If Draymond Green saw that video and was like, those guys are trying to show me up. Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's the fact.
Okay, I'll put you in Draymond's shoes.
That's the only.
Here we go.
When somebody says to me, "Well, does it matter?" I'd be like, "I don't know if it matters." Well, how could it matter? The only way it matters is if Draymond's pissed off about it.
But Clay and Steph are sending a message like, "We don't care," and that's what I love about it.
Well, that doesn't mean Draymond doesn't care,
right? Now, I'll put you in Draymond's shoes. Honestly, Stoney, would you have a problem?
I don't know.
Would you have a problem if that happened?
I don't understand and could never understand their relationship. They've been together for a decade, more than a decade. I don't know how he feels about it. But if you're asking me, do you think there's a chance he could be annoyed? Yes, of course there is. Do you think there's no chance that Draymond
come on.
might not have a reaction to that?
I feel, and you're going to be like, "Goo, come on, that's not." Everything's not about money, but he just got paid. He knows he's a warrior, and he may not. I'm going too short. He may not even be tripping.
He might not. And you know what? He probably isn't.
But Steph and
Clay
there's
absolutely, positively
are not tripping too. If he's tripping, that's what I love about the essence of the video.
But that is a problem. This is exactly kind of what I'm talking about. Do I think there's no issue? There's nothing out there.
Yeah.
with the Warriors. But why? Like you texted it to me last night because you found it interesting.
Yeah, I was moved.
Okay.
I liked it from a Jordan Poole standpoint.
Okay.
They're showing solidarity to their guy.
And that's what we do. You look at it from a Poole perspective. What are Steph and Clay doing? Okay, they're doing okay. Well, we still got Draymond Green. We got the guy who punched the guy.
So Dre can't be mad. It'd almost be hypocritical
Keep talking
to be
yourself
mad.
into that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not here to say one way or the other.
Yeah. Uncle Looney on the first NorCal Credit Union YouTube stand, he said Dre won. And what he means by that is what I did. He got his contract. Poole's gone.
Okay.
Probably
I'm not saying there's something to see here. But I'm saying until we know there's nothing to see here, don't say there's definitely nothing to see here.
Okay, let me throw
Otherwise,
this
you
at
wouldn't have brought, otherwise it wouldn't be this big
and
a
I don't
deal.
want to go Jerry Springer on you. I'm being real. Willard's a coworker of ours and a friend. You and him get into it, and you're not speaking. You see on the video on IG Saturday, I'm at a bar with Willard. Would you come in here Monday mad at me?
Well, it's
like I'm being so real.
Yes, I would probably. I don't know about mad. I don't know about mad. But to use your phrase,
like I'm choosing sides.
I might be feeling some kind of way, for sure. So
see, I would be different. I would be like, I wouldn't expect you not to be his friend and go have a beer with him.
I don't expect you to not be Willard's friend because I got into a fight with him. At the same time, you're palling it up 2 days after we did. I'd be like,
interested, man.
I might be. I don't know.
And that could be high schoolish. People say, "Oh, Guru, that's a high school thought," but
I'm the first
that's
one
a human thought.
I'm the first one to say here, I have no idea. I'm guessing. But this is where I try to justify stuff. I didn't know these guys had worked out. Okay, so they worked out. So now it's like, oh, hey, it's on the internet. Okay, now it's on the internet and people are talking about it. Okay, well, what are they talking about it? Okay, well, I'm smart enough to know. Well, they're probably talking about it because of what happened.
Yeah, right.
Of course. Okay, so you want to talk about what it means? Let's talk about. First of all, we don't know what it means. So what are we going to do? We're going to talk about what it might mean. But it's out there. So yes, I think there's a possibility Draymond would be like the old. They're trying to stick it to me. They're trying to make me the bad.
Their relationship is so much longer and stronger than Poole's that Dre might really be like, I'm not tripping. Go see the youngster.
Or it might be the latest in a long string where like they're just coming to the end.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know. I don't know.
Don't forget the Willard text I got to read to you.
We got Willard text, we got your gripes, and I feel like I need to throw this one out there again. Brought this guy's name up before. He made a big mistake when he was 18 years old.
Who is this?
He made a big mistake when he's 18 years old, and nobody will ever condone it. But is there... are people willing to forgive?
Oh, my gosh.
Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon, one of the best running backs in football, took a pay cut.
Look how you're smiling.
He did.
Okay. Yeah, I saw it.
Joe Mixon, in this era of the disrespected running back.
Man.
All the other running backs are crying. Everybody's feeling sorry for the running backs. And Joe Mixon took a pay cut because he said, the big picture here is I want to get other guys paid so we can win a Super Bowl. Joe Mixon took a pay cut.
Can I read his
He's
official
one of the
words?
best running backs in the league.
This is what he said, Snotty. I see the bigger picture.
Mm-hmm.
I see the task at hand
Yes,
and what we're trying to build.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to keep other players here and pieces here, sometimes you have to sacrifice.
Thank you.
Wow. I felt like this year was the year to sacrifice on this Super Bowl team that we can potentially be. Well, kudos to him.
Yeah. And we talk about agendas from the media. I like Joe Mixon. Unabashedly. I know he made a big mistake, but this is the thing. Why do I like Joe? Again, we talked about why do I like Joe Mixon? Because my buddy is his agent.
Yeah.
And my buddy has told me some things over the years about not only that incident,
I love that drop,
but other stuff
that he's done for good.
Yes.
Well, people make mistakes, Donnie. All the time.
If you were going to take a pay cut.
Scott McLuhan also is another one. You know, Scott McLuhan, and Scott McLuhan knows my buddy Pete Schaefer. Scott McLuhan's reputation, I don't want to even get into it, but when he was with Washington and he left Washington, they ruined his reputation by using the A word, alcohol. And that's
heavy.
Just say,
that's dirtbag stuff.
It's a bunch of crap.
Look at you.
So you know what? But I'll say I love Scott McLuhan. Why? Because my buddy who I love likes him and has told me what a great guy he is and how that was a bunch of crap. So there we go.
I hear you.
Anyway, Joe Mixon.
Scott was great
Go
yesterday.
Bengals.
Wait a second.
Bengals.
That's 100% fine. If you were going to take a pay cut,
yes,
at the willingness to help your team, wouldn't you want to do it before free agency? So that you have more money to spend when guys are actually available as opposed to now when many guys are not?
No, not at all. No.
Okay.
Scott was great yesterday, man.
I know.
Yeah. Especially the part when you asked him, did you remember him? Did he remember you?
Well, he didn't remember me.
I think he did. I thought about it.
Well, he did, but he was reminded.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Who is that back there? Is that Willard?
No, Willard's too early for Willard.
Who is that? Oh, it's John? I can't see there's a glare.
John?
Okay. All right. 888-957-9570. And you know what? I'm not afraid to touch this either. 925. And I know you're trolling. Mixon is a woman beater.
And now he ain't the only one saying that.
He made a big mistake when he was 18 years old. Big. Nothing since. And I'm not downplaying it because I have 3 daughters. But I'm saying, okay, so there are things, and I've asked this before, and I'm not getting on my soapbox. So there are some things that are unforgivable. Okay, that's fair.
Depending on who you are.
Okay,
yeah.
Fair. My heart's a little more open than that. 888-957-9570 is the number. John Dickinson coming up in about an hour. He's at 49er training camp as we speak. It's all sponsored by SC Johnson STEM.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru in the house.
Longest running show at the station. I forgot about that one.
Some people would say that's like walking under a ladder or opening an umbrella inside. It's not,
Black Cat?
Well, it's you don't want to jinx us.
Yesterday you said you weren't superstitious.
Dude, Evan's beautiful.
I'm not, but that's why I that's why I started to say some would say that it's. See what I mean?
Well, yeah, and some wouldn't jinx you.
That's
just own it, man. It's
no,
a fact.
see, this is
I'm
what
not jinxing
and
us.
this is what you do.
I ain't telling the boss we'll never get fired. I ain't saying that.
It's what you did with Scott McLuhan yesterday 3 times that it sent me home.
Yeah, dude, he got mad at that.
3 times, Guru.
3 victory laps.
3 times, Guru says to Scott McLuhan. So, Scott, my partner and I have gotten into it, and he said this, and I said this, and I'm over here saying I didn't say that.
Oh,
there's a surprise.
Somebody said, "Shut up, Evan," on the Comcast business text line.
So,
I got to read Willard's text. It was about our giant conversation about the playoffs.
Oh, okay.
He sent it to you, and he meant to send it to you and I.
He didn't send it to
me. But he
I got
accidentally added Dibs on the thread. So Dibs responded, Willard going third person because he did say Willard. But let me read. He basically said, to paraphrase, it's imperative, Mark Willard, that the Giants make the playoffs this year. So
Willard said that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's big. 1-5. That's big, Steiny.
That's it? Oh.
It was a text.
I thought you had a story there or a summation or a take. So Willard thinks the Giants have to make the playoffs.
It's huge for him to make this year. That was his word, huge.
But and this is where I would say, okay, what makes it huge?
Well, you can ask him at 145.
I know, and that's.
But I'm doing my part.
But I can't ask him.
Why?
I want to ask him now.
Oh, okay.
Because it's.
Don't read the text line because they're
I'll read
going
the
at your
text
boy
line.
Mixon.
No, well, they don't know him.
Yeah.
They don't know him. They don't know him. I think my guy knows him. Yeah, and you know what? That's fine. You can go at me for Mixon. You're
forgiven.
I've forgiven him.
Huh?
I've forgiven him. Plus, they were. Well,
I ain't mad at you.
You can't say that, but you don't. We can move on. There was another thing. Okay, you know what? See, when people do this, it makes me get a little defensive. Okay, well, let's talk about this video. Let me ask you this: Poole, Kerr, why do they have to put the video out there?
Well, to be fair,
Why?
Everything's out there. The KD video with him working out.
I love
thought
this,
that was
because this is when
subliminals.
I say, well, Guru, not every other, no other team has had the success of the 49ers. So, we don't care about what other teams do.
Okay, I like that.
So I don't care that everybody puts a video out. Why did they put it out? Why'd they have to put that video out? They knew it was going to be provocative.
I mean, people are putting videos out of what their food that they're about to eat, where they're at. Right. So, again, I do think there was a message to whom I'm still in the lab trying to figure out, but I don't think they care, and that's why
hope they don't.
No, they don't.
Who?
Steph, Clay, they know what they were doing.
Them. I thought you meant Draymond.
That was a message about their friendship, and the bottom line is that they're still one. That's why I like that.
Right.
And I appreciate those two guys because that's who I think they are at heart.
So they put the video out, because they wanted to make sure everybody knew
we're still
that they're
rocking
not
with
mad
our guy
at Jordan Poole. Wow, so they really
and
do
Jordan's
care. They
not
do
mad
really do
at
care
them.
what other people think.
No, not
Who
enough.
cares?
Steiny, but let's be honest. We could go back to Carmelo Anthony. Guys,
Ew, what about
James
him?
Wiseman,
Ew.
he's retired.
Ew. What
Guys
about him?
post their workouts. Come on now. KD and Poole did it just a week ago.
Yeah. Why?
It's what we do now. It's what we do.
I think there's
You're
more
part
to it.
of it.
See, I think there's
you
more to it.
posted you with a ham sandwich at the charging
That was a
station.
picture. And notice I wasn't with Whitey Gleason.
Right.
Okay, I wasn't with KJ Caraway.
Kitty.
Okay.
Shout out KC.
I wasn't with I wasn't with.
But there was no
Stephen
backstory
A.
with
Smith.
those guys. Yeah, you would have just been there.
No.
Whitey, shut up.
If I have that sandwich and I'm with Whitey Gleason, people are saying, why is Steiny having a sandwich with another host on another team? Something going on with him and Goo?
Well, that.
And everybody who knows you, Goo, would know if I ever post a photo of me eating a sandwich with Whitey Gleason, you'll be jealous. And you'll be like, Steiny, what are you doing? Why are you trying to stick it to me? And I'm like, what are you talking about? We're just friends.
Yeah. But seriously, I mean, what do you think? Because now I see you getting warmed up on it. Like, when you first saw it, nothing to see here? Or they're too smart for it not to be.
Of course. Of course.
And you know what? To be honest, Steiny, it may have nothing to do with Draymond. It's to the people saying they feel kind of lightweight bad that Poole's getting a rap that he was a bad apple. And I can't be in the lab. Somebody pointed out on YouTube since I'm on the couch because the lab's in the bedroom, so I wasn't in the lab.
Uncle Looney, when you win a chip together, those bonds stay strong. It's a non-issue.
There you go.
Okay. Well, you're probably right, Uncle Loon. I just don't know then why Goo was so fascinated by it.
Because it was like the Trey Lance almost off the...
No. I didn't spill it.
Oh, yeah, you didn't. It's like Trey Lance. The whole thing with him, possibly being off the roster. Jordan Poole was seen as a bad apple, just not on the court. What about our guy Chris Haynes early on when the punch was released, how he was running, Chris had reported what he had heard, where Jordan Poole was running around and getting on everybody's nerve, almost like everybody was happy he got punched. Remember that? That had picked up some momentum. So I feel good for Jordan Poole that he still has a relationship with 2 future Hall of Famers and 2 former teammates. I like that. That's just me.
Timmy Stamp. Maybe it is Timmy Stamp, Timme. And it's a play on words with timestamp. I don't know. NBA superstars are putting the arms around Poole and Steph, and Clay probably feel a little bit bad about how everything unfolded.
No, that hit me in the cardiac.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
There you go.
Everything's fine in Warrior World. Seriously.
But they threw Jordan Poole a bone. Curry and Clay did.
Oh, they feel sorry for him.
Hey, that means that if I feel sorry for Evan or a friend, I'm going to do something to boost him.
Oh.
Shout out Dante Wiley.
Austin. Hey, maybe, and apparently you can help me with this because I can't help myself. Goo, please explain to Steiny that black NBA players actually get along and move on. It's something he doesn't get. So, Guru,
that was a little over the top.
Do you think black players are able to get along and move on more than white players?
Yeah.
Is that what you wanted? Is that what you want me to ask him, Austin, in San Jose?
Yeah, he came over the top on that one.
So, Austin, white guys can't get along with white guys?
Yeah. He put the smile emoji. You didn't say he did.
No, it's the crying emoji.
Crying, laughing.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Speaking of which, can somebody tell me what's going on with Michael Irvin? Am I going to get Michael Irvin on my Sundays? It's just, what is going on?
He'll
the
be coming
dude
to you
didn't
from
do
cell
anything
block
wrong.
D.
Now, see, take that back.
No.
That's going to.
Now I won't. Yeah, I would never take something back.
I'm about to come over there. Don't mess with my guy, Mike. You said cell block D. He did nothing wrong, and they just got him out here hanging.
How do you know he didn't do anything wrong?
I saw the video, and they said, ESPN and Disney, you're gone.
Night.
They did not have his back. Worse than you in the Mia video.
Here we go.
Mike Irvin. T-shirts coming this weekend.
Michael Irvin's my favorite player.
No,
so he didn't do it.
I'm talking about Michael Irvin, the commentator.
Is a bad guy. Unforgivable.
Make a decision, Disney. Tell him he's gone.
Leave him hanging, Disney.
See, sometimes I think that's the real you.
It is.
Oh, my God. Now, we would have squabbled if it were you, Steiny. Free Michael Irvin, because I keep looking at Twitter every morning. Is he gone? Is he coming back? Hey, Stephen A's done everything to bring him back. I want him back. I got Stevie A is classic.
Maybe
you messed up on the Kid
Maybe
K
Stephen
tweet.
A doesn't have as much juice as you think, just like Steph Curry.
You know what? You might be onto something.
I love it.
But it ain't his fault. He's done his part.
Who?
Stephen A. That was random, but dude, I'm telling you, I want Michael back on my TVs.
Even if he...
I watched the video. He did nothing. It's almost Emmett Till-like.
Do we understand? Do we know that there's not more than just a video? Do you know there's nothing
what
but
more
that
could that be? Nobody heard anything. It's a he say, she say. And you're going to pull him from his job and humiliate him?
Humiliate him?
Yeah.
I don't think he's humiliated.
Oh, my God, Steiny. There are reports that he's been crying.
Oh, my God. Give me the Michael Irvin. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man, Steiny. I hate you. Our radio hates you sometimes. You can be so cold. Like, I mean what Mike Irvin makes my Sunday.
That's
Rich
great.
Eisen,
I'm glad.
he's reached out or said some positive stuff.
Oh, that's great. Well, then reinstate him.
Well, that's what I'm waiting. Dude, football's here.
I didn't see the video. What happened?
He tapped the girl on the arm as he was coming in from going to dinner and having drinks. No, now, when you say
we need a third party to verify because I don't know.
Watch the video on break. Nothing. Steiny was harmless.
Jesus.
Fire the guy or move on. Don't just have him dangling.
I love fidangling him.
I
think you should fidangle him until the season opener. These guys have to learn their lesson.
If you did something wrong, the video is Steiny.
You're going to make me look at this grainy video, aren't you?
It's just, dude. It looks like a setup too. I got to be careful. Yeah.
I have no idea.
I do. I'm following this. When you punch in on Google, update on Michael Irvin, and a lot of people they feel bad for him, Matt. He was having a conversation. The lady started the conversation. He touched her shoulder.
I'm going to give you a reaction in real time at some point.
No, all right. I'll wait for it.
Oh, God.
I have a daughter and a wife like you. So
I have to watch a commercial first.
Oh. Dude, that's everywhere. You got to watch a commercial.
Okay, I'm watching it.
Okay, he's coming in from having dinner.
I'm watching it. She backs off him. They're just talking.
But she came up to him to start the conversation.
Oh, hey, Michael, how you doing?
Oh, boy.
Wait, that's it?
Steiny, that's it.
Nope. Wait, why is he smacking himself in the face? Why was he going like that?
Keeping his hands to himself. Steiny, what could have happened?
Well, this is nebulous.
You play to win.
Okay, so he's talking to a woman in the lobby.
Who started the conversation?
They're shaking hands.
Right.
Hold on.
Keep going. I've seen it all.
Yes, that's it.
How can that man have been sent home? Now look at her boss in the background watching her talk to Mike. So it was almost like a setup so they could say, oh, Michael with all his past transgressions was out of pocket.
Look
at her boss in the background.
The video
almost pushed her to go talk to Mike so they could come up with this. See, I don't want to go this route.
Well, the video is
tiny. Oh
I can't draw.
He felt exonerated when the video came out because Marriott had to release it. Free Mike Irvin. T-shirts coming, Steiny.
Yeah. Well,
my God. Who did that?
I have no idea.
I'm just telling you. I'm sick of this society.
You idiots out there.
I am sick of society, man.
Steiny will forgive Mixon, but not Irvin.
Oh, my God. I didn't even come
up with... If you freaking
with...
idiots actually think that I'm not just trying to get a rise out of my partner and mess around with him, you know what? Hit the pipe.
Free Irvin, man. Just let him go if you're going to let him go. But to act like he's not ready for the football season, and they're at camps on NFL Network. Inside training camp, by the way, is incredible. They have our guy Baldy all over at each different camps. Football is king. I'm sorry, LeBron, Elvis. Give me another king.
Oh, I didn't even get. You know what? I did not even get that. I thought
Bonte.
I thought. What does that mean?
Chasky calls him the king, and he don't like it.
I wouldn't like that either.
Didn't he call himself that in jest?
No, he never. I got to defend my guy, B. He never.
Right.
Well, when you say it in jest, he was joking. But go ahead.
I didn't have anything to say. You were in the middle of something.
Well, you saw the video. People waiting on your report. It was
the video to me. I have like
there should be no criminal nothing with that video.
The video to me. You ever see the Seinfeld?
I've seen all of them.
Where Kramer doesn't work for the company, but he files a report, and he hands the report to the boss, And the boss reads the report, calls Kramer in and goes, I don't even know what this is. That's what when I see this video of Michael Irvin, I am saying,
what cost him his job?
I don't know what
possibly.
it is. Like
interaction with the woman that worked at the hotel he was staying at. And his employer, ESPN and Disney, saw that and said, you're out of here. And he's suing him for $1 million, however much money. But, dude, he's not on TV.
I'll
I feel
look
bad
again
for
at the
him.
video. I don't even know what I'm seeing.
That's everything.
Looks like some people talking in the lobby. And
And if the scary part, if you're a minority in society, is if that can cost you and get you sent home from your job and your job not having your back, it's messed up out here. It is truly scary. That somebody could say, with that video, Steiny did this, and then the Odyssey says, Steiny, go home, you're off for 8 months. Oh, my gosh.
Well, I don't, when I see that video, I make no judgment either way because I don't really, I don't know if that's all that there is.
Oh, I'm telling you. Yeah.
We don't know what was said. Like, according to the YouTube, she said, she made inappropriate comments. That's why she backed up. I'm not.
But you're
I'm
fair.
just here to joke about it.
Yeah, you're fair.
I'm not here.
You're a
to
fair
make
dude.
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, but there wasn't a crime. If a guy says, "Hey, you want to dance?"
Well,
and you say, that's not a crime.
Well, no, but what if he threatened her? That we
Do
can't?
you believe
No,
he did?
I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't. But I don't know.
Right.
That's all.
But my whole thing is innocent until proven guilty. Why did they send him home and shame him? And he's still shamed because he's out there dangling his career. I think he's done.
Can somebody answer Guru's question? Because I can't. I can't.
Oh.
I'm not really. You're right, Chris A. How can I, Chris A, have a strong opinion on this when I don't really?
Well, I just gave you the gist.
Video.
The guy basically has been fired for that video.
Has he been fired or not? Do you know?
We're going on almost 8 months of him not at the network.
But do you know he's been fired or not?
And that's the other crime.
Maybe
are you waiting on?
Well, maybe they both know what's happening already.
Mike was in Vegas at the fight.
Maybe the head of the ESPN and Michael Irvin have figured this out. But they just didn't say, "Hey, we got to tell Guru. We've got to make sure to tell Guru what
Mike
we've decided."
wants to clear his name and also let his fans know he's returning back to TV.
I'll use
a job he excelled at.
You know what? I think Scott McLuhan gave you the best advice yesterday. You got to chill. Remember, Scott McLuhan, one of the greatest
Everything about that
talent
interview is
evaluators.
A fog after you went and said,
One of the greatest talent evaluators in our sport said, chill, Guru.
Well, the guy that
chill.
oversaw the regime that passed on Rodgers.
Now you're going to stick it to him, along with 23 other teams.
Yeah.
Oh, Moose is in San Jose.
Moose.
How you doing, Moose?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Good talk. Great talk today. I got a couple quick bang tanks I wanted to just talk about. So the cool thing,
yeah.
I think it's a good thing that he's out there practicing with Clay and Steph. I think the thing that we continue to forget is I genuinely believe he wanted off the team ultimately. He wanted to go somewhere else where he can play 35 plus minutes a game. So he's still going to make that money because he already had the contract signed and sealed. So it didn't really matter to him. I mean, he got the ring, he got the money. Now it was more about, I'm 22, 23 years old. I'm ready to just go somewhere else. I already got hit in the face by a guy on my team. There's a little bit of turmoil. I'm ready to move on to the next step of my career. And I think that's ultimately what it is. And that's why there's no drama between Steph, Clay, and him. It's just guys out there running, trying to play some ball together. You know enough about that, Steiny and Goose.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And
I do.
On this Michael Irvin thing, man, I gotta be honest. I usually don't comment on this kind of stuff because, look, you never really know. I've seen the video a couple times before today. You don't know what's really being said, but you can read enough body language to see here. I kind of think that the NFL left him out on an island with this. Like it looks like they're having a conversation. It doesn't seem like anything egregious is happening. And then, without even anybody seeing the video, he gets told to go home, laid off, whatever it was exactly. I think that the NFL could have had a little bit more defense for this.
And real quick, I forgot to tell you and Steiny, There were 4 witnesses that came forward that Mike doesn't even know, Steiny. 4 guys that will testify, and they've said they overheard the conversation and there was nothing inappropriate.
Were they men?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm here for
the truth.
No, I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying
that's what I'm about.
I have no idea. I have no idea what happened. I'm looking at the video.
His career could be over on TV.
Who does he work with, Irvin?
NFL Network.
But does he have a partner or
Rich Eisen?
Well, you think Rich Eisen will quit now?
That's it. I love you for that. No,
I mean he should, right? If he doesn't, he's got no loyalty.
Come on now.
If Michael Irvin gets fired, Rich Eisen must give up his $7 million a year salary.
I'm not saying that. Come on now. That's pretty funny.
When do you want to do your gripe? Oh, John Dickinson, 1 o'clock.
You know what? We got 3 minutes here. We could do it now.
I want to do more in case it picks up. Oh, here's something you wanted to talk about. Something that OF Freezy wants to talk about. I'll tell you what, OF Freezy on YouTube. What is it about this that has struck a chord with both you and Guru? And here's the text. Stephen A. Smith's having a basketball camp. It starts at $3,000, and we're talking about Michael Irvin. Oh, okay. My question is, well, what's more interesting about Stephen A.'s basketball camp?
Talk to him. Talk to the people in the back.
Well, I heard you talking about it.
Hey, Stephen A., friend of the program. We love you, Stevie.
Well, here you go. I see a both sides.
Would Kevin Durant charge $3K? Like, that's a lot of jack for guy that's not a pro basketball player. So I'm asking everybody, Stevie, we love you. What are we missing? 29 hundo?
You're missing a lot.
To go to a camp.
I think you might be missing a boatload of stuff.
Is the chef there?
I don't think so.
That's a lot of money.
Right. But what if Stephen A. Smith is having a basketball camp? That's twofold. One is a basketball camp, and the other part of it is this is how you get ahead in journalism. I'm going to also teach you.
Well, how much is that camp?
Well, maybe that's part of the basketball camp.
Yeah, right. But even then, how much is that camp?
Color me as somebody who doesn't think $3,000 for a basketball camp is actually ridiculous.
Well, take a ride to the inner cities in East Oakland, San Francisco, L.A., all over the world. They ain't got 29 hundo, Stevie.
So, did you come down Michael Jordan's road for his $200 shoes?
I'm not coming down nobody's road.
Well,
I'm just saying.
Okay, but it's interesting to you.
I'm like, whoa.
Well, what?
You're not an NBA player. And now you're doing the caveat of, Goo is half mass communications.
I'm sure some of it is. Don't you think some of it is?
29. That's a lot of chicken for a guy that doesn't play in the pros.
This is.
And that's my guy.
See, it's funny. You and I, this is the epitome of there's nothing to see.
Okay, right.
Let me ask you a question. Like, if I started a basketball camp, let's say I got a half court in my backyard.
I'm there.
No, you're not invited. But let's say I decided,
I hate you
know
sometimes.
what? I could have I have a big enough backyard. I got a hot tub. I got a basketball court. I got like a bar area where you could sit with a computer. Yeah. I could actually run a half-day basketball camp in my backyard for about six players, 6 10-year-olds, 6 12-year-olds. Okay, so I'm going to start a camp. You know what? It's going to go from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Gotcha.
What do you think I could get per person? Because let me tell you, I'm not doing it for less than $1,000 per kid.
So you would charge a 10-year-old $1,000.
The parents, the families.
Yeah, but of a 10-year-old.
Yes.
$1,000 to do a camp?
For a week? It's called capitalism.
Oh, my gosh, Donnie.
Are you kidding?
Hey, it's none of my business, none you, but I would say, dude, who the hell do you think you are? Robert Redford?
Can he is he selling out the camp? Is he selling out the camp? Would you feel good
to charge a 10-year-old a rack for a week in
for
your
6
backyard?
Kids whose parents live in Piedmont?
I'm talking about the ones that don't live in Piedmont. But I'm talking about the ones that little Johnny, little Bobby, they want to see you. And they don't got 29 hundo. That's
then they can't come to the camp.
Be a man of the people.
You know what? This is a love it or leave it.
Right. And
it's
right
a capitalistic
now,
world.
See, and that I didn't know that part about you.
I mean,
I need a break.
I do not find anything egregious about Stephen A. Smith charging $3,000 for a kid to go to one of his basketball camps. 888-957-9570 is the number. And how's the guy supposed to make a living?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru. Try to start this positively. Try to start this segment positively. I got to be honest. I was thinking about calling it sick tomorrow, but now I just realized and remembered you're off next week, and I'm off the week after.
Yeah.
So I think I can make it, knowing that.
You got a little jolt?
No, I know that, like...
Because I did when you said you might be off tomorrow. I was like, me and Evan! Sometimes a break's good, partner.
No doubt. And I told Evan today, we're in perilous times here, you and I.
Oh, my.
Oh, yeah, I can tell. Yeah, something. Definitely something brewing under the surface.
Dude, the hazard pay that I deserve... propping you up and just working with you every day. Because the job starts when I come in.
Steiny trying to pull a guru tomorrow.
I was at a funeral.
That's not what he was talking about.
You had my back, though. I turned on the radio. Norm even said it.
So I got to tell you, I never thought I was going to bring this up. I didn't think it was a big deal. But I can't, like you are, I just don't get you.
So, what part?
Here's the part. Like,
I can't believe
you're jumping. First of all, there's so much information that we don't have about this basketball camp.
And can you tell the people? I said from afar when we saw the price, and Evan and you and I talked about it. I said, "Oh, that's a little steep. What's going on there?"
All right, Stephen A. Smith,
our guy, our boss's guy,
is having a basketball camp.
Boston losing weight, too.
And it looks like Stephen A. Smith, some of the campers are being charged $3,000.
Oh, my God.
Okay, that number doesn't shock the hell out of me, first of all, because it's Stephen A. Smith. And
the talk show host,
he
not
covers the
basketball
NBA.
professional player.
He's an NBA expert.
Right.
He's an NBA
Cam
expert.
Inman covers the Niners.
Right.
If he gave a camp, it wouldn't be the same cost as Brandon Ayuk because he covers it.
Well, first of all, my experience with people who run camps, it's not just going to be Stephen A. Smith. If he's having a camp with 50 campers there, he is not working by himself. He's working with other coaches, maybe high school coaches. But here's my point. You really think Stephen A. Smith, okay,
who I love,
is having a camp where he's getting $3,000 a day from a week for some campers? You think Stephen A. Smith doesn't have a percentage of those kids who go there for free?
I'm gonna do you a line you said. I don't care. I'm telling you what I'm reading. Stephen A. Smith's basketball camp boasts astronomical price tag. And I'm grown enough to know $3,000 for a camp, if it were Chris Mullen, is too much. And let me tell you, this is how I think it. The people, the haves, my mother-in-law, God rest her soul, Mary Brown, used to always say, and I never liked it, son, they're the haves, let me finish, and the have-nots. The have-nots cannot afford $3,000 for a week of a camp for a guy that is not an NBA player or former NBA player.
Shame.
So you might be right.
I am right, probably. I have no, it would just be like, if I'm starting it would be like this. If I'm starting a camp, okay, and I have 50 campers, you know what?
Steinmetz.
Yes.
Okay.
And you know what? I could get $3,000 from the Piedmont parents. I'll take the $3,000 from the Piedmont parents. And then you know what? I'm going to have 8 spots for some kids in Oakland who can't afford $3,000.
Now you're changing it.
No, I'm not. You just said it didn't matter.
It says $3,000. We don't know if that's built into this.
That's right. And you jump to a conclusion without knowing anything about it. No. Nothing.
No, I just remember you charging. How much were you going to charge your kids? A rack.
I'll charge them whatever I can make.
But why are you excited? You're yelling at me now.
Right.
For what?
Because jumping
you're
off
the one that
half
sounds ludicrous.
Because you don't know anything about this.
You should be ashamed to say $3,000 is okay, and you wouldn't write that check for your kids.
You're crazy.
Quit fronting, Steiny.
I went to
$3,000.
30 years.
Enough of if I think it's A,
Here
you're going
we
to say
go.
B.
But I'm yelling.
Get you do that.
But I'm yelling.
Now you sound foolish. You want to sit up here and defend $3,000 for a guy that ain't even a professional basketball player, and you don't even believe it,
Yes,
and
I
your
do.
ass wouldn't write
Yes,
your
I
check.
do.
So quit doing
Yes, I
it
do.
just to do the opposite of me. That's what you do in this job.
Ooh, I told you something was brewing.
Like? What alley is Guru going? He goes left, I'm going to go right. Quit acting like you're trying to defend something you don't know nothing about. $3,000 is ridiculous for a non-athlete.
You don't know what you're talking
And
about.
you're doing this just to get this reaction. The joke's over. I'm
It ain't
relaxed,
no joke.
Jack.
It ain't no
I'm
joke.
relaxed.
It ain't a
Now, all
joke.
of a sudden
I went to basketball camp in high school. It cost $500 a week. That was 30 years ago. You don't even know $3,000 is a lot. And you know what? If he can get $3,000, it's not a lot. And shame on you for thinking he's not letting some kids in there who maybe can't pay $3,000. See, you try to act like you know it all when you don't know the whole story.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
I work with a guy that does that every day.
Yeah, that's okay.
You want to know his name?
Okay.
Matthew J. Steinmetz.
Because Daryl the Guru Johnson going to set the market on basketball camps.
Nobody give a damn about your backyard.
Okay.
Shame on you charging a kid $1,000. Who the hell you think you are?
I'll charge a
Jones?
Piedmont kid $1,000. I'll charge you.
That's why you
That's
ain't
not even a lot
invited
of
to
money.
the cookout, Steiny.
That's
Because
not
you
a
don't
lot
give
of
a
money.
damn about the inner city kids. And then you're going to sit in here and try to defend your
Can somebody
weak-ass
tell
take
Guru that
about,
$1,000?
Oh, they told me it's free. It's 8 free spots. You're just talking out your keister.
You're a mess. You're a mess right now.
Everything online this is ridiculous. And until you find further facts, Jack, don't come down my road.
You get a fact for once.
I got a fact. It's $3K.
You got nothing.
Yeah.
Right. And you know what? I'm saying $3,000 not that much for a camp, Goo. Oh, I know. They're wrong. You know the whole story. If he can get $3,000 for a camp is not that much.
But you'll defend Joe Mixon.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I'm going to that, buddy.
Okay. Mike in San Jose. What's going on, Mike?
Geez, I'm kind of scared to talk now.
You should be.
It's all
You
good,
should
Mike,
be, Mike,
baby.
because Guru's out of control right
so
now.
are you.
Please.
So as an older guy who spends a little bit of money, as I've said, and I have a 19-year-old that plays Division III, I want to tell you why it's the best deal of the summer. Stephen A's camp is the best deal because it's at IMG Academy, which you cannot get into. It's $100,000 a year to go to. You have to beg to get in. And for the $3,000, you have full access to IMG Academy and the coaching staff. That's the value of the camp, not Stephen A. Hope that sheds a little
Don't make
light on it.
sense,
You and
Mike.
Steiny don't understand the struggle, Mike. I love you, but go have fun at the camp. It's worth it to you.
I'm not trying to explain.
Well, I'm a man of the people.
My
$3,000 for a
my
camp is
19-year-old
ridiculous. I don't care if it's at A, B,
He's
C,
not in his
IMG.
listening mood now, Mike.
Yeah.
My
See you coming a long
19-year-old
ways.
trains fourth graders.
A no-brainer.
He's home for the summer. Okay? He makes $300 a day for 4 hours every day of the week and trains 4 hours a day for when he goes back. There is so much money for kids in basketball, it's scary. So it's just telling you, you just have to know how to dribble and shoot, and they will find you as a trainer. So just whatever that's worth, that's the reason the camp is so much. And they do have scholarships, not to anger you even more. So it's at the IMG is why it costs so much. Just thought I'd throw that in while you guys were discussing it.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it, Mike. Appreciate it. And I got to tell you something.
What?
Like I just said, if I had a camp for 8 kids, 8 to 1 or 2 in the afternoon, $1,000 a camper, that's not a lot.
Right.
For a week of childcare
Right.
in the summer,
All right.
Yeah, that's right, all right.
Rich man.
Yeah, that's right, all right.
Rich man.
That's
Richie
right, all
Rich.
right. And you know what I would do, Goo?
Okay, Richie Rich.
You know what I would do, Goo?
Nobody would come
I'd
to your
give two
camp.
inner-city kids a scholarship.
You're not a baller, Steiny. You didn't play in the league. So miss me with that. Let me tell you, little black guy, let me tell you that $1,000 not a much.
Don't say that.
$1,000 not
See,
a
there you
much.
do
I
it.
said it.
Yeah. Well,
I said it.
Yeah.
Now.
Okay.
You sit up here and defend Joe Mixon and tell me
here
I'm
we
crazy
go.
going for $3K.
A non sequitur from the guy who can't put two and two together.
Yeah.
Thank you. That one has nothing to do with the other.
You
nothing.
sound like an ass. I can put that
I really
together.
do?
Yeah, you do.
I really do.
Yeah, on a daily.
I really do.
On a daily,
on
buddy.
the daily.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You can't handle when I'm you. You can't do that. We know what I can handle, but when I'm you, I'm mad. I gotta call in.
You should just
You don't like
just
it,
get
huh?
more context.
You don't like it, huh? When
just
I poke
learn,
you in the chest, huh,
just
Steiny?
learn. Like you gotta. You can't just look at a headline
buddy.
and think you know everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I see you coming a mile away.
Oh,
yeah,
you do,
baby.
Hey, Stephen A., you don't have a right to charge $3,000 for a camp because Guru says so. David in San Francisco, what's up, man?
Let me tell you, $1,000. It's really not that much.
I'm with Guru on this one, man, and we've had our differences. This is Dave that you talk crazy about all the time.
What up,
but
Dave?
It's true. Inner city kids. So what is that?
Shame on you guys.
It's $100,000.
You're making
that doesn't make
David. Hold on.
Can he finish?
No, he can finish after me.
Let me finish. $3,000 for an inner city kid, and you're talking about a basketball camp.
See,
you think it's
you know half the story.
Yeah,
you guys
stay
half
in
the
your
story.
lane.
Half
You look
the story.
ridiculous. It sounds ridiculous. Let him talk.
So,
Jesus.
Man, go ahead. Go ahead,
okay,
man.
David and Guru, you both know for a fact. You both know for a fact.
Is this
because
your
you're a
screaming
know-it-all
voice?
that
Are you
Stephen A.
screaming?
Smith doesn't
Are you
give
screaming?
discounts to inner
Are
city
you
kids.
screaming?
You know that for a fact.
Let the caller
Congratulations.
talk, man. Boy.
Now
Let
the caller
guy
knows how I
talk.
feel.
Yeah, please.
What's up, David?
Well, I'm sure he can get sponsorship to pay for the camp.
Thank you.
It should be a money-making thing. Sorry, that's crazy.
What's
It is
crazy?
ridiculous.
What's crazy?
The price.
He's using his name to make money. $3,000, and you can get a sponsor, 2-3 sponsors to sponsor the whole camp because of him.
Thank you. Like you ain't getting paid enough.
Stephen
You sit up here and act like you're part of the program. There's 8 free spots. There's 9 free spots, Goo. You sound ridiculous.
You sound like you don't know what
you
you're
ain't a
talking
man
about.
Of the people.
Oh, I'm not a man of the people. Yeah. You know what? You know what's funny?
Dude,
I said,
if I were this
Here we
24/7,
go.
we wouldn't have a show.
Let's count. Let's count. One
you're
interruption.
Fraudulent right now. Don't talk to me about interruption, especially the way you started the show 8 straight minutes before passing the rock. You want to talk about that? You started this damn show 7 straight minutes before I talked.
You counting
Who
minutes?
does that?
Oh my God! I knew there was something brewing under the surface.
Ain't nothing brewing,
No, it's
but
brewing.
your card got pulled right now
Okay.
because you're talking about something that you don't know what you. Ooh, let me stop.
I'm talking about
Lord,
something.
Help me. Lord, help me today.
JD at 1 o'clock.
I'm talking about something
Help
I don't
me
know.
today.
Okay, that's 3 interruptions in a row. So I'm talking about something that I don't know about, but you know. You know Stephen A. Smith's pay structure for his camp. Thank you.
But you'll
you
defend
get
Joe
20%.
Mixon.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
And that's what you do. Yeah, I
baby.
defend Joe Mixon.
Yeah, because
Okay.
you know his agent.
Here we go. That's 4.
Yeah.
That's right. And I'm upfront about it. Full transparency.
Yep.
Another interruption. Can I get a sentence out, you think? You think you'll let me get a sentence out?
You got your nerve. You wouldn't even let the caller talk.
That's right.
Now you're mad.
I'm not mad. You're
I'm
the one.
not. I'm
you're
not.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just telling
I
you,
don't know.
you can't deal with me when I act like you. That's what you can't do.
Well,
Yeah,
and I get front.
oh.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
They could come yank me off of this mic. Because you are being fraudulent right now.
That's your opinion.
Let me tell you.
That's your opinion, bro. That's your opinion. You have the right to tell Stephen A. Smith what to charge for a basketball camp. I don't know where you get off. I don't know where you get off making an assessment on Stephen A. Smith. You have no idea how many kids from the inner city go there without paying. But you'll read a headline and act like you know. You do it all the time. And now I don't know whether to talk or not because who knows when you're going to
interrupting.
You did it again.
You just said you didn't know when to talk.
Yeah, because you interrupted me again.
Sorry, buddy.
See, when I see a story like Stephen A. Smith running a basketball camp, getting $2,900 for some campers, I don't think negative right away. I'm like, well, maybe maybe it's part basketball, maybe it's part, he's teaching these young kids about how to get in the business. He's probably got other coaches there. And you know what? If he's having it in a rich suburb and he can get $3,000 from the Piedmont parents, more power to him. Right? More power to him.
You're missing my point. You don't even care about this story. You only care about, and the only reason you brought it up is my reaction.
That's
right.
Today
I got tired. Because you don't really give a damn about the story. The whole thing was how I felt.
That's right.
And you had a problem with anything that I feel. So
exactly,
that's why
you're off base.
You're getting this.
I feel like you're
off
base.
You're off base every day.
Oh, every day.
Because you don't care about half the stuff we talk about. But whatever I side, you go on the opposite side. It must be nice. It must be nice.
Just
Kudos
disagree.
to you, Maddie.
I just disagree with you.
As long as you know we know this.
I disagree with you.
We know.
There are things I disagree with. Should I just hit here and act like you know the whole story when you don't? Seriously. Last basketball camp I went to 30 years ago was $500. And you know what? There were 75 kids there. And I'll bet you 10 to 15 didn't have to pay the $500 because their families couldn't afford it. It's pretty simple. And now I got to carry the show when you pout.
You have never carried the show.
Well, when you clam up because your feelings are hurt.
Please, my feelings are not hurt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
You.
Okay, I'm all ears.
So you do understand you didn't give a rat's ass about this topic. Look at me now. You can't look at me when I'm talking to you. The only reason you care and you got this fake bravado like this, like you want to fight me with a shield and knife, is because in the green room, said, from afar, that's a lot of chicken. And now you want to sit here like you lost sleep thinking about this topic. That's fake to me.
What? No.
It's fake and you do it daily, man. So it's bigger than the camp.
Jesus Christ, this MF
I'm
can't even let me
finishing.
finish.
This what?
MF.
What's that mean?
What are you dumb?
Yeah.
I think you know what it means.
Yeah, you won't say it.
Of course I won't.
You won't
I don't want to
say
get thrown off the air.
Yeah, we'll know who dumb then.
Let me tell you. I didn't say dumb.
I'm not listening.
I did not
you
say.
talk to the callers.
You do it again. I did not say dumb.
I checked
don't
out.
You
You
dare
said
say
MFer.
Don't you dare.
Said MFer.
Don't you dare.
And you would never say that nowhere else to me.
Don't you dare think I said dumb. Last thing. The reason I got interested in the story was because you said $3,000. That's a lot for a camp. I wasn't interested until you said that's ridiculous. Night-night.
that he's going to be playing on the second team. But I hear you.
Yeah, but if he does, he's going to destroy him with his pass first mentality and his floor generalship. I think he's going to do a really good job because those other teams are not going to know how to handle him.
The question is this, D, do you think he's going to be in the finishing lineup?
Oh yeah. You know, you gotta have somebody who can shoot free throws when they play the Hack-a-Shack game. You gotta have free throw shooters.
All right, good stuff. Appreciate it, D. 888-957-9570 is the number. We've got John Dickinson coming up in this half hour, and we can jump into some Niners. Adam Schefter.
Oh, my bad. I was going to say it was arrogance that led Kyle to draft Trey, so he is right. It's on the brass. It looks bleak right now, but, Stoney, there was a lot of arrogance in that pick, it looks like right now. My bad.
I'm going to go to Schefter sound.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
Trey Lance, look, it's a long summer.
What happened? Hold on.
Trey Lance, look, it's a long summer, and I'm not going to overreact to a couple of throws that are on social media, like where he's a little bit off. I can tell you that they felt like he had as good an offseason as he had, and he's more prepared than he's ever been. So let's see what happens over the course of a summer when they're in like we're not even in full pad practices yet.
Yeah, it was this one right here. This one was the one.
But listen, we live in a very reactionary world, Pat. So people want to come up and make judgments right away. And so Trey Lance is trending the right way. Let's see what happens with him this summer.
Anything you hear there that surprised you? Because I kind of believe him. I do think Trey Lance is getting better.
And I would hope, Stoney, trending the right way. And I know we got JD coming up, so,
Thank God.
What did I do?
We need him.
People saying artificial intelligence, are we cloned? But anyway, I got to tell you, Stoney, I mean what I'm about to say. You do understand I can't get mad at Kyle right now because Trey's still a part of this team. And you let me go down the rabbit hole of listening to Twitter and social media about him possibly not being on his roster. How could I react to something that's not happened? So for right now, fighting for the backup after getting injured as a starter, I can have a conversation on that. Is that a raw deal? I think some could say that, Steiny.
I think Trey Lance is going to play this year. I don't know how he's going to get onto the field. I don't know for how long he's going to get on the field.
You mean that?
Yes. Don't you? First of all,
barring injury, how much confidence you got in Brock to stay healthy?
I mean, honestly, I have as much confidence in Brock as any quarterback. Like, and up until this point,
so there's no file. Obviously not. It was just
he got
a game.
Hurt,
yeah,
but
he's got to respond to getting hit and pounded on.
I'm with you. But how many quarterbacks played 17 games last year in the league, I wonder? Half? Half sounds high.
I wouldn't even say 10.
Okay.
It would help me out.
So the chances are he's not going to play 17. So then let's, hopefully Trey Lance, and I mean, hopefully Trey Lance is the backup. And then we can sit and watch him for 3 or 4 games.
And do I sound like a hater if I say the winner of the number 2 position for the San Francisco quarterback position for the Niners is almost like / number 1A? Because maybe Brock could regress just with this play. I'm not rooting for it. But, Steiny, we don't know what Brock's going to be when he's fully healthy. That's what makes this so like whoever wins number 2, oh, my gosh, you might be on the field sooner than later.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt about that. We're going to have John Dickinson joining us momentarily, hopefully.
By the way, only 8 quarterbacks started all 17 games last year.
And then is there any chance on that list you have the start, do you have all the lists, how it all broke down? Like per the 8? Okay, so who were the 8 that played all 17?
Sorry, what?
Who were the 8 that played all 17?
The 8 were Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Tom Brady, Kirk Cousins, Jared Goff, Geno Smith, Trevor Lawrence, and Aaron Rodgers.
Tom Brady, oh my goodness.
So do you have the quarterbacks that started 15 and 13? Do you have the breakdown there or just the top ones? Oh, we got JD? All right, let's go down to Santa Clara. Bring in John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's 49er Insider. Practice just ending. And what's up, JD? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? Good to be with you as always. Yeah, kind of a lighter practice day coming off of the off day for the 49ers, but another pretty good day for Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold and Trey Lance. I know, Goo, you'll be happy. No reps for Brandon Allen today in the team period. It was all Brock, Sam Darnold, and Trey Lance.
Hey, Jay, I got to ask you this question because I'm looking at Steiny right now, and I'm telling him, Brock being a relatively unknown, he had a great debut. We still don't know what he is over a full season, okay? I can't take anything from him, but can you remember the last time a preseason, correct me if I'm wrong, had this much riding on it from the standpoint, forget Brock, but if this Darnold Lance thing is a thing for the number 2, and we just talked about the number 2 might be the number 1 if Brock has a setback, I'm talking myself into like 49er preseason might be like regular season drama. Does that sound off the farm?
No, it definitely matters with the battle for the 2, and I think the reason that's always front of mind is just based on the fact that they've had so many quarterback injuries throughout the years in the Kyle Shanahan era. The interesting thing to me, and where I thought you were going, Goo, I thought you were going to, have you ever had has there ever been a quarterback where, he comes in and it's the second year and you don't totally know about him, but he was so good the first year, it reminded me of Jimmy Garoppolo in 2017 when they traded for him at the deadline. They were, 1-10. He ends up starting the final 5 games. Different kind of a team. Obviously, that was a very bad team. This is a team with Super Bowl aspirations. But Jimmy comes in, plays well enough for them to go 5-0 down the stretch. Then they pay him at an extremely high level, which they obviously haven't had to do yet with Brock Purdy. But you still don't know what it looks like over the course of a full season. And the Niners never really got an opportunity to even see that until 2019 because Jimmy Garoppolo wound up with the ACL injury in 2018. There is a little bit of that feeling. Look, Brock played better in his 8 games than Jimmy played in his 5 going back to 2017. There's more tape of him in this offense and playoff game wins and all of that as the Niners won the 10 in a row at the end of the regular season to go 13-4. But there is some similarities there, I think, between feeling really good about the quarterback that you have, but it's still being a relative unknown because he hasn't done it for that full season.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's down in Santa Clara covering 49ers practice. So I have a question. When we talk about the noise about the quarterback position among the fans, I know that maybe the team and the players and the coach don't care. But the one thing that I'm curious about is we have all these stats from all these 4 quarterbacks, and clearly those are the kind of stats and then the information from the writers that are stimulating the noise. Why do the 49ers let the media see that? Do they have to?
Why did the 49ers let the media see what? See practice?
Well, see as much of practice as they do where they can actually see, like, I'm just thinking of an NBA practice where we never really see the scrimmage Curry was 11 for 15 in the scrimmage today among the team. Like, they could theoretically close it, or is there a league rule against that? Or
no,
just explain
it's
that?
An NFL mandate. It's an NFL mandate that training camp practices be open to the media, and I think part of it is the fact that you get to see such a limited portion during the regular season. During the regular season, you only get to see about 20 to 30 minutes of practice, and usually it's the warm-up. And the calendar on it, not to get wonky, but the calendar on it has changed a little bit over the years when they moved from 4 to 3 preseason games. But the calendar of it, I believe, is every practice up until the 3rd preseason game, and it may even be through the 3rd preseason game now. It has to be open completely to the media. Now, that doesn't mean you can shoot video of all of it. There's warm-up portions, the more boring portions you can shoot video for. That's the reality of it. The one-on-ones and the team 11-on-11 competition periods. You can't shoot any video for that, but it is an NFL rule and mandate that training camp practices are open. So to that point, the Niners have no control over it other than what they do win.
So real quick, how important do you think this really is within the team?
I think
these
it's important.
practices to Kyle Shanahan and stuff.
Well, no, I think they're important because they're trying to figure out who the best three quarterbacks are and really who the second and third best quarterbacks are. So that's important, I think, to figure out. As far as Brock Purdy goes, I think everybody knows, as we've talked about a lot, that he's the number one, and if something happens, then maybe they have to go in another direction down the line if it's because of injury or if Brock really struggles. 5, 6, 8 weeks into a season, if he struggles and they're not winning, maybe there needs to be a change at that point. But no, these practices are important because they have a self-stated competition as to who's going to be the two. And again, I've said this a lot. It's really more than who's going to be the two. It's who is going to be the 2 and the 3, which I think, two little things that may be nothing that came out of today. One I mentioned, no Brandon Allen reps in the team period. Now, part of that is just today was a shorter practice than normal, so there were fewer reps overall. But the other thing that I found to be interesting was that Brock Purdy came back and practiced today after 1 day off. Now, originally, Kyle Shanahan had said, hey, it's going to be 2 days on, 1 day off. Well, then he changed that because Purdy missed a day, and then they had an off day, so it was two days of throwing on, 2 days off. Well, today, given what Shanahan had said about the 2 on, 2 off, everybody expected that today was going to be an off day for Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy was out there and got 18 reps and was the best quarterback on the field during this shorter practice. But then Kyle Shanahan gets asked about it after the fact, and it's like, oh no, it's 2 days on, 1 off, and now they're back to that plan again. So might be nothing, might be something, but I think you could view that as another progression for Brock Purdy moving forward. The fact that they're back on that 2 on, 1 off type of a schedule with him practicing tomorrow, then he won't practice on Saturday, and then I guess they have an off day again on Sunday.
Jay, Steiny kind of said this last week when we were talking about Bosa and him not reporting. And this will be his first payday, but we've seen other great veteran players hold out some into this season and get their money. I'm expecting them back, but I know how you think. When does the JD radar or eyebrow go up if we don't see Bosa? Is it the next few days, the next week or two? Like there's not, for me, it's not my money. There's nothing to see here. Give this guy his chicken, but where are you at in the whole Bosa no-show so far?
Yeah, I think there's more to it than just nothing. Now, that being said, I do think they ultimately get the job done, but Bosa's not taking any kind of a discount. If Bosa wants to be the highest paid player in NFL history that's a non-quarterback, Bosa's going to be the highest paid player in NFL history that's not a quarterback. And he's not going to cave on a little bit of this, or the Niners do like to project themselves as, with contracts, the smartest, the smartest guys in the room, so to speak. They do like to, I think, make players earn it, even if they wind up getting it by sweating it out or negotiating it. Like Nick Bosa and the Bosa camp. All you got to do is look at his brother's situations. He's going to sit until he gets that number. So I think eventually this is going to be a deal where the 49ers may have to gulp a little bit more than they want to gulp, but they're also getting a defensive player of the year and a franchise-altering, defensive player, back into the fold. As far as when I'm concerned about it, John Lynch, when he met with the media Monday, he had said, you need about 3 weeks to get ready. And we're about 2 weeks away from being 3 weeks away, right? 2.5 weeks away, I think, from being 3 weeks away from the opener. And so I think right around that after the second preseason game, let's say that week after the second preseason game, before the third preseason game, if he's still not in at that point, that's when I start to think, okay, maybe to use the Steiny phrase, something is afoot at that. But it still gets done. I would want him here. I thought the Niners were a little bit annoyed that he was completely gone, as camp opened. I could just kind of sense from the press conferences that they were a little like they knew it's going to get done, but it's like, dude, show up. You don't have to practice. We'll work it out. That to me was a little bit of a tell that this thing was maybe farther away going back to when camp started than maybe people think. They still get it done because they have to get it done, and I think there's a range by which they get it done, which makes him that highest paid non-quarterback that he likely wants to be. And then it's just, does he have enough of a ramp up to get ready for the regular season? And I'd be a little worried about that too, just based on the fact that injuries are such a big part of his history.
John Dickinson joining us from Santa Clara. 49ers have finished up practice today. There's one of the things that I'm kind of intrigued with in terms of the dynamics of this season is it's clear that, the 49ers have Super Bowl aspirations. It's clear they have a lot of different weapons. And two things are also clear. One is that Brandon Ayuk's in a contract year, and it seems like everybody's expecting Brandon Ayuk to have a great season. Last year was his best in terms of yards. He caught for over 1,000 yards. What if among all the does it matter if among all the weapons, if Ayuk is just one of the guys this year? You know what I mean? I mean, could that dynamic be any kind of a factor?
I think Ayuk wants to put up numbers.
Right.
He wants to put up numbers. I think he wants to help the team win, but I think Ayuk wants to put up numbers. I mean, we talked about this, I think, last week when I was on a little bit, in that, Deebo Samuel has gotten paid. Christian McCaffrey's been paid. Nobody's worried about him. He's going to get the most touches on the team, assuming that he's healthy. George Kittle's gotten his big contract. Would he want to be more involved in the numbers? Maybe a little bit, but he likes blocking people as much as he likes catching touchdown passes. So I do think Ayuk is the one player that it could get a little weird if you look up, week 4, the Niners are 3-0, and Brandon Ayuk's got 10 catches in 3 weeks and 1 touchdown, and he's thinking, damn it, this is my year to go for 20 touchdowns or something like that, and really get that added payday. The Niners need Brandon Ayuk, I think, to have a big year, and I think Brandon Ayuk wants to have a big year. It is something that I've bookmarked to keep an eye on. It's not, is he productive just in helping them win? I'm not worried about that at all, and I don't think the 49ers, he's going to be plenty productive to help them win, but is he going to be productive enough to be happy about his future and the bank account? So I think there's a little something there to keep an eye on as far as just how it looks. Now, again, may not wind up being anything, but I do think, and this is one thing I like to do during training camp while everybody else is charting every play, I do like to kind of jot down different potential storylines, whether it's at positions or overarching things for a season, especially a season with a team like the Niners that it has the expectations that they do.
Good stuff, JD. I got to go back to Lance. I know you had brought him up, but much has been made about who he worked out with in regard to his throwing motion. But Jay, from the naked eye, is the ball coming out different? Is the motion that different when we see him for a preseason game, Trey Lance?
I think he has worked. I think the mechanical stuff has worked. There are his throws look better. His throws look tighter. Now today he had an interception over the middle where either he didn't see the linebacker or he thought he could get the ball over the linebacker, threw a dart but threw it right to the linebacker, and he was going for the for the receiver that had gotten behind the linebacker. Not a great interception today, but the ball coming out was a dart. So no, I do think you will see noticeable difference, I think, on the intermediate and on the deep throws, where he hasn't quite figured it out still, and I don't know that it's mechanics as opposed to rhythm and just knowing where the ball needs to be, but he still misses too many short throws. There's still too many of the easy layup throws in the Shanahan offense that are a little bit off. The one that's supposed to lead a running back on a rollout is behind him, or it's too high. He'll sail one. Like, those are the kinds of things that I think Kyle Shanahan probably finds pretty maddening, because those are the throws that are price of admission in his offense. Like, you can throw it 8 to 15 yards down the field, but you also have to be able to hit the short ones, because the shorter ones are how the whole offense functions. So if he can't do that, even if he can do other things and has improved at doing other things, he still may find himself behind in the competition because he's not making those short throws.
John Dickinson, our 49er insider, joining us from Santa Clara. I think I know I asked you it last week, but I actually forget your answer, so I'm going to ask you again. Who will lead the 49ers in receiving yards this year?
I can't remember the answer I gave either. Last year.
I can't. No, last week I think it was.
Yeah, or last week. No, it's between McCaffrey, I think, and Ayuk. Yeah, it's between McCaffrey and Ayuk.
Because if you look at it, they spread it out, including Kittle and Debo in there a fair amount. Like, they got 4 legit weapons.
One thing. They have 4 legit weapons, and Shanahan's going to make sure that he is able to spread it around to make sure that those throws are as easy as possible for Brock Purdy. I think there are a lot of good options if you were looking to wager on that kind of thing. But the one thing is that McCaffrey's going to get the most touches if all things are equal in terms of health and the like. One thing, just not to get off on a different tangent.
Go ahead.
But one thing that has stood out, the Niners are starting to get a little banged up, and again, it hasn't been the headliners. I've noticed at these practices, they're a lot more physical, and I know Kyle Shanahan addressed the fact that they had what he said were too many guys on the ground, basically because they were hitting and taking guys to the ground during the padded portions, and today was another one of those. But when they go 11 on 11, there really seemed to be, and maybe it's just guys getting adjusted in the first couple of days of being out there, but it really seemed like guys were trying to lay that first hit on a little bit harder than I can remember in years past, almost like trying to, make sure that you're going to be physical and be felt a little bit. Obviously, you don't want to be tackling people to the ground in these types of scenarios, but just looking, Aaron Banks winds up in the concussion protocol. Elijah Mitchell's got an adductor strain now. Jalen Moore had the knee bruise that looked like it could have been something more severe yesterday. And so just something to keep an eye on, a little bit of a lighter practice today. I know they're going to go harder, I guess, tomorrow, but as far as just, it was interesting to start seeing some of the injuries pile up a little bit here, given one of those things that I had just kind of jotted down, that the physicality and the intensity of the practice had looked a half level more than I could recall from the last few years of being out here for 49ers training camp.
JD, real quick, before we let you go, you got a couple minutes here, of these kind of practices, the full padded practice, compared with the joint workouts when they work out with the Raiders, right? And then the preseason games. What percentage of importance do you think each of those represent that would add up to 100%, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the joint practices with the Raiders are really important. I think that they're more important than anything that we've seen to this point, I would say, in training camp. So when they practice tomorrow and Saturday and then take a day, come back for a couple of practices here before they go to Vegas, and those 2 practices are Thursday and Friday of next week, so a week from today and tomorrow, those 2 practices are going to be more important than anything that we will have seen up until that point. I guess at that point we're talking about a little over 2 weeks of practice. And I think that is also more important than the game even against the Raiders. And I'm sure you'll hear Coach speak along those lines over the course of the next week. I do think the games, though, matter, especially the second and the third preseason games matter for the quarterbacks. I mean, how do these guys look in live action? And I'm talking about Darnold, and I'm talking about Trey Lance, and is Brock Purdy a part of that as well, which I think is another question that we're all going to be asking. Is he going to have to get some reps in some game action? So I still think the games are more important than the joint practices. Those last two games, I think the joint practices are more important than the general training camp practices.
Great stuff, JD. Appreciate you giving us the time from Santa Clara. Hopefully we'll talk to you again very soon. And have a good one, my man.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, that was John Dickinson. It was all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570 is the number. JD, say anything that made you think? I made a note of 2 or 3 things I want to talk about on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
He's the GOAT.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru here with you on 95.7 The Game. We just heard from John Dickinson down at Santa Clara. And let's take Terrence, and then we'll share a little news from camp. Kyle Shanahan's just talking to the media and apparently said something kind of interesting. We'll get that sound for you in a little, but we'll tell you what he said after we get to Terrence. What's up, Terrence? How you doing in San Jose?
It's pretty good. I'm doing pretty good, man. Hey, I'm going to say this about, what's his name? Bert Purdy. It's his sophomore year, just coming off this injuries, both quarterbacks coming off injuries. I want to see him play in the preseason just because he's not Tom Brady. He's not Pat Mahomes, where they're not just playing in the preseason. You're not going to see them play in the preseason.
Right.
So I want to see him play in the preseason to knock this rust off. And, hey, if he loses his job in the preseason, he loses his job in the preseason.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a risk. That's risky.
It's risky, but he's a rookie, though. I mean, he's a sophomore. We don't even know what he's going to do this year. We don't know what he's going to do this year. So I would like to see him in that preseason, competing. He's not no Tom Brady, where he don't have to play where he don't need to play in the preseason. We don't want to start off slow.
Well, here
all this rust off right now.
Well, here's the thing, Terrence, and I'll go to Evan, who heard the exact quote. So apparently Kyle Shanahan, and it's funny because Terrence just called and said he wants to see Purdy. Wow. But here's what Shanahan said about Purdy that leads me to believe maybe we won't see him in the preseason. Go ahead, E.
Yeah, so this was in response to a question about the perceived rust of Brock Purdy. He's working with completely the entire first team, has not taken a rep outside then. And Kyle Shanahan's response was, quote, he's doing good things. We're not worried about Brock. Brock's the real deal, and he knows how to play.
He's not playing in the preseason.
End quote.
Yeah, why would he, Steiny? If he gets hurt, I know you can't be scared. It's going to be a regular season meaningful game. And for the people in the back that said, he's got to prove it, Steiny, it starts week 1 in Pittsburgh. This dude's coming off surgery on his moneymaker. So what is there to prove? We're going to watch the regular season to be able to gauge Brock Purdy. And there may be some rust, some errant throws. Hell no. Is he getting hit or touched in a preseason game?
I don't know. I want to, do we know off the top of our heads how many starting quarterbacks did not play in the preseason? I know Goff didn't. I'm sorry. I know Stafford didn't. Brady obviously didn't.
Why do I want
Rodgers
to throw Burrow
probably
in
didn't.
there?
He might not have, too.
But those are vets.
That's right.
But they weren't coming off surgery.
That's right. Yeah. So, coming off surgery, does that make you more likely or less likely to play him in the preseason? Because
way less.
See, you could answer though more because you want to see how he looks coming off an injury before the real games start. 888-957-9570. Where's the fan base on Purdy and playing in the preseason?
Man,
if he's not quite 100%, he's getting up to speed. Do you not want to see him to protect him a little bit, or is that the reason you think they need to see him in the preseason? To see how he's reacted to the offseason surgery, et cetera, et cetera. I could actually see, I could see both ways, but it sounds to me, if I had a bet right now, I don't think he's playing in the preseason.
Yeah, and I'd be right behind you. But Steiny, what would you want? What would be the reason to risk him getting hurt in non-meaningful games, which would be the preseason? What's the gain there?
The only reason I could see is if there are doubts about his shoulder, his velocity, his rustiness, and all that kind of stuff. So then you would have to take a look at him in the preseason to affirm that he's good enough to be the starter in week 1. But it sounds to me like they're just going to assume he's going to be good to go and he's going to start in the opener.
Yeah.
That's what it kind of feels like to me.
Did you take anything from JD? I know you said you wrote a couple of things down saying that.
Yeah, I did.
I don't know why he said Allen. Why I would like that Allen got no reps. Because Steiny, I've told you and I've been an advocate. I think the 4-quarterback thing is here because of what happened in the SEC championships. I know you differ, but okay, Brandon Allen didn't get any snaps. there's still going to be a battle royale for the number 2, and especially if Purdy don't play. We could see a half from Lance and a half from Sam Darnold.
JC says Brady did play in some preseason games. All right.
But there's been some that he's not.
There's also there's one less preseason game. Like generally starters used to play in either the third or fourth preseason game. Generally the third one, but they'd play like a series.
Evan, would you run him out there if it were up to you?
I think we'll see Brock Purdy in the joint practice with Las Vegas, or joint practices, but I do not believe we'll see him in any of the 3 preseason games.
Man.
I think I would take that. I mean, I would agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Err on the side of caution.
Yeah, I think
because you ain't going to be able to run away from it when you got Watt coming off the line in Pittsburgh and those delayed blitzes. Like, at least if he gets hurt or re-aggravates something, let it be for a meaningful game.
Lori Matthews on the YouTube chat. I think Kyle will be conservative with him. Kyle still sees ghosts of injured quarterbacks.
What would be Jimmy?
Is he good enough?
3 times.
And this is kind of I'm kind of.
Where you at?
I'm with JC here. Not with him in terms of Kyle's making a mistake, but just this thought is Brock Purdy good enough and experienced enough right now to not play in the preseason? I mean,
there's extenuating circumstances. Steiny, his elbow, he just had surgery.
For the first time, I'm starting to understand that, you know what? So the guy gets hurt. Has he been given the job? Has he earned it? Has he earned it?
You heard Evan say that Kyle said he was the real deal.
Right.
We ain't talking about Evander. The real deal. I think he knows. Thank you. The Holyfield. I know it's a short sample size, Steiny, but 2 playoff wins, undefeated. I mean, damn, okay, we can, you're going to need 9 more games. Do we really? And, hey, it might be rough. But what would Vegas set, Purdy regression or Purdy to continue to be what he has been since taking over the starter? I would bet on we see the same because of who his coach is, who his offensive coordinator, same person, and his weaponry.
Yeah, I feel like so Purdy plays 8 games, he's dynamite, plays 2 playoff games, he's good.
Okay.
He gets hurt.
That's 10 games.
He rehabs in the offseason, and now he's practicing in training camp. He's the number 1 quarterback based on what he's done last year. He's only taken first-team reps. Like, if Kyle,
he knows.
This is a trust Kyle, and nothing. I shouldn't say nothing more because Kyle might be right on the money, but if you read the tea leaves, there's no doubt Kyle thinks Purdy's the best quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he had any doubt about it,
there'd be a competition.
I don't think Purdy would be as entrenched at the number 1 as he is right now.
And let me ask you, Steiny, what part of your being thinks that what we saw from Brock Purdy was flukish? I don't.
Not
now,
flukish.
There's some things he got away with that Mike, but Steiny, it was real, man. His ability to look downfield that's just a trait. That's just something you're born with. He has it. I don't think Jimmy had it. Or, he just, for right now, through 10 games,
I think there's a possibility, though, that Brock Purdy will be
less
or essentially the same.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, could the 49ers win a Super Bowl if Brock Purdy's, same kind of quarterback as he was last year? Are you worried about Brock Purdy being injury prone after hearing that he broke his ribs shortly after becoming the starter?
Had he missed that game, I would put that on the Carfax. The fact that he played, I'm like, he's Brett Favre, Tony Romo against the Niners with a broken rib and punctured lung.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Simon, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. Just heard from John Dickinson, who was down at 49er camp, and the August 13th.
Let's go,
man. Is the first preseason game.
Let's go.
A lot of people say what's more important are the joint workouts with the Raiders, right?
Well, I think to the coaches, but to the fans and us, We want to watch when it's super duper real, right? Tonight we want to watch Trey Lance against the Raiders defense when it's an actual game and refs out there. Not that they won't be at the joint practices, but we won't be able to watch all the joint practice like we will be a game.
From the 650, are we okay if he's the same as he was last year? He won 10 games, Steiny. We're more than okay. All right, so you believe, and I'm not saying you're wrong, that a healthy Brock Purdy gets you a win over the Eagles.
I believe that. And again, you said it, Goo. You can't take nothing from Philly because they took him out that game. You are right, but I just feel like we got robbed of it's like Larry Bird going down if they were playing Game 7 against the Lakers and Bird got hurt in the first 2 minutes. You can't tell me that didn't change the outcome.
It sure affected it. I'm going to switch the topic entirely right now.
And before you do, I want to give Lori from Arizona, Phoenix, some love. It was our 12-year anniversary here at the station, Steiny, and she said, you know what, why I love the station? I think she was talking to Bonte. You guys make us feel a part. And Lori, that hit me in the cardiac muscle. So shout out to Lori and the rest of the YouTubers on the First NorCal Credit Union.
I have heard about this quote or this sound, but I haven't heard the exact sound, and I just want to throw it out there. Steve Kerr, I guess, was asked about Chris Paul and a bunch of what he thought of him, what he thinks of him, blah, blah, blah. I just want to take a listen to this because, well, quite frankly, I haven't heard it. This is Steve Kerr on Chris Paul.
One of the funny things about this league is that you compete against people, and especially if you see someone in the playoffs over and over again, like we did with Chris in Houston, and then all of a sudden your teammates or you're coaching someone and you laugh at moments like this where, you're at each other's throats for much of your career. Reminded me a little bit, when I played, Reggie Miller and I played against each other in college and then the pros as well. And I used to hate Reggie. Oh man, like he was, and then we became broadcast partners and he became a great friend. And so I feel like that's kind of how it's going to be with Chris. We've all hated him, because we were competing and he was so good, and now that's our guy, and we love him.
All right, Steve Kerr. And then
I forgot they called games together.
Yeah, I did too. I guess you got to ask him about what Chris Paul's role will be, right? Let's hope that's this question.
We met in Vegas. I watched Steph and Chris work out together. We've talked about our team. One of the things I told Chris was we have to be more controlled this year. Last year, we were number 29 in the league in turnovers. In other words, second worst in the league. But we had the fastest pace in the league. That's not a great combination.
That's wild.
And one of the things I love about Chris is that he controls games. So I told him we need his ability to control the game at key times for us. And he knows he's going to adapt to some of the stuff we do, especially when he's playing with Steph, throwing the ball ahead, playing with a little more pace. So I kind of like the idea of finding a better balance this year and being more under control, but still being, really lethal offensively. And then, of course, what Chris does in pick and roll and his mid-range game, he always gives you a chance in every possession to get a good shot. And he's one of the great point guards of all time. So we're lucky to have him.
Yeah, I got to admit, I must be misunderstanding something because if they play at the fastest pace in the league, wouldn't you expect their turnovers to be high? Or did I miss something there? Because he said that's a bad combination. I would think a really bad combination is to have a slow-paced team that turns the ball over. But nevertheless.
Or was he talking about Jordan Poole, Steiny, who ended up turning into a turnover machine?
Well.
As much as I love him.
I mean, the reality is turnovers have been a problem for this team. Whenever they've had a problem, it tends to be a turnover problem. But I wouldn't, and I don't think you're doing it, but I think it's Jordan Poole. I think it's Steph Curry. I think it's Draymond Green, who turned the ball over at a fair amount.
I know it's early. Were you taking the over or under on the Warriors 48? Or you still need to see more? I don't know where I'm going.
I think I'd have to take the under right now. But it would just be based on their age.
Okay.
It would just be based on their age. I think it's one of those things where if you told me that Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, that's 4 players, will combine to play 260 games, which would be 65 each, I'd bet the over. But you think that's going to happen?
I wanted to. But we'll see. I haven't felt this way about a Warriors season, Stoney, in a long, long time. And that's a good and bad thing.
Nick Caracillo, you would have more turnovers if you're a turnover-prone team if you're fast-paced rather than slow-paced. How is that an argument? No, what I'm asking is, Steve Kerr said that's a terrible combination to have a second fastest in pace and second in turnovers. Like, to me, that's kind of understandable.
It comes with the territory.
But I may have missed something. Absolutely. I may not have understood something. Mickey D, I think Lacob is biding his time, seeing what happens this year. If they don't do well, Lacob may rethink things again. I agree. I'm with Evan, who said that
January.
Well, no, just that the Warriors are on a year-to-year right now. And even though they're likely to, either this year still or next summer extend Clay, even though they extended Draymond and he's got 4 more years, if they don't have a good season, then Joe Lacob, I think, would break it up.
Give me I'm about to go Usher Raymond on you, Stoney. And who says his last name Raymond is Usher? You and I did the pre and pros for a couple years during the KD, Steph Curry Warrior tenure. How many times did we look at each other? How many times did we do the shows, our regular shows, and the pre and post to talk about this is boring because you knew what you were watching was just too lethal? I got to tell you, and after watching that underrated documentary, and the part where KD embraced and showed up for a big moment for Steph turning the 747 jet around or going to Brooklyn, wherever KD was at to see him. I got to tell you, Stoney, I can't stop for you to say they're year to year now, I get that. But I'm hanging on like Van Gundy on Alonzo Mourning's leg. Stoney, could you imagine if we still had that? That you and I got to, on a nightly basis, on home games, watch some of the best offensive basketball we've ever seen with those two dudes in the starting lineup. I can tell you I missed that and took it for granted. I had to get that off.
Ray Brennan on the YouTube chat, I think Kerr meant if you are high in pace, you need to be average or below in turnovers or your pace is not an advantage. Yes, I think that's exactly what he said. Thank you. Yeah, that does make sense. So he's saying, what's the sense of having the fastest pace if we're second in turnovers? We've got to be the fastest paced team and be mid-pack.
Because that's what Chris Paul represents, ball security, right?
Yes, but can he keep the ball secure if he's asked to plray?
And what's Draymond's role? Style? Bringing the ball up, or is that gone away, or is that going to subside when he's on the court with CP3?
I don't know.
That is crazy. Because Dre's going to run. Is Paul going to be running with him?
It's a good question. I'm not sure.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm not sure. I just know that
we let the coach get out of here. He talked about stylistically, Poole wasn't a fit, but I don't think we asked him, did he think Paul was?
That's a good point. It's a fair point.
Because right now, it's not you don't think stylistically, it ain't a perfect fit, right? No.
I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. Paul has never been asked, not never, but I mean.
To do something different.
I mean, he's like Steph Curry. He's, people are going to be like, he's not like Steph Curry. But what I'm saying is Chris Paul would play like Steph Curry if Steph Curry were just a one, like just a point guard. So the other thing Kerry said that I thought was interesting, didn't get a chance to elaborate on it, was he said they better get off to a good start.
He did say
that. And I'm
thinking,
but I'm thinking why? It's a veteran team. Like, if anybody can start 10-15 and turn it around, wouldn't it be a team like the Warriors?
Are they really a veteran team, Stoney?
Oh,
with
my God.
Moody, Poole, Jackson, Trace Davis? I mean, I'm Jackson Davis.
Well,
I mean, are they? They got some veterans, but there's a lot of youngsters, too. All right. 1 minute.
What?
We got 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, they got Steph, Clay, Draymond, Chris Paul. They're all veterans. Wiggins, Looney. I mean,
imagine Looney
their
not
top
starting.
Their top six is definitely veteran, and then you hope, fingers crossed, Jonathan Kuminga is the seventh man.
Wow.
On this team. So, all right, we've got what do we got coming up on the other side? We got Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Do we have anything to tease for these guys? Anything to tease? Anything to tease?
Good radio.
Great 4 hours coming up with Dan Dibley and Mark Willard.
Oh, you said it. You said it. All right, Steiny and Guru, thanks for listening. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow. And once again, yes, Willard and Dibbs, they'll take you from 2 to 6.
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, how about a little palate cleanser, shall we? How's everybody doing?
Never better. It's the best day in the week after all. Yeah.
You saved that just for the start of the show.
I was going to drop it in the green room.
It is the best day of the week.
It is best day of the week. Thank you, Grandy.
Thanks. Don't you feel good?
I feel amazing. You know why?
Because it's Thursday.
No.
Why?
Grandy and I, we bonded earlier.
Oh, crap.
We are now besties.
You going to start buzzing me now?
No.
What's happening?
He and
Where's he gonna, no, because his stuff's going to, just like any human being, his stuff's going to have to get off his chest somehow.
I don't even have to look back anymore. Grandy and I are now simpatico.
Yeah.
We bonded over track and field.
I got the over-under at... the over-under's at 345.
When he turns on me?
Or you turn on him.
I'm taking the over. Lock it up.
Lock it in.
It's my new bestie.
Yep. And look at you trying to get more time on the best of. It's
Totally.
unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
You can call me Nibs all you want, Mark. We're buddies.
I might.
No,
I might
him.
just do that. Oh, God. All right. So how's everybody doing? 888-957-9570. You're welcome to weigh in. Xfinity Mobile text line's there for you. Twitch and YouTube. Good afternoon. How you doing? Let's get the comments going there and let's hang out. There's all kinds of stuff to do with everybody. You know, Steve Kerr talking about Chris Paul. We'll get to it. I'll tell you one thing that I noticed that to me has reached the point of some discomfort, to be honest with you. And I'm not accusing here, at least not yet. But do you know what we're talking way too much about? And wait till you hear what Kyle Shanahan said about him today. You know what we're talking way too much about? Brock Purdy getting hurt. Brock Purdy getting hurt.
I don't want that to happen.
I don't think anybody would admit they want it to happen, but some of you want it to happen. But even if you don't want it to happen, and by the way, I feel like that's actually a fact, not an opinion. Some of you want that to happen because in our society, we love drama. People want the drama. They, go back to when Trey Lance broke his ankle last year. That was different than some starting quarterback injuries. Usually in the NFL, your starting quarterback gets hurt, and you look at your buddy or your spouse or your kids or whoever you're watching the game with, and you go, oh, hell, season's over.
Yeah.
They brought the card out for the quarterback. That's a wrap. Of course, last year when that happened for 49er fans, it was not a good thing by any stretch, but there was this separate emotion. Oh my God, Jimmy Garoppolo is playing quarterback for the 49ers. Can you freaking believe this?
Wow.
And so there was this gamut of emotions. All right, so flash forward to now. What would you feel if Brock Purdy got hurt week 3? There goes the camera to the sideline.
Who's the camera on?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
That definitely affects the emotions.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Right.
You're right, it affects the emotions, but there are emotions nonetheless.
Sure.
Some people would be excited to see Trey. Some will then be ticked if they don't see Trey.
Right.
Or anything else.
I don't know who would be excited to see Sam. That's where I think the conflict lies because I don't know how many Sam stands there are out there. Guys who are thinking Sam Darnold has got to be our number 2 quarterback.
Maybe not, but intrigued.
Sure.
Like the whole thing. I guess that's what it is. Normally in the NFL, you lose a starting quarterback and you're like, well, this isn't interesting. Let's change the channel. Let's go find a different game. I don't want to watch Nathan Peterman play quarterback. I don't want to do that. Who wants to do that? It's why the NFL changed all of these rules. They want their quarterbacks in the game. When we see this stuff, right, you can't look at them funny. You can't land on them.
Yeah.
Don't come near their legs. Don't come near their head either. Try to stay away from their shoulders and their knees also. Here's a little box. It's about a 2x4 box.
Right.
You can hit them right there.
Don't hit them there.
And we call it the wussification of the game, but what it actually is a corporation protecting its most important employees.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it is. So we don't want to watch the backup quarterback. But with the 49ers, we do. With the 49ers, everybody wants to know what's happening on that depth chart. The drama ensues as soon as the, I'm told, inevitable injury takes place. I get all of the stuff that's going on here. Some of it is just what's happened in the past. We've gotten used to everybody gets hurt.
5 of 6 years with Shanahan.
Right? So that's a big part of it. There are all the other obvious things. The number 3 overall pick in the draft and the other number 3 overall pick in the draft and all the drama that all of you know. But there are two things going on here that I look at and I go, yeah, it gives me the willies. First of all, some of you are rooting for an injury. And the rest of you are assuming that it's coming.
That's the camp that I'm in.
I know you are.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in neither of those camps.
Right.
I don't know why we would assume that Brock Purdy's going to get hurt just because he's got a 49er jersey.
I think it's because he's already been hurt twice. One time he was able to play through it. And I think it's just the historical nature of the Shanahan era in San Francisco. So I'm simply playing the percentages. I'm not hoping for that to happen, and I don't want to be right when it comes to this topic, but you and I have had this conversation, and if I set the over-under on number of different quarterbacks to start for the 49ers this year, if I put that number at 1.5, most people would take the over. And if I put it at 2.5, I think it becomes an interesting conversation because you might switch quarterbacks because you want to take a look at Trey and you've got a big lead in the division, or Brock gets a minor injury and so Trey starts a game or Sam starts a game. The likelihood to me that you need more than one quarterback is pretty strong with the 49ers. I'm not rooting for that to be the case, but I'm just looking at the historical trend and the historical facts of the Shanahan era.
Part of it is also that Brock Purdy hasn't played a lot of games, right? And so there's also this camp that's like, look, we can't be convinced that he's the guy. Although, did Shanahan give the biggest comment yet? Literally about any of his quarterbacks.
I said in my daily delivery video, you can find it by following us on Twitter at 957thegame.
Whoop.
I said Shanahan compared Brock Purdy to Evander Holyfield.
Did he?
Yeah.
He did?
He did.
How so?
He called him the real deal.
Oh, the real deal.
That's Evander's nickname.
It is.
I thought it was a clever way I could kind of tease that.
It went over my head, and I'm going to put that on me.
Good.
I should have gotten that one.
Yeah.
But I didn't.
Evander, the real deal, Holyfield.
Absolutely.
And Shanahan, reportedly, I haven't heard the sound and stuff, but he reportedly called Brock Purdy the real deal.
He did. He is the real deal.
That's high praise.
It's very. You never said that about anybody else.
Right. I mean,
not with the 49ers.
I don't think he ever called Jimmy G the real deal.
He's not the real deal.
Well, he was a winner.
Yeah. He's not the real deal, though.
No.
He's not.
And the Raiders aren't thinking that he's the real deal.
That's coming from me. Oh, Mr. Jimmy fan.
Super Jimmy fan. Captain Save a Jimmy G, according to Philmo Mike.
He's not the real deal. The real deal. The real deal is reserved for yo, that dude just walked in the room.
So he's not him?
No, it's not him.
Is Brock Purdy him?
I don't know.
Kyle seems to think so.
Well, let me re-answer the question. Is Brock Purdy him? Well, describe him.
Him is you get 4 or 5 or 7 or 8 weeks of not being great, and you keep your job. And there's no worry about you getting the hook. Burrow and Allen, Josh, not Brandon, Mahomes and Herbert, they are him. Aaron Rodgers and even Russell Wilson, is him.
Yeah.
Guys who you're going to play them, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, you would have to do something really, really bad for a very long stretch of games in order to get the hook. Trevor Lawrence is him. He's a quarterback that is going to get a very, very long leash before you even think about giving him the hook.
What if I said that Brock Purdy is one of those guys? Those are the indications.
Right.
We've actually already had the conversation this week. It automatically comes up. How long is the leash for Brock, right?
I love a leash conversation.
It's only been 8 games. So, what if he doesn't look good after 5? What if he doesn't look good after 7? I don't know the answer to the question. I can tell you what it sounds like from Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan, I think, whenever given the opportunity, has clearly stated that Brock Purdy's his quarterback. Period. Now, what's the next question?
Yeah.
But
who's the backup?
Yeah, exactly. No, that'd be great if that was the next question. But I think this whole thing is partially discussed in a way of like, it's not just who's the backup, it's who's the backup, and that's important because we're pretty sure the backup's coming in at some point, whether it's because of injury or poor play. I hear that assumption across the board. And I'll tell you one thing I'm going to do here before the end of the 2 o'clock hour. I want to extend the conversation we were having yesterday in terms of going through the whole league and talking about all of those hymns. Guys who are absolutely the starter and there's nobody knocking on their door. Okay? And how many of them played all the games? I would argue that it's more than 50%.
Yeah.
And
we kind of
so
went through it yesterday a little bit. And
normalcy would suggest that when you have him, he stays in there, actually. So the assumption that the 49ers, because they're the 49ers, are going to need 2, 3, 4, 5, 28, whatever, how many quarterbacks they need.
Not 5?
I don't think that there's actually a good reason to think that.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
I think there's a better than average chance that Brock Purdy starts 17 games this year.
Interesting. I wonder if there's a Vegas line or an offshore line on like over-under on starts, or if there was an odd on, and maybe you could talk to your odds maker friend on what the odds would be for Brock Purdy to start 17 games. I would imagine that having him not start all 17 would be the favorite. Pretty significant favorite. Him starting all 17, I would put it at probably plus 250.
You might be right, but
maybe even plus 300.
But I would
3
say
to 1 odds.
You might be right, but maybe not for the right reasons. Because wouldn't you also agree with this? If you go to the national perspective on Brock Purdy, wouldn't you agree it's not the same as Kyle Shanahan's perspective on Brock Purdy?
Right, it's not.
Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I mean, the Mike Sando quarterback tiers in The Athletic, they had him in tier 4.
Right.
And this is not Mike Sando reaching his hand into a bag and pulling out numbers and assigning them to quarterbacks. He interviews 50 different people, personnel people, scouts, coordinators, and all the rest of it, and everybody votes, and all the votes came in. To your point, he was a tier 4 quarterback. Now, he was at the top of tier 4, but he was tier 4, and Kyle Shanahan sees him as tier 1.
The real deal.
As the guy. So in terms of why he wouldn't start all 17 games, for me, threat number 1 is injury. Threat number 2 would be you're good enough to give him a game off late in the year and let somebody else have a go.
What if I said 16?
Threat 3
But what if I changed that to 16? Because that shouldn't really count. Like, the Niners have already clinched the 1 seed, so we benched him.
Yeah.
But anyway, go ahead. Tier 3.
Threat 3 on that would be he's not good enough. So I would order him in that way. The biggest threat to him not starting all 17 is injury. The second biggest threat would be take a game off because we're 11-1 and we're 14-2. And we've clinched the 1 seed, and no one can touch us. We got home field. Go ahead and get in there, Trey. Let's see if we can't showcase you for a game.
Well, it's interesting that we also talk about it in terms of now that we know about it, because we didn't know about it, but we talk about it in terms of, he got injured twice last year. Well, I'd argue no, he didn't, because Josh Allen got hurt. Patrick Mahomes got hurt.
Sure.
But if you play through it, then you didn't get hurt. You didn't get injured. You're not out. He's going to get dinged. It's football. He's totally going to get dinged. I've never had a football player tell me that they knew anybody who made it through a season without getting dinged. I don't care what your position is.
Right. And my favorite cliche is, this time of year, no one's at 100%.
That's true. It's true. Get to week 15, we're all hurt. Then they are.
I'm reading the quote from Brock himself right now. Quote, I actually broke my rib like the second or third drive in that Tampa game. So that whole first half, man, I'm like throwing and I'm like, this isn't good. We're doing so well. My rib's broken. Still trying to make plays. And then when you end the game, that's when it really starts hurting.
And didn't they win that game like 35-0 or something like that?
Over
what
Tampa.
What was the final score against Tampa? What was the final score last year against Tampa? He embarrassed the GOAT.
Yeah.
Remember that? I'm looking at
it here. He embarrassed the GOAT.
He embarrassed the GOAT.
35-7.
35-7. Bucks got a late GTTD.
He ended up playing against the Seahawks, and they won 21-13. And he was dealing with what the team described as oblique and rib injuries.
Right.
I broke my rib.
Remember, they did not think that he would make it through the entire game. He came out on fire in the first quarter, hit Kittle for a couple of long ones, and then they sort of rode that to a victory late. So, but if you play through it, then you get
it doesn't
credit.
count. I agree.
Yeah, you get credit for that, in fact.
So he only got hurt once. Fine.
Right. He got knocked out once.
Yeah.
Got knocked out once.
Okay.
Right? But like if I asked it to you this way, because Jalen Hurts was an MVP candidate. Jalen Hurts he did the Garoppolo thing, right? Like he got to within a breath of, he had a second half lead in the Super Bowl. He didn't win it.
It's called a Garoppolo?
Yeah, it's called a Garoppolo. And I know Jalen Hurts was the starter the year before, but he wasn't like a stud. Jalen Hurts at the level we look at him now, 1 year, right? Okay, and runs the ball a ton, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is it more likely that Brock Purdy gets hurt this year than Jalen Hurts?
Interesting way to put that.
Is it?
Well,
because the reason I ask is there's no way in Philly there's all having a conversation right now about the backup quarterback because, if and when Jalen gets hurt. I guarantee you they're not thinking that. And I know that's because the number 3 overall pick isn't right behind Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
But by the same token, it's a mindset. I just think that 49er fans right now have a mindset that no one else in the NFL does.
And maybe it is because of what you're saying. There's a certain faction of fans that are quietly hoping, not for Brock to sustain another 6-month injury, but just get hurt enough to where Trey Lance gets his chance. And that's where I think we're in an interesting spot as a 49er fan base, because I do believe that belief exists in the minds of some.
I kind of jumped on your answer to the previous question. Do you think
you
right?
Come on.
Do you think that Jalen Hurts, Brock Purdy, you look at is one of them more likely to get hurt than the other?
I think they're probably equally susceptible to injury for different reasons. Jalen Hurts, because he's much more of a ball carrier, and he played 15 games the last 2 seasons, and 22-8, pretty good in the regular year. And
he's excellent.
He rushed it 304 times over the last 2 years alone. So because of that, he is susceptible to injury because he runs the ball a lot. I think Brock Purdy is susceptible to injury unless he changes the way he goes about throwing the football. Last year, Mark, in that small sample size, Brock Purdy will hold on to the ball a long time.
That's true.
And when he got hit and he threw that, it wasn't an interception, it was a fumble technically in the NFC Championship game.
Right.
That was a play where he held onto the ball and he was trying to make a play. So because of that, Brock Purdy, I think, is more susceptible to injury than a quarterback who plays more like Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers, a guy who will get down and get out of trouble.
How many times did you say he rushed the ball the last 2 years?
304.
304.
304 for 1544.
$165 of them last year.
Yes. Yeah.
But that's in 15 games.
And he had 139 the year
right?
before in 15 games also.
All right. So that tells me
304 and 30, that's 10 a game.
Yeah, but 165 divided by 15
is 11.
Is 11 a game.
Yeah, thank you. You didn't need to get out your phone. Just come to your boy.
I did. Yeah, I just want to check. Just want to check.
If you want to have an argument today,
in the day and age of an iPhone, I don't trust my math anymore.
I'm not asking you to trust your math.
I know.
I'm asking you to trust your boy.
No, I don't trust anyone.
And this is where you and I may have a problem today.
Why?
Because trust my math.
I think this station is taking care of its complement of problems today.
I know you are son of a math teacher, but
I think we should just not do that. That's what I'm going to say. But anyway, go ahead. You were saying
165 divided by 15 has always been 11.
11, yes.
I trust Tibbs' math.
That's my guy right there.
Oh, wow. I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like you all getting along.
I'm a little uncomfortable myself, but I'm gonna ride it as long as it lasts.
This is different.
Let's talk track and field.
Let's not. Let's not. Anyway, is there something here? Like, and
no one's ever going to admit that they root for injury.
888-957-9570. Do you hate human beings? Give us a call. No, but for real. In a certain way, if you look at it, let me try to put the prism where it works. Do you want to see Trey Lance play? And if your answer is yes, put that up against Kyle Shanahan going, he's him. Well,
How's he going to play?
How's Trey going to play?
And I think
how are you going to see what you want to see? Transitive property. Are you rooting for just a little ding? Just 1 week? Just a little twist?
Yeah. Little flare up, little pull.
The kids.
Totally.
Just a little something.
Just a hammy.
I'm not trying to put
Not even
anybody...
like a Joe Burrow, oh my God, my calf.
Well, that, yeah.
You know.
Nobody wants anybody limping like that where you just have to fall.
On a
and
non-contact.
Here comes the cart. Yeah, none of that.
And something you said earlier, is there another team out there where there's a portion of the fan base clamoring for the backup? Even in Pittsburgh, if you're a Mitch Trubisky fan or you love Mason Rudolph, is anybody in Pittsburgh actually rooting against Kenny Pickett so that they can get their guy in there?
Of course not. And by the way, traditionally, has anyone ever rooted for the backup on August 3rd? The starter hasn't done anything wrong yet. Who does that?
Yeah.
Who roots for the backup the first week of August? You can't even be mad at your starter yet. Rooting for the backup is something you do week 6.
Or halftime of week 1.
Well,
depending on your situation.
Right. I mean, my gosh, that's actually a funny comment with what I heard in line at the food line in Chicago week 1 last year.
They wanted Fields out already.
He sucks. He's a bust. We screwed it up. I can't believe it. Justin Fields. Right? It sounded like the Saturday Night Live characters.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he sucks.
All
That whole thing was happening. Halftime of week 1. And now, number 4 quarterback in fantasy drafts. I mean, that's how it changes, and so I understand that.
I think the other interesting piece of it is, even if that conversation exists, the fact that it exists on a team that is the favorite to win the NFC makes it even more alarming. Because if you were, let's just pick on the Raiders while we have a moment.
I'm always in favor.
So if you're the Raiders and you're not expected to have a good year and you are clamoring for the backup because you don't like Jimmy Garoppolo, well, you can do that because your team is probably not much of a threat to be a playoff team this year. So by stinking, that might actually help you in draft position the following year. But the 49ers are a team that has won 10 consecutive games in the regular season. They've won 12 of their last 13 overall, and they are among the 1 or 2 favorites to win the NFC. They are a Super Bowl threat like Buffalo, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, and the Niners. That would be your top 5, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
If you want a top 5,
Consensus Vegas Insider.
That's your top 5.
You want to have some
odds-wise?
You see if you can get them in order?
In order?
In order.
Grandy, my best friend, if you wouldn't mind.
Top 5.
Game show music, please.
Top 5. Answers on the board.
Grandy, you complete me.
I hate this. Anyway.
Ding, 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 ding. In order?
In order.
Kansas City's got to be number 1.
Number 1.
You can buzz me if I'm wrong, too, Mark. I won't hold it against you. And I meant Mark Grandy and not you, Willard.
Mark with a C?
Yeah, well, the only Mark now. You'll go by Willard heretofore.
Wow.
Number 2 has got to be... This is where it gets tough because it's a bit of a dog pile here, but I'm going to say it's Buffalo.
I'm sorry.
Give it to me gently, Grandy.
That
Thank
is
you.
an incorrect answer.
Is it Philadelphia?
It's Philadelphia Eagles.
Then Buffalo.
Then Buffalo.
Then the Dirty Natty? Probably the Niners, then the Dirty Natty. They're tied.
What's your answer? What's your answer?
The Bears. No, the Niners would be ahead of the Dirty Natty.
It is actually by just a nose hair. It is the 49ers.
I appreciate nose hair.
The Bengals are actually at the same consensus odds, but when you then run that out over all the casinos, the 49ers have the tiebreaker, if you will. They are the technical 4th favorite right now to win the bowl. The Bengals are 5th.
And we're on to Cincinnati.
Extra points if you can get who's number 6. Extra points.
Man.
Bonus points.
It's got to be an AFC team. Not the Jets. Not Detroit yet.
Detroit's not in the AFC. Breaking news.
No.
You said it's got to be an AFC team. Let's see. Not the Lions.
No, I know.
Right. Not the Lions. They're not in the AFC.
Don't try to drive a wedge between me and my happiness. I'm in a fantastic mood today.
Literally the only thing I'm trying to do today.
How about Miami, Mark, in the 6th spot?
No, not even close.
The Jets. Jets. Jets.
Nope.
Grandy. One buzz was
Keep
good.
Keep them going, Grandy.
I'm trying to fight through it, Grandy.
Come on.
No, I'm out of guesses, Mark.
How about them Cowboys?
They hate their quarterback.
Cowboys.
Have you been following the news?
Yes.
Like they've been cussing out their quarterback. They've been screaming at Dak in August.
You just asked me a question that only my parents have asked me in the last 7 years.
Mark, are you following the news?
Have you seen the news? They say it's going to rain. Oh, okay.
Give me a 4 for your Ellen.
Just like I hate doing the voice while she's in a hospital bed, but love you, Mom. I hope she's listening. Maybe we can bring you 4 hours of fun. Yeah, there you have it. There you have it. That got uncomfortable. But anyway, rounding out your top 5 or top 10, yes, it goes Cowboys, Jets, Ravens, Lions, Chargers.
Okay.
And then the Dolphins.
And the Dolphins, okay.
In the 11 hole.
Man, all right.
Outside looking in.
Anyway, just to put a capper on the convo, the fact that the Niners are that high up in the list and we are clamoring to see the backup tells you all you need to know about a fan base that needs the regular season to start.
Sponsored by AC Transit. Does that, is it fair? We get the reasons why, but is it fair that there is this much discussion about the backup quarterbacks for the 49ers? Kyle Shanahan has made this abundantly clear. Brock Purdy's him. And everybody's just waiting for the injury. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive the East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving experience required. Paid training is provided. New bus operators are eligible.
sort of not just watch and consume the show, but for us too. We're watching and consuming what you're saying, and we love that. And so while we're on this topic, want to let everybody know that we are incredibly excited.
Super excited.
To announce that First NorCal Credit Union is now the official sponsor of 95.7 The Game's YouTube and Twitch pages. Okay? Our friends at First NorCal Credit Union, longtime partners with us. So it's been a love affair for a long time. And if you're wondering what a credit union is all about, we'll fill you in. First NorCal Credit Union is a cooperative financial institution helping members achieve their financial goals since 1949. Offer a wide variety of products and services backed by their commitment to the credit union philosophy, people helping people. So, for example, if you need an auto loan, a home loan, checking account, savings account, and more, check out firstnorcalcu.org. That's firstnorcalcu.org. And want to say hey to Greg and David at First NorCal Credit Union, good friends of ours over there, always listening into the station, and we appreciate them so much. So what's up, Greg and David? If you haven't yet, head over to our YouTube and Twitch pages. Check out all the cool exclusive things we're doing over there, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union, including all of Dib's cussing.
No, haven't cussed in a long time now. I'll try to drive a wedge between me and the dump button.
Allegedly.
Yeah, and I've mouthed a couple things when you're, doing your thing and you're locked into your takes. I will go to the YouTube camera and mouth a couple expletives. So if those count, then yeah, I can't stop cussing. Pretty much.
Exactly.
One of those. It's crazy. It's weird watching you swear because you're pretty much a PG. Everything's chipper.
You know that's
I love Farhan. It's the only F word I'll say.
That's a bunch of bull, and you know it.
Shanahan's the only S word I say.
It is funny that their names start with that, huh? The S word and the F word.
And the only four-letter word
Shanahan
you say is
and
Gabe.
Excuse me, that's pronounced Gabe.
And I thought you could have done the whole read there because it opens with we. It opens with a we. You could have done the whole thing.
We at 95.7 The Game like burgers and First NorCal Credit Union.
Yeah. Would have been cool if you did that. But
obviously.
Yeah, I can't script everything for you.
We are overdue for another dripping burger IG post from Gabe. We'll see if we get that sometime soon.
Literally dripping with flavor.
Thank you. And I'll tell you what else is coming up real soon is Andrew Siciliano on this show. NFL Network. Great time to hop in. We got a football game tonight.
I'm so excited.
Are you really?
I am excited.
You are?
And again, I'm not going to watch every single snap and go completely start to finish, but something about that first kickoff as it soars through the Canton sky on that godforsaken field they play on, which is an injury waiting to happen. But the fact that it's signifying the return of football, and I know it's not a meaningful game, and the starters won't play much, if at all. The fact that this game kicks off, the Hall of Fame game, tells everybody it's now football season, people. Here we are. Let's go.
I got a Zoom at 7:00 for draft order.
Really?
Zoom 7:00. Don't call me. Don't text me. I'm locked in
for draft order.
And
how are you guys determining it?
I actually don't know.
You're not the commish?
Somebody else on the Zoom will tell me.
Right.
Yeah, we have to announce a keeper, and then we get the draft order tonight.
Have you settled on your keeper?
Yes, and then I need to, then I already enlisted the help of 16-year-old Abe. I said, don't you go to bed too early tonight. We're mock drafting. So you, me.
After you get the draft order.
That's right. We're going to have the draft order. I said we're going to have some dinner, and then we're going to hang out a little bit. We'll put the little man to bed. About 10:30 tonight, you, me, we mock. You got it?
It's a 12-team league?
Yes. And it's a super flex. 2 quarterbacks.
I don't like that.
I don't care if you like it. That's what it is.
Well, I don't care if you care or not. I'm just going to offer my opinion because it's what we do when we have a conversation.
It is. It's
2 quarterback leagues are stupid.
Have you done them? Have you done it?
Yes, I have.
You hesitated.
I've done.
No, you haven't.
My friend Nathan Rarari, who is a host of New Zealand Sports Talk Radio.
Way too many R's.
R-A.
That does not exist. Who are you? Really?
He's Maori.
Rarari?
Look it up.
I mean,
You gotta Google it.
Sounds
He's
like
a
sounds like
Kiwi.
your mouth is full of food when you say his name.
Nathan Robbery. He's listening right now, undoubtedly,
Hello,
in
Nathan.
New Zealand.
That doesn't sound real, but
He's a
I buy
legend.
it.
He's a legend.
Yeah, no, I've heard you
He's
talk
a
about him
Maori,
before.
and I was in their league for a long time. I should reach out and get in their league again. 2 quarterbacks, and also the other thing that I think is stupid. Positional players on defense.
Oh yeah, no, we don't do that.
No, but
I've done that before. I did not prefer it. I did not prefer it.
And 2 QBs in real football, and I know fantasy football is fantasy, but 2 quarterbacks, it's unnecessary. It's
not
superfluous.
It's not necessary, but it's kind of fun.
Okay.
It's kind of fun.
If you say so.
Listen, nobody is more dialed in fantasy football than someone who hosts a red zone channel. So we'll ask Andrew, Superflex, thumb up or thumb down. I do know this, and so do you. Andrew Siciliano loves to Superflex.
Yes, he will. No, without a doubt. And I like having Andrew on because he's one of the few people who shares a Tony Bruno stint with you.
Yes, he does.
And I put myself in that club just because I would do a half an hour with him every day, but I wasn't at the same level as you, certainly, and Andrew. And trying to think who else was on that Tony Bruno tip.
Well, gosh, there was the stuff he did at ESPN was kind of pre-Bruno show, normal co-host stuff.
Yeah.
So it was pretty much it was Siciliano at Fox and then me at Sporting News.
Okay.
And then off he went into Bolivia.
So to speak, yeah. Which, early adopter of Twitch, though.
Yes, absolutely.
Without a doubt, as we're talking Twitch.
Yeah,
but,
and then he's got the pod now, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Into the night or who knows.
Yeah, whatever's
anyway,
going on. So,
what draft position would you want in a 12-team, like, in terms of...
I don't even know. Not one. I don't want to be one. You know what? I have 2 things real quick on this. When you're drafting, there's 2 things. There's the strategic portion that people think about. Do you want to be... Like, I want to be far enough to get a really good running back, but then like do it deep so that I can get it
on the wraparound.
On the
so
wraparound,
like maybe be 4, 5, or 6 somewhere in there,
something like that. But I just hate being 1 or 12 because it's like an hour and a half in between picks. It just takes too long.
But then you get to whoop whoop.
Yeah, you get to double dip, which means you actually sort of only get half as many turns. Like your turn is when you get a little juice. You're like, all right, it's my turn, and then bang bang. And then you're done. And then you wait for an hour to get it back to you, and you bang, bang. And it's over again for another hour. Like, it just, I'd rather be in the middle. Put me in the middle.
I like it to be at the end because then you can do whatever you need to do, especially later in the rounds where you don't need to like grind on every pick, and then you just scroll back and see who was taken.
Yep.
And then, okay.
Superflex is different, though, because people aren't all grabbing those running backs right off the top. They're grabbing the quarterbacks.
Because you need to.
You could get McCaffrey at like 9 or 10 probably in this draft.
Okay.
Because everyone's going to go Mahomes and then Allen and then Hurts and then boop.
Because you need, like, Superflex means you
start 2 quarterbacks.
Right.
You start 2 quarterbacks.
And then you also have a flex who can be any position other than quarterback.
Ours is on steroids. It's got 2 flexes, 3 receivers, 2 running backs, 2 quarterbacks. We're starting half the league.
Seriously.
It's unbelievable.
Seriously.
It's a deep bench. And that's the thing. We got like 19 rounds. Let's bring him in. He's our good buddy, Andrew Siciliano. He's been hanging out at Bengals camp, so we'll ask about Burrow and Brandon Allen, who's not there anymore for that matter, hanging out with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Hey, friend, how you doing?
I didn't think I was going to get a Brandon Allen question. Hey, Mark.
You are going to get a Brandon Allen question, and you're going to answer it. But before you do that, Superflex Fantasy, yay or nay?
What is that?
If Andrew Siciliano doesn't know, then maybe we don't even need to talk about it.
I play fantasy. I play plenty of fantasy. I play in a really nuts league that people would hate. We play 2 quarterbacks. We have 14 people in our league.
That's it, Andrew. That's it. That's Superflex.
You have to have 23 people or 25 people on your roster.
Yes.
What?
2 quarterbacks. That's Superflex. So you play.
Superflex is called?
That's what it's called, yeah.
That's what he calls it, Andrew. Don't let him dupe you into that.
Go to the fantasy sites. It's called Superflex.
Okay. Look, I played in this league for 20 years. We just call it our fantasy league. I didn't know that it had to be super, nor did it have to flex.
Well, those are 2 things that I know you like to do, and so
neither.
I'm glad. I'm glad that you're on board because Dibs here was he was thumbing his nose at the 2 quarterback leagues, man.
So listen, it's miserable. We've done it for years, as I said, 14 teams, and we draft like 23 or 24 rounds. So every single quarterback is drafted pretty much. Teams try to screw other teams by like drafting, let's say, like drafting Stetson Bennett, for example. If you have Matthew, you draft Stetson Bennett so that if Matthew Stafford gets injured, you can hold Stetson Bennett hostage, like philosophically speaking, for your buddy who now needs him. That kind of thing. It's really. It's not a fun league.
I like a hostage pick among friends.
I know what I'm saying.
Yes. Yeah. Well, in that same vein, then, as we're talking hostage picks, when it comes to the 49ers, who would you capture? Brock Purdy? I mean, you're going to take Brock Purdy, but would you try to capture Trey Lance or Sam Darnold or the aforementioned Brandon Allen?
Can we do this after at least 1 or 2 preseason games? Because I think it is a legitimate competition. Full disclosure, I have not been out to Santa Clara. Right now, they are not on my training camp schedule. So, I'm going with, I'm 2,400 miles away right now. I think Sam Darnold could very easily play his way into that second job. Absolutely. I think Trey Lance could come out and have a fantastic preseason. I do think preseason matters here in regards to that position. They're not going to keep 4 in any way. We know that. They have the extra roster spot now, although I do think that whole thing was a totally misunderstood situation there. I think the Niners, this is my opinion here. I think the Niners mismanaged their roster, and the result was we got a rule change out of it. It's not as if they had a third quarterback to be active that day. It was Jimmy Garoppolo. They rolled the dice and decided to keep him on the roster without signing another quarterback. The Niners only had 2 quarterbacks, so it's not as if there was some roster rule that prevented them from elevating Jimmy. They played the roster roulette game and lost, and then we changed the rules. But that's just my brief aside.
Well, no,
I love that brief aside.
Let's hear more on that. When the Niners, because again, nobody, at least normally, does not have 3 active on a game day. In what way do you feel like the 49ers mismanaged the roster?
Because they didn't have another quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo. Look, now, in retrospect, I wasn't in their medical room. I have no idea what their doctors told them. They might have told them that Jimmy legitimately has a shot to be ready for the Super Bowl if you make it that way, if you make it that far. In retrospect now, considering, everything that went on in Vegas when Jimmy signed, he wasn't ready. Now, I don't know if he re-injured or re-aggravated it, whatever. But they kept that roster spot. They kept him on the active roster. They chose not to have a third quarterback that was available to play football. So it's not as if when everyone got hurt against the Eagles, they could have had a guy to put in. They chose to not have that guy on their payroll. And obviously, we know what happened in the second half. And because of it, we changed the rule. But the Niners chose to not sign a guy.
Yeah, and roster roulette, and it came up with the green 0 or the 00, and you're on red and black, and you lost all your money. Andrew, what's
I mean, look, it was tough luck. No, I'm not somehow saying the Niners totally absolutely blew it, but they rolled the dice, and Jimmy obviously wasn't ready. They knew going into that week they didn't have a third option. Well, they happened to need one that afternoon in Philadelphia.
Yeah, and Josh Johnson as a second option probably wasn't going to be good enough anyway. Andrew, what's the national perspective of Brock Purdy? Because here we're doing, hours and hours and hours of should it be Brock or should it be Trey? And Shanahan says that Brock is the guy, but what do they think and what do you think nationally about Brock Purdy?
I think he is the guy. I think he proved that last year. Now, he's got to come in and do it from day one in a full season with a rebuilt arm, an arm that I think all of us were skeptical would ever have him ready come training camp time. But what do you know? He is ready, and I think it's amazing. Good for him. It's a medical comeback that I think when we walked away from the NFC Championship game and we heard how that injury or what that injury was, we didn't think he would be ready. Good for him. I'm happy that he is ready. I think it's a great story. I think he's great for the NFL. He's great for the 49ers, and he clearly is the guy. Now you got to do it for a full season, all the expectations, all the bright lights. And I'm rooting for him because I think it's awesome. I think we need more stories like that.
Andrew Siciliano, NFL Network, with us here on Willard and Dibs. Conversely, or maybe continually, let's keep it right there. And what is the sort of umbrella view you think around the league of Trey Lance? We haven't seen a lot of him. I wonder if people are taking what they think Kyle thinks of him and what they're doing with him and sort of transferring that as their opinion. But what do you think? What's the perception of him right now?
Listen, I've seen so little of him. We've seen so little of him. The majority of Trey Lance's football has been on the fields, the practice fields in Santa Clara, not actually in Levi Stadium. So I would love to see more, but he's got to go out there and win it. He's got to go out there and earn it. And unfortunately, he's had a lot of bad luck. He's had a couple of injuries. And when you add those injuries onto his COVID year at school and his relative inexperience as a starter in college, there hasn't been a lot of football to judge him on the last 4 years, 5 years, really. I would love to see more. He's got to go out there and win it. If he doesn't beat out Sam Darnold, then you have to ask aloud, what is somebody willing, if the Niners decide they want to move on, what is someone willing to give you for Trey Lance? I wouldn't just give him away. I do think the guy's a bright future. The question is, where is it going to be? And is Brock Purdy going to play so well that no matter how well Trey Lance plays in the preseason, it doesn't matter?
Considering the inexperience at quarterback for the 49ers, Brock Purdy, half a season, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold, even if he's the backup, hasn't had that much success. How much does that make you pause in terms of making the 49ers a real threat to win the Super Bowl?
I think it's a fair question to ask. But I think their defense, assuming, Nick is there and on the field week 1, which I have no doubt he will be, and if they stay healthy, then they're a beast. They're a bully. They still are. And Brock Purdy can get them there. I'm fairly confident he can, because it looked like he was about to do it last year. Now, there's such thing as a sophomore slump, such thing as an offseason of teams figuring you out, but it's not really figuring you out, it's figuring Kyle out, and I don't know that happens nearly as easy as it might for other coaches, right? Kyle's smart enough to generally be ahead of the competition here. Famously so. So if Brock Purdy does his job and continues to play nearly as well as he did last year, I think this team will be fine. But I also think Seattle's going to be good. I do. I think Philly is going to be good. There is always a team, probably not from the NFC South, that surprises you in the NFC. I just saw Dallas. Now, I know, say all you go ahead. I'm skeptical too. The Dallas team I saw a couple of days ago looked really good in August. I know you have to show me you can do that in January as well, and they have not done that since, 1995, I think. I don't know where the dark horse is in the NFC. I think some people think the Bears. I'm not sure about that. The Vikings. I think Brian Flores is going to make their defense a lot better. They got rid of a lot of pieces. I don't know that they've added enough, but Brian Flores is going to coach them up. I think the Vikings aren't going to take as much of a backward step as some people think. Are the Lions ready for prime time? I'm not sure, but the Niners are certainly still up there with the Eagles, the class of the NFC.
Andrew Siciliano, NFL Network. I know you sort of just touched on it there as you go through the whole NFC, but give me the whole NFL and just give me a team or two based on your view right now who you think is going to be a good football team that no one's talking about.
A good team that nobody is talking about. I mean, the AFC East, we're talking about the entire AFC East, so it's not going to be there. The AFC South, obviously we all know Jacksonville. Yeah, I think the AFC North is going to be, it's always a good division, but if Jim Schwartz, and Mark, I'm a little bit of a Browns fan, if Jim Schwartz, I think, much like Brian Flores, Schwartz is going to give the Browns defense a first-year bump. They added Zadarius Smith opposite Miles. They have Dalvin Tomlinson in the middle. They're going to get after the quarterback. Like they played the Bengals. I just saw the Bengals today, and I'm going to see them again tomorrow, week number 1. Jonah Williams still working back into shape on that left knee, and now he's playing right tackle. Orlando Brown. Joe Burrow, let's say he's ready. He's not going to be very mobile week 1. I mean, Browns own the Bengals. They have, except for one game last year. I think the Browns, with no expectations, are going to be better than most people believe.
Good to have you, buddy. Good to hear your voice, and enjoy the Superflex this year.
The Superflex. Yeah, I'm going to tell all my friends on our group chat now that this is called the Superflex.
It's called the Superflex.
Yeah.
Yeah. Enjoy it. And, man, well, I'm sure we'll talk to you again soon. Thanks for doing it.
All right, boys.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, there he goes. Andrew Siciliano with the Superflex right here on Willard and Dibs. How about that?
Right in my face. Yeah. There you have it. 2 quarterbacks for everyone. And you get 2, and I get 2, and everybody gets 2 quarterbacks, Mark.
The Oprah of fantasy football. Yep. Everybody gets 2 quarterbacks, although the Niners have 4. More on that in just a second. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises on Willard and Dibs.
What's up? It's your boy Guru, and I wanted to let you know that our friends at
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Lots going on. Siciliano. Who's going to be good that we're not talking about? Of course, he says the Browns.
I didn't know he was such a Browns guy.
Yeah, he's from out there.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got roots. He's got Ohio roots.
That's a tough division.
Yeah, they could be. I mean, I don't know what to think of Deshaun Watson. I have just football.
Okay.
I don't know. It's been so long, and he came back last year, and it didn't look very good. But
Got better toward the end.
Yeah, it was sort of obvious or predictable, I guess, that he would look rusty. And so maybe he looks like his old self, or maybe he never will again. And I could believe anything in between. I don't know what to think of that team.
That division is always tough anyway because Pittsburgh, as many times as you want to throw dirt on the coffin, last year they were 9-8, and they weren't very good. And they probably won't be very good again, and they'll go 9-8.
9-8, totally.
And, Baltimore, if Lamar can stay healthy, they're always a threat. Cincinnati should be the class of that division, but you've already got Joe Burrow here with an injury in camp, and I don't think it should linger into the regular season, they're saying, but, that sort of an injury, a strained calf or pulled calf muscle, that's always an eyebrow raiser.
Well, I mean, you're right. Look, the division is really tough, and it is the one thing that scares me about the 49ers season, which is that you're looking at the NFC right now, and there is a vibe of what could go wrong. Honestly. Especially for those of you who believe the 49ers have 18 good quarterbacks.
Or those of us who don't believe that the quarterback is that important in the Shanahan system. That's me.
Maybe that. Although I guess conversely, there are some who, if you've got 4 quarterbacks, it means you've got no quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And maybe that's true too. But even if the 49er quarterback play isn't elite, you still look up and down the NFC and have almost an impossible time thinking that the 49ers are not going to make the playoffs. And I hate that because as we sit here today, here's one thing that I know won't happen. It won't go. Let's see, who's the favorite in the NFC South? Who would it be? The Saints?
Atlanta?
Okay, whatever. Throw that division aside. But the rest.
Well, let's just say that the winner of that division has a losing record.
Okay, fine.
Because that's a strong possibility.
Forget that division, but let's go through the remaining divisions in the NFL.
The East. Philly, Dallas,
with Dallas
New York,
flanking
Washington.
Them. Yeah, Philly with Dallas flanking them. NFC North, Detroit wins it. Minnesota probably gets in as a wild. NFC West, Niners win it. Seattle flanks them. AFC West, Chiefs win it. Chargers right behind it. We'll see about the Broncos. South, that's done. Jags win. You just talked about the North. Bengals have got it, but everyone's good. And same in the East. Everyone's good, but the Bills will win. Some people think the Jets. I can promise you it's not going to go that way because it doesn't. That's not how the NFL works.
You're saying if we pick the 8 division winners right now, we would not go 8 for 8?
Correct.
Well, I do think there are a couple of toss-ups for sure. You mentioned the AFC East. That, to me, is very much a toss-up. Between
I hear you.
The Jets and Buffalo, and Miami's not far off.
Miami's good. The Patriots are not. And
NFC South is a throw-up. It's not a toss-up. It's a throw-up.
You said the NFC,
NFC South is a throw-up.
Well,
First 1 to 8 wins.
We think so, but that's kind of what I'm getting at. Could one of those teams actually be good?
No.
See, I disagree.
I mean, you think who's going to win 10 games in that division? Atlanta would be the best candidate, but they've got no quarterback.
But you get 6 against each other.
Not if you go 3-3.
Well, but what if you go 6-0? What if the Saints are good? What if Derek Carr has a nice year and that defense is actually nice? Well, what if
Dennis Allen and Derek Carr 2.0? It's going to work this time.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
What if Bryce Young comes out and he it hits? What if it's a hit?
It's possible.
Do you know what I mean? Like someone could win 10 games there.
I think it's highly unlikely.
10-7 is not like a dominant team. Somebody could win 10.
In the NFC North, Detroit being the favorite to me is amusing on a number of levels. And I'm not going to disparage Detroit because my old neighbor Cameron Davis is on the coaching staff, so I'm a secret Detroit fan.
But what do you not like about it? Like
too much hype.
Okay, hype, fine, but
and too much history. Hype and history.
I guess there's 2 kinds of hype. Hype can be based on glitz and glamour, right? Or hype could be based on, wow, like at the end of the second half of the year, that was a really good team.
Right.
Like Detroit did do it. It's not on paper, is what I'm saying. Right? They didn't win the offseason. The second half of the year, that was a very good football team.
Good offense, certainly, and the defense was improved. But I think that when we talk about Detroit, a lot of people are hyper-focused on the head coach that we love who's biting kneecaps and Dan Campbell and, oh, what a colorful personality. And,
Right.
the plucky underdog story of Detroit. They're never good. The division is weak. A-Rod is gone. But Jared Goff is the quarterback. And I like Jared Goff. And I'm the one who turned his career around with a pep talk for the ages. And we know that. But it's not like they've got one of the real world beaters at quarterback. I just think that we're all getting caught up in Detroit Lions hype.
Maybe, but they did win 8 of their last 10 games last year.
Yeah.
They won 8 of their last 10 games and had some big boy wins in there. They lost to Buffalo, but they blew Jacksonville off the field. They won at Lambeau. Remember knocking the Packers out there in that very last week. They won at New York against the Jets against that defense.
Wow, against the Jets. What was that score of that game? 9-7?
20-17.
Okay.
They grind out a 20 on Sauce. They beat Sauce Gardner and the Jets.
I'd have to look at that game more closely because the Jets' offense was awful last year.
They beat Minnesota by double digits down the stretch, and I know Minnesota might have been a paper tiger, but it was still a tiger.
Yeah.
Good football team.
Declawed kitty cat.
Yeah. They're good. It's a good football team.
Okay. I mean, I think that what your point was is a good one in terms of what we think will happen probably won't happen. And that's where I'm kind of focused on Detroit in that same way.
I hear you. I mean, look, there are overachievers you don't see coming. There are underachievers who got overhyped. And then there's also the journey. Like, who has the bad luck? Who loses the QB who you thought was going to be good? That kind of stuff. So, I don't know. It's always different than you think it's going to be. Let's go to Rolando in Napa here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Rolando, what are you doing?
Just relaxing here on my off day from work and just love listening to you guys. So I'm ready for football. So
who's
I
not,
want my Niners this year.
Yeah, what do you think?
So, if we're gonna win the NFC this year, I'm a very superstitious person. So this will be our, like I say, third time's a charm. So if we actually do win the NFC this year, then we got to go Super Bowl. I think the football gods owe us, and third time's the charm for the Niners. So we are so overdue for this. So we better burn some sage, have a rabbit's foot, 4-leaf clover, because we're due. So, and you guys are talking about other teams. I got a prediction for you guys this year. So I want to ask you guys this question. So the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Packers, which one of those teams will and will not make the playoffs? And I have my choice. I think 2 of those will not. And I'll say my crazy guesses. I think the Packers will make the playoffs. I want to hear what you guys think.
You think they will or they won't?
Yes, I think they will. I think the Dolphins are not going to make the playoffs, and the Jets
I have a hard time feeling that the Dolphins and the Jets are both going to fall. I'm pretty high on the Jets. I know that there's the Aaron Rodgers hype train. For me, it's less about that, and it's more about their defense. It might be the best in the NFL. It's right there with the 49ers, the Cowboys, the Jets. Like those, to me, those are the best defenses in the NFL that keeps you in every game. And now you at least have the threat of something dynamic on offense. I think that's going to be good enough to win a lot of football games. I think the Jets are a playoff team. The Dolphins, I'm not sure, even though I really like McDaniel. Packers, I would say, unlikely.
Packers out. Jets and Dolphins for me are in. I love McDaniel. That offense is going to be very explosive. And also, one thing we all need to look at is the turnover differential and the regression to the mean for all these teams. The 49ers last year were number 1 in the NFL with a plus 13 differential. That's likely going to revert back to, toward the middle. It tends to not be the case where teams are dominant year after year. Things bounce your way one year, they don't go your way the next, and the Packers and Dolphins both were, or the Dolphins and Jets last year were both -7.
Wow.
In the differential.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, sometimes it is balls just bouncing a certain way. Also, though, you have to give credit to your quarterback for throwing fewer picks than the other team. And the Jets should be better at that this year. The Dolphins had all kinds of quarterback problems. with all of Tua's concussions. So there was a lot of in and out there. And part of the 49ers being good at it last year was the stabilizing. Brock came in and didn't throw a lot of picks.
And the taking away of the football.
Sure.
They had 9 picks the year before. Last year they had 20 picks. So
it's a lot.
The takeaways went way up for the Niners. The giveaways stayed about the same.
All right, we're sponsored by Lucky California. There is sound from Steve Kerr that you must hear. And the plot keeps thickening for the Giants. All of that is coming up next. Your phone calls welcome. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Join Lucky Rewards today. You'll earn
the Giants take the lead on one swing of the bat.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Giants, 1. Diamondbacks, none.
What? That offense, man. Woo!
Boy.
Exciting. I mean,
get your tickets now.
Jeez.
Woo!
It's like the U.S. women's soccer team. Am I right?
You
didn't even get that because
no, I got it.
Don't care.
No, I didn't. No, 0-0, and Carly Lloyd's all ticked off, and people are dancing on the field.
Yeah.
Middle of the night, and we're going to the knockout stage, and Carly's like, "You suck. Go sit down."
Yeah.
And
play to win the game.
You play to hit the post.
Herm Edwards, 4:45
Love
today.
it.
Yeah,
Excited.
Herm's coming on. The Giants just completed a homestand. You like quirky stats?
Sure.
All right, here we go. Giants
Two-hitter quitter is what that was.
Giants just completed a homestand with a 9-game homestand.
9-game homestand.
They went 7-2.
Okay.
They scored more than 4 runs once.
Once?
Once.
How many times did they score 4? As you like to say, 4 score.
4 score, which is the new motto.
4 score and 7 wins ago, they opened up a homestand.
The Giants scored 4 or more. If we count the one where they scored more than 4,
yes, that would be 4 or more.
They scored 4 3 other times.
So 4 times they scored 4 or more
in the 9 games.
What was their record in those 4 games?
4-0.
Okay. And how many runs did they score total in those 9 games? About 15?
Well, let's see.
I mean, probably closer to 20.
No, I could do it. They had 10 in the series against the A's.
You sure don't want to take out your iPhone and your little calculator?
I got it. Okay, I got it. You relax. They scored 10. You keep track of this. 10 against the A's.
Okay.
And then against the Swaks, they scored 9.
That's 19 so far. Thank
and
you.
then in a 4-game series against the D-Smacks, they scored 11.
So 30 runs
in
9 games. That's 3 and change per game and 7 wins. Okay, there you have it. Pitching and defense.
I think it's 3 1/3 to be exact.
Yeah.
3.3. 3.3, and they went 7-2.
Man.
And they are 61-49. And for all of the Farhaning and the Gabing that we do in this town with our 61-49 baseball team, if they make the playoffs, you'll say what? Fill in the blank. About Farhan and Gabe.
Oh, about Farhan and Gabe?
About Farhan and Gabe.
They know how to win a 1-0 game. I mean, nobody wins with boring baseball like those two.
Okay. I mean, that's what we're getting
It's
at.
mean-spirited, but
No, but I'm not going to dismiss
say,
it. I won't dismiss that.
What I honestly will say is these two have done an incredible job.
These two
yahoos. These two jabrones.
These two whack-a-moles.
They've done an incredible job at winning games without a lot of talent or excitement. That's what I would say. Because this team, if you look at talent, their best pitcher is a guy who throws 88 with precision and movement. And Logan Webb. Logan Webb
he throws harder than 88, but he does.
He doesn't blow you away.
He doesn't use. Yeah,
he pinpoints you with location, movement, and at the bottom of the strike zone. He's tough to hit. He's not an uncomfortable at bat, but he's very difficult to drive, lift, and do damage against.
You're going to hit a ground ball.
Correct. He's not like Greg Maddux is not an exciting pitcher. Logan Webb is cut from the Greg Maddux cloth, where he will movement fastball you, change up you, down in the zone, grounder, and your offense is today's a perfect example. You had 2 hits. Lamont Wade got into one. He hits it high. That thing was a no doubter.
Yep.
As I said it in the moment, late lunch Lamont. Because it was at about 1:30.
You got to laugh out of me on that one.
I think we all needed a chuckle around that point.
I had already had lunch. But anyway, yes, go ahead.
1:30 is a late lunch. Sure. Late lunch Lamont.
For me, it's really late.
Yeah.
Like by 11:15, I'm like famished.
No doubt. I had my salmon Caesar at about 12, so I'm with
Good for you.
But 2 hits. You win a game 1-0 with 2 hits and another opener. Friend of the program, a couple of friends of the program, Sean Manaea.
Oh, that's right.
Couldn't even get through the inning.
We got to adjust the record. They are
Three-batter
now
Manaea.
15-5 with the opener this year.
3 batters from Manaea, and out comes Cap. I'm going to need the ball, Sean. You allowed a base runner, which we don't allow.
You've got great hair. You should now go hit the showers and wash it. I heard on 95.7 The Game yesterday that you're only washing it once a week. That's not enough.
Now would be a good time because your day is done. I'd condition 2.
I mean,
it's just, all I'm saying is they're great. 12 games above 500, and they're magicians because they're doing it without any real quote-unquote talent. But I guess you don't need talent to be good in baseball.
Well, they would obviously, and here we sit.
And I'm overstating it.
Well, yeah, it's 325, and there's a possibility that some of the players are in their cars, and they would be highly offended by what you just said. I'll say that.
888-957-9570. Give me a call, Conforto.
Yeah, talentless. The talentless San Francisco Giants.
Okay, they're starless. They're like a cloudy sky.
Well, and I don't even know if
they're an overcast Thursday.
Here's sort of maybe a different way to put it than we've put it in the past. I don't know if their style allows anyone to be a star. Jock Peterson was on his way to having a star season last year. Remember in the first half? Made the All-Star team. Looked like he was going to hit 30 home runs. And he's got all the personality for it, whether you like him or not. He's out there in left field. In between every pitch, he turns and looks at the bleachers and doing hang loose, and he's pointing at this guy over here. We're tossing balls out there. I mean, he reacts to everything. He's smiling and laughing constantly. He was on his way to 30 home runs. Then he hit the skids a little bit. The Giants played the platoon game. This year, they won't even let him out in left field to talk to anybody. It's like, get over there on the bench. Please, in the 6th inning, when there's a right-handed reliever who comes in, we'll call you. Till then, stay right there. And it sort of squashes him a little bit. And I think that's what we hear sometimes when we have guys on the air and we're talking about the style and the approach of the Giants. And you hear players go, yeah. Yeah, it's cool.
We got a little of that yesterday from Sean Manaea.
You know, I mean, if you weren't with us yesterday when Sean Manaea joined us, there were a few comments where people were like, whoa. I mean, here's one of them. I asked him if this role that's new to him would affect his future decision on staying with the club.
I'm not saying I'm never going to start again. I'm not saying I'm, fully like a bullpen guy. I don't even know what my role is. I'm just kind of, pitching and, whatever the opportunity arises, then, I feel like I'm, adaptable and ready for that.
Does that sound like someone who's like, I can't wait to pick up my option and be a Giant again next year so that I can, as you've pointed out, pitch in every single inning on the box score?
I'm looking at his log right now, and he started 6 of his first 8 appearances. And other than that, after his time as a starter ended, he came in the 4th, 2nd, 5th. He came in the 1st, didn't start it. Then the 3rd, the 5th, the 3rd, the 8th, the 5th, the 7th, the 4th, 5th, 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, 9th, and today in the 6th. So when he says, I don't know what my role is, they don't know what his role is. His role is, we need a guy to come in and pitch.
When I point at you,
you pitch.
Pitch.
That's his role.
That's your role.
And
it's all of their roles.
He's pitched in every inning this year. He's come in almost every inning. And today, it was in the 6th. Go out there and start the 6th, but don't be our long guy. He threw 10 pitches today, Mark. He threw 10 pitches, got 2 outs and walked a guy, and out comes hand tats. I'm going to need the ball.
Hit the showers.
Totally.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that.
It worked.
As long as it works, and the Giants have, especially if you want to mark from May 1st, if you want to go back for the last 3 months, their bullpen is the best in ball by a long way, like by a long margin. So that's why they're winning these games. And here you go, 1-0, and it got all kinds of hairy with Doval in the 9th inning. Guy cracked one off the wall and got held to a single. Then there was another line shot base hit. And then things got wonky with him not covering first base on a potential double play. And it all ended with a lazy fly ball out to newly acquired A.J. Pollock. He squeezed it and take the day off, boys. You just won 3 in a row against the Diamondbacks. Nice job. So the bigger issue is this. I think we've moved past, at least for now, we've moved past the issue of whether or not the Giants can win games. They're 61-49.
Right.
They're 2 games back of the Dodgers and have the 3rd best record in the National League. The bigger issue is why is that for some fans still not hitting the mark? It still didn't hit the mark. Grandy was texting with all of us earlier today.
My guy, Mark Grandy.
And rather than reading the text, Grandy, just flip your mic on there for a second.
Yeah, come on in, buddy.
We're very welcoming on this show. We love you so much. And so
don't steal my bit, but go ahead.
Just trying to get a little run at 6 o'clock. Anyway, no, but speak to what I thought what you said was very, very interesting with regard to why this doesn't hit the mark for you.
Yeah, so, I mean, you guys are saying, and I agree, it's obviously working. They're 12 games over 500. Similar strategy helped them win 107 games a couple of years ago. But I just don't feel an emotional connection to many individual players on the roster. You feel it developing with Patrick Bailey. You certainly feel it with Logan Webb. But beyond that, I don't have this deep connection with many other guys on the roster like I had with past iterations of Giants teams, and a part of that is because of all the success that those teams had. That's where it comes from. But that feeling is also part of the reason why I was okay if they considered selling at the deadline, because I don't really have that much writing with any of these individuals. So I find myself asking, why am I not caring more about this team that's in the middle of a pennant race that could very well do damage in the postseason? And I think the answer, at least for me, is because I don't have that emotional connection to these individuals on this team, and as a result, I find it more difficult for me to care about the team as a whole.
Yeah, there's one sentence in what you texted us earlier that jumped off the phone at me. Quote, I just don't care much about most of these players. Okay?
Yeah.
That to me is, in one sentence, what we're all searching for. I don't care about these players. Sure, the team's good, but I don't care about these players. Why not?
Because you don't know them.
Why don't you know them?
Because most of them are either brand new or have been here for a short period of time and they've been up and down. Look at the pictures today. Alexander, Beck, Minaya, Jackson, the other Rogers, and Camilo Doval. Doval's an all-star. The other Rogers, you got a couple of twins, so you know which one was it, T. Rogers or the other T. Rogers. This was the lefty today.
This was the lefty.
Jackson is mostly new.
Yeah.
Minaya has been here for a year and change. No, he's new this year too.
Yeah. But those
Tristan Beck, we had him on the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't know Tristan Beck, and Alexander's an opener.
4 shutout innings today. Yeah. So
but that, I think, is Mark's point, not to speak for my buddy Mark Grandy.
But you went through a lot of pitchers there.
Okay.
What if let's go to the people who carry bats on the San Francisco Giants. Now, we have to eliminate rookies from this conversation because that's not fair. They're rookies. So rookies show up when rookies show up. And in fact, I find that fans enjoy the rookies sometimes more.
But if you have 4 rookies, it's hard if you're a casual fan to latch on to that.
But new exciting players. Everybody, I feel like if you look at all these hitters, who gets talked about the most? Schmidt, Matos, Bailey, the rookies, the homegrown. Sable's a little different. That's a Rule 5 deal. But go to everybody who's not a rookie, who carries a bat on this team. Do you know how many of them right now just showed up this year for the first time?
Conforto.
And?
Haniger, if he's healthy.
Okay, not on the active roster right now.
Right.
But yes.
A.J. Pollock, he's been here for 3 days.
Right.
Iser Diaz, who plays constantly.
But that's pulled
no,
up.
I'm ticking off example after example after example.
But no, Diaz is
he's a guy who allegedly carries a bat, although he doesn't use it very often.
No, he does not. I think he's at one hit, so that's good.
053.
My point is outside of the rookies, Pollock, as you said, he's been here for 48 hours. But Conforto is the only one. Let me give you some other examples, and I will ask, why don't you care about Wilmer Flores?
Oh, no, you do care about Wilmer Flores, but...
No, but Grandy doesn't. I don't care. Now, you said most. Do you care about Wilmer Flores, Grandy?
I don't have a big emotional connection to him, no.
I don't have a strong opinion about him.
Thank you.
You care about Jock Peterson?
Eh.
Okay. You care about Slates? Care about Austin Slater?
Great against lefties.
Okay.
And that, I think, is part of the point.
You care about Brandon Crawford?
If I may take the baton from Grandy for just a moment, because I kind of agree with what he's saying.
Go ahead.
No, it's a relay race. Shout out track and field, which is where we bonded today. Slater, not in the lineup today. Wilmer Flores, not in the lineup. Crawford, not in the lineup. I think it's the nature of what they do. And again, Mark Grandy made a great point about this leading to 107 wins and you're 12 above, and it works. But when it comes to emotional connection and you wanted to catch the game today, I love Wilmer Flores. He's their MVP this year, not in the lineup. Slates is unbelievably deadly against the lefty, not in the lineup. But that's the point, is you don't have everyday guys that you can latch on to because it's you're in, you're out, it's platoon, it's matchups, and that leads to a lack of a connection.
Interesting.
Now you're different because you're hanging on every single pitch, and I'm not demeaning you for that because you're wonderful.
I'm not trying. Thank you so much. I'm not trying to
my
make
second favorite mark on this show.
I bet. I'm not trying to say everybody's got to be like some other fan. You don't need to be like me. You don't need to be a diehard. You can be whatever you want to be. But just because a guy's not in the lineup one day, why does that mean suddenly, especially if he's been a successful player? Flores has been fantastic. He's been like one of the best hitters in baseball the last month.
Yeah.
Slates is elite against left-handers. Lamont Wade has been over, how about him?
Exciting.
Do you care about Wade?
I care about Wade,
you do? Grandy, do you care about Lamont Wade?
I do like Lamont.
You like Lamont.
I got to admit that, yeah.
You know what I mean?
If we play the game of care, don't care, and unfortunately you have to go deeper than the 25-man roster because this team is a constant shuffle, you're going to find that fans like Mark Grandy, and I'll put myself in that same bucket, going to be probably 2-to-1 ratio of don't care versus care. Just by the very nature of, Diaz and Wisely when he was up, and, Casey Schmidt. Nice little story, but I'm not going to stop what I'm doing to see a Casey Schmidt at bat.
Well, yeah, for a while you did. I mean, people were doing
about a week or two.
No, it was about a month. It was I know. No, he was great. His first 3 weeks, he was fantastic.
They've been great. And I know many people want to talk Giants, 888-957-9570, and we can go to the phones. But I think the way that they run the team is two things. It's very successful, but it also does not create attachment and excitement.
I agree. But there are further questions there. I could be very, very... I have the ammunition to come back and say why. Because don't you think, at least before you get into a conversation like this, the question is simply, do you care about the Giants? And if your answer is yes, then why would your care about the team as a whole start to fall if they're 61-49, but the good players on there play 2/3 of the time instead of 3/3 of the time?
Because I want to care about the players, and I want to care about a player knowing that player is going to play.
Then care about him.
Well,
Wilmer Flores and Lamont Wade and
Slates didn't play.
Not today, but they usually do.
If you were going to get a jersey right now of any player on the Giants, a position player.
But that's that thing that we keep doing.
No, but that's the thing. When it comes to attachment, that's the thing,
But
Mark.
it's kind of funny. We talk about that, and quite frankly, the majority, we can Charles Barkley this if we want, the majority of the people who are talking about who need to go buy a jersey with another man's name on the back of it are kids. If you want to buy a jersey, buy a jersey. I have a Giants jersey. It doesn't have anybody's name on the back.
Right.
When I go to a baseball game, my goal is the Giants win.
Sure.
That's what I care about.
Most people, when they buy jerseys, buy a jersey of a player, a favorite player.
I get it.
And when it comes to this team, if you were going to buy a jersey of a player, a favorite player, the number of options is fairly limited. Like Jock, for example.
Of course it is.
Jock will be gone.
But what
and
if
Conforto will be gone.
Okay,
and,
so the obvious next question is, would you rather have that and be 49 and 61?
I want both.
Do you? Of course.
I want both.
And that's fair. If that's fair. But can't we all agree that 61 and 49 with platoons is better than 49 and 61 with Aaron Judge and a toe injury?
It's better,
Yes
but
or
it's
no?
not more exciting and not more attractive to the bigger fan base.
Wow.
Really? I mean, the numbers would meet that out.
You'd rather have Judge and a crappy record.
If you are not a super diehard fan like you, and that's what you are, you're super diehard, and you can name every player on the 40-man roster, and you could probably say where they're from and where they played their minor league ball. You're cut from a different cloth. The majority of fans want to be entertained.
Yes.
They want familiarity, and they want to win.
I am not arguing that it is not better to win and have big names.
Right.
Shohei, let's go. It's the answer I'm going to give for the rest of the summer in terms of why it's so important that the Giants make the playoffs this year. I keep hearing conversations about, look, if they compete to the end and if they don't get there, but the young guys get experience, no. I believe it is imperative that the Giants make the playoffs this year because Shohei needs to see that.
Yeah.
It is that important to me. So the urgency is there. So I'm going to agree with you 100% with regard to that being goal number one, as I believe it always has been. It's why they keep showing up with their $300 million trying to get someone to take it. I think they agree with that too. They have not been able to push the ball across the line there yet. But in the absence of that, I have a hard time complaining because I would way rather you don't get the big boy and go 61 and 49.
I'm not complaining.
Than get the big guy, but a lot of people are.
Well, I'm just going to use this last example as proof positive to my point. The San Diego Padres have got a ton of big names, and they're a game below 500. Last year they had a ton of big names, fewer big names, and they drew 36,800 a game. This year, they're worse, and attendance is up 4,000 fans a game. More people are interested in this team.
It's a little quirky.
More people are showing up for this team.
I'm going to argue
Let me finish. More people are showing up for this crap team than a winner.
It's not a good argument. It's not a good argument. I worked there. They are a one-sport town.
And
the Padres,
they were last year.
And right. And they did a good job of going, we're going to get, everybody gets $300 million because you charge your fans are ticked, and we would like to get your attention. And it worked. There is,
and it's working more with a worse team this year than last year.
But there are no distractions.
Your Honor, I'd like to rest here.
Well, please do, because I think the jury's going to be back pretty damn quick. Steph Curry doesn't play in San Diego.
On the YouTube feed, score this one for Dibber Claus.
Great. So somebody named Bebopaloo on YouTube is in your camp.
Thank you, Bebop.
Yeah, 888-957-957. We'll take your calls next. JLC, Jennifer Lee Chan in a half hour. Herm Edwards next hour. Let's keep rolling. 95.7 The Game.
The Alameda County Joint Apprenticeship and Training Committee for the Electrical Trade is recruiting paid apprentices for its 5-year apprenticeship program. Work during the day with paid employment and attend classes during day and evenings. An electrical worker certificate is awarded upon successful completion. Starting pay is $28.08 an hour. Must be at least 18, have a photo ID, and be a high school grad or have a GED. Apply Friday, August 18th in person at Alameda County Electrical Training Center.
may vary.
Infinite number of outcomes.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Grandy, thank you. That stuff, it just gets me back in my good place if I'm ever not there. Infinite number of outcomes.
Yeah.
Not really. There's score 1, 2, 3, or 4, and either win, or maybe sometimes lose. That's pretty much the Giants game.
Well, it's score 4 and win.
Yes.
And don't score 4 and usually lose, but not today.
Not lately.
Not today.
That was a good homestand. They needed that. Remember, people already see, this is how quickly people forget. They came home limping.
Yeah.
I mean, crawling after the end of that road trip, the Washington National Series and beyond, and the magic elixir known as, I'm sorry, but known as the Oakland A's.
Wow.
Got them right back on track.
They lost 6 in a row to end that trip.
Yeah.
2 in the Dirty Natty, 3 in our nation's capital, and then that makeup getaway in
Detroit. So ridiculous.
And the thing about it, Mark, they scored 8 runs in 6 games.
Right.
In that 6-game losing skid.
Yeah. And then
it's not like the offense has caught fire, though.
No, they came home for a homestand of 9 games and only scored 30.
Right.
They can't score runs. And they win. It's odd. It's just flat out odd. I get it. I think y'all have a point. Like we continued our conversation into the break. So the Padres point that you make is not a bad one. It's a little bit of a simplification sensation.
That's a buck.
Okay? Because of the nature of the San Diego sports market.
I'll agree with that.
Like they brought, Tatis and started with him, and then you got Machado and the rest of what they've done and really cool City Connect jerseys. And my God, if y'all haven't been to the ballpark in San Diego, it is pretty much everything that a ballpark could be south of ours. I mean, it's fantastic. Some people might even like it better, but it is just a wonderful experience. And so they caught a hold of that Charger anger, and they're now a big thing. I've told you this story before. When I was doing radio in San Diego, this is a San Diego media thing. It's a thing. You go to the opener for the Padres, game 1, and everyone's up there in the press box at Petco Park. And around the 7th inning, no matter what the score is, you start to see mainly the TV people, all the guys with their makeup on and everything. They start to stand up and, all right, and just gather up their things and everything, and they start to get ready to leave. And it's a really funny line that everyone shares with each other as you get to the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. The media would look at each other and go, see you next year. Because that was the only game that they would go to all year long. That was Padre baseball, and Dibs, that was like 6 years ago.
I'm looking at the attendance numbers, and they averaged 23,000 at Petco Park, and that was in 2009.
Yep.
Losing team, and they averaged below 30 for the majority of the 2010s until about 2020.
Oh.
2020, no fans. And then after that, they started loading up the payroll. They went from $90 million in 2019, 141, 151, 173. This year is 236.
Well.
And as the payroll has gone up, the attendance has gone up.
And remember what happened in 2018. Chargers left.
Yes.
The Chargers left.
2018, they averaged 26,772. This year, they're averaging 14,000 more.
Yeah.
So I think part of that is what you're talking about. You're a one-sport town now from a professional standpoint. But I also think that part of it is the payroll.
No doubt.
You went from 2018, your payroll was the Oakland A's dream about $93 million.
Mm-hmm.
You were $93 million. This year, you're $236. So because now you're $236, if you're a fan, a casual fan, and I would put myself in that bucket as a Giants fan. If I wasn't a sports talk radio host, I would be probably a casual Giants fan. I watch the Giants. I like the Giants, but I'm not like you, super diehard, orange and black. I'm a Giants fan.
I don't even know what I'm going to do tonight. I hate day games.
Totally.
What the hell are we supposed to do after dinner tonight?
But
am I going to talk to people?
You're
What
going to
the
have
hell?
to. Oh, you got football.
Yeah.
You got
The fourth quarter of a preseason football game? I
I've-
give you $100 if you can name one player in the fourth quarter of tonight's game.
I'll name it tomorrow.
No, you can't.
I don't know who's going to play. I don't know who's going to play.
Yeah, because you don't know the third string linebackers with the Jets.
You know what I do know?
What do you know?
I bet the under
Wow.
33.5.
Is it that low?
We're under 33.5.
Who's playing? Is Zach Wilson playing? Is Mike White playing? Who's playing tonight?
Mac Wilson's playing. I know that.
Who are you?
Who's playing?
Jack Wilson.
Is Deshaun playing? Is Watson playing? He's not playing, is he?
Zach Wilson versus Kellen Mond. Come on. Walk in.
Kellen Mond.
Yeah, I like the under.
A&M.
I like the under.
Like an Aggie.
Anyway, both of these things are true. But it led to a question. So, okay, Giants fans, would you rather be the Padres right now? You're still in the race. You're 54-55. You are 6.5 games worse than where the Giants are. You're 54-55, and you, on a nightly basis, you get Soto. You get Machado. You get Tatis. You get Yu Darvish. You get Xander Bogaerts. Leads the league in double plays. You get what's my guy's name? The pitcher.
Blake Snell?
Blake Snell, but no, the local one. Joe Musgrove. You get all that and a 54-55 record. Or behind door number 2, 61-49, third best record in the league.
Who are you?
And a Wilmer Flores platoon.
Right. Well,
what do you want? What do you want?
I want the Padres because the Padres are.
Did you just say that? Really?
They're only 7 games back of the Giants?
6.5.
6.5.
Yeah.
They're a team on the rise.
Thanks for listening to the show.
Well, I mean, whatever. I was Googling Padre players so I could fire back at you. Actually, you know what I was doing? I was looking up Giants attendance by year to compare it to their payroll because the Padres' payroll exploded and the attendance exploded alongside. Mm-hmm. The Giants have done, wait for it, incremental gains on the old payroll.
Yep.
We're not pouring a ton of money into this because it's not what we do. And the attendance is far below the Padres for a number of different reasons other than the fact that the payroll is much higher. You're right about the one sport factor.
I do think that the Giants, and I don't think this is their fault, I think that the Giants for too long used the pandemic as excuse is not the right word. Their internal meetings when they're trying to figure out what was going on with attendance, for too long they were like, well, pandemic. It is one of the reasons. It is. And it has lasted longer here than other places because of the nature of our city and the fact that there are just a lot of people who aren't cruising around on the streets and coming to businesses and the offices and everything like they used to. That is a piece of it. I think they overweighted that as opposed to some of the other reasons that are in play. And yes, exciting players is part of it. I think that the whole process is overpriced. I think that's true with a lot of professional sports.
Yeah.
But it is very, very difficult. Park, food, tickets, what have you, to take your kids out to the ball game. It's hundreds of dollars,
yes.
even if you do it in a cost-effective sort of a way. So all of those things are factors here.
I do think that the pandemic factor, I don't think that they have overplayed it. I think that is very much a real thing in terms of why their attendance this year, they're averaging 30,844. Pre-pandemic, they were 33,429. Yeah. That team was 77-85. That team wasn't as good as this team. Now it had more known commodities. That team in 2018 or 2019 was the first year without Bumgarner, right? But you had the two Brandons.
Brandons were here.
The two Brandons and Buster had in 2019.
But they were all declining. People that was the
right. Yeah. But you stunk. Your payroll was $175 million, and you drew 33,429, and you weren't very good. This year's payroll is $20 million lower than that, and your attendance is lower and you're good. So I do think the pandemic factor is still a bit of a hangover for them because what you mentioned, not as many people are working downtown, and today would have been a great example. If you work downtown and you're going to be downtown, let's take a long lunch and at least go down there, biddly bop on down for 6 innings, right?
Well, by the way, like it doesn't even need to be that long of a lunch anymore with the pitch clock.
Good point.
Right? 2 hours, baseball. All right, back to work.
That baby was 2 hours today, I think, in and out.
I'd have to look at what time, but no, the game was over. What? Yeah, before 3 o'clock.
Right about 3, 2:50 or so. So
that's crazy.
Quick one.
Kevin in Belmont, and real quick, Kevin, before you start talking, let me let everyone know that they're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Okay, Kevin in Belmont, you're on with Willie and Debbie. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having me. I just wanted to keep going off that point you guys were last talking about with Farhan and just the way the team is constructed. You know, it's really only built for a regular season run. When you get to the playoffs, every game is different. Every day is different. You need that bat in the lineup. If you remember the 2021 series against the Dodgers, why did we lose? They scored like 10 runs in 5 games. You got to get that bat in the lineup.
Well, the thing about that Dodgers series, Kevin, I don't disagree with you at all. The thing about that Dodgers series, though, I will push back on the Giants lost that series because they didn't have the big bat. The run total got a little skewed because the Dodgers their offense went ballistic in one game. That series couldn't have been closer. It could not have been closer. You got to the 9th inning of a 2-2 series tie with a tie baseball game. And
was it 0-0?
No, I think it was 1-1 or 2-2.
Yeah.
And a 106 team versus a 107 team. Do you know what I mean? Like you have examples you can use to make your points without using that one. I don't think there was anything embarrassing. Oh, the Giants, they were good, but then it collapsed when they got to the playoffs. Not really. Not really.
Yeah, 2-1 was the final, so it was a 1-1 game.
The two best teams in the National League battled to a draw for 4 games plus 8 innings, and then Cody Bellinger got a hit. We can do.
Yeah.
That to me, that's not Exhibit A. Like, I think you can make the point they're making. Now, do they have the players in their lineup who can handle an elite pitcher in the playoffs and get the big hit?
Yes.
That's the argument.
The run totals for the Giants in that series, 4-2, 1-2-1.
Same thing they're doing right now.
Exactly. So, and that's where my fear lies in terms of the viability of this team come October, because you can't score runs in the regular season when you're facing, more mediocrity than you will in a short series against a good team that's also playoff caliber. And I'm just looking back at these results, and, you win 4-0 in the opener, then you get boat race 9-2, so that's where the run differential falls short, and you're right.
That was the one I went to.
Gutsy 1-0 win at LA to take a 2-1 lead.
Was that the Longo home run, I think?
Yeah, then you get motorboated 7-2 in game 4, and then you lose 2-1 on a Bellinger flare to right center. But to the greater point, and maybe Kevin's point as well, you don't have that offense to where
it's a fair point.
You can win one of those games, you put up a crooked number, and take somebody out, and get into somebody's bullpen.
I mean, Pavlovich said something to us the other day that I think is discussion worthy and a little bit of a head scratcher. He says the Giants subscribe to the same theory that the A's and the Dodgers do, which is that when you get to the playoffs, it's a crapshoot. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I could argue if those 3 teams are saying it's a crapshoot when you get to the playoffs, well, maybe that's your way of explaining the lack of success that you've had when you get there. Not so much the Giants. The Giants, in this regime, the only example we have is that one series we were just discussing. But why did the Giants have such success in the playoffs in 10, 12, and 14 when they got there? Now, I would argue those offenses were a little bit more dynamic, but not much.
Yeah.
They didn't have star hitters there either. They had a couple games where they exploded. Game 1 against the Texas Rangers in 2010.
Cliff Lee
stands out. Can't hit Cliff Lee.
No one can.
You can tonight. But what they had was a great bullpen. And this team has a great bullpen. But if the Dodgers are telling me, well, hell, the playoffs are a crapshoot, I don't know, man. Maybe you're explaining something away because you've largely stunk when you get there because you're usually the best team.
Yeah.
You have the best record. You win the division. You're the 1 seed. And you almost always lose when you get there. So I don't know, man. I think that it's something about the way these teams are constructed that's a little bit off. The Giants don't have the hitter that can handle the elite fastball. The Dodgers have never had the bullpen to do it.
Yeah, and the Giants have the bullpen this year.
They do.
They lead the major leagues in bullpen innings, and I think part of that is a byproduct of how many times they use the opener. And I was looking at the numbers because you've been pretty harsh on the Padres and their bullpen. So even though the Padres are number 1 in baseball in ERA, a lot of that stems from their starters. They have a great rotation. So I did a little bit of a deep dive on their bullpen, and the Padres are 7th in bullpen ERA with a 3.76.
Well, what's their clutch stats?
The Giants are 3.64 in terms of overall ERA. But then you look at WAR, wins over replacement. In terms of bullpen WAR, the Giants are number 2 in baseball. 4.7 is their bullpen WAR, wins over replacement. Only Baltimore is better. And that's where the Padres are 19th
there you go.
In WAR. So it's an interesting way that you break it down in terms of the bullpen, because the Padres bullpen is good until you get into the deep, deep water.
Exactly.
And that's where it falls short. And that's ultimately where the biggest need for a bullpen is.
My thought on their bullpen did not come from statistical research. It came from
the old eye test.
Remember when? Well, not that either. Remember when the Padres were here and everything kept going? Remember how sideways they got in their bullpen in that series? Right? Hader. And then just people coming in and walk, like they coughed a bunch of stuff up. Because I used to work in San Diego, I got a lot of buddies who work down there. I see a lot of San Diego Twitter. So when that collapse kept happening, they were so rubbed raw. Here we go again, and Bob Melvin this, and Josh Hader that. They hate their bullpen, which told me all I needed to know. The Padres bullpen keeps failing in big moments. Not all the moments, but in the big moments. And it's why they're 6.5 games behind the Giants. It's the only reason. It's literally everything. In fact, they probably would be 5 games ahead of the Giants if they just could close out a few close games. Because nobody would argue that they don't have a way better lineup.
Yeah.
They have a way better lineup.
And a better rotation.
A better run differential.
Right. Everything.
All of it.
Points to them being better. And I think expected win-loss record, the Padres would be right behind the Dodgers in terms of the overall standings in the NL West.
Do you know what's wild, though? What's super wild about this conversation? The card is wild. That's a good one.
Thank you.
The San Diego Padres this year have scored a total of 15 more runs than the Giants.
That's it. Wow.
That super expensive, fancy lineup. See, that's the stuff, and I know everyone hates it. I'm fully aware of it. But, hey, Mark, why do you like Farhan so much? I support stuff like this. They're sitting in a front office right now. They're looking at that. And they're going, why? Why do you have 4 players making $300 million for 15 more runs over 110 games than we've got with Blake Sable batting 6th? Why? Why do you demand that we spend $1 bajillion? They're not getting the results. The Yankees, Judge, last place.
3 words for you.
Last place.
3 words. October.
Okay, well, we'll see. Not like it's gone well for them either.
Well, it went better for them last year than it did for the Giants
they were in it.
when they won 107.
Yeah,
they won
Giants,
a series.
Yes, they did.
I mean, the Giants won 107 and then scored 9 runs in 5 games.
Oh, well, yes. I thought you were last year. The Giants weren't in it.
No. Last year, the Padres went deeper than the Giants did the year before. And
correct.
part of that was because they have an offense that is potent enough to win games in October.
I would argue this. You make the playoffs or you win the World Series. I don't really give a rip if you made the second round versus the first round. Like, this is another thing. If someone asked me what's a successful season this year, I've been very clear. For Shohei, you got to make the playoffs. I don't think it's imperative that you do a whole lot when you get there. Now, that's going to sound weird. I'm not saying it doesn't matter. Just with regard to Shohei, I don't think that the Giants have to win the World Series. I do not think that. I think they need to make the playoffs. And that's it. If they lose in the first round, 3-game series, who knows who you're playing, right? Cincinnati, Ellie De La Cruz gets into one. I don't know what happens.
Right now, it would be it would be the second wild card team, which would be the Phillies, I believe.
Oh, that'd be a good series.
Because 3 would play 6. I apologize. No, they're 4.
No,
4 would play 5. They would take on the Phillies.
Philadelphia Phillies.
Correct. They would be the 4 seed. They take on the Phillies.
Here.
Correct.
At Oracle Park.
Yes.
At Oracle Park.
As of now. It's such a tight wild card race that,
although it is as not tight as it has been for a long time. This is the largest lead that any one of the teams has had in the wild card in weeks. The Giants are a game and a half clear of everybody.
Yeah, I meant it's tight in terms of how many teams are still in it.
Oh, totally.
Forget the Giants, because the Giants are, a game and a half up on Philly, 2.5 up on Milwaukee.
And that can be gone by Sunday. I get it.
Of course, but I was thinking in terms of the bunching for the 3 wild card spots, because Miami, Arizona, the Cubs, and even
the Padres. Yep. No. The Padres and Cubs have joined the party, especially the Cubs. They're only a game behind the Diamondbacks now. So, yeah, it's all jumbled up, and we know what August looks like on the schedule. It's going to be hard. It's going to be really, really hard. But for me, a successful season is not anything about, well, Schmidt got a lot of at-bats. Great. Make the playoffs. And then it becomes gravy. Great if you move forward. Great if you win the whole damn thing. I'll be rooting as hard as anyone. But for the Shohei conversation, I believe it's make the playoffs.
See, I would disagree, just to the point where if he's looking at the Dodgers and the Giants just make the playoffs and they lose to Philly in 3 games here at home, but the Dodgers win their series, and the Dodgers right now would be the 2 seed, so they would be awaiting the winner of this very series. You don't want to have the Dodgers beat the Giants even in a head-to-head. That would be bad.
No, you don't want it. Well, that's always bad, no matter what the implications are.
Actually, the Dodgers would be facing the Reds in the 2-3.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yep. All right, Jennifer Lee Chan's going to join us in a few. Check this out. Kyle Shanahan today was asked if Brock Purdy is physically and from a performance standpoint back to where he was last year. Take a listen to this answer.
I don't think anyone's back to where they were exactly last season. We're going through training camp. A lot of guys had more practices than him, but we only had 6 in OTAs, but he'll get there. He's doing some good things. They're all doing some good, all doing some bad. But we're not worried about Brock. Brock's the real deal. He knows how to play, and we just got to have our team keep getting better, and he'll keep getting better as we go.
We're not worried about Brock. He's the real deal.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody's back where they were last year. I mean, I don't even know if we're going to be here tomorrow. He always has a knack and a way to answer these questions and completely wet blanket the whole notion.
He just kind of flicks it off.
Yeah.
That's what coaches do.
Exactly.
A little bit of a defense mechanism.
Very dismissive, but he's probably right. Nobody's where they were last year because we've only had 6 practices, and but Brock's the real deal.
That's an important sentence, though. It's an important sentence. Because no matter what the Niners say or do, there's a healthy portion of the base that still thinks there's some kind of competition going on. There isn't. There isn't. Jennifer Lee Chan joins us next. We're sponsored by Cars.com. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being...
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm excited about this. Our friend JLC. We saw her at camp, but outside of that, have not had like a lengthy conversation with her in some time. And so
didn't get a chance to say hello because she was grinding over reps. And I don't want to, hey, how you doing?
She does the work.
She does the work.
Does the work.
And, I didn't have the notepad out, so I wasn't grinding over every snap. But, a lot of the reporters, once they get into scrimmage mode, I wasn't talking to anybody.
I already, I wish, I know she probably doesn't even like it when I do this. Like, when we say Jennifer Lee Chan is putting in the work, y'all don't even know. You don't even know. It's not just practice reps. It's like in between practice reps, I'm going to go shoot a Southwest Airlines commercial. And oh, by the way, I just landed here an hour ago and I'm leaving in 2 hours. And that's the life of the great Jennifer Lee Chan, and all the while needs to record a podcast with Maddie Mayoko. Like, this person just gets it done. That's the intro for you, Jennifer Lee Chan. That's how we're going to do it.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
It's a lot. It is. Yeah. It is. And that's the same thing about the work you do. So, NBC Sports Bay Area. All right, Jennifer.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm actually just got on a plane going back home to LA, so saw practice today. Light practice, kind of the first day back. They've taken a look at the analytics, and the first day back is not a heavy day, how it used to be. It's kind of like an ease into the 3 days of practice, so it was a light one. Saw Brock Purdy back on the field, and he looks like Brock Purdy. He looks good.
Yeah, that's actually where we want to start, shockingly, but maybe not the question you think. And that is, we were kind of under the impression that Purdy was going to do 2 practice days on and then 1 off. Now, yesterday was a no practice day, so some of us were expecting him to not practice today, but he did. Are they upping the reps?
So I guess it's 2 days off, or 2 days on, 1 day off, and then if that coincides with the day off, then he's back at it. Now, if that coincides with the day on, and then it's off, and so then the off day is an off day, and then he's back on when they start up again. It's kind of a funky thing. So they don't want him to throw more than 2 days in a row, and so that means 11 on 11 practice. So if it was, it's just the way the days match up, because training camp is 3 on 1 off, and he's 2 on 1 off. So if they match up, they match up, and then if they don't, they don't.
And if they don't, then he'll have 2 days off, and then he'll be back at it. And it's my understanding that at some point they're going to change the course of his events. And with that in mind, have you gotten any indication how the joint practice reps and the first preseason game will go?
Well, Kyle Shanahan talked about it today. The first practice with the Raiders, I think, is when they move up to getting about 40 reps on offense. So total, that's what they're looking at. So it is a ramp up to that. And then, the preseason game right behind that. So I think they've taken a look at where players have to be more engaged, more reps as they get along towards the preseason, then, all leading obviously up to week 1.
Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay Area. Oh, sorry, Jennifer, go ahead.
Oh, it's science. That's what it is.
Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay Area with us, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. So some of us in here before the show started were talking about the first preseason game. I'm just under the assumption that Brock is not going to play in that game. Is that your assumption too?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Because he's going to get so much work with the Raiders in those joint practices. I think those are really more important than the actual game, because then they can scheme up things. And, I think especially with potential for injury, you always see preseason games where guys that are fighting to make a roster spot are putting a little extra on it. You definitely don't want to have Brock out there when that is the case.
Okay, so has anyone asked the question, because this is going to light everybody up and it's going to tick Kyle off, but has anybody asked the question of which quarterback is starting the Raiders game?
No, actually no one has yet, so we don't know. I would think it'd be Trey Lance, but, they've Trey Lance and Sam Darnold have been splitting first-team reps throughout, so whoever is Brock, when Brock has a day off, it's an alternate between Trey Lance and Sam Darnold being the start, taking the snaps the ones. When Brock is practicing, then they kind of alternate to who is the number 2 spot and number 3 spot. It's you need a matrix. You need the whole a flow chart for how this all works at practice, actually.
Well, thankfully, we have you and Matt Mayoko and many other reporters charting every single snap with the ones and the twos and the rest of it. Do you get the sense that there are some optics in play in terms of Trey Lance in what Kyle Shanahan is saying and how they're splitting the reps so as to not only give him the best chance to win the job, but maybe protect his potential trade value?
I don't know if it's necessarily that, but I do think they want to give him a fair shot, and part of that is giving him a fair amount of reps. He's really looked good, Trey Lance has. Sam Darnold has made some really good throws as well, so I think they're just trying to give both of them a good opportunity to show what they are able to do. And, build chemistry with the receivers and the offensive line, and, I think if you look at the total snap count across the board, they are pretty fair. Now, Brandon Allen did not get snaps today with the 11s at all, so previous to this practice, it was kind of even across the board, and his amount of snaps was kind of surprising. But he didn't get snaps with 11s today, so then that kind of leans towards Trey Lance and Sam Darnold having a decent amount more than Brandon Allen.
Yeah, that was something I know a lot of people took note. Kyle said don't read anything into it, but that's not how this works. Of course, we're going to read stuff into it, but so take that news and then gather the comments made by Rich Eisen, Mike Silver, and others earlier this week that it is at least potentially on the table that Trey doesn't even make the team. What is and that would be like, not a trade, but just like doesn't make the team. What's your reaction to that? Do you think that's a possibility?
I don't think so. I mean, I think for how much draft capital they used to get him and how well he's played so far in training camp, I don't see that happening. He's too valuable to them. And I think John Lynch said it the best earlier in the week when he said, we are forever going to be influenced by the fact that they went through 4 quarterbacks last year. So I don't think that they would let Trey Lance go by any means.
In terms of needing 4 quarterbacks, though, if they do keep Trey and Sam, what happens to Brandon Allen? Is there a sense that he could sneak through and still make it on the practice squad, or would they have to go out and find a 4th elsewhere?
Yeah, that's a big question right now, especially when you look at where he came from. He came from the Cincinnati Bengals. Is Joe Burrow going to be ready to go with his injury? So maybe they would be willing, interested in taking him back, or maybe not. At least he knows the system over there. But I just don't see them keeping him over Trey Lance or Sam Darnold.
Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay Area, with us here on Willard and Dibbs, and she is not going to pick up a white courtesy telephone, but yes, she is at the airport. So, Jen, what about this? The comments from today, Kyle Shanahan, Brock's the real deal. Do you take anything from that? Like, did that sort of, I don't know, did that grab your attention in any sort of a way?
Not really. I mean, they've been pretty consistent. Both he and John Lynch were consistent throughout the offseason, saying he's the leader in the clubhouse. I think they really like the way he's come back. He's, Brock Purdy is kind of one of those unflappable guys. He never seems flustered at all. He took everything in stride. He's coming back, with intention, making sure that he was ready before anybody thought he was going to be ready, sticking to the plan. I just think that he is a guy that speaks Kyle Shanahan's language as a quarterback, and I think they have a great relationship that way. Serious in his preparation. I think that's what he's been looking for all along.
Changing from the quarterbacks, reluctantly, of course, because that's all we care about, Jennifer. But the running back situation, it looks like with possible injury here to Elijah Mitchell might open the door. Who do you see as possibly the successor to the backup to Christian McCaffrey?
Jordan Mason got a lot of snaps today, but Ty Davis-Price has really come along, much better than his rookie season. I think there's something to be said for guys that, they used to sit on the bench their first year and kind of have a nice learning curve into becoming a starter in the NFL, and now it's just, what have you done for me lately? I think rookies it's to their, it's detrimental to them to expect them to perform from day one, but I guess that's just what the NFL is. But Ty Davis-Price and Jordan Mason look like they both have done a nice job during the offseason. They were running through the offensive line today with power and intention, and they both look pretty good. Kyle Shanahan said yesterday that Ty Davis-Price looks really good. He's done a lot of work during the offseason, and he's really pleased with how far he's come.
Jennifer, what's your read on the Nick Bosa situation?
Oh, it'll get done.
Right? It's right. Like, it's nothing to see here, right?
Yeah, no, nothing to worry about. It's going to get done. Nick Bosa said he's going to get paid what he deserves. I think, anytime you look at these huge contracts, it's all the little details that I think, make it harder for both sides to agree on. I mean, you usually hear at the end of a big contract being signed that, oh, yeah, it was just this clause here or this clause there. I think they know, the approximate amount of money that it's going to take to keep Nick Bosa in Santa Clara, and they're going to do it. I don't think there's any reason why they wouldn't. That's one thing about Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch is they're consistent. They've said all along that Brock Purdy is the starter. They've said all along that the deal is going to get done with Nick Bosa. And they're pretty honest. I mean, as honest as they can be, I think, with media and the public. So I don't think there's any worry or doubt that he will be there week one.
Jennifer, do you want to settle a bet or an argument between me and Dibs? I bet you could do it. You want to?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, let's do it.
Is it possible that they both hold on to Debo and break off a big contract for Ayuk and have them both on the team going forward?
They can do it if they want to. I think so.
By keeping everyone else.
That's why we love Jennifer Lee Chan.
Well, typically Mark only offered up his part of the argument because
that
Jennifer
was my only part.
Well, the actual part was the idea of them being able to keep everyone else as well. Can they keep everyone else, including, if Trent sticks around and George and all the rest of them?
Yes, and the reason is because of Brock Purdy. Because Brock Purdy is one of the lowest paid players on the roster. He's on his rookie deal. Trey Lance is on his rookie deal. That's why they have the ability to sign these big contracts like Christian McCaffrey, bringing him on and keeping everybody that you just mentioned. You look at every other team and how they're built around the NFL, and if they're paying their quarterback $50 million, they can't have that many star players. Some of your star players have to be on rookie contracts, and if that's your quarterback, that helps you all the more.
Jennifer, you're the best.
Jennifer, thank you so much.
You're welcome, you guys. You guys have a good afternoon.
All right, you too. There goes Jennifer Lee Chan, who confirmed an argument that I didn't even make because I didn't say that it had anything to do with players beyond them.
That was the discussion.
Right, but she said yes to that too.
No, that's what made it feel so much better because the question eventually actually got asked the correct way.
Well, no,
because that was the conversation.
It really wasn't. I know what point I made, and the point that I made was yes, Debo can stay and Ayuk can get a big deal. That was the only point that I made.
Well, and the counterpoint, which was a bigger question
for you, I guess.
From everybody. I mean, yes, okay, they can keep them both, but Trent's got to go and George has to go and no more Charvarius and all the rest of it.
No,
but
so
they can both stay.
No, but that was
that's
potential.
The short-sighted part of it.
But that's potential, but she said even that's fine.
Yeah, which I thought was a great answer.
The larger point that I made was that the salary cap, I trust the 49ers with it more than any team in the NFL. And yes, if they've got a homegrown player that they want to keep who's not asking for something ridiculous like DeForest Buckner was, then you're going to keep him. And they can always find a way. Yeah. They can always find a way.
An A-lister. And I wonder the nature of why they thought it was ridiculous when that's what the market bore out that he could earn.
Well, but I
it doesn't become ridiculous if another team is willing to pay it.
I guess.
That's the market, right?
I guess. But I mean, now look at that team and what they've done. Not that DeForest hasn't played well. He largely has. But all I can tell you is that the 49ers were prepared to pay DeForest what they felt was the market rate for an elite defensive lineman. And he wanted more than that.
Right.
He wanted to explode the defensive line market. Yes, that's their take, but for people's knowledge, that's their take.
Right. And ultimately, the market for any player is what you can get in terms of a contract. And Christian Kirk taught us that in terms of the wide receiver market. And, if you have a player who gets overpaid, it's only an overpay if you're hoping to pay a comparable guy less, and then they reset the market. And that's where it becomes interesting for me in terms of Brandon Ayuk, because if he has a better year than he did last year, then I would imagine that he's going to want more money than the 49ers are going to be willing to give him.
4 years, $84 million is what DeForest signed.
Right.
So 21 a year.
For largely a guy who's not going to get a lot of sacks, but is a great interior defensive lineman.
I think the 49ers would have done that contract. I don't think DeForest would take it.
I mean, that's either a sourced report or that's conjecture. And what you told me yesterday was that he wanted more than they were willing to pay.
Yeah, that's true. But then you get traded, and then sometimes your ask changes. I think that number would have been in the conversation. I'm not going to call it a source report. That's based on conversations I've had. I think he was asking, put it this way, I think he was asking for more than that from the 49ers to stay.
Yeah, and they ended up, how much did they give Armstead? They ended up giving him
what's his contract?
Darn near
what's his
that
contract?
much.
Yeah. Eric Armstead, spot track. Here we go. Well, he got 5 years, 85. DeForest got
4 and
84.
Oh, 4 and 84.
Almost the exact same number, but for one less year.
Right.
So that's a significant difference. And I know that, a lot of this, some of it has to do with the guarantee. And I don't have that necessarily.
Right. I do know that Armstead's number goes up pretty significantly next year, which is why I'll be interested to see. And again, this is a conversation for maybe next April and May in terms of what the Niners are going to be looking at from a salary cap standpoint, because some of these contracts that they've done start to balloon dramatically.
What's interesting is the guarantee between Armstead and Buckner is pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
The guarantee is pretty close. Buckner got a 44.3 guarantee. Looks to me like Eric got a 43.5 guarantee. So the guarantee was pretty similar, but the average annual, much less for Armstead than it was for Buckner.
And it's worked out for the Niners because Eric Armstead has gotten healthy and he's gotten good. He was good. He's gotten great, and he's become a key piece on this defensive line. DeForest Buckner, at the time, was seen as the better of the two, and so fans were kind of outraged that you were letting the good player go and keeping a guy who was kind of a bit of a tweener, not good enough to be on your interior, not strong enough or fast enough to be on the edge, and he's turned out to be a terrific player.
Yeah, but you could still make the case. I know there's a lot of optimism about it now for two different reasons, but you could make the case that this burned them. Kinlaw has not worked out. Kinlaw has not worked out, and it got you in the Eagle game. Like, it got you in that game. Now, people are willing to forgive it today because of the optimism around two things. First of all, Kinlaw is having an unbelievable camp so far. It's just a camp.
Yeah.
But he's having an unbelievable camp and apparently looks better than he ever has in a 49er uniform. Plus, they signed the biggest and best name on the market at that position in Hargrave. So right now, everybody's like, okay, it's okay. But it hasn't been. It hasn't been okay. Armstead got good.
Yeah.
Part of that was because Bosa's next to him. But it's not like that didn't sting.
It stung a little bit, but the fact that you've had so many other great players come in and play in your interior defensive line and your defense has been nasty and your team has been good, that's taken a lot of the sting out of it. And it's been 3 years now for Buckner with the Colts, and he had 9.5, 7, and 8 sacks over his 3 years, and he's played in every game but 2.
Healthy guy.
So, the Colts are probably pretty thrilled with his productivity.
I agree, yeah.
And, the Niners, if Javon Kinlaw had turned out to be the player that they had expected, and this is a big year for Kinlaw now, for him to step up and show that he was worthy of that high draft selection, then the Niners can feel better about this whole transaction.
It's interesting, too, in talking to Jennifer Lee Chan, and Herm Edwards is going to join us in 10 minutes, but interesting talking to her, and you hear sort of the inside the building sourced reporter response to what are, quite frankly, the two biggest things people are talking about right now. They're talking about quarterbacks, and they're talking about Nick Bosa. And I think the Jennifer Lee Chan types think that neither one of these things are even a story. Nick Bosa's going to sign.
Sure.
They don't want him there on August 3rd.
I don't think they even care if he's there on August 10th.
I think I think they'd rather he's not there right now. I think they'd rather he's not there. And I don't mean they don't want his presence. They don't want him in meetings. I don't mean that. But if there's a way for Nick to work out on his own and bubble wrap himself for the first 2 weeks of August, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. And then the quarterback thing, sure, it's a worthwhile story because Trey Lance, because Sam Darnold. If you are really, really allowing yourself to focus on the battle for QB2, then I think you have a fair conversation to have. If you're entering Brock Purdy into that conversation, I think you're taking it too far.
For sure.
Non-story.
It's a non-starter. It's completely a non-story. And
Like lock it down with a Sharpie starting quarterback.
right. And you could say, barring an injury or a setback, but you could say that about any player. Like Nick Bosa is going to be starting at defensive end unless something happens to him. He's going to sign his deal. He's going to get the richest contract in defensive line history, most likely, and he'll be starting. Hall of Fame game is tonight, and I was looking at some of the pregame and the Cleveland Browns. Myles Garrett's in a T-shirt and shorts.
Yep.
So to your point about they don't even want Nick Bosa there, Myles Garrett's not playing, Deshaun Watson's not playing, and Aaron Rodgers isn't playing. You're going with all 2s and 3s tonight because it's August 3rd. And when the Niners go on and play the Raiders in joint practices, you don't even really need Nick Bosa then.
Don't want him.
Well, even if Nick Bosa signs tomorrow, I would guess that he wouldn't be ready to even go in and play in those joint practices and may not even be ready to play in that first preseason game, which is 10 days from today.
Yeah, I'm sure he wouldn't. And again, like I would actively and purposefully keep him out. I do this from the Rams' perspective. That's one thing I really like about the way Sean McVay plays it, which is keep your guys totally tucked away. Like, for example, how hurt do you think Cooper Kupp actually is?
Probably not badly
I
hurt.
think he tweaked.
Yeah.
Great excuse to be like, Coop, that was fun. We'll see you the first week of September. Bye.
Yeah. And I mean, does Cooper Kupp need to get on the same page as Stafford?
No.
Or get loose or run routes or get hits? Probably none of that. Just be ready for week 1, not the game, but the week leading up to it. And that's all he'll need to be ready.
We'll hop Herm Edwards into all of these conversations coming up next. Flat out, doesn't matter what you're talking about. This dude is just fun to listen to and an awesome guy. So Herm Edwards is coming up in just a few. And also, we got plenty of room for your phone calls. We started off the show talking about how often we hear the word injury when it comes to any conversation about Brock Purdy. Have we actually reached the point where some fans are rooting for it? Not because you're mean or you don't like Brock, but because you have a vested interest in seeing the drama that would unfold next. Whether that means not knowing who would be the two, whether it's just that you want a chance to see Trey Lance, it feels like there are two camps. Either hoping for a Brock injury or simply assuming that it's definitely going to happen. What is that dynamic? You can call in on it. We'll talk it out. 888-957-9570. But Herm Edwards will join us next. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and...
has been asked, and just to bring people behind the curtain a little bit, producers and hosts and everybody all gets together and plan out the day, plan out the week, and there'll be certain people that just fit the day based on what we want to talk about and say, hey, would you want to have this person on, or would you want to have that person on? Does that fit today? When Herm Edwards' name came up, I go, I don't care what day it is.
Hello?
That man is a great conversation no matter what the hell's going on.
You said it.
No matter what day it is. So it's Thursday, and that means, Coach, it's a good day to talk to you. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Thank you. Good to talk to you guys again. And thank you for your nice words. I appreciate it.
Herm Edwards, right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7
I think it's actually Herm's Day. It's not Thursday. It's Herm's Day.
That's a good point. That's a good point. We'll use that for the rest of the way.
Thank you.
It's also just another day where we're all working through what has become the most talked about camp in the entire NFL. Coach, if you were dealing with a dynamic like this, Mr. Irrelevant with a playoff run on a resume and a couple of former number 3 overall picks and the politics involved, how would you handle that?
I think the 49ers will handle it correctly. Purdy won. He won the team over, and rightly so. Here's a guy that, got picked where he got picked, and all of a sudden, due to injury, and this has kind of been the quarterback's history with the 49ers, poor Kyle, he's about to scratch his head. I got to play another quarterback and still find a way to win. And this guy went in, and obviously what he did, taking over, and then in the playoffs, he wins the game, but then gets hurt against Philly. But if there's competition, but I get all that. But really, I mean, he's the guy right now until he shows you different.
So he's the guy, and you get into practice, and you got 4 QBs that you're trying to find reps for. How do you, as a head coach, dole out the reps to make it not only somewhat even so guys can compete, but you do want to nurture your number 1 guy to get him ready? How do you go about doing that?
Well, Purdy, they got to bring him along a little bit slower than everybody else because of the elbow, correct? So they've got him on a pitch count, which is smart. It'll be interesting when they get into the preseason how much he'll play, and then how much, as you mentioned, the backup guys will play. I think when you look at the backups, they need to play. They need to go in there and play football games because you got to protect yourself. That's been their Achilles heel, is they lose quarterbacks. And I'm hoping that's not the case by any stretch of imagination. But, you got to get the quarterbacks 1 and 2, and especially to play with that first group so they can get a feel for it. And it's one thing to practice. It's another thing to get some live reps in the preseason. And Kyle's a veteran coach. He'll make sure that those guys are getting reps with the first group.
Herm Edwards with us here on 95.7 The Game. Coach, I think back to other situations where there are like 2 guys who both have big names, or maybe 2 presumptive starters. Most recent example with this team, Alex Smith, Colin Kaepernick. You kind of have to get one off of the team because it's just too much, right? It's almost like a distraction. Is there any chance of something like that happening here?
I don't know that. I don't think that'll happen this season. I really don't. I think the season will play out. That's similar to Joe and Steve Young.
Yep.
And I was involved in that one because I was an assistant coach in Kansas City when we got Joe. And, Steve Young became the quarterback. Now, that's a whole different deal. I mean, if you're a 49er fan, that's like being a Green Bay fan for all those years. They go Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, and you guys go Joe Montana and Steve Young. That ain't all bad.
That's pretty decent. And just to go back to that for a moment, so you get Joe in Kansas City, and he shows up. How much was he ready with hair on fire to take down the 49ers and motivated to show everyone that they made the wrong choice?
Well, I don't know so much. And we did play the 49ers, but I played against Joe. And as a player, it's unique because then I started coaching, and all of a sudden I was on the coaching staff when Joe got there. And what Joe brought to us as a football team, similar to what I think Aaron Rodgers is trying to do, what Stafford did, what Tom Brady did. We were a good Kansas City football team. But when Joe and Marcus Allen showed up in Kansas City, all of a sudden there was the belief that, you know what, we can do this. We can go to the Super Bowl. And if Joe doesn't get knocked out against the Buffalo Bills, we're going to the Super Bowl with that team. So he brought that. And there's certain guys that when they walk in your locker room, you just become better. I mean, it's like kind of like, hey, man, if you're a wide receiver, I can remember it in practice. Those guys were scared to death to drop Joe Montana's pass. Because he knew if they dropped it, he wasn't going to throw it to them anymore.
Love it. Herm Edwards with us here, Willard and Tibbs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Coach, looking at another player in this camp, people may remember you were Brandon Ayuk's college coach, and he has a real buzz around him this camp. He already, of course, had a great year last year, so we know he's good, but is he great is now sort of the question that's being asked. What do you see as the ceiling for him?
Well, I think his maturity, he's and visiting with John, it's kind of ironic. You guys know how close we are with the Litch family. And that's the first question I asked him. Believe it or not, we were in that stadium watching Taylor Swift with our family. and the wives are watching Taylor Smith. We're sitting there talking about football. And I asked him about Ayuk. I said, how's Ayuk doing? He says, hey, he's probably one of our best. He's the best route runner right now. His maturity, they like him, and his ability to make plays with the ball in his hand. But they're unique. I mean, they got Debo, they got McCaffrey, they got Kittle. They've got some guys on offense now that scare you to death.
How do you, as a head coach or a play caller, make sure that there's enough football to go around? Because you got Kittle and McCaffrey, you got Debo and Ayuk, and everybody wants to eat now, and you got an offense that's high-powered, and Shanahan's got that beautiful laminated play sheet. How do you keep everybody involved?
Well, and that's what Kyle does really well. He's a great play caller, and there's series where he goes through, and the key is real simple. The quarterback has to complete passes because then you go on 10 to 12-play drives. And with that being said, all those guys are going to get touches. That 3 and out and punting the ball, that's not good. And when you watch the 49ers, they kind of methodically beat you up. You know, they get 10, 12 possessions at times. And they go down the field, and all these guys are involved. Now, if one of them breaks a big play, could be a touchdown, but they're going to touch the ball. And I think there's certain calls he makes in certain situations, depending where the ball's at, who he's going to get the ball to. And all these guys know it. I saw Debo on an interview earlier, and he was talking about how Kyle does a great job of really getting the ball to the playmakers.
Coach, I feel like we're rolling past something that's real important here, and I don't want to get too far away from it. How was the Taylor Swift show?
You know what? It's unbelievable because we and John were laughing because we went 5 years ago as our families. We went up there 5 years ago. And so we took pictures, and we looked at the pictures, and we remember her then, and it was like, okay, nice artist. I tell you what now, she's unbelievable. I mean, when she walked on that stage, they never stopped hollering for 3 hours. She performed for 3 hours now, guys. It was. I said, she can't keep doing this, can she? She just kept going. She sang every album. I didn't know all the songs, but I knew a few, and I was like, she is unbelievable. She's a fantastic performer.
A little bit like Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, the whole deal was just unbelievable.
I mean, the meteoric rise and the stay of excellence. I mean, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, or is she in that sort of stratosphere?
Well, I'll put her in this one. What I heard in my lifetime, and I've never seen it. I didn't see him. I knew him when I was young, and he was an older performer. Was Frank Sinatra? Was, they say, unbelievable. And the next guy I saw was Michael Jackson. He was really good now. She's starting to get into that conversation. Woo. Hear people talk. And I'm like, okay, I hear you. That's big. Now there's one I'm going to say that I saw when I was young, and it's a shame that his life ended too soon, was Jimi Hendrix.
Wow.
Hey.
I saw Jimi Hendrix live down here in the Monterey Pop Festival. I wasn't supposed to be there. I was 13 years old. My babysitter took me. It was the damnest thing I ever seen. He was playing left-handed on the guitar, and he put the lighter fluid on the guitar, and I said, I'm a Jimi Hendrix fan now.
Wow, that is a list. Sinatra, Hendrix, Michael Jackson, and Taylor Swift. That's your
I'm telling you,
man.
I tell people I saw Jimi Hendrix live.
Woo-wee.
Unbelievable.
No,
with the lighter fluid and the babysitter. That's a great story,
It
Coach.
is. And you know what, Herm? I'm almost glad that she's performing at the level she is because I have a 14-year-old daughter. And if tickets were only like 500, she'd be like, come on, Dad. But they're like 1,500. And so she's like, I know we're not going. I'm like, you're right. We're not going.
It's unbelievable. She's in L.A. now. I guess she's doing 6 shows in Los Angeles.
Yep.
And then she's going to, she's going to Mexico. She's going a lot of places. But she is remarkable. She's fantastic.
Coach, other than being a diehard Swiftie and running with your buddy John Lynch, what are you doing and what's next for you? Because you got fire, you got desire, and you're so good at so many things. What's Herm Edwards got planned up next?
I'm good. I'm working back for the worldwide leader. So, I'm on there working with those guys. Again, that's been a lot of fun. It's get to talk about football, and I've got 2 good daughters now. One's going to be a senior. The other one's going to be a junior. It's just fun being around them and watching them grow up. They're swimmers. They got a big swim meet this weekend. That's why I'm not going to the Hall of Fame because Rondé Barber, another kid that I coach, they were all on that defense. That Buccaneers defense was Rondé, John Lynch, Sapp, and Brooks. That's 4 Hall of Famers on that defense we had down in Tampa. Mm-hmm. And I couldn't go to the Hall of Fame because my daughter's got a big swim meet this weekend, so I'm going to miss it. But, it's fun watching them. It really is. It's a lot of fun watching my girls grow up.
Herm Edwards with us here, 95.7 The Game. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Hey, Coach, I wanted to ask this to you as well. What do you know? What do you think about all of this talk about the Pac-12 collapsing?
Wow. It's interesting. But it looks like it's headed that way. There'll be some type of, I don't know what they're going to call it. I mean, if the teams that are leaving projectedly that they say are going to leave, it's the Pac-8 again, the conference I played in. I played the Pac-8, guys. I go that far back. When it was the Pac-8. It was only 8 teams in the conference. I don't know if it's that. I mean, you hear Washington and Oregon want to leave now, maybe Arizona State. What does Stanford, Cal, what does Oregon State do? What does Washington State do, right? I mean, you sit there and you try to figure all that out, and I'm not an AD or a president, but I tell you what, this is kind of interesting.
Kind of getting down to the Pac-2 maybe with just Cal and Stanford, and I don't know what that would be in terms of them being independents, but what do you make for this being good or bad for the general product of the NCAA and college football in particular?
Well, I think it looks like if the Pac-12 teams leave, and they're talking about Florida State leaving, getting out of the ACC. Yep. So some of these conferences are trying to get more teams, and we know TV generates the money, and you need it for what the new world is in college sports. Right? NIL is real. And these conferences generate enough money with the TV contracts that you got to be a player in it. Because if you're not going to be able to keep some of your good players and then obviously go get some that are maybe not happy somewhere else.
Coach, before we let you go, circling back to the Niners, I wonder how you see them in the whole NFL landscape. Do you view them as the Super Bowl favorite this year?
They're right there with the Eagles. I think it's the the Eagles, San Francisco, or it could be San Francisco and the Eagles. I say you got to go with the Eagles right now because of the quarterback, obviously. In the NFC, the Dallas Cowboys are sitting there. Dallas Cowboys got a good football team. There's no doubt about that. The Dallas Cowboys' problem is real simple, guys. They haven't won a divisional round game since 1995. That's their problem. And the last 2 times they played in the playoffs, after the first win, they played San Francisco. And it's hard to beat them guys because they're they're a good football team now. Nope. I mean, so injury is going to have a lot to do with it for these teams. But I think those are the teams right now everybody's looking at. And look, there's going to be some other teams that rise up, but I think Dallas is one of them. The 49ers are for sure one. The Eagles have to be in the NFC, and then the AFC, obviously, you got the Bills. They're always talking about the Bills. I don't know what you do with Kansas City. Kansas City is chasing the New England Patriots, trying to win 11 division championships. I mean, Mahomes is just something different. I mean, I don't know how you stop those guys. Maybe you tell him the game starts at 5 o'clock and it started at 1. Other than that, I don't know how you stop them.
Coach, so much fun to talk to you. And above all else, if you have any extras to any of these Swift concerts, let me know, will you please?
I'll let you know. It's something to be seen. She was. I can't say she was good as Jimmy, because at 13 years old, when you see Jimi Hendrix play a guitar left-handed and he burns it up, that's pretty hard to beat.
No doubt. The left-hander in Monterey at the Jazz Fest as a 13-year-old with a babysitter breaking curfew. Lighter fluid.
Love it.
Yep, great stuff.
Great stuff, Coach.
Herm, thanks.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there he goes, Herm Edwards. See? I don't care what day it is.
It's Herm's day.
We're talking to Herm.
Yeah. Best day of the week is Herm's day.
How good is that dude?
The best. I mean, the best. The positivity, the stories, the energy, the gravitas. I had about 5 more questions to ask him.
Of course.
But it was mainly about him being a grandpa daddy, because he's 69 and he has 2 kids in high school.
Yep.
Which means he had a child at the same age basically
in
that
his
I
50s,
did.
yeah.
Because my baby, who is almost a year old, when she's a junior, I'm going to be about 69. So I had questions, and maybe I'll get his number and call him at home.
Text him those questions.
I actually I talked to him, said thank you. He said anytime, so we can call him tomorrow. If you
All right, Herm Edwards
I'll call him on
tomorrow
the drive home.
at 4:45. Let's just make it a daily. Make it a daily.
And I am really glad that he's back doing what he does second best, or maybe third best, because he's a great coach and he's a motivational speaker, but he's also really good on TV.
Yeah, I love him
So now
on
we get
TV.
a chance to enjoy his TV stylings.
Back at ESPN. No,
Yeah.
that's very good to hear. Herm Edwards joining us right here on 95.7 The Game. He said something in there that caught my attention. He's talking about Kyle Shanahan's offense, and he said all Kyle's looking to do is have a quarterback who completes passes. Now, you could hear that and go, well, duh.
Thank you. I'm looking for a QB who overthrows and underthrows
Right?
guys.
What else do you want? To score more points than the other team? Is that what you want, Herm? But contextually, if you listen to what he's saying, I think it gives you a little bit of a window into what's been going on. Why is Kyle Shanahan saying that Brock Purdy is him, right? Like, we don't worry about him. He's the real deal. When the rest of us are like, he looks like a kid with a backpack when he leaves. There's nothing special about him. Why does Kyle call him the real deal? Listen to what Herm said about Kyle Shanahan and what he's trying to achieve with his offense.
He's a great play caller, and there's series where he goes through, and the key is real simple. The quarterback has to complete passes, because then you go on 10 to 12 play drives. And with that being said, all those guys are going to get touches. That 3 and out and punting the ball, that's not good. And when you watch the 49ers, they kind of methodically beat you up. They get 10, 12 possessions at times, and they go down the field, and all these guys are involved. Now, if one of them breaks a big play, could be a touchdown, but they're going to touch the ball. And I think there's certain calls he makes in certain situations, depending where the ball's at, who he's going to get the ball to, and all these guys know it. I thought Debo on an interview earlier, and he was talking about how Kyle does a great job of really getting the ball to the playmakers.
Okay, so all he needs is someone to go out there and complete the passes. He's going to call the plays. He's going to trust that that's going to run people open. You got to see it, and then you got to complete it. Now, that's a little bit of a window into why Jimmy Garoppolo drove him nuts sometimes. And more importantly, in my mind, it is a window into the question that has to be answered. So many people go, we haven't even seen Trey Lance play. How can you be down on Trey? You haven't seen him play. I don't think Kyle was ever comfortable. It's why he brought back Jimmy last year. I don't think he was ever comfortable with what he views as Trey Lance's accuracy. It's nothing against him. It's nothing against anyone. But you see reporters now who say, look, he looks so much better. He still sometimes struggles with that easy throw. Guy's 10 yards away from him, and he misses him. Kyle Shanahan is unwilling to put a quarterback on the field that he does not trust is going to simply complete the pass that's there.
The layups.
If he doesn't trust Trey to do that, that tells you where he's at. He's got to see it in practice. Brock Purdy came out this week, had his first practice, first time throwing the ball since Philadelphia, went 3 for 10. Since then, north of 70% every practice. Complete the pass.
It's not a question of having a big arm or making all the throws. It's exactly what Coach Edwards just said and the way you described it, which is make the passes that are called on the play sheet, and the majority of those are not big-time throws down the field. You might get a couple of those shots in a game, but you've got to be accurate. I'm looking at the accuracy numbers from last year in the advanced passing stats, and these are just a sample from last year. But in terms of all the quarterbacks we're talking about, last year, Brock Purdy, 77% accuracy on target percentage, which means you got drops, and of all his passes, 77% were, quote, on target. Jimmy Garoppolo was 74.5%. Sam Darnold, I'm scanning the list here, was at 77.1%. So he's right above Brock Purdy. And in a small sample, Trey Lance was at 63.3%.
There you go.
And again, this is not fair to Trey Lance.
No, it's not.
He only threw 31 passes, but of the 31, only 63% were on target. And that puts you down with Kyle Trask and a guy named Bryce Perkins, who apparently was a Ram. I had forgotten.
Yeah.
Trace McSorley, PJ Walker. These are all guys who also had small samples who are not starters.
Small sample size, but as I would continue to argue, my guess, I don't know this, but my guess is Kyle doesn't believe that he's seeing a small sample. Because he's been watching the same thing, I would think, in practice for a few years now. He's seeing him miss too many throws. There's your on-target percentage. It's not an acceptable one. It has nothing to do with anybody holding anything against anybody. Kyle Shanahan, just like so many coaches, this is about the bottom line. It's about the numbers. It's about execution. It's about doing it exactly the way he needs someone to do it. And whether it's a small sample size or not, I think that Trey Lance has struggled with accuracy, and I literally think that that's Kyle Shanahan's number one deal.
Of course.
Now, it leads to a different question. And this question broke out before our show in our little living room here as we were watching the Giants game earlier.
I'm back, and I've got questions.
Yeah. So, okay, why did he draft him in the first place? Let's go back and look at what could have happened. We know all of the rumors.
Yeah.
There are certain things that I have the hardest time with. Okay, he wanted Mac Jones and got talked out of it. You hear that all the time, right?
Yeah, it's mythology, I believe.
Well, at least partially for me. I have no idea who he wanted. But based on what I have been told the power structure is within the 49ers, it's not that I have a hard time believing that Kyle would listen to someone else, but you hear people go, Kyle did not like Trey, but then he got talked into it. I don't think there's any way that's true. There's no way Kyle gets talked into someone he didn't like.
Especially when you're the quarterback guru and you got the laminated play sheet and you're the one who brought in John Lynch. I can't see him hiring John Lynch and John saying, check the org chart, Shanny. I run this show. I run this ship with a P.
Yeah. I mean, Uncle Looney on YouTube just asked this question also. I think this is, we should bat this around for a second.
Can I just give you a little bit of numbers while we bat this around?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Mac Jones, his senior year at, I believe it's Alabama.
Yes, that's correct.
Or Alabama. He had a passing completion percentage of 77.4. He was
That's not an accuracy percentage. That's a completion.
That's completion.
Yeah.
He was 311 for 402, 4,500 yards, 41 tuds, 4 interceptions.
Now, playing with a better player at every position than your opponent.
As a sophomore, he completed 68.8. As a freshman, he barely played. He goes 68.8, 77.4. This is a quarterback at the highest level who was accurate. Now to Trey Lance, 1 year at FCS. His junior year, he played 1 game. I'm not going to count it because then it was COVID and it was a wrap.
Sure.
But 2019 as a sophomore, 66.9%. Good.
Yeah.
Good accuracy.
That's really good.
2,786 yards, 28 touchdowns, and zero interceptions. And oh, by the way, he tacked on 1,100 yards on the ground and 14 more touchdowns.
Elite. Yeah.
Elite.
At that level.
Sure. So I think when he looks at Trey Lance, he didn't look at a guy who was wildly inaccurate. He looked at a quarterback who completed damn near 67% of his passes, 2 of 3, and he thought, with that arm, that athleticism, I can get that to translate to the NFL.
I think you're spot on.
I mean, statistically, I forgot how good Mac Jones was. I didn't realize he was that accurate.
Well, and again,
77%.
But those numbers have been Alabamified.
They have.
Okay,
I'm going to give you 4 for that.
Who were his receivers?
I think he had a guy named Julio Jones. Was Jones still there?
No. Jones is way older. Was it Judy? Was it Jerry Judy?
And Devontae Smith.
Thank you.
And then probably
Julio
about
Jones
4
was like
more
30
guys.
at that time. He's a 9th-year junior.
When Mac was born, Jones was already a rookie in the NFL.
Jalen Waddle, too, by the way.
Who?
Jalen Waddle.
Oh, for crying out loud. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So, methinks they were open.
QB rating of 203.1. I didn't even know that
existed. That doesn't exist.
In college, I guess they have no max.
Okay, so the stats in college for both guys, for different reasons, are totally out of whack. Like Trey Lance is doing it at a lower level. Mac Jones is doing it where he's got all the good players as teammates and just absolutely pummeling people. All right, fine. So there's that. Do I think it's possible that Kyle had eyes for Mac and that maybe was what was in the back of his mind when they made the pick? Sure, I guess I can buy that. I don't know. I guess I can buy that. I think we all would have gone nuts if they had drafted Mac Jones 3 overall. I think we would have gone nuts because it just athletically, he didn't have the skill set that you would want for someone at number 3 overall. Okay, what happens next? Is it possible, and this is one thing I do believe, I think Trey walks into the room. Kyle is such a student. Here's my playbook. It's very difficult. How many players have we had tell us that, right? It takes a while to get a grasp on what is potentially the most difficult playbook in the NFL.
To even get a snap off, you've got to shift this guy, you got to short motion him, you got to long motion this guy, then maybe you get to run the play.
I think Trey walked in at the combine or wherever the hell they met and aced the hell out of that test. I think he's so smart. I think he's got that sort of way. Like he not only so smart, but just obviously, we've all met him now, listened to him talk. My goodness, is there anybody more kind and engaging and seemingly just right? He's
impressive.
That's exactly who you'd want as a teammate, as a leader, all of that. So again, I don't know, but let's say Kyle walks into the process open-minded, but thinking Mac Jones is my guy. And then he meets Trey Lance. And he just is like, Coach, I got your playbook already. I got it. Okay, what are you doing when this happens and stuff? And then where do you go? We're going to go here. Well, that's right. Okay, what about in this and stuff? We're going to go right there. Okay, that's right. Gets all that right. Has a nice pro day. I remember watching that pro day. Had a nice pro day. Don't they all?
Oh, boy. Didn't miss a throw against nobody.
Remember Manziel with his camo shorts and loud music?
It's just...
Oh, he looked great. Yeah, exactly. There's no one else on the field. So he does that, and does Kyle get convinced? Does he get wooed by the legs, by the running, the athleticism, the size?
The IQ.
The brain.
All of it, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all possible. And here's one other reason why. If you're looking at the guy and you go, but he's raw, right? He's not as turnkey as Mac. Kyle can go, yeah, but I got a year. I've got a year in my back pocket because we're good and we've got Garoppolo. So he doesn't need to be ready in 4 months. He needs to be ready in 1 year and 4 months.
Yeah.
And I think we can get all that figured out by then based on the big brain on Trey. I think
and the
we
big
can
brain
do it.
on Kyle, too. And the hubris of being this good of a coach to where, like the old line from Fast Times, I could fix it. My dad's got this awesome set of tools. Kyle's looking at Trey Lance and saying that very thing. I can turn him in 16 months into every bit of quarterback I need him to be. Bigger than Mac Jones, better athlete than Mac Jones, bigger arm than Mac Jones, better background than Mac Jones.
We're writing a story that may or may not be real, but I think it's
you
interesting.
Can connect these dots.
Well,
though.
it's interesting to go back and go, okay, what really happened there? And like anything, we're not there. I'm not in the war room, so there's no way to know exactly how this all played out. But I'm looking for something that's plausible. I don't know if he actually wanted Mac, but look, there are a lot of people at a high level in the NFL who swear that was the case.
How could you not want Mac, though? Honestly, looking at his year for Alabama, he had a unbelievable year. So you can look at Mac Jones, and I know he had the DUI in his background, maybe 2, depending on who you believe or not. So there might have been character concerns, but the kid had an unbelievable year, and he was coming out off a 3rd in the Heisman.
And what's the perception of Kyle Shanahan, which is he just wants a coaching extension on the field. He doesn't need the most athletic guy, right? Like, I love Kirk Cousins. And Mac Jones kind of looks exactly like Kirk Cousins. Same type of player if Mac ends up doing well. So could he have liked him? Sure, I buy that. But I also think this about Kyle Shanahan. I think that there's an ism in there. Kyle Shanahan does not hate athleticism. He doesn't. When he was asked about, you love Kirk Cousins? He's like, yeah, not as much as Mahomes and Allen.
Right.
But I like him. So there's Mac Jones. Now Trey walks in and goes, I see it equally as well as Mac, but I can offer you unbelievable athleticism as well. And Kyle goes, we're not in a rush. Like, if they needed that rookie to start week 1 the very following year, does he take Mac? Maybe.
Probably, yeah.
Maybe.
Interesting way to put that.
But he's got a year and 4 months, not 4 months. So is he going, now I can get the brain and the athleticism. I just need to fine-tune that accuracy, and I think we can do that in a year and a half, a la Josh Allen, who also came out of college with accuracy concerns. Remember, it was right before the draft that the 49ers played the Bills in a primetime game, and Allen literally did not throw an incompletion, it felt like, and Kyle's face on the sideline looked like he was longing after a pretty girl across the bar.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like.
Swooning. And it took Allen almost 2 full years. He got better at the end of his second year.
Yep.
His first year, he was downright awful. And by his 3rd year, then he became incredible, and now he's one of the 3 best quarterbacks in the NFL. He looks at Trey Lance and sees 1,100 yards rushing, and, a lot of it was impromptu, and it was against teams that were overmatched against Trey Lance, but you had athleticism, you had size, you had accuracy at that level. He could make all the throws, and he wowed him in the interview and the pro day. And so you look at the 2 quarterbacks side by side, and you think the upside of Trey Lance. Mac Jones was going to be what Mac Jones has proven to be. He's okay. And if you look at his numbers in terms of percentage of on-target throws, he was at 75% last year, which was right alongside Jimmy Garoppolo at 74.5.
Yep.
So Mac Jones, I think, comps to Jimmy Garoppolo in many ways in terms of his ceiling, but Trey Lance's ceiling is more Josh Allen and maybe even Patrick Mahomes you could look at.
I think also, let's compare while you're comparing Mac Jones and Jimmy Garoppolo. Mac Jones has now been in the league for 2 years, and he's already bucking Bill Belichick.
That's
okay?
not good.
No, it's not good. And I don't know that Jimmy Garoppolo ever did this publicly, but we're starting to gather a little bit of evidence on the puzzle pieces, aren't we? Here's Garoppolo, about a week ago with the Raiders, and just paraphrasing, but he's like, this is amazing to do it with McDaniels, where I get, have some choices, and it's kind of fun out here. I really like it that way. I haven't gotten to do it that way before. Okay, so we can gather all that. Maybe Garoppolo is bucking behind the system a little bit, or not making the on-field decision that Kyle wants. So now he sees Garoppolo in Mac Jones, but over here, the exciting door number 2, big athleticism. A guy who's absolutely going to do exactly what I want him to do out there on the field. He had all the right answers. He's got the right approach. He's clearly just a great dude. But not turnkey, not quite accurate yet. All right, Kyle, do you think you can get him there in a year and a half? Yeah, guys.
I can fix it.
I do and stuff. All right, year and a half goes by, and it's time. Trey, this is your team. They get to training camp, and it's like, guys, I still don't like what I'm seeing in terms of this accuracy. It's not where I want it to be. Okay. How about if we bring Jimmy back? Just in case.
As a hedge.
Just in case.
Well, your other choices were Nate Sudfeld and Mr. Irrelevant.
Right.
So, and we're going to let them duke it out for QB3 because, and Steiny made an interesting point on this earlier in the week, I think. You weren't going to go into that first week without an experienced quarterback. Trey Lance, as your starter, had only played in a couple of games. Nate Sudfeld had only played in a small handful. Brock Purdy had never played a game in the pros in his life. So if you're a ready-made team, a playoff dreaming Super Bowl team, you had to have a guy as an insurance policy, even if Trey Lance potentially got hurt, which he did. You could not go into the year as a Super Bowl hungry team with 3 guys who had virtually no experience.
Well, and in sports, this is a thing. There are certain guys, I know you've all heard these stories before, there are certain guys who just find a different level when the lights come on. And so maybe Kyle is also like, yeah, we're not like, let's keep Jimmy. We're not giving him the job back. This is Trey's team. It's Trey's time. We can do this. 2 things. A, maybe a little learning on the job. Let's get him in there for live reps. And I think with the team around him, we can still be pretty good. And then maybe by the end of the year, he's really ready to rock. Or maybe he's just one of these guys that when the lights come on, he's just a better player. You've all heard about the people who kind of look crappy in practice, but then bang, when it's game time, good things start happening. All right, so we're not taking the job from Trey, but we've got Jimmy sitting here in case. And the question that none of us will ever know is what would have happened if Trey didn't get hurt.
That's what I was throwing out earlier in...
that's fascinating to me.
Yeah.
And we'll never know. We'll never know.
We'll never know. And it really depends on 2 things, Trey Lance's ability to get better on the fly and their ability to win games. Because what we do know is Trey Lance got hurt and they went from being 1-1 to being 3-4. So it's not like Jimmy G came in and won a bunch of games. They were a little bit up and down in the early days of Jimmy Garoppolo 4.0. Or 5.0?
17.0.
I can't even remember how many .0 it is.
Well,
but
you know what? While we're sitting here doing the we'll never know what would have happened if, I mean, here's another question, and I have never heard this one asked. What if Brock Purdy wasn't any good? What would the Niners have done at quarterback this year if Brock Purdy weren't any good? What if he had come out and the season had ended like we all thought when Jimmy got carried off, and we thought it was over, and Purdy in his 6 games or whatever he started down the stretch, the Niners went 2-4 and either barely limped into a wild card or missed the playoffs entirely or he was not an option. What would the Niners have done this offseason? What would they have done?
Jimmy.
Oh, God. Well, but that's kind of what I'm getting at. So you wonder why the 49ers, you look at their behavior from that point, and what did they do? Because Trey Lance had started the season, and people are like, he's only had 5 quarters. The proof to me that there was discomfort even at the beginning of the year, in going with Trey, is that the season all plays out, and then as soon as it ends, the 49ers are willing to push all their chips into the middle of the table on a guy who did not have an arm at that point. And they were still willing to be like, that's our starter. He's going to be okay, and that's our starter. But on the first day of free agency, we're also going to grab Sam Darnold because we've always been interested in him, and we're probably going to indicate to him that we think he's going to be the backup. That all speaks to me, Kyle getting to a point a year and a half to 2 years into the Trey Lance experience and realizing the accuracy that I thought was going to develop didn't.
Or hasn't yet fast enough. And again, this I think is all colored by the idea that they are a championship caliber team. And I think about the James Wiseman comp, and I don't want to always lean on it, but if the Warriors were, the Minnesota Timberwolves, or if they were the Houston Rockets, you could let James Wiseman play his way into eventually showing you exactly the player he is. But when you are a championship team, you win a title not because he's hurt, but when Wiseman is hurt, and then you come back the next year and you're trying to repeat, and James Wiseman just hasn't gotten to where you want him to be, you realize you've got to make a move then and there. And it's the same thing with the 49ers. Trey Lance might eventually be the kind of accurate quarterback that Kyle Shanahan thought that he would be. And he might do it this year. He might stay on the team, be the backup or be the 3, get an opportunity, and take those steps. His rookie year, I'm looking at his percentage of on-target throws, and he was at 73.9.
That's good.
In about the same number of throws.
It's better, I should say.
That he had in his second year. And he's right alongside Geno Smith, who was 73.9 in about as many throws that year as Trey Lance had. So Geno Smith has been in the league longer. He took a significant step up from 2021 to 2022.
Totally.
Trey Lance could, at some point, maybe it's this year, he could take that step like Geno Smith, I think, is a good example. And we've talked about this a lot. He was not good for many, many years. And then last year, he was almost the MVP.
They wrote me off, but I didn't write back.
Exactly.
Trey could have one of those quotes someday. By the way, there's one more piece of evidence that we left out of this whole story.
We've covered a lot here.
Yeah, but we did not mention, and this is sourced reporting, not by me, but this is sourced reports, that the 49ers took trade calls on Trey Lance earlier this year. They didn't like what was being offered because it would have been embarrassing to accept a 5th rounder for Trey Lance, but they took those calls, which furthers the idea of what I believe this whole thing is about. Simple Kyle Shanahan discomfort with his accuracy. There's no Trey Lanceism. Nobody wants him off the team. Nobody hates him. Nobody's trying to keep him down. I whittle it all the way down to just this. My read, Kyle Shanahan, discomfort with Trey Lance's accuracy level. And I think that's what leads us to where we are now. And if you do say that it was a bad pick because of the trade that they made and how early they made it and the fact that he's not even being allowed to compete for the 1 right now, I think that's a fair point. But if you want to say, so how did they miss on this pick? My guess is that. My guess is that Kyle said, I like everything about this guy. He's a little inaccurate, but in a year and a half, I think we can get him there. And so far, and you can blame it on injury, that assessment has been incorrect.
The finger was a definite factor.
Absolutely.
And then last year he breaks his ankle.
Right.
And now here we are, his 3rd camp, his 3rd year, and you don't have the time to go ahead and start him and hope. And also, you can't do that because Brock Purdy was amazeballs last year. So, because
he was.
If Brock Purdy, to your point, let's say Brock Purdy comes in last year and goes 4-4, you leak in the wild card and you get knocked out, and Brock Purdy is ordinary. He's ordinary Brock. Now, and he hurts his elbow in the same way, but not in the NFC Championship game, in the wild card game.
Sure.
He needs UCL surgery. Well, now, I think you go into this offseason and they still signed Sam Darnold. And
they might do something even more aggressive.
Well, let's just say that
the quarterback
let's say
position.
they do that, and they're like, we kind of liked Brock Purdy. We sort of liked what he did. We've always liked Sam Darnold. Those are their words, not mine.
Yep.
And Trey Lance. Well, now you go into this camp, Mark, with a 3-man open competition. If Brock Purdy was ordinary, but he showed you some things, Trey's healthy, Brock is going to be healthy. We brought in Slam and Sammy. All of a sudden now we have an open competition, and Trey, you got a chance to show us. But because Brock was so good, you can't take him off of QB1. Wow. And so now there's an open competition for QB2.
Let's remember what the landscape was like. Like, again, this
I'm sorry for Amaze Balls. That was a little dirty.
No, I think you're okay. It made me laugh. Okay, you're good. Yeah, you're good here. Yeah, you might even make the 6 o'clock hour.
Appreciate it.
Remember what the landscape was. If the 49ers went into the offseason feeling like they didn't have a guy, I mean, Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, God. Ayahuasca.
But don't you think they would have done it with the roster that they had?
Tom Brady. I mean, do we have... I'd rather not go back to that. But you're right.
Derek Carr?
Stop it. Stop it.
Lamar Jackson?
Now you're starting to make me angry.
Okay.
I would love Lamar, but he wasn't available.
But maybe he was. Maybe he was at a certain point during those negotiations.
Yeah,
I wonder if they really felt like they were like, man, I don't know who our guy is. With the rest of the roster they have, do you think that they'd be like, well, let's just see? No.
Right.
We got to win right now.
Yes, but, and I don't want to make this all about the salary cap, but there's a certain reason why.
Fair.
I mean, the cap is a luxurious situation because of Brock Purdy making $850 or $900 grand. So if you did want to bring in A-Rod making 40 large, somebody at that, even though your guy Parag is a genius, I don't know if Houdini could have pulled that rabbit out of the hat.
Baker Mayfield?
Now I might come across as we've had a pretty harmonious 3.5 hours. About to come across his console. One more note on Geno Smith, just real quick.
Please.
Last year, his on-target percentage was 78.8%.
Wow.
So he was able to tick that up to where
he was fantastic.
He was among the best in football. Daniel Jones led regular QBs at 81%.
Well, he never threw the ball more than 3 yards.
Well, that's the point. And that's kind of what Kyle Shanahan, more often than not, that's the way he runs his offense.
I believe that something along those lines is the timeline. That's simply my belief. Based on a read, conversations, that's not fact. But I think that's sort of the way it went. And for those of you who think that Trey is getting a raw deal, I would actually argue, because for so many people feel Kyle Shanahan has given up on Trey Lance. Like, how could you not at least still be intrigued enough to let him compete for one, or at minimum, you're automatically the 2. So many people feel that way, and I get it when you were picked number 3 overall. But if it feels like Kyle has given up on Trey, I think that's the reason. I don't think Kyle thought there'd be any way that we would be 2.5 years removed from the draft, and he would still, even though better this camp, he would still be where he is in terms of accuracy. And if that's the way that Kyle feels, I would submit to you that the team, again, maybe they shopped him in the offseason and didn't like the return, but the team is still, through 2.5 years of this, they are still creating a potential avenue for him, which to me is a sign of support, not the other way around.
Right, and the potential avenue is hopefully here, but the avenue might eventually be elsewhere. And I think they also believe, and I'm projecting my feelings onto the 49ers, but injury has been a big reason why his accuracy has not improved as fast as maybe they would have liked. And that's why when they say this camp that, boy, he's made strides and he looks good, I take him at face value that that's actually the case. And if he never hurt his finger, which affected the way he threw the football, and if he never broke his ankle, which cost him an entire season virtually of football, would he be further along in terms of accuracy? I believe that he would have been.
Maybe.
I think that they believe that he would have been, but the reality which is a harsh reality in this business. The reality is he's not as far along as they would like, and therefore they brought in Sam Darnold, a guy who's further along in his career, who's got more accuracy right now than Trey Lance, because you need to win right now.
Right now. And so I think some incompletions are different than others. So everybody's tracking stuff at camp.
Yeah.
And
Trey threw a pick today.
Everybody's got bad throws, and all of them have had good throws. They've all had good days. Some of them, they've all had off days. Allen had a bad day. Darnold had a bad day. Lance has had a bad day. Purdy had a bad day. They've all had their good throws and their bad throws. But based on the conversations that we have with the people who follow this stuff really, really closely, there are certain throws that are the ones that I would bet Kyle Shanahan goes, see, now that's what we can't do. That's what we can't do. Does Brock throw, right? Is there a 25? Is there a 30-yard post that gets missed a little bit? Is there a tight window 20 yards down the field that gets knocked away, knocked up into the air for an interception? Maybe. But when he says Brock is the real deal, I think it's because when there is an open slant route 10 yards away, Brock hits it. He hits it more often than Trey does. Trey hits some too. Brock hits it more often. And I think that that's what Kyle thinks makes this whole thing go.
Well, Kyle thinks that when he calls a play and it's run and it's open and it's a winning play, Kyle called the play against the defense. That's a winning play. He wants that play to work, and he wants it to be completed and executed. And if it doesn't work out because the receiver drops the ball, that receiver's going to pay. And if it's because the quarterback is not accurate, then that quarterback can't play, because Kyle Shanahan and that beloved laminated play sheet, when he wins against the other team's defensive coordinator, he wants it to result in positive yards.
It's got to work. Yeah, absolutely. We're sponsored by AC Transit. All right, you can all weigh in on that, 888-957-9570, but also coming up next, we haven't gotten to this yet, and we definitely want to, Steve Kerr on hating Chris Paul. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive to East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving experience required. Paid training is provided. New bus operators are eligible for a
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We'll get to Steve Kerr in a second, but first, Bay Area Panthers.
Let's go.
Grandy, what the hell? What the hell's going on, man? Indoor Football League National Championship game Saturday, Dollar Loan Center, Henderson, Nevada. Kickoff set for 1 o'clock, and you can listen right here on 95.7 The Game. And now we go live to Mark Grandy for more details on this situation.
Yeah, Bay Area dominated in the Western Conference Championship game, so they're on to the National Championship in just their second season of existence. They're taking on the Sioux Falls Storm, who on their side of the bracket upset the number one team in the league. So we got a couple of 2 seeds doing battle for the right to be champions. You'll be able to hear Dave Lewis and Steve Pappin on the call Saturday the 5th, so 2 days from now, 1 o'clock, right here on 95.7 The Game.
D. Lou, it's my boy. He actually was instrumental in getting me my first on-air gig right here in this very market.
Oh, I thought only we heard about when you got other people gigs. We're hearing about someone else getting them for you?
He used to do sports updates on KCBS, Sports at 15 and 45, only on KCBS.
Sports updates, rest in peace.
Thank you. Well, not anymore on
I know.
KCBS. They still do them. Stephen Langford is now doing them in the morning. D. Lou would do them in the evening, 7 to mid. I was responsible for recording and then replaying his late nights. We became friends in the late 90s.
It
And
is good. I'm addicted to Jets field goals in this game.
I need fewer points. I'm on the under.
6 is fine. We're fine. It's almost the end of the first quarter. It's 6-0.
Anyway,
Right?
Dave
We're on
Lewis.
pace for 24 points.
Dave Lewis broke me off a tip on how to get an on-air gig, and the rest is history.
Cut out on all this. Can I just hear more about the Sioux Falls Storm, whatever they are? Can we get a scouting report?
Yeah, the Sioux Falls Storm. They got head coach going in his last go-around, so it's going to emotional for him.
Oh,
we'll see.
They've got the emotional juice, huh?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
But it has me a little conflicted. So they beat the Arizona Rattlers.
Right.
Yeah.
The head coach, Kevin Guy, former defensive coordinator of the San Jose SaberCats in the Arena Football League. Kevin Guy, his middle name might be Bad. Kevin, bad guy.
Bad guy.
Not a good guy.
Oh, really?
Oh, no.
Oh.
No, we're not in favor of the Arizona Rattlers in any way, shape, or form. So to watch them lose, even if it's to Sioux Falls, is that right?
Sure.
I delight at that.
They Sioux fell.
So they got upset in the first round of the playoffs
Oh, they did?
against Northern Arizona, who then Bay Area beat in the Western Championship.
Okay.
Have you ever played 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon?
No, but I think it all leads back to me.
Yeah, you'd be great at it. Like you do it all the time. Like, this guy, right? Bob and he went to Marin Catholic, and then one time, and Jared Goff's dad, and
Except this is the first time I've ever heard Dibs openly trash someone on air.
That's
this
true.
guy really
Yeah.
must not be a good person.
No, he doesn't usually do that.
And this goes back to old arena football rivalries.
Nice guy over here.
Yeah, I'm known for my niceties.
Yeah.
Not my favorite purse, not my favorite human. And I don't want to bore people with old arena football beef, but good for you.
The fact that
Northern
you have
Arizona.
arena football beef is already amazeballs.
The biggest beef I have is with Ron Jaworski. And
what did Jaws do?
They fixed the Arena Bowl.
Oh, no, they didn't.
He and John Bon
Stop
Jovi,
it.
when they were owners of the Philadelphia Soul, the fix was in.
I believe that.
Jaws thought Kaepernick was going to be the greatest of all time, and you leave him alone.
The commissioner, David Baker, who is now the president of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, 6'9", 450.
Baker, yeah.
Big Bake.
What about him?
Fourth quarter of the Arena Bowl, he's seen in the tunnel shaking hands with the then owner of Philadelphia.
I remember that.
No, you don't. The fix was in.
No, I remember. I'm
still mad.
He was congratulating him.
4 penalty flags later, Philadelphia comes back to win.
Huh.
And I don't rip refs normally.
You think those buffoons would have just done that within camera shot? Like here's $100.
It was the Arena League. There were no cameras.
It was $100.
Just a couple people with Polaroids
for John Bon Jovi to win the Arena League.
It was a shot to the heart, and David Baker was to blame.
Listen, I'll handle the musical titles around here.
I was trying to fit in Living on a Prayer, and I just couldn't quite
Couldn't
figure
do
it out.
Couldn't
Take
do
your
it.
time, Grandy. You're my guy.
Call Herm Edwards back and see if he's got any Taylor Swifty titles that he'd like to enter into the conversation.
You could have just stuck with the Kapler and gone bakes.
Bakes. Yeah. What does he do when he wakes up? He bakes. All right. Steve Kerr hates Chris Paul, but not anymore. This is on ESPN.
You know, one of the funny things about this league is that you compete against people, and especially if you see someone in the playoffs over and over again, like we did with Chris in Houston. And then all of a sudden your teammates or you're coaching someone and you laugh at moments like this where, you know, you're at each other's throats for much of your career. Reminded me a little bit, you know, when I played Reggie Miller and I played against each other in college and then the pros as well. And I used to hate Reggie. Oh man, like he was, and then we became broadcast partners and he became a great friend. And so I feel like that's kind of how it's going to be with Chris. We've all hated him, you know, because we were competing and he was so good, and now that's our guy, and we love him.
I mean, it's still a little bit of a nauseation sensation. It is.
That's a buck.
But by the same token, I think it's smart for Steve Kerr and the Warriors to just go ahead and like let this out of the bag, the tension, if you will. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't act like it wasn't there. Don't act like this wasn't a thing. It was a thing. It was a thing. And now
it was a thing for so long, you can't pretend it wasn't a thing,
but
right?
just like meet it right at the apex. Just be like, yeah, we hated him. Totally. Like, absolutely.
And then he laughs, but now we love him
But now
because
we
he's
love
our
him.
guy.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, and they hated him, quote unquote, sports hated him.
The same way they would hate Draymond if he ever changed jerseys.
Right.
Of course they would.
But it's not like they really hate him like
no,
you know.
Well, I'm sure there were moments where it was like,
Right.
bleep that guy.
Yeah. But I mean, if it was at that level, then they never would have brought him in.
Maybe more importantly, how is Chris Paul going to be integrated into the lineup?
We met in Vegas. I watched Steph and Chris work out together.
You coach it?
We've talked about our team. One of the things I told Chris was we have to be more controlled this year. Last year, we were number 29 in the league in turnovers. In other words, second worst in the league. But we had the fastest pace in the league. That's not a great combination.
That's wild.
And one of the things I love about Chris is that he controls games. So I told him we need his ability to control the game at key times for us. And he knows he's going to adapt to some of the stuff we do, especially when he's playing with Steph, throwing the ball ahead, playing with a little more pace. So I kind of like the idea of finding a better balance this year and being more under control, but still being, you know, really lethal offensively. And then of course, you know, what Chris does in pick and roll and his mid-range game, he always gives you a chance in every possession to get a good shot. And he's one of the great point guards of all time. So we're lucky to have him.
Now, in this conversation,
Sorry, Jordan.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Steve,
That's what I heard.
Steve can't even hide his joy.
Last year we were out of control, and this year we're going to be in control.
We're not. Yeah.
Already we're not. We were 29th in turnovers and number 1 in pace.
We have a goal this year for all of our players to, you know, be on their feet at the end of plays.
And slow down and stop giving the ball away.
Yeah.
That's what I heard him say.
There you go. Well,
And, yeah.
You said this. Like when people go, Chris Paul doesn't run at the Warriors' pace. And we were like, the Warriors would probably like to slow down a little.